Chapter 1. A Hellish Beginning? Directly cheating. Shinbei, you have no choice. We must sacrifice one person to lure the corrupted wolves and buy precious time for our escape. If you don't die, our survival is improbable. Inside a cave nestled in the desolate valley, the air was thick with tension. Xiaolong's gaze was filled with hatred, his expression somber as he spoke. Meanwhile, Shinbei leaned against the wall, a cold gun pressed against his forehead. He resembled a stubborn statue, his eyes vacant and glazed over. In an instant, a myriad of sensations, cold, pain, itchiness, numbness, flooded his being from the void of his mental world, causing him to breathe in rapid, erratic gasps. His eyelids fluttered slightly, gradually regaining a faint awareness of his body, and he slowly opened his eyes. As Shinbei's gaze focused, he finally discerned his surroundings. Within the corrupted wolf's lair, various unidentified beast bones littered the ground, marred by canine bite marks. The stench of decaying animal fur and fetid excrement assaulted his senses, incessantly prodding at his neural pathways. Simultaneously, a group of humans not far from him watched with predatory intent, their malicious eyes betraying their true intentions. Have I crossed over? Shinbei, a special forces soldier, found himself momentarily disoriented. Are you listening to me? Xiaolong pressed the gun against Shinbei's forehead with a piercing gaze, exuding an aura of oppression as he continued. I will grant you 1 minute. After that, you will either die by my hand or run out to attract the wolves. Shinbei's expression darkened, a sense of dread flooding his heart. What kind of hellish beginning is this? In the next moment, fragments of the original owner's memories surged into his mind. After digesting these memories, Shinbei's expression shifted to one of horror, his heart racing with tumultuous emotions. He had arrived in a world of universal survival. 80 years prior, an unknown calamity had triggered an abrupt transformation of this realm. A plethora of unknown beasts emerged, and malignant entities descended. Initially, due to the rich energy of this world, many awakened supernatural abilities, but the sudden onslaught of formidable beasts caught humanity unprepared, resulting in devastating losses. However, the existence of supernatural powers and the continued efficacy of technological weaponry allowed humanity to barely endure. Against ordinary feral beasts, those with supernatural abilities could still protect themselves. Yet, the malignant entities were physically powerful, with unfathomable strength, impervious to both firearms and supernatural powers, rendering them nearly invincible. Thus far, no one had succeeded in vanquishing a malignant entity. Cities ravaged by these entities lay in ruins, barren and devoid of life. Consequently, humanity abandoned their defensive fortifications, opting instead for a nomadic existence across the wastelands. The sole glimmer of hope lay in the discovery of a natural sanctuary, offering a fleeting chance for survival. This sanctuary was unlike any conventional refuge. It was a colossal, mobile organism. Humanity clung to its back, wandering through the desolation. That moment, Shinbei grasped the gravity of his predicament. Days prior, this group had been exploring the vicinity when they stumbled upon a wolf den unguarded by wolves. Under Xiaolong's misguided leadership, they intended to enter the cave and easily slaughter the wolf pups for sustenance. However, they fell into a trap set by the corrupted Wolf King and became ensnared within the cave. Now, their food supplies were nearly depleted, and hunger gnawed at them. If they lingered, they would face annihilation, while the corrupted wolves would feast effortlessly. Desperate for survival, the group was prepared to sacrifice Shinbei. Shinbei felt a sharp pain in his jaw. This opening was nothing short of hellish. Death countdown. 1 minute. At that moment, others tried to reason with him. Shinbei, don't you understand? Individual sacrifice serves the collective. The greater good must prevail. You must awaken to this reality. Don't say that. Going out to attract the wolves doesn't guarantee death. Just run fast enough. Indeed, Shinbei, give it a try. If you survive, I shall owe you a great debt of gratitude. Shinbei, think big. Rather than perish under the bullet, why not take a chance outside? I don't believe you can outrun my bullet, Shinbei. What do you say? Though their words seemed persuasive, an undercurrent of coercion and manipulation lingered in the air. Shinbei was not one to succumb to their empty rhetoric. Yet, he could not dismiss the gun in Xiaolong's hand. Furthermore, It was not only Xiao Long who wielded a firearm. The others in the cave also had bulges at their waists, likely indicating they too possessed guns. Some even carried AK-47s and M3A rifles slung across their backs. After a moment of contemplation, Shun Bei smiled. "But you must afford me a sliver of opportunity, right?" Xiao Long inquired. "What do you mean? I need a gun." "You simply need to run," Xiao Long replied gravely, continuing, "I won't give you a rifle. A handgun is of little use against the corrupted wolves. Unless you can shoot their eyes, bullets will merely graze their flesh, failing to inflict fatal damage, and may even provoke their ferocity." Shun Bei remained silent, his gaze resolute as he extended his hand for the firearm. After a brief pause, Xiao Long cast a discreet glance at a man behind him. The man nodded and drew a battered handgun from his waist, tossing it to Shun Bei. Shun Bei caught it and opened the magazine. One yellowed bullet lay within. Click, he reinserted IT that moment. Words unexpectedly flashed at the corner of his eye. Handgun LV1, 1/5 a P226 semi-automatic handgun, effective range of 50 meters. One bullet. Tactical rail attachments missing. Sight blade absent, barrel severely worn. 100 chance of catastrophic failure. Not usable. Shun Bei blinked in surprise. An external aid. Though the text was concise, he found it somewhat perplexing. What was the function of this aid? Did the process of loading the magazine grant experience points? More importantly, they had given him a handgun that could explode. Suppressing his anger, Shun Bei refrained from voicing accusations that he intended to test the effects of upgrading the handgun. He pulled out the magazine. Once more, NO experience points were gained. Shun Bei furrowed his brow, disassembling the magazine, barrel, recoil mechanism, grip, and trigger assembly to clean the internal sand and debris. Upon reassembling the components, the moment he completed the task, the text flickered again. Handgun LV1, 5/5 upgradable. Indeed, disassembling and reassembling items grants experience points. With a thought, Shun Bei declared, "Upgrade." Chapter 2. A Desperate Dash Toward the Grave. Pistol LV2, 010. A P226 semi-automatic pistol with a range of 50 meters. One bullet. Tactical rail accessories missing. Blade sight absent. Rifling severely worn. Usable, with slightly enhanced lethality. Aside from the change in level, the description of this P226 has also undergone subtle alterations. From being deemed unusable to exhibiting a slight enhancement in lethality. How intriguing. Shun Bei mused to himself. Truly, this energy-infused realm defies the fundamental laws of physics. He resolved to attempt another upgrade. Once more, he disassembled the pistol and reassembled it. Regrettably, this time he did not gain any experience points. Shun Bei's lips twitched. Was that all? Surely, there must be another path to upgrade that required exploration. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. The minute had elapsed. He needed to hurry outside. At this moment, the Xiong Long could scarcely contain itself, urging him on. Shun Bei pondered, searching for a way to break the impasse. The ferocity of the corrupted wolves outside was beyond his capacity to withstand. Yet, at this moment, several figures across from him raised their pistols. The barrels of their rifles aimed directly at Shun Bei. Should he linger even for a second, they could easily turn him into a sieve. Suddenly, a fragment of memory from the original owner resurfaced. It was when Xiong Long led the group into the cave. He had stationed a lookout atop the cave's entrance. Theoretically, if any ferocious beasts approached or danger loomed, the lookout would be the first to spot it and signal the others inside the cave to exit swiftly, lest they be encircled. However, the fact remained that once surrounded by the corrupted wolves, no warning had ever been issued from the lookout. This could only imply one thing. The Wolf King had stealthily ambushed the lookout. This was the most critical reason for their predicament. Yet, this lookout was a sharpshooter, armed with a Barrett M95. Shun Bei's demeanor shifted. He contemplated the lookout's position. Ah, how amusing. You all wish for my demise while you cling to life, do you? A cold smile crept across Shun Bei's face as a plan took shape in his mind. Subsequently, under the gaze of the onlookers, he slowly approached the cave's entrance. This was Shun Bei's first time observing this world. The sky, adorned with thin gray clouds, continuously morphed, revealing a stunning expanse of blue. The sun poured down like fire, bathing the cracked earth in its scorching rays. In the distance, a robust pack of corrupted wolves prowled, their drool dripping onto the scorching rocks of the valley, producing hissing plumes of steam. Despite their hunger, they lingered 500 meters from the cave entrance, as if aware that crossing this threshold would diminish both the power and accuracy of automatic rifles. The valley was encircled by over 300 corrupted wolves. Should they abandon the sanctuary of the cave, the swift and agile wolves could easily encircle them, and a single charge would reduce the entire team to mere fragments. Nonetheless, time was not on their side, and Shunbei found himself thrust forward as a sacrificial offering. He observed carefully for a moment. Within the pack of corrupted wolves, an extraordinary specimen was discovered. Its massive frame and sleek, jet-black fur were rare among the corrupted. Yet, the most astonishing aspect was that this wolf stood upright. The alpha wolf occasionally descended to all fours, but for the most part, it commanded the pack while upright, vocalizing a range of howls of varying lengths and pitches. Shunbei listened intently, his heart stirred. This alpha emitted at least 30 distinct syllables. If these syllables could be combined, it would constitute a language. Was this truly a corrupted wolf? Shunbei took a deep breath and glanced back at Xiaolong and the others. Xiaolong, somewhat impatient, lowered his voice, rendering it hoarse. Let us move. What are we waiting for? Shunbei forced a smile. I wanted to bid you a final farewell. No need, just complete your task. Oh, very well. Bang. A bloody hole appeared in Xiaolong's forehead as the bullet penetrated his skull, exploding from the back of his head. In an instant, crimson and white splattered across the ground, a copious mixture of blood spraying onto the faces of the others. Xiaolong collapsed without uttering a sound, his life extinguished. The scene left everyone in shock, dazed and speechless. Meanwhile, Shunbei holstered his smoking pistol, a satisfied smile of vengeance gracing his face. Damn it. You gave me a faulty gun and expected me to die? The last bullet is for you. A gentleman does not harbor grudges overnight. He avenged himself on the spot. Simultaneously, Shunbei experienced an unexpected delight. Firing a shot had actually increased his experience points. Pistol LV2, 110, at that moment. The others in the cave could hardly comprehend the turn of events that unfolded beyond their expectations. How could a damaged pistol still fire? Even if it could. Shunbei had aimed his last precious bullet at Xiaolong at the final moment. How could that be? The gun was clearly defective. Unbelievable. How could it have discharged a bullet? Damn it, what is wrong with your brains? Why are you still pondering whether the pistol is good or bad? Shoot him. Blast that bastard. As the others in the cave furiously grasped their weapons, intending to fire at Shunbei near the cave entrance. His figure had already vanished without a trace. Their anger boiled over, leaving them in a frenzy of impotent rage and invective. Meanwhile, Shunbei sprinted away, deliberately avoiding a direct rush at the wolf pack. Instead, he exerted himself to the utmost, veering left. This direction not only allowed him to escape the line of sight of the cave, but also protected him from retaliatory gunfire. More importantly, it would expedite his ascent to the mountaintop to procure a sniper rifle. To breach the ranks of over 300 corrupted wolves without superhuman abilities was nothing short of a delusion, an endeavor akin to striking a rock with an egg. A path to self-destruction. The sole solution lay in the sniper rifle atop the mountain. At that moment, upon spotting Shunbei's fleeing figure, the alpha wolf did not rally the entire pack to pursue. It seemed to understand that Shunbei was merely bait presented by humanity. The alpha wolf stood upright, emitting a series of howling syllables, deftly coordinating the actions of the pack, dispatching a few decayed wolves to pursue, while maintaining order among the others. When necessary, it would still walk bipedally, yet it never lingered in one place for long. More often, it seamlessly blended into the throng of wolves. Aside from its wolfish form, in every other aspect, it bore a striking resemblance to a calm, ruthless, and cunning human commander. With a low growl, Shunbei cast a furtive glance behind him, spotting several decayed wolves charging forth, their speed causing stones on the ground to scatter like projectiles. They resembled a sports car accelerating rapidly. Shunbei had underestimated the ferocity of the creatures in this world. The swiftness of the decayed wolves was utterly spine-chilling. He grunted deeply, once again pushing his physical limits. His heart pumping to the extreme, to the point where his nostrils could no longer withstand the exertion and blood erupted forth. Shunbei, disregarding everything, found himself on the brink of life and death, wishing fervently for 8 legs to flee. In mere moments, the distance between them diminished rapidly. The fastest of the decayed wolves was now less than 20 meters behind him. Shunbei could even feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the wolf, as if it were dragging him back. At last, a small hillock, barely 3 meters high, appeared in his line of sight, standing before him like an insurmountable wall. Shunbei crouched and leaped, extending his arms to grasp the edge, using the momentum to roll over the top. Casting a glance to the left, he spotted a partially devoured corpse, and there lay a Barrett M95. Chapter 3. Too early to rejoice, sniper comrade. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunbei rolled forward. Snatching up the sniper rifle from the ground, he pulled back the bolt, and a notification flashed in his peripheral vision. Sniper rifle LV-105. Modified Barrett M95. Effective range of 900 meters, 5-round magazine, bipod missing, adjustable rear monopod missing, scope absent, significant lethality. There was no time to ponder the notification. Despite the absence of a bipod leading to substantial recoil, this firearm was equipped with an efficient recoil compensator, reducing kickback by 70. He had to shoot, even without a bipod. Turning around, the nearest decayed wolf had not only leaped to the summit, but was already lunging at him with its gaping maw wide open. The distance between them was less than a meter. He could even smell the foul stench emanating from the wolf's mouth. Shinbei took a deep breath, steadying his wildly racing heart. There was no time for aiming. At such close range, he would fire blind. Bang! The recoil struck Shinbei's shoulder with a painful jolt, as if his arm were about to dislocate. The tremendous kickback slammed into him, pushing him back by 10 centimeters. Sniper rifle LV-115 for Shinbei, having observed through the words of the Su Long in the cave's entrance. It was evident that a handgun posed little threat to the decayed wolves. However, anything above an automatic rifle would undoubtedly be lethal to them. Otherwise, how could these decayed wolves have suddenly become so intelligent? They are aware of the traps set before them and possess the cunning to evade the lethal range of automatic rifles. Despite their hunger, not a single wolf dares to cross that invisible boundary. Their conduct resembles that of a disciplined army. Such behavior is born of fear. Thus, a sniper rifle, with its might surpassing that of an automatic rifle, is undoubtedly a deadly weapon. Indeed, after Shinbei's blind shot, a massive bloom of crimson erupted upon one of the corrupted wolves, the searing bullet tearing its entire belly apart. This was a robust male wolf, weighing at least 30 kilograms, propelled several meters away by the bullet's force. After tumbling to the ground, almost all of its entrails had spilled out. Yet it still struggled to rise, swaying as it emitted a low, menacing growl towards Shinbei. It was not until another male wolf leapt to the summit and bit through its neck that its fate was sealed. This is the law of survival. A severely injured corrupted wolf, unable to hunt, faces a swift demise. After briefly marveling at the resilience of the corrupted wolf, Shinbei did not hesitate for a moment. He swiftly fired another shot. The bullet, infused with power, cleaved another corrupted wolf in two at the waist. Even so, that wolf continued to gnash at the air, crawling towards Shinbei. Without a glance, he knew it would not endure for long and would soon succumb. Shinbei then pivoted his aim, delivering a fatal shot to the last wolf attempting to leap up. The bullet entered its mouth and pierced straight through, causing the corrupted wolf to tumble down like a discarded rag doll, convulsing briefly before expiring. Having dealt with the approaching corrupted wolves, Shinbei crouched at the summit. The old-fashioned sight above his gun slowly aligned with the head of the leading wolf below. To escape the encirclement of the corrupted wolves, Shinbei understood he must eliminate the leader first. To eradicate the entire pack would require far more ammunition than he possessed. Only by slaying the alpha could the remaining wolves be thrown into disarray, potentially scattering in panic. Shinbei's conjecture stemmed from observing the pack at the cave entrance, where several male wolves had defied the alpha's authority, indicating that this was a coalition of several wolf groups. The death of the alpha would inevitably lead to chaos among them. The firearm he wielded was a modified, enhanced version of the old Barrett, showing signs of handcrafted alterations. Its body had been simplified and reinforced to fire more powerful ammunition, with an extended steel barrel to increase its range. However, it lacked any advanced modern sighting apparatus. Not even the rudimentary rangefinder. Only a basic front sight remained. The straight-line distance from the muzzle to the alpha wolf exceeded 1,000 meters. Typically, this weapon, in optimal condition and wielded by a seasoned marksman, could achieve a range of up to 2,000 meters. However, due to its poor maintenance and disarray, it increasingly resembled an antique. Even if this firearm had sufficient range, hitting the target would rely solely on sheer luck, and extraordinary luck at that. The muzzle of the sniper rifle subtly swayed as it followed the movement of the lead wolf, with precision that Shinbei nearly achieved to the micrometer. Bang! The thunderous report of the gun reverberated throughout the valley. The searing bullet traced a white line through the air. In an instant, the lead wolf's robust chest erupted, and as it lowered its head to behold its horrific wound, it collapsed to the ground. With the lead wolf down, the pack of corrupted wolves was thrown into disarray. Most of the corrupted wolves, incensed, dashed around the valley, searching for the audacious assailant who dared to provoke the entire pack. Yet, amidst the winds echoing through the valley, there was no discernible scent apart from the faint whiff of gunpowder wafting from an unknown source. A few of the keenest-nosed corrupted wolves had already raced to the mountain's peak, but it was utterly deserted. Dozens of enraged corrupted wolves charged towards the humans nestled in the cave, a charge tantamount to suicide. Over 40 powerful corrupted wolves came within a mere 10 meters of the cave entrance before being felled one by a hail of gunfire. The only outcome was the depletion of a third of the squad's ammunition. Half an hour later, the pack grew increasingly restless and agitated as a robust male wolf began to roar and howl frequently, attempting to claim the position of the fallen lead wolf. Witnessing this scene, the humans in the cave became tense. Although this wolf was merely stronger than the ordinary corrupted wolves and lacked the former lead wolf's remarkable intelligence. The resurgence of a lead wolf raised uncertainties about what might transpire next. Bang! Another heart-stirring gunshot rang out, and the new lead wolf collapsed in response. This time, the people in the cave finally spotted a wisp of smoke rising from the opposite mountainside. Someone produced binoculars to peer across, but the lens revealed nothing but rocky terrain, devoid of any human figure. Was it Shinbei? Him? Preposterous. They had suggested he go out to lure the wolves, and now he seemed to have vanished. That can't be right. The distance was approximately 1,200 meters, and he had no training. How could he shoot so accurately? I suspect it must be someone else who saved us. Perhaps Shinbei was merely following this individual. Regardless of who it was, it appeared we were spared, with the pack once again leaderless. It was unlikely they would charge again. Alas, poor Xiaolong, his demise was too tragic. Once we emerge, I must hold Shinbei accountable. The people within the cave sighed in relief and resumed their reproaches towards Shinbei, neglecting their own persecution of him. The valley returned to tranquility, the afternoon sun blazing even more fiercely, freed from the constraints and leadership of their lead wolf. The corrupted pack transformed from a disciplined battalion into mere beasts acting on instinct. With only an hour until dusk, they lost their final patience and began to disperse from the valley in pairs. Eventually, the last of the corrupted wolves vanished from the valley. The individuals within the cave cautiously emerged, their heads peeking out. Across the rocky ridge, Shinbei, clad in a brown hooded cloak, blended seamlessly into the surrounding environment. He observed the jubilant people celebrating their narrow escape from peril. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Shinbei's lips as he aimed his crosshairs at their heads. You rejoice far too soon. You shall pay dearly for your actions. Shinbei's demeanor was devoid of mercy. This was the moment of the hunt that he relished. Chapter 4. A hunt of devastation. At this moment, the inhabitants of the cave, upon witnessing the complete disappearance of the rotting wolf pack, emerged with exhilaration radiating from their expressions. Neither the fallen owl dragon nor the vanished Shinbei stirred any thoughts within them. Their collective gaze fixated on the lifeless bodies of dozens of decayed wolves. Huh, brothers, this time it was worth coming out. The ground is littered with crystal source cores. What a bountiful harvest. One exclaimed, these cores are currency. Quickly, let's excavate the brains of these rotting wolves. Leave me 5. I intend to exchange them for a new arrow rifle. This antique should be replaced. Haha, I plan to buy 2 sets of wheels, so I won't have to rent a place in the shelter and suffer the landlord's disdain and exploitation. Greed illuminated their faces as they drew their daggers, beginning to harvest the crystal source cores from the wolves' brains. These cores were not merely currency. They were also items for empowering those with extraordinary abilities, gradually transforming into a tradable commodity. Yet, unbeknownst to them, across the valley amidst the rubble, Shinbei's sniper crosshairs hovered over their heads, poised like the scythe of death. In Shinbei's view, when they had driven him out of the cave, using him as bait to lure the wolves, they had sealed their fate. As long as Shinbei drew breath, they were sworn enemies, bound to an unending cycle of vengeance and slaughter. A slightly twisted smile graced Shinbei's handsome face. May there be no refuge in hell. This saying was a common adage in this world, often uttered at funerals. The sniper rifle in Shinbei's hands resembled a slumbering lion, awakened and ready to pounce. Holding his breath, his gaze sharpened like that of an eagle. He gripped the cold barrel tightly, his heart synchronizing with the rhythm of the Barrett. In an instant, his finger gently pressed the trigger, and at that moment, time seemed to freeze. A thunderous crack shattered the valley's tranquility as a searing flame erupted from the muzzle. Akin to a meteor streaking across the heavens, a bullet bearing the mark of death. The projectile burst forth, piercing the air with a velocity surpassing sound, leaving behind an invisible yet vivid trajectory, stirring a fervent ripple in the air. A man, bent over in the valley, excavating a crystal source core, was instantly obliterated. His lower body shattered. The fatal bullet rampaged through his form, shredding flesh and bone, leaving behind a horrific gaping hole. Blood erupted like a blooming red lotus, mingling with shattered internal organs, staining half the sky crimson. The suddenness of this scene plunged the others into a state of bewildered terror, their faces twitching in shock. Some individuals felt as though an invisible hand had clutched their throats, stifling their breath and rendering them speechless. Others, their eyes suddenly bloodshot, were engulfed by emotions of shock and fury, surging within them like tumultuous waves. An enemy assault. Someone was sniping at us. Damn it, who could it be? Could it be Shinbei? Regardless of who it was, take cover. Don't just stand there like a fool. The crowd in the valley scattered like frenzied chickens, desperately seeking shelter from the sniper's fire. Before the cave lay an open expanse, with few stones to conceal their forms. Shinbei replaced his magazine and racked the bolt, unleashing a volley of lethal rounds. Despite the chaos among the fleeing individuals in the valley, Shinbei had once been an elite special forces soldier. He had taken down countless moving targets, and even S-shaped live targets posed no challenge to him. His marksmanship was exceptionally precise. Bang, bang, bang. After a rapid succession of 5 shots, 3 more bodies fell in the valley. Shinbei retreated and began to maneuver, changing magazines as he went. 3 enemies remained hidden behind a boulder. Shinbei narrowed his eyes, moving like a swift cheetah, crouching low as he advanced. During his circumnavigation, he initiated an upgrade to his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV-1, 10.5, Modified Barrett M95, range of 900 meters, 5-round magazine, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing. Scope missing, significant lethality. Upgrade. Sniper Rifle LV-2, 5.10, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,000 meters, 5-round magazine, detachable bipod missing, rear adjustable monopod missing, scope missing. Significant lethality. Increased shooting distance by 100 meters. A thought struck Shinbei. Should he continue upgrading? Would it yield effects beyond merely enhancing range? After all, this was a world of energy, where even superhumans existed, and transcending physical laws was not beyond reason. In mere moments, Shinbei had completed half a circuit. Returning to the summit where he had once sniped the Wolf King, he set up his sniper rifle, scanning the area. A smirk crept across his face. The 3 enemies remained huddled in their original positions, alternating their heads as they peered over the boulder, attempting to locate Shinbei for a counterattack. Bang! Without hesitation, Shinbei aligned the enemy's head within his sights and pulled the trigger. The dull thud of the gunshot echoed through the valley. Sniper Rifle LV-2, 6.10, just as the echo of the first shot lingered in the air, another shot rang out. Sniper Rifle LV-2, 7.10, before the sound reached the ears of the 3 adversaries, a shot from the left side dropped one of them. The powerful bullet pierced through the stone, obliterating half of his chest with a spray of dirt and flesh. A mangled arm flew out from the other side, crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, the second shot exploded the head of the enemy in the center. The man on the far left, muscles twitching, felt each gunshot resonate in his heart. He suddenly turned around and discovered a figure lying at the cave's apex. A dark gun barrel was slowly pivoting towards him. Overwhelmed by shock, he recognized the faces of those he had previously targeted, particularly that of Shinbei. This individual was utterly astonished and perplexed. He could never have fathomed that Shinbei, the weakest link in their team, was not only alive, but had also taken up arms to enact his vengeance. How could this be possible? An indescribable sense of regret, terror, and resentment tore at his heart like a swarm of relentless ants. If only he could turn back time. He would surely prevent the release of this demon by the Xiong. Bang! Suddenly, he heard a peculiar shriek in his ears. The high-frequency vibration produced by an approaching bullet, faster than the speed of sound. A wave of intense remorse and coldness surged within him as he hoarsely cried out, "No!" Thud! The bullet struck precisely at his brow, exploding into a mist of crimson akin to a watermelon smashed upon the ground. At that moment, Shinbei's finger remained firmly on the trigger, emptying the magazine in an act of catharsis. Sniper Rifle LV-2, 10.10, Shinbei exhaled softly, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Upgrade. Chapter 5, A Unique Sanctuary, Sniper Rifle LV-3, 0.30, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,100 meters, 5-round capacity. Detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, high lethality, enhanced accuracy while in motion 20. Upon reading the information, Shinbei's pupils slightly contracted. This upgrade introduced an entirely new attribute, a significant enhancement in accuracy during mobile combat. It is essential to understand that shooting a target while running is exponentially more challenging than blind firing. The body's erratic movements while in motion make it nearly impossible to achieve precision, even with a handgun. The only viable option is an automatic rifle, relying on chance for a spray of bullets. Even for a special forces operative like Shinbei, achieving a perfect hit rate during dynamic combat was merely a matter of luck. It seems that my external enhancement is exceedingly practical. Shinbei stowed the sniper rifle across his back, donned a hood to obscure his face in shadow, and proceeded towards the valley. Before long, his line of sight was filled with the dismembered remains of wolves and humans alike. The mingled scent of blood from these disparate creatures assaulted his nostrils with great intensity. After a brief moment of adaptation, Shinbei commenced the grim task of cleaning the battlefield. According to the original owner's memories, the ferocious beasts of the wasteland yielded crystal source cores, a vital currency in this world and a common necessity for those with extraordinary abilities. With this thought in mind, Shinbei picked up a dagger from the ground and began to gather the crystal source cores. Some had already been excavated by enemies, easily collectible. He grasped one, raising it for inspection. The night had fallen, with a solitary moon suspended in the sky, casting a silvery glow that provided ample visibility. The crystal source core was roughly the size of a fingertip, its diamond-shaped exterior radiating a deep azure luminescence. Within, milky white lines, reminiscent of creamy liquid, flowed gently. Regrettably, according to the original owner's memories, this body lacked the conditions necessary to awaken any extraordinary abilities and could only serve as currency. Shinbei sighed softly. Nevertheless, he did not believe that in this peculiar world, one could not survive without supernatural powers. If ordinary people, whom he had slain, could manage to get by, then he too had infinite possibilities at his disposal. The future appeared exceedingly bright. After approximately an hour, Shinbei successfully gathered all the crystal cores, totaling 37. The exact value remained uncertain due to partial gaps in the original owner's memories. He could only ascertain it upon reaching the shelter. Following this, Shinbei searched through the bodies of his enemies. Aside from rifle ammunition, he found only a bottle of water, some hardtack, and a half-smoked cigarette. It seemed he was indeed pressed for time and needed to break through. Shinbei chuckled softly, sitting cross-legged on the ground, savoring small bites. After replenishing his energy, he lit the cigarette and took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to linger for 3 to 4 minutes before exhaling a faint cloud. It was evident that he knew how to relish tobacco. After savoring a few more puffs, Shinbei extinguished the cigarette but firmly into the earth. He then butchered 30 pounds of wolf meat. Rising, he gazed towards the east, illuminated by the silver glow of the moon, and set forth on his journey. According to the original owner's memories, shelter number 36 lay to the east. Although the shelter was mobile, it typically did not stray too far. As long as it did not make any sharp turns, he would likely encounter it. Whether by night or day, one only needed to be wary of ferocious beasts and aberrations while traversing the wilderness. Naturally, humans were included among the threats, while ferocious beasts could be evaded. Aberrations offered no second chances. One either fled or faced death. Shinbei maintained a steady pace, gradually advancing toward the east. As dawn broke, in his line of sight, a massive creature appeared on the desolate landscape, measuring 5 kilometers in length, about 300 meters in width, and towering over 10 meters. It resembled a constantly writhing slug. This was shelter number 36. This colossal being was referred to as a titan by humanity. Clearly, this titan bore no resemblance in form or essence to those in Shinbei's understanding. Perhaps there was a misunderstanding regarding the term titan in this world. However, this creature was a benign presence, slowly crawling across the wasteland, serving as a natural sanctuary. The reason this being functioned as a shelter stemmed from its most significant trait: no aberration could approach within a radius of 500 meters. Humanity remained unaware of why it possessed such a characteristic, but that was inconsequential. As long as aberrations could not draw near, it represented a glimmer of hope for humanity's survival. Currently, it was known that there were 56 such shelters scattered across the wasteland. Humanity followed the titans, fleeing from danger and perpetually migrating. Wherever the titan moved, humanity followed. Within the shelters, there were also social hierarchies. Those with power and influence naturally resided atop the titan, where numerous dwellings and various facilities were constructed. In contrast to individuals like Shinbei, who occupy the lower echelons of society, the privilege of ascending to the sanctuary is beyond their reach. They can only trail in the wake of the titan. Shinbei quickened his pace, endeavoring to catch up to the sanctuary. Soon, the massive silhouette of the titan obscured his view. Within a few kilometers, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Countless, unquantifiable ropes connected one end to the titan's formidable body and the other to an innumerable array of wheeled abodes. These dwellings stretched endlessly behind the titan, extending nearly 5 kilometers. One can only imagine that when the malevolent entities arrive, this 5-kilometer expanse will be utterly perilous, necessitating a significant reconfiguration of these residences to compress into a mere 500 meters. Such a shift is bound to provoke friction and discord. The only truly secure location is the sanctuary perched upon the titan's back, yet entry is far from guaranteed for all. Upon entering the realm of these abodes, Shinbei proceeded with caution, exploring this wondrous world at a leisurely pace. The cacophony of numerous wheels traversing the ground intertwined with the sound of the titan's tremendous form crushing stones beneath it, creating an indescribable symphony. The structures varied greatly in size. Some served as homes, others as bars, and still more as shops peddling an assortment of goods. Generally, the more wheels a dwelling possessed, the larger it was. This explains why, in the valley, the enemy's singular aspiration was to acquire 2 pairs of wheels, as that would constitute a true home. Wandering aimlessly, Shinbei arrived at a modest shop, its sign adorned solely with a droplet symbol, indicating it sold water. He ascended a ladder and pushed open the door. "Welcome," greeted a bald proprietor seated behind the counter, his backdrop dominated by a colossal water tank constructed from a formidable alloy steel, impervious to bullets and reinforced with numerous steel bars for added protection. Shinbei retrieved a crystalline core and presented it. "One bottle of water, please." The owner, with a cheerful demeanor, accepted the bottle. "Certainly." By the way, he turned around to announce, "The price of water has increased. It now requires 5 crystalline cores." Shinbei was taken aback. Such exorbitant prices were utterly absurd. Chapter 6. Has the alarm clock upgraded to a bomb? The water bottle in Shinbei's hand was modest in size, a standard 500 milliliters mineral water container. To require 5 crystalline cores for a single bottle of water raised questions about how humanity could possibly endure in this world. Shinbei was acutely aware of the scarcity of water sources. In this realm, both underground and surface waters were nearly all tainted. Humans relied upon the Titan, a colossal creature that frequently halted its movement, opening its vast maw to extend a rotating hollow appendage into the earth, extracting subterranean water. This water was then filtered through its specialized internal organs, purging it of contaminants and storing it within its stomach, ensuring a supply of water vital for its survival. Humans would then create a passageway into the Titan, reaching its stomach to draw forth clean water for consumption. Although the process was arduous, it was sufficient to meet the demands of Sanctuary number 36. At this moment, the shopkeeper explained, "Titan has not ceased drawing water for nearly 2 months. Scarcity elevates value, and thus, the price of water naturally soars." He placed a bottle of pristine water on the counter, saying, "Thank you for your patronage." Shinbei shrugged and handed over 5 crystal core fragments before departing the water shop. He carefully set the water bottle aside and, guided by the memories of the original owner, navigated through a maze of mobile homes until he arrived at an apartment. The building was modest, barely 3 stories high. In a corner on the 3rd floor, a small room served as his residence. "Back already?" The landlord, a corpulent middle-aged man with an oily demeanor, was gnawing on the bone of some unknown ferocious beast. His yellowed teeth tore at the half-raw flesh. "How was the harvest this time?" Shinbei's expression remained composed as he replied, "All fell." "Such is the nature of this damned world," the landlord remarked, wiping his hands. "Yesterday, we were drinking and laughing. Today, they've kicked the bucket." Shinbei nodded and turned to ascend the stairs. The landlord's large head poked out. "Why the act of confusion?" Shinbei halted, slowly turning back, confusedly asking, "What?" "It's time to pay the rent." Only then did Shinbei recall that the original owner had ventured out to hunt ferocious beasts to gather crystal cores for the rent. After counting out 20 crystal cores, he handed them to the landlord. The landlord's face lit up with a grin, waving his hand. "Not too shabby. I thought you would need to venture out several more times to gather enough for the rent. You may go upstairs." Shinbei smiled faintly, continuing his ascent. From the original owner's memories, he knew the landlord had once been an ability user, enjoying a period of prosperity. However, after a battle with a ferocious beast, he fell victim to divine punitive miasma, which sealed his abilities and reduced him to an ordinary person. Fortunately, he had amassed enough crystal cores to purchase 4 wheels and construct a 3-story apartment, living a relatively comfortable life. The so-called divine punitive miasma is an erratic gas that can appear anywhere at any time. Once an ability user is contaminated by this gas, no matter how powerful they may be, their abilities are sealed and remain unbreakable, relegating them to the status of an ordinary person. Humanity in this world perceives this phenomenon as a divine punishment for those who dare to probe the energies of the universe, hence the term divine punitive miasma. Shinbei pushed open the door to his residence. The interior was modest, with a bed occupying nearly 80% of the space. The room was relatively clean, although the bedding had a glossy patina of age. In this world, water resources are scarce, particularly drinking water. Even the affluent seldom indulge in bathing with pure water, typically relying on secondary sources filtered through purification devices. This type of water contains some radiation, leaving a tingling sensation on the skin after use. While tolerable, it offers no comfort akin to a proper bath, more akin to bathing under electrified water. Consequently, most people bathe infrequently, leading to an undeniable state of uncleanliness. Within the confines of his room, Shinbei rummaged through the few drawers, discovering only trivial items of little value. However, within one of the bags, he uncovered a photograph. The photograph's front features a charming portrait of a young boy and girl, both approximately 5 years of age. Inscribed on the back in an elegant script, it appears to be penned by a lady. "In the year 67 of the new calendar, my sister Shun Nan accompanied me to the Scarlet Empress at shelter number 7. In my own handwriting." "Sister, Scarlet Empress?" Shinbei was taken aback. This fragment of memory had not been passed down to him at all. Had it not been for rummaging through the drawer, he would have remained oblivious to this revelation. The name Scarlet Empress seems quite formidable. Shinbei pursed his lips, momentarily setting aside this bygone tale. Given his current capabilities, he had no means to seek out the whereabouts of shelter number 7. He then grasped the clock on the table, tilting his head as a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Clock LV105. Internal components damaged. Inaccurate time, alarm malfunctioning. Unable to keep time, Shenbei deftly disassembled the clock into hundreds of tiny pieces, only to reassemble it shortly thereafter. Clock LV1, 105, upgrade. Clock LV2, 9510 upgrade. Clock LV5, 0100. A fully intact clock, accurate timekeeping, crisp alarm sound, exceptional quality, nearly impervious to external damage. If fitted with 10 crystal core sources, it can function as a detonator. A time bomb? Shenbei was momentarily stunned. He never anticipated that a humble clock could transform into a detonator after such upgrades. It is important to note that the crystal core is essentially a form of energy, merely absorbed by those with extraordinary abilities. Now, through the clock's mechanism, this energy could be detonated. What a surprise. Shenbei cradled the clock and grinned. He had assumed only firearms could undergo upgrades, yet it seems that all mechanical items might possess this potential. Just imagine if a Gundam or battle armor could be upgraded. How thrilling. Shenbei's mind began to race. Currently, the lower levels where he resided lacked the means to produce machinery. However, in the upper levels, specifically on the back of the Titan, there were facilities for weapon and machinery production. After a brief respite, Shenbei could hardly contain his eagerness to test his luck, hoping to craft a mech to enhance his combat prowess. This was intricately linked to his own enhancements. He stepped outside, traversing the removable wooden planks at the center of the dwelling. Along the way, Shenbei purchased a flatbread made from a blend of fine soil and flour. It offered a true taste of nature, with a gritty texture reminiscent of chewing on aged tree bark. Nonetheless, it constituted a staple food for ordinary humans. Shenbei gradually acclimated to this rather unpalatable fare. Soon, he arrived at the staircase, the sole passage leading to the back of the Titan. It presented two options for descent. One could either walk up or take the elevator. The elevator was primarily utilized for transporting supplies, powered by an electric ability user. He grasped the electric wires with both hands, sparks crackling from his palms, his face flushed with exertion as he controlled the flow of electricity. The motor began to whir, elevating the lift upward. After undergoing a thorough inspection by the guards and surrendering 10 pounds of corrupted wolf meat, Shenbei was finally permitted to proceed. A twinge of regret washed over him. Had he been more meticulous, he should have divided the wolf meat into smaller portions. Perhaps just 1 pound would have sufficed. Naturally, residents of the upper shelter were allowed to come and go, provided they departed before sunset. The guards were merely taking advantage of their authority, indulging in a bit of graft. As he ascended to the pinnacle, Shenbei's eyes sparkled with wonder. Chapter 7. Your handsomeness is a dangerous allure. In the midst of a nationwide exodus and the threat of sinister forces, the sight atop this colossal creature bore no distinction from that of a small city. Factories sprawled across the landscape, producing a plethora of goods ranging from canned food to cement, steel, and weaponry. At the opposite end lay a modest power plant generating energy. While the scale of production here paled in comparison to that of the bygone era, it was a necessary adaptation in these turbulent times. The streets boasted even more opulent shops, smooth thoroughfares, and towering edifices, with lush vegetation and flowers adorning the sidewalks. In the distance, vast expanses of farmland and steam-emitting turbines could be seen. Even in this apocalyptic world, those in power continued to thrive, seemingly unscathed by the surrounding chaos. Shenbei couldn't help but marvel at the scene. After wandering along the streets for a while, he stumbled upon a modernized small factory, a facility where humanity employed technology to purify contaminated water sources, which also served as a bathhouse. Lowering his head, he caught a whiff of the foul odor enveloping him. If he sought employment, he needed to present himself properly. Without hesitation, Shenbei resolved to take a bath first, even if it was a mere indulgence. It was certainly preferable to the stench he carried. Upon entering the premises, the rumble of machinery and the sound of rushing water filled the air. Numerous individuals with supernatural abilities were seen coming and going, clearly also seeking a bath. These individuals appeared far more concerned with their appearance and image, faring significantly better than those struggling for survival in the lower tiers of society. Inside, he observed the water outlet divided into 3 pipes, one leading outside to supply other dwellings for mopping floors, cleaning the streets, and irrigating trees and crops. Another directed towards the nearby steam power plant, and the last one flowed into individual bathing stalls. What is the cost of a bath? Shenbei inquired. Leaning over the counter, a staff member, engrossed in a novel, barely lifted their gaze and replied, "Are you an ability user? Please present your license." The license served as identification for ability users. Across the wasteland, numerous shelters existed, each issuing licenses to their own ability users. Although the styles and designs varied, they were recognized across shelters and afforded certain conveniences. The fee for a bath for ability users was 3 crystal cores, a price honored by any shelter. If not for the extraordinary abilities of the gifted, 5 crystal cores would be required. Shenbei was taken aback. A bottle of potable pure water was worth merely 3 coins before the price hike. To take a shower, however, cost 5 coins? The staff member lifted his gaze, observing Shun Bei's astonished expression, instantly recognizing him as a naive newcomer. Do you find it exorbitant? The staff member quickly explained. Do you have any idea where our water source originates? As long as Titan continues its relentless movement, the purification plant cannot draw surface water. Shinbei understood, realizing that water scarcity was indeed a pressing issue. Before Titan ceased its incessant writhing, water resources were a significant concern. Gritting his teeth, Shinbei handed over 5 crystal cores. Room 7. You only have 2 minutes, the staff member reminded him, nearly causing Shinbei to stumble. 2 minutes for a shower? That is utterly ridiculous. Shinbei hurriedly dashed into shower room number 7, swiftly shedding his clothes and turning on the shower head. The powerful stream of water cascaded over him, sending electric sensations coursing through his skin. Shinbei moved with remarkable speed, ensuring every inch of his body was washed, as copious amounts of dirt were rinsed away. The time spent showering was limited. Although the water had been treated and its radiation significantly reduced, it was still far from safe for consumption. Prolonged exposure could inflict irreversible harm on his body. Despite the numerous restrictions and steep costs, the ability to take a shower remained one of the most celebrated privileges of the shelter's residents. The flow from the shower head gradually diminished before coming to a halt. The final droplet, reluctant to fall, splashed onto his flawless, porcelain-like skin, trickling down its smooth contours. Once the shower concluded, he simply dried himself off, feeling considerably refreshed, and exhaled deeply. There was a semblance of normalcy. Shinbei tidied his hair before dressing and stepping outside. However, as he passed the counter, the staff member regarded Shinbei's revitalized visage. His elongated, firm eyebrows, sparkling eyes, and the defined contours of his face formed an almost perfect portrait. Suddenly, the staff member felt a dryness in his throat. Despite Shinbei's masculine physique, in this era of mere survival, desires had long since shed their shackles, and both sex and violence had become primal instincts for the majority. In the eyes of those yearning for excitement and ecstasy, the distinctions between man and woman, adult and child, human and non-human were rapidly blurring. Hey, the staff member called out. Shinbei halted, turning to inquire, is there something else? I merely wish to remind you, the staff member grinned. Sometimes, dirtiness serves as a form of camouflage. I hope you understand. Initially, Shinbei was bewildered by the staff member's implication, yet as he observed the circles the staff member traced on his own face with his finger, comprehension dawned upon him. Thank you. Shinbei returned to the street, pulling up his hood. Just then, a violent tremor surged beneath his feet, akin to a minor earthquake. The disturbance dissipated as swiftly as it had arisen. As the Titan came to a halt, a wave of jubilation erupted in the streets. The Titan has stopped. Heaven has smiled upon us. The price of drinking water may finally fall. Quickly, let us descend and survey the surroundings for any abandoned mines, be they coal or iron. Ripe for exploitation. Curse it. Surface water lies 1,000 meters away. Let us hire laborers to fetch it. We must fell some trees, whether for firewood or to fashion boards for the winter to come. After 2 months of relentless movement, the Titan finally ceased its crawl, marking the most industrious period for the entire shelter. Numerous tasks awaited completion, and the opportunity to procure materials on-site was a rare chance to repair the wheeled homes. The lower-class citizens, particularly the landlords, prioritized untying their tethered homes, pushing them within a 500-meter radius of the Titan to avoid sudden attacks from lurking monstrosities. Naturally, chaos ensued as the occupants of various wheeled houses jostled for position, exchanging insults and engaging in brawls. In such circumstances, the commanding general overseeing the shelter would typically dispatch a law enforcement team from the tribunal to restore order. At this juncture, Shinbei had the option to disembark from the Titan and readily find work with any employer, earning a wage. However, his ambition extended beyond mere labor. He sought to customize a mech suit. Soon, Shinbei arrived at a private workshop, a place that specialized in firearms. Scanning the room, he noticed various models of guns strewn about haphazardly, resembling refuse. The owner even used a 98K rifle as a roasting stick, skewering large pieces of meat over the flames. What firearms do you have? Shinbei inquired. Take your pick. They are all available at scrap metal prices. Upon noticing Shinbei, the proprietor eagerly introduced him to the collection. Do you have any revolvers? I knew you had a taste for antiques. The owner exclaimed, slapping his thigh. You've come to the right place. You might not find a revolver in other shelters, but I happen to have one here. Chapter 8. Your request seems a bit farcical. Shinbei's understanding of firearms in this world had reached a new pinnacle. Frankly speaking, the weapons in this private workshop could easily arm a band of marauders in a small African nation if transported to Earth. Yet, in this realm, these firearms were mere relics, wielded by the impoverished. Currently, Shinbei possessed a handgun and a sniper rifle, the latter of which was performing satisfactorily and steadily improving in rank. However, The handgun left much to be desired, and the revolver, with its superior power, was precisely what he sought to replace it. The owner rummaged through the pile of weapons for an extended period before finally producing an M500 revolver. Here you go. He casually tossed it to Shinbei. Upon inspection, Shinbei noted the weapon was heavily rusted and had evidently not been maintained. The trigger was stiff and seemed on the verge of seizing. M500 revolver LV105. No ammunition, trigger malfunctions, cylinder axis slightly jammed, hull unresponsive. The rifling is intact, and it possesses significant lethality. However, it has multiple faults and is not recommended for use. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Shinbei regarded the revolver, which on Earth would possess twice the lethality of a desert eagle. A single shot could fell a mighty rhinoceros. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared to be nothing more than scrap metal. However, Shinbei remained unconcerned. He possessed an advantage that transcended the laws of physics, and with an upgrade, he could restore its functionality. What about the bullets? Shinbei inquired. The shopkeeper, momentarily taken aback, replied, "Aren't you a collector?" "For combat purposes," Shinbei clarified. The shopkeeper scratched his head. "The bullet model for this revolver is quite unique. Let me think. Ah, it's the 500 SW Magnum." "Yes, precisely that." Shinbei interjected. The shopkeeper sighed. "I don't have those bullets readily available. If you need them, I can manufacture them for you on site." He gestured towards the lathe and production line in the inner room, boasting, "To be frank, all the ammunition for Shelter 36 is produced by me. Of course, I cannot handle the new weapons used by the Esper community." "New weapons?" Shinbei queried. The shopkeeper chuckled. "You know? Those firearms that utilize crystal cores as kinetic energy to unleash power." "Oh," Shinbei replied, maintaining a calm exterior while his heart surged with astonishment. Esper users also wield firearms? Furthermore, ones that surpassed his understanding. He longed for the opportunity to witness such marvels. "How much?" Shinbei asked, fiddling with the revolver. The shopkeeper replied honestly, "This antique is yours for free, but you must order no less than 300 bullets, costing 50 crystal cores." Shinbei rummaged through his pockets, finding only 6 crystal cores remaining. He then set down 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat. "I don't have that much for now. Can this be considered a part of my deposit?" The shopkeeper stroked his chin. "Show me your residence permit." Shinbei produced the original owner's permit. After inspecting it closely and noting the information, the shopkeeper remarked, "Ah, an old resident." After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "For the 20 pounds of corrupted wolf meat, I can only value it at 4 crystal cores. I can manufacture 300 bullets for you, but you will owe me 80 crystal cores in total. Don't think me unscrupulous. I'm being quite charitable. To be blunt, if you were to perish in the wasteland tomorrow, how would I pursue you in hell for the crystal cores?" The interest was indeed steep. Yet, the shopkeeper's concerns were not unfounded. When one dies, all debts are rendered null. Under normal circumstances, 50 crystal cores would yield 300 bullets, equating to 6 bullets per crystal core. In the wasteland, should fortune favor him, he could slay a ferocious beast within 3 shots and earn 1 crystal core in return. The overall yield appeared promising. Shinbei nodded, agreed. After reaching an understanding, they pinned an IOU. The shopkeeper rummaged through the bullet schematics and headed to the workshop, stating, "Come back in an hour to collect." Shinbei then sat on the ground, disassembling the revolver and reassembling it. Revolver LV155. It seemed Shinbei had discerned a pattern. As long as he acquired new weaponry, the number of detachable components would nearly guarantee a level up, barring the clock. Upgrade. The revolver LV2010, with no bullets, a slightly jammed cylinder, and an unresponsive pawl, yet possessing intact rifling and great lethality, is indeed operational, though caution is advised regarding the jamming, especially during continuous fire when one must observe the pawl's functioning status. Success. The trigger, which had been malfunctioning, is now operational. It has transformed from unusable to functional. Such is the impact of an upgrade. Exhilarating. Shinbei, grasping the weighty revolver, rummaged for sandpaper and began to meticulously polish and oil it. Soon, an almost brand new revolver emerged before his eyes. This firearm possesses a distinctive appearance, showcasing a gray-black hue reminiscent of a small pistol wielded by extraterrestrials in a science fiction film. At that moment, Shinbei also discovered a bullet engraved with intricate patterns on the table. Curiously, he inquired with the proprietor about its significance. The owner candidly replied, "It's something crafted by a mysterious side ability user, purportedly capable of enhancing bullet power, though I remain skeptical." What's the difference from blessing the revolver? Shinbei merely acknowledged this without further contemplation, pocketing the bullet for later investigation. Seizing the opportunity during the bullet processing, Shinbei ventured deeper into the shelter. Before long, he arrived at a site adorned with a gear emblem. Inside, numerous ability users were diligently at work. As Shinbei entered, he beheld individuals transforming chunks of iron ore directly into metal. Following this, Others molded the metal into various shapes, including firearm components and an array of incomprehensible items. Shinbei's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is the true essence of ability users, the most rational development and utilization of productivity. Who are you looking for? An elderly man, observing Shinbei warily from behind a fence, inquired. Shinbei replied candidly, I wish to customize a piece of equipment. A customer. The elder chuckled. I am Chinanji, the supervisor here. Please, come in. Shinbei shook the elder's hand and followed him into the office. Now, what would you like to customize? Do you have any specific requirements? Chinanji's straightforward demeanor eschewed any pleasantries. After contemplating how to articulate his request suitably, Shinbei stated, I wish to design a portable mech. I am uncertain if it can be produced. Portable? A mech? Chinanji appeared momentarily taken aback, akin to the absurdity of shrinking an elephant to the size of a teddy bear. Surely you jest? Yet, instead of reacting with anger, he considered the proposition patiently, asking, what do you envision in terms of portability? Shinbei clarified his requirements. If possible, I would like it to collapse into a box that can be carried easily, and when needed, a simple press of a button would expand it into a form-fitting mech. Chinanji paused, astonished, gazing at Shinbei. Pray, how much would such a portable mech cost? Might I procure one for myself? Shinbei remained silent. Chinanji continued, young man, what era do you think this is? With the emergence of numerous ability users, what use is a colossal mech? Simply the energy demands would be unsustainable. We are not a factory of black technology. You have come to the wrong place. An Esper, engaged in the transformation of or into metal, scoffed and could not help but burst into laughter. Shinbei, undeterred by the situation, merely sought to test the abilities of these individuals, curious to discover whether they possessed any extraordinary powers capable of crafting such wondrous artifacts. Realizing that they could not produce what he desired, he lowered his expectations. How about a form-fitting battle suit instead? You have set your sights even higher than that of a mech. Chinanji nearly leapt from his seat. Shinbei pursed his lips. What can you create then? My requirement is for it to be as streamlined as possible, with portability as the primary focus. Chapter 9. Custom-made battle armor. Shinbei's inquiry was evidently fraught with contradictions. How could one expect a form-fitting battle armor to be minimalist? Such a creation would necessitate a multitude of components and modules, including exoskeletons, armor skins, and power modules, all of which would be intricately precise and complex in their construction. Chinanji stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, in fact, our research institute has indeed attempted to design battle armor. Despite the presence of espers, we have our fair share of ordinary individuals. Equipping them could yield significant combat capabilities. Moreover, with the unique materials shaped by espers, combined with a crystal core, it is theoretically feasible to design a form-fitting battle suit. Upon hearing the mention of theoretically, Shinbei sensed impending disappointment. They may have attempted it, but it was clear they had abandoned the endeavor. He tentatively inquired, to what extent can you achieve the battle armor you envision? Director Chen pondered for a moment, gently stroking his chin as he replied, without delving into the specifics of our research, the question is whether you actually want it. Shinbei nodded. If he were not interested, there would be no reason to waste time. For 1,000,000 crystal cores, I could provide you with a battle suit that disregards both cost and manpower, he stated. Shinbei retorted, frankly, that jest is far from amusing. He cleared his throat. Director Chun, you truly have a sense of humor. Chinanji shrugged with an awkward smile. If I had that much money, I would simply purchase a fighter jet. Indeed, with such a sum, he could acquire 10 fighter jets. Director Chen sighed. Continuing, powered armor has been a long-standing subject of our research. Since the world's transformation, with the advent of various new materials and energy sources, our progress has significantly accelerated. Yet we remain some distance from achieving functional powered armor. What is the missing link? Shinbei inquired with curiosity. Well, a nearby technician quickly cleared his throat. Mind your own business. I know what should be said and what should not. Focus on your work. Director Chen shot a glare at the technician before addressing Shinbei. The deficiency lies in the power aspect. Our powered armor struggles to support rapid movement. It is challenging to make heavy armor run like a human, unless one employs crystal cores as the energy source without concern for cost. The consumption is simply too great and not worth the return. Shinbei's interest was piqued. I wonder how much the armor you have developed weighs. And what is its size? 1 ton, standing at 2.5 meters tall, humanoid in form, Director Chen replied. To ensure its impact resistance, we have utilized the lightest materials possible. This is the lightest we can achieve. Upon hearing this, Shinbei's eyes brightened. If we utilize ordinary materials, could we further reduce the weight? Team Leader Chun replied with an odd look. If you do not require any defensive capabilities, many modules could indeed be omitted, and more affordable materials could be utilized. However, to be frank, purchasing such an armor would be a waste. With such poor material quality, it would merely be a facade. It is prone to wear and tear, and you wouldn't even need an enemy to damage it. It could deteriorate after just a few uses. Shinbei contemplated for a moment and inquired, what level of performance can this powered armor achieve? What is the price? Team Leader Chun, you guessed correctly. I merely wish to experience the sensation of wearing powered armor, fulfilling a childhood aspiration. As for its combat efficacy, it is of little concern. Even with ample funds, I do not wish to squander them. Team Leader Chun was momentarily speechless, but eventually stated, this powered armor can allow you to run, weighing about 100 kilograms. But that is the extent of its capabilities. It may not even be faster than your own running speed. As for the cost, he calculated in his mind. If you only desire an exterior shell without weaponry, I could construct it for you with 1,000 essence cores. And we could assemble it immediately. 1,000 cores. Shinbei pondered and then asked, are the materials you intend to use bulletproof? What if we forego the bulletproof materials? Even against handgun bullets, I envision something akin to Iron Man. I only require a facade that is functional. The essential features, such as the limb propulsion engines, need only be present. Performance is secondary. By the way, I also desire a camouflage color. Are you attempting to acquire technology for yourself? Team Leader Chun regarded Shinbei with suspicion. In this era, there are countless bizarre abilities. His assembly room is filled with similar individuals possessing powers but lacking any combat capability, yet they can create astonishing value. Ah, you've seen through me. Shinbei responded with a playful demeanor. My usual pastime involves dismantling remote controls and alarm clocks. I simply wish to see if I can modify the powered armor, pushing my own limits. Follow me to the laboratory. I can assemble what you desire right on the spot, Team Leader Chun stated, shaking his head in disbelief. As he had hoped for a lucrative opportunity. Ultimately, it was just an exterior shell, which made the task considerably simpler. However, Shinbei did not follow Chunonji out. Chunonji tilted his head and asked, what's the matter? Feeling somewhat awkward, Shinbei initially intended to confess his temporary inability to pay for the armor. Yet, as the words formed on his lips, he refrained from speaking. He almost jeopardized everything. Shinbei thought to himself that if he openly admitted his lack of funds, Chunonji would undoubtedly expel him. In the future, affluent patrons would ignore him, or prices would rise. It would be wiser to have Chunonji manufacture the item first. This way, aside from selling it to him, Chunonji would have no other choice. With this plan in mind, Shinbei smiled and said, it's nothing. Let us proceed. Once on the platform, I need to scan your body data, as height and physique are crucial. Otherwise, the fit may not be comfortable. Upon arriving at the newly established laboratory, Team Leader Chun operated a computer and then pointed to a nearby platform. Shinbei hesitated briefly before stepping onto the platform. He observed as 8 infrared cameras descended from above, scanning his body from top to bottom. All set. Team Leader Chun continued to operate the computer for a few more minutes, after which the adjacent 3D printer sprang to life, swiftly sifting through materials. Under Shinbei's astonished gaze, various component modules were rapidly printed, with many made of plastic alongside the essential parts. Some components, however, could not be produced by the 3D printer and required the shaping abilities of a specialized individual to mold iron sheets into spheres, which were then stretched into the corresponding parts. This fusion of technology and mystical powers opened Shinbei's eyes to new possibilities. Team Leader Chun seemed eager to convey something as he picked up the components, meticulously checking the data, and showed Shinbei, as if to say, if you desire a crispy exterior, I shall craft a true crispy battle armor for you. Nevertheless, Shinbei did not express any disdain. After all, he could upgrade it. As he watched in wonder, a dozen mechanical arms sprang into action, commencing the automatic assembly. Was technology in this world already so advanced? At least in terms of artificial intelligence, it surpassed the Earth he had known before his journey. Can I assemble it myself? He inquired eagerly. Though it was the most rudimentary version, it was still a sophisticated high-tech product, and he lacked the confidence to disassemble and reassemble it himself. Chapter 10. Are you trying to frustrate me? Team Leader Chun paused, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. You wish to assemble it yourself? This armor, even stripped of many modules, consists of thousands of parts. The mechanical arms can complete assembly in mere minutes, but it would take a human several hours. Are you certain you want to do it yourself? Indeed, I wish to assemble it myself, but I hope you can provide me with an assembly sequence, Shinbei replied. If you lack knowledge of powered armor, even with an instructional video, you might still falter. A single missing screw could prevent it from functioning, Team Leader Chun cautioned. Could you guide me? Shinbei asked. I can, but my time is valuable. Team Leader Chun hesitated, contemplating for a moment before saying, I can only provide you with an assembly video. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Shinbei nodded in agreement. No problem. Chunonji shrugged, relieved but muttering to himself. I truly don't understand. If you manage to learn the technique, I'll eat this computer. Even if you learn to assemble it. Without understanding its principles, you won't be able to manufacture various components. Team leader Chen shook his head in exasperation and instructed the mechanical arms to disassemble the recently assembled module, then controlled them to place the newly printed parts on the assembly table. "Come over, let us begin," Shinanji said before leaving the assembly station to tend to his own experiments on the other side of the lab. Shinbei rubbed his hands together and opened the assembly video on the computer. He diligently followed along, attempting to assemble the parts. Without the automated mechanical arms, manual assembly indeed took longer, but Shinbei did not mind. Every moment was an opportunity for experience points. As Shinbei assembled each module into a component, he accumulated experience points. Gradually, these points added up like grains of sand forming a mound. Time passed, and after a full 3 hours, he successfully assembled a power armor resembling Iron Man, albeit in a camouflage hue. This suit stood at a modest height of 2 meters, perhaps due to the removal of numerous modules. Upon securing the final piece, a flicker of white light, visible only to Shinbei, illuminated the armor. The data of the power armor materialized before him. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1000, an utterly impractical battle suit, incapable of combat, offering no defense, and devoid of offensive capabilities. Perhaps it could be worn during festive occasions to enhance the celebratory atmosphere. Shinbei's lips twitched. The prefix pseudo was telling, clearly indicating that this contraption was merely a plastic toy. Nevertheless, he felt a surge of excitement. Having just assembled it, he was now poised to level up his experience points. With upgrade data available, he sensed no immediate concerns. However, he refrained from upgrading at that moment, as group leader Chun was still present in the lab, and he wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Chun leader hesitated to even refer to this creation as power armor, instead describing it as, "It possesses all the functionalities you desire, albeit in a severely diminished capacity. Weighing approximately 20 pounds, it is fragile. Forget about bulletproofing. It's likely to be sliced open by an ordinary person wielding a knife. The most valuable component is the energy converter located on the chest. It is best not to engage in combat while wearing this, or you may find yourself in dire straits." Rest assured, Shinbei grinned. Chun leader took a crystal core, manually opened the energy compartment of the armor's chest, and placed the core inside. In the next moment, the armor's eyes illuminated. "All right, you may step inside." After pressing a button on the exterior of the energy compartment, the front half of the armor contracted, allowing it to accommodate a person. As Shinbei entered, positioning his limbs and head, the armor sealed itself around him. He soon realized he could seemingly control the armor with his thoughts. It appeared to incorporate a rudimentary neural link technology, enabling him to manipulate its functions through sheer will. He was taken aback. The presence of such neural link technology indicated that the world's advancements in science were indeed impressive. However, given the armor's severely limited functionalities, the ventilation system was inadequate. "You should open the visor, otherwise you may risk suffocation," cautioned Chun leader. "Understood," Shinbei thought, and the visor gradually retracted to reveal his face. Albeit with a sluggish speed due to insufficient power, he attempted to move and discovered it felt as though he were encased in a heavy shell. Although the armor was lightweight, allowing for reasonable mobility, it seemed to lack any additional propulsion. Immediately afterward, he tested the engine functions of his limbs and discovered that both his palms and soles could indeed emit light particles. However, the thrust was barely perceptible. Furthermore, concealed shooting ports were located at both shoulder joints, each capable of holding 10 rounds of handgun ammunition, but the power was negligible, best not to even attempt it, as it was practically useless. All the desired features were present, yet, as anticipated, it was merely a facade. One had to rely on their own strength to propel it. Nevertheless, the joints were sufficiently agile, theoretically allowing for increased speed if one's strength was considerable, albeit at the risk of wearing out the components. Team leader Chen shook his head in resignation. The crystal core lasts for a mere 3 minutes. Once depleted, you must replace it yourself. This energy converter is also a stripped-down version, leading to substantial energy waste. Shinbei slowly widened his eyes. Only 3 minutes? He thought, aghast. The duration was far too short, and he felt embarrassed to voice it, fearing it might lead to misunderstandings. However, Shinbei soon stumbled upon an unexpected delight. Just moments prior, after donning the battle armor, he noticed a flicker of text in his peripheral vision. Pseudo battle armor. Experience points 1. Could it be that wearing it for just a minute granted him experience? Elation surged within him. If that were the case, the rate of experience acquisition from this powered armor was far more accessible than that of a handgun. Shinbei deduced that experience could only be gained once per assembly of any item. To accrue further experience, one must actively utilize that item, for instance, firing a weapon. Yet, discharging a firearm required ammunition and the necessity of hitting a target or a ferocious beast. This was precisely why Shinbei had emptied his magazine while targeting his teammate during training. Only successful hits would yield experience. In contrast, The acquisition of experience from this armor proved astonishingly convenient. As long as he wore it, he would continue to gain experience. Wasn't he that splendid? At that moment, Shinonji remarked, "All right, as per your request, the armor is complete. 1,000 crystal cores, please make the payment." Shinbei exited the armor, grinning sheepishly. "I don't have that many crystal cores right now." "What? Unable to pay?" Shinonji's lips twitched. He could discern that Shinbei was likely a resident of the lower tiers. Had it not been for the absence of any foul odor about him, he would not have entertained Shinbei at all. But what business did he have discussing matters with someone who lacked funds? Now that this contraption has been created, you tell me you have no money? Who am I supposed to sell it to? Can I defer payment for now? Shinbei inquired cautiously. "I am a long-standing resident of Shelter 36. Shinonji shot him a sidelong glance, his face turning an irate shade of green. Chapter 11. The Emergence of the Abomination. A rampage, Shinbei departed the research facility amid Shinonji's grumbling. Though displeased, Shinonji granted him a 10-day grace period. Should he fail to present 1,000 crystal cores within that time frame, the toy would be destroyed. However, Shinbei felt assured that Shinonji would never destroy it, as it represented potential profit. Besides selling it to him, others wouldn't even glance at it, and selling it for scraps was simply unacceptable. Shinonji had no other options. Returning to the armory, the proprietor had prepared 300 rounds of ammunition. Shinbei expressed his gratitude repeatedly as he collected them. By the end of this day, Shinbei found himself burdened with a mountain of debt. However, he felt no pressure, for his cheat was his greatest means of survival. Ultimately, he used the remaining strips of meat to procure additional sniper ammunition. As dusk settled, Shinbei returned to his rented accommodation. The nights in this world offered little in terms of entertainment, merely gambling, bars, and brothels, all of which held no appeal for him. He could only gaze vacantly at the setting sun. At that moment, in the wilderness, numerous residents were hastening toward the shelter. Some carried coal from the mines. Others bore ore, while still others gathered wild fruits from the dense forest. Suddenly, in the farthest reaches of Shinbei's vision, a line appeared on the horizon. Abruptly, several ominous black plumes erupted into the sky like smoke signals, forming 7 towering columns, as if to pierce the heavens. Within these thick, dark columns, countless sinister faces coalesced from the swirling black mist. Shinbei's heart raced as he focused on the sight. He exclaimed in alarm, "Evil spawn." At that instant, a piercing alarm blared throughout the shelter. The residents craned their necks, gazing westward, the cacophony of voices rising. "Run, everyone. The evil spawn is coming. Damn it. This is the hellhound toxic smoke spawn. Is it still active?" According to records, the last appearance annihilated an entire city of 1 million people. None survived. For heaven's sake, you who have yet to enter the safe zone, what are you waiting for? Drop everything and flee. Damn it. Are you fools? Why carry your belongings while running? In that moment, those still within 500 meters of the Titan shelter, upon hearing the alarm, turned to see the horrifying evil spawn. Terrified, their legs turned to jelly as they fled toward the shelter, abandoning their hard-earned ore and wild fruits. The entire wasteland descended into chaos due to the sudden emergence of the evil spawn. The inhabitants of the shelter rallied, shouting encouragement to those yet outside. Suddenly, from the 7 plumes of smoke, a mass of black vapor surged forth, coalescing into a monstrous face the size of a football field. Racing toward them with its cavernous maw agape, teeth bared, and an echoing, malevolent laugh carried on the wind. The fierce gusts of air were so powerful they scattered the very people, let alone the smoke. Yet, this dark mass remained intact, resembling a true demon. A sight that left Shinbei aghast. Where the smoke swirled, darkness enveloped the land, and the sun and moon were obscured. Those who lagged behind inhaled a breath of the toxic smoke, and instantly blood streamed from their orifices, their bodies appearing to be drained of bones, transforming into a puddle of flesh. In the blink of an eye, this flesh seemed to bubble like boiling water, bursting with a loud pop into a mist of blood. At that moment, one resident, face twisted in horror and rage, while fleeing, drew a rifle and turned to fire. As the bullet pierced through the black smoke, it erupted into a cascade of sparks. Yet, it was utterly incapable of resisting the relentless advance of the malevolent entity. "Ah no, help me, pull me back." The black smoke continued to engulf humanity, each burst of crimson mist resembling a tragic, yet beautiful fireworks display in the darkness. Among these desperate souls was an extraordinary individual, traversing the chaos with agility. His aura swirled around him, and within a 3-meter radius, purple lightning crackled and flickered. With a deft flick of his thumb, a blade of thunder cleaved the air, sweeping through the heavens and earth, stirring the sun and moon, as a powerful current surged through the void. Aiming directly at the malevolent entity, a flash of thunder resounded across the sky. Shinbei shook his head. Despite the ferocity of the extraordinary one's assault, the black smoke was the embodiment of evil. Although the thunderous blade struck true, it inflicted no harm. Nonetheless, the extraordinary individual possessed a physical prowess far superior to that of an ordinary person. He sprinted with remarkable speed, not forgetting to seize a few lagging residents and carry them along in his flight. Ultimately, once all the residents had entered the protective confines of the Titan's sanctuary, they collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, some even coughing up blood. As the black smoke malevolence approached within 500 meters of the Titan, it encountered an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Inside the sanctuary, the residents erupted into a cacophony of discussions. How many lives were lost this time? I roughly estimated, and it was around 30. Damn this wretched world. There was no choice. Once Titan halted, it would provide us with an opportunity to gather supplies. If we did not venture out for resources, everyone would go hungry. The problem was the sanctuary's poor location, too far from the mines. Sighing, it wasn't long before the black smoke malevolence drifted past Sanctuary 36 and vanished into the east. The malevolence arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a desolate plain dotted with crimson pits. The residents had long grown accustomed to the cycle of life and death. In mere moments, they resumed their activities. Some played cards, others drank. Shinbei sat within his humble abode, witnessing the fragility of life firsthand, momentarily lost in thought. I must grow stronger. Even stronger. Not only must I vanquish the malevolence, but I must also outrun it. The recent events had profoundly impacted Shinbei. To put it bluntly, if he were to encounter the malevolence in the wilderness, he would undoubtedly be unable to escape. Thus, upgrading his battle armor became an urgent necessity. Tomorrow, he would venture out to hunt, striving to collect 1,000 crystal cores and procure the battle armor. Once dawned, Shinbei was confident that he would soon evolve into a formidable armored hero. As the sun finally set, darkness enveloped the land, and the stars sparkled brilliantly in the night sky, resembling countless diamonds embedded in the firmament. Shinbei blinked, feeling drowsy. Before retiring for the night, he secured a metal wire at the door as an alarm. Then, with a slight tilt of his head, he succumbed to slumber. This was his first night of sleep in this world. Shinbei experienced a peculiar dream, in which he transformed into a colossal spaceship, tirelessly processing vast amounts of data and repairing the vessel. Yet, he could not repair the continuously damaged parts of himself. In the superbrain data, a red alert blared. In the midst of slumber, a signal emanated from the depths of Shinbei's consciousness. Like a high-speed computer, dozens of data points were instantaneously transmitted throughout his body, causing his form to inexplicably shift 30 centimeters to the side. Suddenly, he sat upright, his left hand gripping the revolver, which he swiftly thrust against the intruder's chin. This sequence of actions was executed with such swiftness that Shinbei's eyes only fully opened when the gun was aligned with the target. In the darkness, his pupils glimmered with a faint light. Shinbei was momentarily taken aback. When had he raised the gun and sat up? Was it an uncontrollable reflex? In an instant, he realized there was an uninvited guest. Who are you? Shinbei demanded in a low voice. With a deliberate modulation, his soft tone acquired an additional hint of magnetism. Yet the rugged revolver stood in stark contrast to this gentle, fluid voice. Chapter 12. The intruder, excessively violent awakening from his slumber, Shinbei reacted almost instinctively, his brain not yet processing the signals from his limbs. His revolver was already raised. The imposing weapon in Shinbei's grasp, with its formidable size, elongated barrel, and intimidating black muzzle, left no doubt that within any range, it possessed sufficient power to reduce even the mightiest armored bear's skull to mere pulp. This was not a weapon to be wielded by the ordinary man. Its fierce recoil rivaled the firepower of ancient war machines. To fire this gun single-handedly, even if the first shot did not result in a broken or fractured wrist, the subsequent recoil would significantly shift the aim, thereby increasing the time and precision required for follow-up shots. However, at this moment, the savage revolver was already positioned against the intruder's jaw, rendering the issue of aiming moot. Even if firing it were to fracture Shinbei's wrist, such damage would only occur after the intruder's head had been reduced to a cloud of fragments. The head beneath the gun appeared fragile and insubstantial. Whether it was this exceedingly domineering revolver or the most ordinary handgun, either could easily penetrate her skull. Yet, few could easily pull the trigger, especially after catching sight of the intruder's visage. Almost all men would hesitate to make the decision to shoot at first glance. For she was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, seemingly not yet 20 years of age. In an era marred by widespread hardship, a woman's actual age often belied her appearance. She might be merely 18, or even younger. With chestnut short hair and a healthy, sun-kissed complexion, her sensuous lips were adorned with an odd shade of purplish gray, and her large, bright eyes were fixed intently on Shinbei. In those eyes flickered a mix of panic, excitement, and anticipation. The girl wore a short leather jacket, with a neckline plunging low, and the hemline barely traced the contours of her ample bosom and flawless waist, as if no other layers shielded her beneath the leather. The lower half of her body was adorned with a pair of snug denim jeans, tightly encasing her ample, perky posterior and her long, powerful legs. As if they were a second skin, the young woman possessed not only exceptional beauty and a graceful figure, but also radiated a vigorous vitality and surplus energy, evident from the intoxicating scent of alcohol that clung to her. Clearly, the alcohol had sent her nervous system into a state of heightened excitement, fixated on the pursuit of thrill and exhilaration, while rendering her numb to the looming specter of life and death before her. Despite the firearm precariously dangling just beneath her chin, her alcohol-dulled gaze remained transfixed on Shunbei's captivating eyes and the hand gripping the gun. Shunbei's hands, impeccably clean, with their fluid lines and delicate skin, made the young woman's self-proclaimed exquisite hands appear dull in comparison. A flicker of lethal intent passed through Shunbei's eyes as he noticed the metallic wire that had fallen to the ground. This woman had managed to bypass his alarm trap while inebriated. His long finger, resting on the trigger, slightly tightened. With just a bit more pressure, he could unleash a thunderous shot. The young woman finally sensed the gravity of the situation, her expression sharpening in an instant, fear beginning to spread within her. Shunbei maintained his aim, rising to his feet. Any tremor of his finger could transform her beautiful visage into a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. The gun pressed firmly against her, compelling her to rise onto her toes, maintaining a pose that only a ballet dancer could achieve. Any slight movement could precipitate an accidental discharge. Yet, in this critical moment, Shunbei made an unexpected move. He roughly conducted a search of her person, ensuring she posed no threat. She dared not move, allowing fear and tension to envelop her, sweat beginning to silently trickle down her cheeks and neck. The young woman grimaced in pain, and at last, Shunbei's search came to a temporary halt. He stepped back and holstered his firearm. Confirming that she was unarmed and her intoxication was genuine with no apparent malice, he asked in a low voice, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The young woman's eyes ignited with fervent fire as she replied, "My name is Bai Luo. I thought you were incredibly cool when you emerged from the shower. I've been here many times before, yet I never noticed you. By the way, I'm quite skilled at picking locks." Shunbei was no stranger to such circumstances. In this era of rampant violence, women often found themselves in a precarious position due to physiological and physical disadvantages, with many resorting to their bodies to secure basic survival necessities like food and water. Given Bai Luo's youth and beauty, she could indeed survive through such means. But to achieve a better life, one must possess formidable skills that provide tangible value to their sanctuary. As a former mercenary and a present-day hunter in the wasteland, Shunbei was well-versed in the nature of money, violence, women, and trade. However, the situation before him seemed to deviate from his principles. As it encroached upon certain boundaries, he was reluctant to compromise. "I have no money left. At present, Shunbei finds himself devoid of any crystal core, his resources having long since been reduced to mere bullets and rent expenses, leaving him with nothing but a single pound of meat strips. Clearly, the value of this young girl exceeds such a paltry sum. The flames of desire in her eyes blazed even more fiercely as she suddenly pounced upon him like a mother leopard. The force of her action pinning Shunbei to the bed. Breathing heavily, she tore at his clothing with fervor, her voice a mingling of longing and low growls. "This time, no payment. You searched so ruthlessly just now. Hurry and give it to me now." Yet, Shunbei once more pressed his revolver against her chin, lifting her gaze. "I have many matters to attend to tomorrow. I must conserve my strength." The girl, nearly bare, was driven to madness by the abrupt shift from fervor to coldness, yet was compelled to retreat under the pressure of the firearm. Clutching her clothes, she watched helplessly as the door slammed shut before her, locking her out. Shunbei sat upright on the edge of the bed, the gun resting across his knee. Outside, he heard her seething, desperate threat. "Shunbei, one day, I will violate you." Chapter 13. Revenge cannot wait until morning with the dawn breaking. Shunbei extracted the meat strips, tearing them piece by piece, washed down with small sips of water. He then slung a Barrett sniper rifle over his shoulder and tucked his revolver into his waistband, placing bullets into a satchel. With a small pack on his back, he stepped outside. The landlord regarded him with a knowing look, revealing a wide grin of yellowed teeth. "Heading out?" Shunbei nodded. "Young man, don't lose heart. What's the deal with the 3-second warrior? Just focus on quick problem solving," the landlord remarked, his words perplexing. Initially, Shunbei struggled to grasp his meaning. But after a moment, he responded with surprise, "You know?" "Ah," the landlord chuckled. "Girls sometimes come out looking for work, but I think this one lacks professionalism." "Is that so?" Shunbei replied. "You noticed how reluctant she was to accept payment." "Of course she was unwilling," he explained. "I wasn't soliciting." The landlord nodded knowingly. "No wonder she stormed out in a huff." Shunbei waved him off and departed. Instead of heading directly into the wasteland, Shunbei veered toward the mission hall. Here, A bulletin board displayed the supplies sought by the shelter or temporary jobs from other employers. Typically, tasks requiring special abilities were plentiful, as the combat prowess of those with powers far surpassed that of ordinary armed individuals. Despite being officially termed a shelter, it was quite expansive, more akin to a small town. This was not considering the adjoining Titanwell house. Shelter 36 was medium-sized, with an estimated population of around 90,000. Larger shelters could accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 inhabitants. Thus, when the Titan came to a halt, a myriad of employment opportunities arose. Navigating through the crowd, Shinbei glanced at the board. Numerous tasks awaited, many involving mining or timber harvesting, jobs that did not necessitate combat with ferocious beasts, prioritizing safety instead. There is a long-term mission issued by the General of the Sanctuary, which entails gathering intelligence on the advancing direction of the Titan. This task is seldom undertaken, for it requires one to stay ahead of the Titan, whose path remains entirely beyond human control, meandering as it pleases. What may appear to be a straight trajectory today could very well take an unexpected turn by tomorrow. When the scouts return, you may seek the sanctuary, only to find it shrouded in silence. Nonetheless, this mission holds a certain significance. Above the wasteland lies a multitude of colossal urban ruins, inhabited by various cunning and ruthless mutated creatures, aberrants, and ferocious beasts. Such threats are not to be underestimated, yet the sanctuary's psychics are far from inept. The sole concern arises when the Titan enters the ruins, as it generates a tremendous angle of overturn and jarring vibrations. The sanctuary must fortify its structures in advance, while the trailing wheeled dwellings must unfasten their ties and maneuver in circles. This is an immense undertaking that naturally necessitates prior warnings. Each passage through the ruins has led to the demise of many. Shinbei glanced at the mission board and focused on a specific task: to explore an abandoned coal mine and ascertain whether ferocious beasts had taken residence, offering a reward of 30 crystalline cores. Should there be beasts present and they be eradicated, the reward would escalate to 200 cores. In truth, the underground world is ill-suited for snipers. The dense urban architecture and vast expanse of the surface cities, along with the mountains and forests, serve as their true sanctuaries. Yet, the allure of this reward was simply too enticing. Typically, the mines atop the wasteland have been thoroughly exploited. If the Sanctuary 36 were to pass today, Sanctuary 30 might very well traverse the same route tomorrow, rummaging through the nearby mines. The likelihood of beasts residing within was minimal. Shinbei discreetly noted the location of this task before turning to exit the mission hall. Suddenly, a figure obstructed his path. Shinbei, is it? Upon hearing this, Shinbei slowly raised his gaze. The man before him donned a leather combat suit, strikingly different from the attire of regular troops. His shirt was half unbuttoned, revealing a chest adorned with hair and well-defined muscles. His eagle-like nose, paired with deep gray eyes, endowed him with a formidable and charismatic presence. This visage bore a resemblance to that of the Hawk Dragon. Recalling the original owner's memories, Shinbei recognized him as Hawk Eagle, one of the combat psychics from Sanctuary 36. Why have you returned alone? Where is my brother, Hawk Dragon? Hawk Eagle inquired, his tone grave and his gaze unfriendly. Shinbei shook his head. I am unaware. They abandoned me midway, and thus I returned. Hawk Eagle's expression turned skeptical, his disbelief evident. They abandoned you? Indeed. Is there a problem with that? Humph. Hawk Eagle's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening as a flicker of wrath crossed his eyes. The direction you were tasked to explore should have only contained feral wolves, a creature of little danger. How could they have discarded you like a burden? Shinbei, disinclined to engage in further discourse, retorted, then go ask your brother. I shall inquire of no one. Xiao Ying's temper flared explosively. What on earth is happening? You better explain yourself clearly. Where's my brother? Shinbei reiterated, I don't know. After speaking, he brushed past Xiao Ying. As a first-tier ability user, Shinbei was unyielding in a direct confrontation, as long as he was not ambushed. Firearms still held considerable threat and advantage, especially the kind of weapon in Shinbei's hands, which could be upgraded. Xiao Ying's gaze intensely followed Shinbei's retreating figure, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. He could not trust a single punctuation mark of Shinbei's words. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Ying's eyes flickered. He left the shelter, heading in the direction where Xiao Long had undertaken his mission. Damn it, if my brother is alive, you, Shinbei, will be fine. If anything happens to him, you will pay with your life. Xiao Ying's expression was one of grim determination. Concealed in the shadows, Shinbei watched as Xiao Ying's silhouette faded away, squinting slightly. Once he laid eyes upon Xiao Long's corpse, it would be abundantly clear that he would become a prime suspect. After all, it was the populace that fell to bullets. Savage beasts did not wield firearms. In the future, Xiao Ying would lurk in the shadows while he remained in the light, and at any moment, vengeance could be unleashed. Shinbei gritted his teeth, momentarily dismissing the notion of the mission, and decided to follow. He needed to find an optimal position to ambush Xiao Ying and eliminate him, ensuring no future threats remained. In this world, even a second's delay in vengeance could lead to a lifetime of regret. An hour later, Shunbei set out, the scorching rays of the sun mercilessly baking the earth. Yet, his heavy cloak shielded him from the blinding light. He did not walk swiftly, but maintained a steady pace, eventually halting at the ruins of a solitary house after 3 hours. After meticulously inspecting the half-roofed villa to ensure no lethal creatures lurked within, nor any nests of large carnivorous beasts like armored bears, Shunbei finally relaxed. This would suffice. He lay in ambush along Xiao Ying's inevitable return route. This was the grave he had chosen for him. What of ability users? It was simply a matter of kill or be killed. Chapter 14. Can bullets be upgraded? Shunbei sat in quiet solitude, awaiting his moment. Just as he closed his eyes to rest for a while, a thought struck him. He retrieved a bullet from his pocket. This bullet had been taken from the desk of the arms dealer at the shelter, adorned with intricate engravings. As his fingertip brushed over it, he could feel the uncanny texture of these patterns. They did not seem engraved, but rather inherent to the metal itself. However, upon closer examination, he could discern the shallow grooves etched into it, so faint they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, indicative of exquisite craftsmanship akin to that of high-precision machinery. Mystical side of ability users. In this world, ability users were broadly categorized into 2 types, combat and support. Combat abilities were formidable and indomitable. Theoretically, they could slay any beast or zombie, save for the malevolent entities. Additionally, the combat category bore many branches, common natural elements, gene expansion, and so forth. The auxiliary system, however, lacks formidable combat prowess, primarily focusing on enhancing the quality of life within the shelter and the necessary equipment. Yet, the mysterious aspect possesses an eerie quality. Certain individuals with mysterious abilities exhibit combat capabilities that rival those of the combat system. For instance, the manipulation of space and time. Conversely, some individuals with mysterious abilities can merely assist the combat system in augmenting its strength. At this moment, the intricately engraved bullet in Shunbei's possession is the creation of a practitioner from the mysterious side. The bullet's information now materializes at the corner of Shunbei's vision. Rifle bullet LV5, max level achieved. A consumable item. This bullet is inscribed with mysterious energy, capable of extending its range by 500 meters, significantly enhancing lethality and precision, and possessing formidable armor-piercing capabilities. If necessary, this bullet can alter its trajectory. Upon absorbing this information, Shunbei felt an overwhelming astonishment. A seemingly ordinary bullet, adorned with engravings, had undergone such a terrifying transformation. Merely the extension of its range could serve as a lethal deception against foes. The enemy may miscalculate the shooting distance, yet the bullet defies such limitations. And that is not all. The most astonishing aspect is its ability to alter its trajectory. Shunbei struggled to fathom how such a feat could be accomplished. Is it through a technique of gun trembling? Even in this bizarre world, once a bullet is fired, it should be beyond the shooter's control. Just then, a flash of insight illuminated Shunbei's mind. It seemed as though a divine force connected him to the bullet in his hand. Shunbei suddenly noticed a slight deviation of the bullet to the left within the palm of his hand, as if it were adjusting its direction to the right. He gasped in astonishment. So it is through the realm of consciousness that the bullet's trajectory can be altered. In essence, once this bullet is discharged, it can curve along its flight path according to the wielder's will. Shunbei felt a surge of exhilaration. Truly, the creations of practitioners from the mysterious side are accessible to anyone. He clicked his tongue, realizing that the owner of the gun shop had let a significant opportunity slip through his fingers. Consequently, Shunbei retrieved his own bullets, rummaging through his backpack until he unearthed an alloy file, less than 10 centimeters in length. He began to replicate the engravings on the bullet. Although Shunbei was not an ability wielder, he believed that by imitating the intricate designs, he could surely gain experience and eventually craft similar bullets. However, he soon realized that he had been overly hasty. The patterns on these peculiar bullets were quite complex, with some interwoven lines leaving him uncertain as to which should be drawn first. Simultaneously, due to his lack of experience, his precision was insufficient. Upon completing his initial attempt at engraving, the corner of his vision provided a notification. Rifle bullet LV-05. Surface scratched, but functionality remains unaffected. Shunbei sighed in disappointment. His efforts had been in vain. He needed to proceed with greater care, lifting his gaze to the desolate wilderness, devoid of any presence. He returned to his task of engraving with renewed focus. The sound of scratching resonated as Shunbei began to meticulously replicate the simplest of patterns. Experience 1, progress was evident. He pressed on. With the second incision, however, no experience points were gained. Undeterred, Shunbei continued his engraving. Experience 1. After accumulating 5 experience points, he realized the entire bullet had been exhausted of its sculptable surface. Yet, in comparison to a level 5 bullet, numerous lines remained uncarved, primarily due to the coarseness of his strokes. The spacing between the lines paled in comparison to that of the level 5 bullet. The tools were inadequate, and his technique required refinement, Shun Bei concluded. He then promptly upgraded the bullet. Rifle bullet LV2, 010, surface bears scratches, slightly increases shooting distance and damage. That was it. The results were tangible, yet they could not compare to a level 5 bullet. However, for Shun Bei, this was a monumental breakthrough, akin to discovering a new world. For someone like him, devoid of supernatural abilities and reliant solely on firearms, this was an immense boon. If only I had more precise tools, I could surely carve out a level 5 bullet. Without pausing, Shun Bei proceeded to attempt engraving the bullets for a revolver. In a short span, he completed the task. Revolver bullet LV1, 55, upgrade. Revolver bullet LV2, 05, disposable item, surface scratched, upon impact. This bullet will create an explosive effect, albeit at the cost of precision and range. Shun Bei frowned. The M500 revolver has a lethality radius of 250 meters and an effective range of 50 meters. After the enhancement, this bullet oddly suffered a reduction in both accuracy and range. Yet, Shun Bei paid it little mind. The loss in precision was beyond his concern, as he never intended to engage targets from more than 20 meters away when wielding the revolver. Calmly, Shun Bei continued to process the bullets, one after another, seemingly unfazed by monotony or fatigue. In the blink of an eye, a box of bullets was completed, each projectile bearing identical engravings, no different from what a precision machine would produce. Throughout this endeavor, all the bullets he had managed to carve were of levels 2 and 3, with none yet reaching completion. Shun Bei remained unhurried. Once he finished this task, he would seek out the enigmatic supernatural beings of this realm for further guidance. Carefully, Shun Bei stored the bullets and retrieved a second box, opening it with the same enthusiasm as before, undeterred by 2 hours of repetitive labor. His past experiences as a special forces soldier had taught him that patience was a prerequisite for survival. Shun Bei lifted his gaze once more to the outside world. Suddenly, on the distant wasteland, a figure emerged, carrying a corpse and advancing at a steady speed of approximately 30 miles per hour towards him. The hawk had returned. Shun Bei swiftly gathered his ammunition and tools, gripping the Barrett rifle firmly in his hands. In a flash, he chambered a modified round, then darted a few steps to the wall, peering through a narrow crevice into the outside world. Throughout this entire process, the only sound that escaped him was the metallic click of the rifle being loaded. At this moment, Shun Bei's rifle lacked any aiming apparatus. Yet this did not hinder his ability to execute a precise sniper shot. He squinted slightly to shield his eyes from the glare, cautiously observing the scene beyond. Being an expert in long-range shooting, he was acutely aware of what could betray his position. The target was drawing nearer. Shun Bei's rifle barrel slowly extended outward. Chapter 15. Sniper clash with the abilities user across the wasteland. The hawk, burdened by the lifeless body of his brother, the dragon, raced forward in a fit of rage. At that moment, he was consumed by fury, harboring a grim premonition of his brother's demise. To his utter shock, upon reaching the site of the incident, he discovered that not only had his comrades perished, but all had fallen victim to sniper fire. After examining each corpse, he realized that aside from Dragon's forehead, which bore the mark of a handgun bullet, the rest had been slain by sniper rifles. In an instant, the hawk connected the dots to Shun Bei's sniper rifle. It had to be him. He was responsible for the massacre. A twisted expression of fury contorted the hawk's face. Had he known this would transpire, he would have eliminated Shun Bei at dawn. He thought to himself that it was not too late. As long as Shun Bei appeared at Shelter 36, he would dispatch him without hesitation. An ordinary person's life was inconsequential to the Shelter's interests. With this thought, the hawk quickened his pace, leaping through the underbrush, driven by an urgent desire to return to the shelter. At that very moment, Shun Bei's eyes were fixed on the hawk's movements. The T-shaped reticle followed the slowly rotating barrel of his rifle, quickly locking onto the two legs that dashed through the vegetation. He intended to aim for the opponent's head or chest, but the dense foliage overhead obscured the target's upper body. The lower view was severely limited amidst the tangled undergrowth, revealing only the fleeting glimpse of the legs as they sprinted. The upper half of the hawk was positioned at such an angle that it was impossible to discern. Firing blindly at the head not only risked missing the target, but could also alert the hawk to his presence. This first shot was crucial. Slow down. Just a little more. Turn back and gaze upon your wicked kin. Shun Bei silently mouthed these words as soft blades of grass brushed against his cheek. With a sudden rush of opportunity, just as the hawk's legs came to an abrupt halt, awaiting the brain's command to shift direction, Shun Bei decisively squeezed the trigger. A sharp bullet erupted from the chamber, tearing through the obstructing foliage and racing towards its target. The projectile flew with remarkable speed, skimming the ground beneath the vegetation, creating a whistling line of fire. As the hawk prepared to lift his foot to run, the bullet struck his left ankle, shattering the protruding bone and sending him crashing to the ground like a galloping steed tripping over a tether. He fell forward, breaking his nose, losing a tooth, and splitting his lip, unable to evade the inevitable consequences of his misstep. Amidst the underbrush, a sudden commotion unfolded, only to quickly descend into silence. It was evident that the hawk, possessing a formidable combat awareness, remained unperturbed even after sustaining a gunshot wound. Instead, it exhibited remarkable composure, refraining from any unnecessary movements. As if it had vanished into the foliage. In a flash, Shunbei extracted the spent cartridge from the chamber of his rifle, his finger poised on the trigger, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the target through the scope. Upon meticulous inspection, he discerned a faint flaw, a hand protruding from the thicket, glaringly conspicuous amid the disarray of grass. With a swift motion, Shunbei's Barrett sniper rifle struck like a venomous serpent, delivering a lethal second bite to its prey. The bullet traversed the air, still warm from the previous shot, and shattered the exposed hand in an instant. Contrary to his expectations, no anguished cries echoed in response. Moreover, the obliterated hand exhibited no reflexive movements, resembling that of a lifeless corpse. A jolt of dread surged through Shunbei. This was the body of the Xionglang. His expression still etched with shock, he promptly grasped his sniper rifle and retreated behind a wall. Casting a glance around, he strained to hear the sounds of his surroundings. Shunbei was unequivocally certain that his first shot had struck the Xiongying's ankle. The second shot, however, had been a ruse, aimed at the carcass. Thus, the concealed Xionying had likely pinpointed his location and would attempt to flank him. Should he move left or right? Shunbei knew he had to reposition himself. In close quarters, he would be no match for the Xionying. With a calculated risk, he stealthily darted to the left, crawling low as he advanced. He made his way toward the Xionglan's body, intent on changing his position to catch the Xionying off guard when it revealed itself amidst the ruins. Perhaps even delivering a fatal headshot. Soon, he reached the rear of the Xionglan's corpse and set up his sniper rifle. Almost simultaneously, a shadow appeared at his original sniping position. It was none other than the Xionying. Shunbei's finger tightened on the trigger, and with resolute determination, he fired. The bullet flew from the chamber, soaring toward the heap of debris. This white streak darted through the dense undergrowth, vanishing in an instant. Sunlight and shadow danced rapidly upon the bullet's tip, ultimately causing a few blades of grass in the thick greenery to tremble slightly before it plunged into the depths of the ruins. A burst of crimson mist erupted from the rubble. Shunbei had believed this shot would be fatal. Although the Xionying was an ability user, it was merely a first-tier one, while his sniper rifle was third-tier and the bullet was second-tier. It should have been more than sufficient to incapacitate him. Yet, the next moment, the muzzle of a rifle emerged from the debris, unleashing a barrage of fire towards Shunbei's direction. The sound of gunfire resonated with a blend of impotent fury and indiscriminate shooting. Shunbei, agile in his movements, seized the Xionglan's body to shield himself from the onslaught of bullets, then swiftly rolled beneath a large tree. Just then, the gunfire ceased, followed by the Xionying's voice echoing from within the ruins. "Damn it, Shunbei. Is that you, Shunbei?" Shunbei was momentarily taken aback, gaining a fresh understanding of the capabilities of supernatural beings. Despite being shot twice, he still managed to speak. With a bold demeanor, Shunbei responded, "Indeed. It is wise to strike first. You wouldn't mind, would you? How dare you? You have killed my brother, and now you wish to take my life as well?" The venomous voice of the hawk echoed once more. "What is it? Do you still intend to kill me with firearms? I am a supernatural being. I suggest you surrender obediently, and I shall spare your miserable existence." At that moment, there was no room for empty threats. Shunbei, remaining at ease, continued. "Though supernatural beings possess great power, they are not invulnerable to bullets. If you dare to show yourself, I will shoot you right between the eyes. If you survive, I will willingly allow you to end my life. How does that sound?" The hawk fell silent. One must acknowledge that the power of a sniper rifle poses a significant threat to supernatural beings, particularly those of the first and second tiers, who are merely slightly stronger than ordinary humans. Only those who ascend to the third tier or above can disregard the threat of bullets. At present, the hawk's ankle had been severely injured, hampering his mobility. Having just taken another bullet to the shoulder, which remained lodged within his bone, he was on the verge of fainting from pain. Though he had not been fatally shot, his life was undeniably at risk, and he found himself in a perilously passive position. His supernatural ability enhanced his strength, meaning he could not engage in close combat, and was forced to endure blows. The hawk surveyed the terrain, feeling increasingly cornered. With his injured ankle, his speed had plummeted. Should Shunbei decide to circle him, it would only be a matter of time before he was played to death. What to do? The hawk squinted at his wounded ankle. Meanwhile, Shinbei was also contemplating his next move. He dared not approach the hawk too closely, should he be ensnared. It would take but a few exchanges for the hawk to obliterate him. Yet the hawk remained hidden behind the wall, refusing to reveal himself. If this stalemate continued, once the hawk's injury healed, it would be Shinbei who faced death. Contemplating this, Shinbei slowly retrieved a level 5 bullet. He took one last glance at its intricate design, imprinting it in his memory. Though reluctant, he resolutely loaded it into the chamber. Chapter 16. If pursued by a minor foe, one must retaliate. Shinbei could not afford to linger. Were he targeting an ordinary person, he would charge forward with his revolver in hand. But the hawk was a supernatural being. His recovery capabilities far surpassed those of mere mortals. Regardless of the cost, he had to seize this opportunity and claim the hawk's life while he was vulnerable. Thus, without hesitation, Shinbei loaded the level 5 bullet into the chamber. He acted decisively and fired. Bang! The bullet, swift as a finger, sliced through the delicate foliage at the edge of the stone pit, hurtling toward the ruins. In an instant, the hawk, hidden among the debris, scoffed. Firing indiscriminately? Behind him lay a wall impervious to bullets. A futile endeavor. At that moment, the hawk's mindset stabilized. He was prepared to endure. Whether Shinbei retreated, charged, or remained idle, victory would ultimately belong to him. Time was on his side. With a swift whoosh, the eagle-eyed observer witnessed a bullet streaking overhead, leaving behind a faint white trail. In the next breath, the observer's eye exploded with horror, his expression twisting into a grotesque mask of terror, oppression, and even despair. For he beheld the bullet, initially flying in a straight line, suddenly alter its trajectory as if it were drifting in the air, making a sharp turn and heading back towards him. What sorcery is this? The observer's visage turned a deep shade of violet, his gaze reflecting an unparalleled fear, an utterly terrifying sight. He had never witnessed such a nightmarish spectacle. It was simply beyond comprehension, impossible to fathom. No amount of reasoning could explain why the bullet fired by Shinbei would inexplicably curve. Could Shinbei be an extraordinary being, possessing the ability to manipulate bullets? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. Yet, the absurdity unfolded right before his eyes. The observer stood in shock. Meanwhile, Shinbei, upon connecting his consciousness to the level 5 bullet and firing it, experienced a miraculous phenomenon. He found himself able to share a visual connection with the bullet. As it grazed past the observer's head, Shinbei immediately directed the bullet to turn, its tip aimed at the astonished observer. Bang! The bullet struck with precision, penetrating the observer's right eye and exploding within his brain. The explosive force wreaked havoc on the observer's cerebral tissue. The skull erupted, spewing forth a mixture of red and white matter, akin to a boiling porridge, in a gruesome display. To Shinbei's eyes, it resembled a fountain of brain matter. He exhaled softly, having expended a precious level 5 bullet, yet successfully resolved the predicament. Would this not deter the younger ones from seeking revenge? Shinbei stowed away the Barrett rifle, slinging it across his back, and with a few agile leaps, he returned to the ruins. Crouching atop a crumbled wall, he gazed upon the observer's lifeless body, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. An extraordinary being indeed. He leapt down and began to rummage through the observer's pockets and satchel. There, he discovered an identity card for extraordinary beings, which elicited a twinge of envy. This card granted a substantial discount of at least 30% in all shelters, with some offering half-price deals. In contrast, ordinary individuals were fortunate to avoid price hikes. Aside from various trifles, the most valuable possession was the core crystal. Shinbei counted a total of 330 of them. The age-old adage of killing and plundering holds true across all realms. Such acts are the most lucrative of ventures. Shinbei converted the core crystals into his assets, took a pack of cigarettes, and discarded the rest of the items. After a brief meal of jerky and a few sips of water, he commenced his journey back. His figure glided like a specter, moving swiftly yet cautiously through the ruins. This world, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, was but a reflection of humanity's plight. Humans, fond of stable living environments, now found themselves in a relentless flight from malevolent forces. They could only rely on titans to endure a life marked by universal desperation. Yet for other ferocious beasts, this world was akin to paradise. The wasteland was far from desolate. It was rich with diverse terrains and ecosystems. The return journey would require approximately 2 hours. Shinbei made every effort to avoid the ferocious beasts, not out of fear, but rather because he was eager to return and complete the task of exploring the mine. This reward presented a far more favorable return on investment. However, fate had other plans. An hour later, Shinbei unexpectedly encountered a peculiar life form, a stone giant. Standing over 3 meters tall, it appeared cumbersome, yet strangely. It moved with almost no sound. Typically, it lay on the ground, nearly blending into the earth, basking in the sun and dozing without much movement. However, once disturbed, It would relentlessly pursue the creature that awakened it, showing no mercy until its quarry was vanquished. The most formidable aspect of this stone giant was its exceptionally sturdy physique. Blades could scarcely inflict harm, and ordinary firearms were utterly ineffective. Generally speaking, when facing such stone creatures, it was advisable for the team to include an ice-type esper, who could freeze the beast, allowing for a leisurely retreat. Engaging in combat was a waste of time and lacked cost-effectiveness. These creatures, akin to the stones in a humble abode, were both foul and unyielding. Aside from relying on an esper, there existed a more expedient method of dispatching the creature, 5 bullets striking the same location in rapid succession to pierce its heart. Yet, this was no easy feat, demanding extraordinary precision. Any delay in firing would allow the stone creature's wound to heal almost instantly. In a world teeming with espers, the handguns wielded by these individuals had become mere ornaments. Meanwhile, ordinary people lacked the financial means to purchase ammunition for practicing their marksmanship. Thus, the common response upon encountering a stone creature was to flee, running until the creature could no longer pursue. Shinbei initially intended to run, but the stone giant, relentless as a mad dog, pursued him without relent. After running 2,000 meters, Shinbei was parched and breathless, his energy waning. Frustrated, he drew his revolver, executed a roll, and aimed to shoot. He targeted the creature's chest, but given its slow-moving nature, he swiftly redirected his aim to its robust leg joint. Bang, bang, bang. A rapid succession of 5 shots shattered the left joint of the stone giant's leg, causing its hefty form to topple to the side. Amidst the billowing dust, Shinbei was astonished to see the creature's leg joint rapidly regenerating. Truly a formidable opponent. Revolver LV2. 510 Shinbei paid no heed to the textual notification. With deft fingers, he opened the revolver's cylinder, allowing 5 glowing cartridges to fall, before expertly loading another 5 bullets into the chamber. With a click, the cylinder was secured in place. Without the luxury of precise aim, he lifted the muzzle slightly, and, seizing the moment while the stone giant struggled to rise, unleashed a torrent of fire. Bang, bang. He fired 6 consecutive shots at the creature's chest. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets from the revolver possessed tremendous force, and the recoil sent tingling sensations through Shinbei's hands. All 5 shots struck a single point, creating a deep indentation in the stone giant's chest. Immediately thereafter, the stone creature trembled and fell silent. With a sigh, Shinbei holstered his revolver and lit a cigarette, feeling a tinge of melancholy. It took 10 rounds to vanquish a single stone creature, yielding only 1 crystal core, which could purchase merely 6 bullets. A loss indeed. After extracting the crystal core, Shinbei pressed on. Meanwhile, he drew out his revolver for an upgrade. Revolver LV3, 730, 5 bullets, the cylinder slightly jammed, the rifling intact, increased lethality, capacity 1. Recoil reduced by 20, Shinbei felt a surge of excitement. The upgrade proved quite beneficial. Not only had the issue of the claw's insensitivity been entirely resolved, but the ammunition capacity had also been enhanced to 6 rounds, imparting a sense of potential and latent power. Exhilarating. Gazing at his firearm, he muttered, "I have a feeling that one day, this revolver will transform into a formidable cannon." Chapter 17. I will increase your pay. Please assist me. Shinbei soon returned to the vicinity of shelter number 36. Before him, he beheld the colossal titan's maw burrowing into the earth, incessantly siphoning water. He continued his journey northward, surpassing the shelter, and soon spotted a great mountain looming over the desolate expanse. At the mountain's base, every few kilometers, a dark mine entrance appeared. Some mines were in active operation, with humans operating steam machinery, hoisting cables to draw out ore-laden carts. The extracted minerals or coal were then deposited on the ground for transport back to the shelter. These operational steam devices were collaboratively established by several shelters, available for use by any nearby establishment. The scene was one of bustling activity, with everyone laboring diligently. After all, the Titan's movements were utterly unpredictable. Sometimes it would remain stationary for an entire year, while at other times, it would begin to move the very next day. The variance in time was striking. Shinbei arrived near one of the mines designated as A013. A few logistics personnel from the shelters were peering curiously into the mine's depths. In the wilderness, although resources were considered unclaimed, the rights to extraction belonged to the shelters. After all, the defensive forces organized by the ability users would not permit ordinary individuals to act recklessly. Blending in, Shinbei engaged in conversation with several logistics staff members before getting straight to the point. "I wish to undertake a reconnaissance mission." A staff member named Ming Yi scrutinized Shinbei with a bemused smile. "You? Yes. I would like to see your ability user license," he replied. "Ordinary person," Shinbei stated plainly. Ming Yi clicked his tongue. "Buddy, it's not that I wish to be harsh, but anyone can undertake a task. Yet one must have the means to survive. What if a fierce beast is lurking below? Is your life expendable? Shinbei replied with a calm demeanor. Life and death are my own to determine. You need not concern yourself with that. I think you should consider laboring instead. You could earn a modest living that way, Ming Yi suggested. Additionally, he continued, this reconnaissance task has already been taken on by 2 ability users, who should be returning shortly. Upon hearing this, Shinbei clicked his tongue in frustration. Arrived too late. He sighed. To labor is an impossibility. It shall remain so throughout this lifetime. With the task having been preempted, Shinbei did not hesitate to turn and depart, setting his sights on the mountains. He sought to hunt formidable beasts and extract more crystal source cores, thereby expediting the acquisition of his battle armor. At that moment, a commotion erupted among the other workers at the mine entrance. Something's gone wrong. Hurry. Shinbei turned towards the sound, observing an ability user staggering out of the mine. His body was ravaged, his face resembling a crushed persimmon, one eye gruesomely absent, as if forcibly excavated. His form bore the marks of rodent bites, bloodied and torn. Even his arm was gnawed to the bone, flesh hanging in tatters. After collapsing to the ground, his face retained a look of sheer terror as he uttered 4 words, save, danger. Not a syllable more escaped his lips before his body stiffened, succumbing to death. Ming Ye's expression shifted dramatically, his pupils narrowing. Hey, is Thunder Tiger still alive? What lies below? Speak up. Hey. A worker nearby checked for signs of life, finding none. Damn it. Ming Ye's face flushed with anger. Thunder Tiger is likely in grave peril as well. What should we do? Another inquired. Thunder Tiger may still be alive below. Should we fetch higher tier ability users? The ore in this mine is essential for us to extract. Ming Yi abruptly turned to Shinbei. Do you still have the courage to investigate? Shinbei's gaze hardened. What tier are these 2 ability users? Both are first tier. I shall accept this task, Shinbei declared without a hint of hesitation. He had initially come to undertake this mission and would not be daunted by the uncertain fate of one ability user or the death of another. In other words, had he been assigned this task earlier, he would still have to confront the dangers that lay ahead. For wealth, one may perish. For sustenance, a bird may die. The demise of 2 first-tier ability users does not signify his own demise. Very well, Ming Yi replied straightforwardly. If you can eliminate the threats within, I shall reward you with an additional 100 crystal source cores, totaling 300. If you manage to bring back Thunder Tiger alive, I will grant you another 100. Shinbei nodded and rolled in a nearby mud puddle, covering himself in filth. Ming Yi and the other workers gasped at Shinbei's preparation, exclaiming, he is remarkably professional. Is he masking his presence? It seems this fellow truly has a plan. Ability users seldom attend to such details. Each has their own methods. Shinbei wiped the mud from his eyelids and retrieved a triangular military dagger from the deceased ability user as his weapon. Without further ado, he entered the mine. He treaded cautiously through the dark depths, his steps light and soft, akin to a nimble cat, moving silently. The thick hooded cloak and earthy scent concealed his presence and body heat, rendering it difficult for the subterranean creatures that relied on scent or infrared vision to detect him. After all, creatures capable of thriving underground must possess exceptionally developed senses of smell and infrared vision. Meanwhile, Shinbei gripped a sharply edged trident knife, its tip honed to a lethal sharpness, enabling both slashing and piercing strikes, a truly formidable weapon. Although the original owner lacked combat skills, Shinbei had once been a special forces operative, possessing hand-to-hand combat techniques that were ingrained within his very genes upon his transmigration. One might say that these fighting skills resembled data, seamlessly copied and pasted through the process of crossing over. Additionally, Shinbei's modified rifle and pistol were secured on his back and concealed beneath his cloak, respectively. The pistol, while immensely powerful, lacked precision. However, in the confines of a cave, its potency could be significantly amplified. The dilemma lay in the fact that within this deep and quiet passage, the sound of gunfire could travel vast distances, akin to broadcasting his presence to any lurking monsters within a several-kilometer radius. Comparatively, the knife was more suited to the current environment. The mine was not entirely shrouded in darkness. Periodically, oil lamps with lampshades illuminated the walls, lit by the first 2 supernatural beings as they explored. Logically, when the lamps extinguished, it signified the location where they had encountered trouble. At a bend in the corridor, Shinbei suddenly halted, retreating into his cloak, gradually merging with the shadows. A faint rustling sound echoed through the passage, and a 1-meter-long mutated rat emerged. Its disproportionately large nostrils flared as it sniffed the air, while its dim, lifeless eyes revealed a significant regression. Decades earlier, this creature was akin to the rats that roamed the surface, but now, under the influence of abundant and bizarre energies, these animals had undergone a profound transformation. Despite the mutated rat's increased size and strength, Shinbei remained largely unfazed. From the original owner's memories, he recalled that 2 or 3 ordinary individuals, if cautious, could easily dispatch such a creature without much peril. He also pondered, if two supernatural beings could not handle merely a mutated rat, how inept could they be? A foreboding sense crept over him. There must be entities lurking deeper within the mind that posed an even greater threat than the mutated rat. With no time to contemplate further, Shinbei concealed himself in the shadows, gathering strength in his grip on the knife. He waited, biding his time until the mutated rat approached the corner. Suddenly, the stillness shattered as Shinbei sprang into action. Chapter 18. This scene is too thrilling. As the mutated rat drew nearly parallel to him, Shinbei seized the initiative. The trident knife shot forth like lightning, piercing the rat just above its nose, driving through its jaws, and pinning it firmly to the ground. The nose represented the rat's most vulnerable point, and it emitted a frenzied scream, clawing desperately at the earth with its four short, sharp claws, sending debris flying as it gouged out a pit in the hard rock. Shinbei's left hand remained steadfast on the knife's hilt, his seemingly frail arm proving as immovable as a boulder. Simultaneously, he swayed his body to evade the mutated rat's claws. As the claw descended, the tearing of flesh was of little concern. The primary threat lay in the pathogens it harbored. In this world, there exists no healthcare system, and the cost of medical treatment or healing would undoubtedly be a source of distress. At this very moment, the critically injured mutated rat could not endure even a minute. Convulsing violently before collapsing motionless, Shinbei slowly withdrew his dagger, turning the mutated rat onto its back, revealing it to be a female. A frown creased Shinbei's brow as a flicker of unease crossed his features. Male mutated rats typically operated alone, while a female's presence was invariably accompanied by a male. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei swiftly moved several steps to position himself in the center of the passage from which the rat had emerged, crouching on his forelegs. With his hind feet firmly planted on the ground, dagger raised, and aimed at the depths of the shadowy corridor. Just as the dagger reached its zenith, a foul wind surged from the passage, and a larger male mutated rat lunged forth from the darkness, aiming to bite Shinbei. The dagger remained steadfast, and leveraging the rat's momentum, its sharp tip plunged deeply into the creature's throat, traversing its insides almost to the point of emergence from its rear. Shinbei released his grip and nimbly retreated several steps, moving with the grace of one gliding across water. With a sharp crack, the mutated rat exerted every ounce of strength to clamp its massive jaws around the hilt of the dagger. Though its incisors could gnaw through nearly any stone, they were no match for reinforced steel. In a cacophony of splintering, the steel bent while the rat's teeth shattered. The force of the rat's charge sent it tumbling to the ground, sliding several meters across the rugged terrain before coming to rest before Shinbei. Raising his right leg, Shinbei pressed down upon the rat's head. The creature squealed and struggled, yet its head remained firmly pinned to the ground. Any attempt to exert itself would result in excruciating pain from the dagger impaling its body. Even in such a grievous state, the rat persevered for over a minute before finally succumbing to death. Shinbei withdrew his dagger, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Slaying such a creature was more repulsive than taking a human life. He pressed onward into the depths. Within the dark, jagged cavern, Shinbei's eyes scanned the ground for traces of the mutated rat's claw marks. The prints became increasingly numerous, scattered chaotically throughout the various tunnels. Before long, the dim light of the oil lamp extinguished, plunging his surroundings into darkness. Fortunately, bioluminescent moss and faintly glowing sewage sporadically illuminated the path, affording him some clarity. Shinbei pursed his lips, increasingly aware of the necessity for protective armor. If he could acquire infrared vision through such armor, navigating this darkness would be akin to traversing in broad daylight. At that moment, his vigilance surged to its zenith. Those two psychics had likely encountered their assailants right here. Crouching down, Shinbei examined the ground closely. Indeed, there were disordered footprints of humans and a copious amount of blood mixed with mud. Gazing deeper into the corridor revealed signs of something being dragged. Shinbei adopted a near crouch, tightening his cloak around him, moving like a specter, silently following the trail into the depths of the passage. Surprisingly, within the rugged alley, certain areas appeared to have been deliberately adorned with empty cans. These cans were strung together, suspended, and laid across the passageway. Was this a form of alarm? Shinbei found himself somewhat astonished. Such contraptions were clearly the handiwork of an intelligent being. Had the mutated rats evolved to such a level of intellect? This reminded Shinbei of the recently deceased wolf leader. Rubbing his temples, he realized that these rudimentary traps posed no real threat to him. Yet they did hinder his movements. He carefully navigated over them. After some time, Shinbei came upon an iron door, and the traces of dragging disappeared beyond it. This door was likely a refuge within the mine. He drew his revolver and took a deep breath. With a creaking sound, he forcefully swung open the heavy door and burst forth. Before him lay a hall of considerable size, spanning over 100 square meters. Inside were more than 30 mutated rats of various sizes, some nearly adult, while others had yet to open their eyes, indicating that they belonged to different litters. Given the 3-month maturity period of these mutated rats, it was evident that they could produce a litter roughly every month, quite a normality. However, what truly astonished Shinbei was the conspicuous large bed positioned at the center of the hall. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the occupant was female. Her sharp features were still prominent, and a long tail swayed behind her. Remarkably, she was clad in an entire ensemble reminiscent of the professional attire worn by women in a bygone era, a pencil skirt to boot. Unlike her fellow mutated rats, her skin exhibited a certain smoothness, and her appearance bore a striking resemblance to a professional woman from the olden days, though her stature was somewhat petite. The other mutated rats kept their distance from her bed, and the unusually bright crimson gleam in her eyes indicated that she was indeed the queen of this nest. Shinbei's gaze then shifted to the human on the bed. At first glance, he recognized him as the Thunder Tiger mentioned by Mingyi. Thunder Tiger had been stripped bare, his face etched with despair, caught in a limbo between life and death, subjected to the queen's torment. For a moment, Shinbei felt a wave of shock wash over him. The scene was overwhelmingly intense. A chill ran from his heels straight up his spine. Thunder Tiger had been violated by the Rat Queen. Despite her humanoid appearance, she was, at her core, still a rat. Shinbei nearly retched at the sight. "Help me. Please, help me," Thunder Tiger croaked, his voice hoarse and his face trembling violently. Although they were unfamiliar with one another, there was no doubt he recognized Shinbei as a member of the rescue team sent from above. Without hesitation, Shinbei raised his revolver. The dark muzzle aligned directly at the queen's forehead. At that moment, the Rat Queen's mouth gaped wide, her eyes igniting with a blinding crimson glow, revealing her elongated fangs as she lunged toward him with a speed surpassing that of ordinary mutated rats. The grotesque contortion of her face was accentuated by that mouth stretched to its limits. The upgraded revolver exhibited a markedly diminished recoil. With unwavering resolve, Shinbei fired 6 bullets in quick succession, the first penetrating her neck, while the remaining 5 traced an arc along her collarbone, severing her head from her body with surgical precision. This scene evoked a surreal image, as if the bullets from Shinbei's firearm were akin to a chainsaw. Even the formidable Thunder Tiger was rendered speechless. Chapter 19. A single bullet to your head is my act of mercy. Thunder Tiger's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the head of the Rat Queen effortlessly pierced by Shinbei's shot. Rolling to the ground, his expression turned momentarily blank with incredulity. Was this truly the end of the Rat Queen? Had no supernatural abilities been employed? A frown creased Thunder Tiger's brow. This individual seemed not to be a supernatural being, but merely an audacious person wielding a powerful handgun. This realization sparked a flicker of disdain within him. Despite his own humiliation at the hands of such a creature, he still held a deep-seated contempt for ordinary individuals who brandished firearms with bravado, as long as his life was not in jeopardy. At that moment, Shinbei gradually retracted his handgun. The other adult mutated rats in the hall finally reacted, erupting into a frenzied cacophony as they charged toward him. Shinbei glided backward with the grace of water, narrowly evading the onslaught of the mutated rats. Then, with rapid and nimble steps, he leaped through the door, disappearing into the shadowy corridor. The mutated rats suddenly stirred, instinctively racing out of the hall, pursuing Shinbei down the passageway into the depths of oblivion. Meanwhile, Shinbei ran to create distance while firing madly, the scorching shell casings clattering against the ground. The dull, thunderous gunfire reverberated through the winding corridor, echoing into the distance. 10 minutes later, Shinbei slowly retraced his steps, re-entering the hall. By this time, Thunder Tiger had freed himself from his restraints, standing bare-skinned in a fit of rage. His face contorted as he swung his ironclad fists, pulverizing the remaining mutated rat pups into mush. The humiliation and fury nearly caused his eyes to burst with intensity. He continued this relentless assault, dragging the corpse of the Rat Queen over, launching it with ferocity, and crushing its head beneath his foot. Leaning against the doorway, Shinbei watched with a bemused expression. Once Thunder Tiger had vented his frustration, he slowly raised his head, his face spattered with the rancid blood of the mutated rats. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Shinbei." "Shinbei?" Thunder Tiger's visage twisted into a deranged grin. "You truly possess remarkable audacity to descend here as an ordinary person. What of my companion? Dead." Thunder Tiger cracked his neck. "What a pity. You shall follow me as my subordinate henceforth. Now, go fetch me some clothing." Shinbei arched an eyebrow, a sense of displeasure brewing within him. "Who had indulged such arrogant behavior in you? You expect me to be your lackey?" Shinbei let out a chilling smile, remaining utterly still. "Did you not hear what I said?" The gaze of Lei Laohu was filled with ferocity, cruelty, and heartlessness. "As an ordinary person, it is a tremendous honor for you to be associated with me." With a cold and profound gaze, Shinbei slowly responded. Is it an honor to be violated by a mutant rat alongside you? Repeat that. Lei Laohu's eyes were brimming with terror, resentment, and disbelief. Are you seeking death? I warn you, if you dare to utter a word of this, I will end your life. Shunbei squinted his eyes. Was this fool truly mentally unhinged? In saving him, he had inadvertently acquired a troublesome burden. The 100 crystal cores were hardly worth the trouble. It was evident that Lei Laohu had suffered a significant psychological blow. Once outside, he would likely live in constant suspicion that others were mocking him for being assaulted by a rat. Just the thought of it was exasperating. Shunbei's tone turned icy. A waste of an ability that cannot even defeat a mutated rat dares to boast before his savior. Have you forgotten your place? He spat. Are you looking for trouble? Was it I who summoned you to save me? Was it not the higher-ups who offered a bounty? With a menacing expression, Lei Laohu continued. You were compensated for doing your job, but my status remains superior to yours. Do not expect gratitude from me. Never forget, ordinary people exist to serve ability users. Yet, with no inclination to endure Lei Laohu's incessant ranting, Shunbei raised his revolver and decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet obliterated Lei Laohu's head without mercy. To put it bluntly, at such close range, the upgraded firearm and ammunition possessed a power exceeding that of a Barrett. A first-tier ability user stood no chance against it. The world fell silent. Shunbei felt a profound sense of relief. For ungrateful trash like Lei Laohu, his demise was the most effective means of severing their ties. However, Shunbei did incur some losses. The 100 crystal cores were now gone. Initially, Mingyi had set the task that if he could bring this man back alive, a reward would follow. Yet since this fool had chosen his own demise, he could hardly blame Shunbei for being ruthless. At this moment, Shunbei had completed the task of surveying the mine. The yield amounted to 300 crystal cores, along with the spoils from the hawk's merciless dealings and the mutant rat's output, bringing his total assets to over 700, quite close to the coveted 1,000 crystal cores. Next, Shunbei dragged Lei Laohu's corpse into an abandoned mine tunnel, discovering a subterranean well where he unceremoniously disposed of it. He then returned to the hall, extracting the crystal core from the decayed head of the Rat Queen. Just as he was about to leave, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to turn back into the refuge chamber's hall. Surely, Lei Laohu had some valuables? After rummaging through, Shunbei discovered Lei Laohu's satchel tucked in a corner. Upon opening it, a brilliant blue light emanated forth, and Shunbei's eyes widened in astonishment. Inside lay nearly 300 crystal cores. Could he settle his debts in a single day's work? Engaging in killing and plundering was indeed lucrative. Shunbei gleefully stowed the treasures away. Subsequently, he departed the refuge chamber, delving deeper into the mine. Generally speaking, the mutated mice possess a strong territorial instinct, making it unlikely for other mutated mice to occupy this burrow. However, out of caution, Shunbei continued his investigation until he was obstructed by an iron wire gate. He cleared the debris blocking the gate and, with a single shot, severed the rusted lock that secured it before pushing the gate open. Ascending for over 100 meters, Shunbei's eyes narrowed slightly as a brilliant ray of sunlight illuminated his face. Having been in the darkness for so long, the sudden brightness was somewhat uncomfortable for his eyes. Once he adjusted, Shunbei stepped onto the surface. The warning sign at the entrance, indicating that pedestrians should not walk where vehicles do, remained remarkably clear, untouched by the passage of time. This was another exit of the mine. The scenery outside mirrored that of the entrance, a desolate landscape teeming with life. Looking around, he saw to the west an endless expanse of wilderness, while to the east stood countless skyscrapers shrouded in mist, remnants of humanity's former abode, now overrun by various strange and fearsome beasts. Shunbei retraced his steps cautiously through the mine, conducting 2 thorough inspections to ensure there were no issues or stray mutated mice before returning to the entrance. The task handover proceeded smoothly. Shunbei briefly described the mutated mice, omitting any mention of the Thunder Tiger's whereabouts. When Mingyi inquired, he remained entirely unaware. Shunbei had no intention of, like the Xiong and Xiong confronting the larger threats after dealing with the smaller ones. The task rewards were settled on the spot, with 3 crystal source cores in hand. Indeed, 3 cores, though larger in size, were classified as intermediate crystal source cores, each capable of being exchanged for 100 standard cores. The bounty from this mission was substantial. After deducting expenses and debts, he would still have a surplus of 100 crystal source cores. Shunbei did not linger. He made a beeline back to Shelter 36, eager to purchase the uniquely crafted battle armor he had commissioned. Time was of the essence for upgrades. That was the path forward. Chapter 20. Upgrading Battle Armor. Unexpected delight at Shelter 36. Shunbei ascended the back of the Titan and first made his way to the weapons shop. He settled all previous debts and simultaneously placed an order for a batch of sniper rifle and revolver ammunition. It seems your haul was quite impressive, he remarked with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. The rewards must have been exhilarating. By the way, I have a question to inquire about. Shinbei continued after collecting the ammunition. I once saw a striped bullet here. Do you remember the maker of that? He thought it prudent to directly ask the right person rather than fumbling about aimlessly, and he was willing to pay for information. However, the shopkeeper sighed. I've only just received the news. He's deceased. Deceased? Shinbei's lips twitched. His luck seemed particularly unfortunate. Although he felt a pang of regret, he remained largely unfazed. In this world, not just ordinary people, but even ability users faced daily mortality. Ability users, too, needed sustenance and had to venture out to hunt for crystal source cores. Moreover, these cores were essential for their advancement in rank. After venturing into the desolate wasteland, I found myself brutally slain by a savage beast. My employer spoke of it with a nonchalance that belied the gravity of the situation, as if it were merely a trivial affair. Having grown accustomed to such occurrences, Shinbei shrugged and engaged in conversation for a while longer before taking his leave. In no time, Shinbei re-entered the courtyard of the research institute. Inside the laboratory, he cast a glance and observed Chun Anji engrossed in his work, while the custom-made armor lay abandoned, gathering dust. At least it was still there. Chun Anji, preoccupied with his tasks, displayed a hint of impatience upon noticing Shinbei's presence. He continued to urge, your items are safe. No need for daily visits. Come back only when you have amassed 1,000 crystal cores. I do not offer credit. Before Chun Anji could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the sound of several taps on the table. Looking up, he saw 3 mid-level crystal cores along with several others spinning and rolling across the surface. Meanwhile, Shinbei had already moved to the opposite side of the lab, extracting the armor from the clutter. How is it possible to earn money so swiftly? Chun Anji pondered in disbelief, observing Shinbei with an air of incredulity. After all, even for an ability user, accumulating 1,000 crystal cores in a single day was a formidable challenge. How could an ordinary person like Shinbei achieve such rapid financial success? Had he perhaps disturbed a nest of ferocious beasts? Shinbei merely smiled in response. Initially, he intended to wear the armor back to his rented accommodation. However, it was rather cumbersome at present, and while he could don it and brave the scornful gazes of onlookers, it would certainly drain his energy. After a moment's consideration, he opted to carry it instead, cradling it with delight, as if it were a beloved companion. Indeed, it was quite heavy, but that was not a flaw. As long as it could be upgraded, it would eventually transform into a more manageable, button-like form. Thank you. Shinbei joyfully carried the armor away. Chun Anji rolled his eyes, secretly lamenting the extravagance. It was a hard-earned sum that Shinbei had squandered on what amounted to a large toy. The reason Chun Anji refrained from labeling Shinbei as a spendthrift was simple. A wealthy individual might be deemed a wastrel, while a penniless one was merely foolishly extravagant. Cradling the armor, Shinbei returned to the lower levels and entered his rented room, startling his landlord in the process. The landlord circled the imposing 2-meter-tall figure, marveling at its design. Though primarily made of plastic and resembling a toy, its aesthetic was undeniably striking. I might consider charging you rent for 2 people, the landlord quipped, resting his chin on his hand and yawning. Shinbei replied, it's not a person. Huh. So, do you plan to sleep with it? The landlord teased. Actually, I intend to wear it to sleep, Shinbei responded half-jokingly. He was serious, though. To level up quickly, he would indeed need to don it while resting, despite the discomfort it might bring. The landlord advised earnestly, I sincerely recommend you refrain from such frivolities. Once you've earned money, consider finding a wife and starting a family. Shinbei, taken aback, retorted, in this damned world, isn't that just setting children up for suffering? Though he expressed himself in such a manner, the landlord choked back a response, pondering the very essence of existence. Shinbei was momentarily taken aback, yet he responded straightforwardly. Of course, it's simply about surviving. Such a statement felt rather superficial. Suddenly, the landlord, adopting a philosophical demeanor, mused about the meaning of life. It is to leave something behind for posterity, which most often translates to begetting offspring, creating replicas of oneself, sowing seeds, and nurturing them to maturity. Shinbei rolled his eyes, dismissing the remark as he ascended the stairs. In a world of peace, such rhetoric had already grown tiresome. In this perilous realm, such discussions were unwarranted. Upon entering his room, Shinbei placed his battle armor on the bed, rendering it impossible for him to lie down and rest. Nevertheless, a palpable excitement illuminated his expression, akin to that of someone who had just acquired an inflatable companion, eager to engage. Yet, Shinbei restrained his impatience. To activate the armor, a crystalline power core was required, which could only sustain functionality for 3 minutes. With nightfall just commencing, it was not yet time to rest. Otherwise, a brief trip to the restroom would result in a regrettable loss of precious time. Shinbei resolved to upgrade the armor first. With a mere thought, information regarding the armor materialized. Pseudo, Power Armor LV1, 1001-1000. A battlesuit of negligible practical value, incapable of combat, offering no defense and possessing no offensive capabilities. Perhaps it could be donned during festive occasions to enhance the celebratory atmosphere. When initially assembled, this armor had already garnered experience for an upgrade. However, the presence of Chunanji at that time had instilled fear of discovery regarding any anomalies in the armor, leading to a prudent decision to delay. Now at last, the opportunity for an upgrade had arrived. Upgrade. Pseudo. Power Armor LV2. 1-2000. A battle suit of minimal utility. Engaging in combat with it would be ill-advised. However, its defensive capabilities have seen a slight enhancement. Walking speed has marginally improved, and the responsiveness of mental connections has been slightly elevated. An infrared vision system has been installed. During nighttime festivities, it can keep pace with others and provide better visibility of the ground. After absorbing this information, Shinbei smacked his lips in contemplation. Improvements were evident, yet the armor still fell far short of combat readiness. Though this represented a minor step, it signified a substantial leap in Shinbei's overall combat efficacy. Setting the armor aside for now, he resolved to indulge in a well-deserved slumber once the time for rest arrived, eager to fully embrace this mischievous little armor. Stepping out, Shinbei made his way to a bar, buoyed by a pleasant mood, intent on enjoying a drink and a meal. The bar's deep blue glass facade gleamed immaculately, while a massive advertisement loomed overhead, its fiery emblem strikingly vivid. Blazing Fire Bar, a favored haunt for the lower echelons of society. Inside, the ambience was dimly lit, saturated with the aromas of alcohol and hormones, as scantily clad women navigated the space, seeking men willing to pay for their services that night. On a modest stage, two nearly undraped dancers writhed fervently, driven by a concoction of intoxicants and alcohol, capable of dancing with near-manic energy for 2 hours, only to be carried off in exhaustion thereafter. Many men derive pleasure from exerting their desires on the weary bodies of dancers, who, it is worth noting, are often quite attractive, with their worth naturally corresponding to their looks and figures. Shinbei settled into his seat, only to be approached by an uninvited guest across from him, who boisterously declared, "You're treating today." The speaker bore an air of arrogance, with a beard resembling a steel ring, as if it had gone untamed for years. A scar stretched from the corner of his left eye to the corner of his right mouth, resembling a twisted worm. Suddenly, a fragment of the original owner's memories surged in Shinbei's mind. His name was Rock, a staff member at shelter number 36, responsible for issuing employment tasks. He was the one who announced various job opportunities, often of little merit. The truly lucrative assignments were absorbed by his circle of friends. The original owner and Rock shared a decent rapport, although the original owner, lacking any special abilities, was unable to undertake many tasks, resulting in a purely platonic friendship devoid of financial ties. "How about a bottle of whiskey, my friend?" Rock grinned, his scar twisting grotesquely like a coiled serpent as he inquired of Shinbei. Shinbei smiled in response. The original owner had no use for Rock, and he himself had transformed. He nodded and handed over 12 crystal cores, a price deemed reasonable. "I quite enjoy this place," Rock proclaimed, downing a swig of the strong liquor, exhaling with a hiss, and revealing a toothy grin. "The air here is thick with decadence, desire, and lasciviousness. A sip of liquor, that's life." Had Shinbei not been in good spirits that day, he would have avoided such establishments. The pervasive atmosphere, nearly suffocating, could easily be likened to hallucinogens and aphrodisiacs for most, inciting a loss of reason and a regression to primal instincts. As Shinbei pondered, he recognized that a bottle of whiskey was worth 20 bullets, which in the wilderness could save his life, while whiskey would not. Yet, he indulged in a sip of the whiskey, finding its flavor lacking. It was not the superior product of a bygone era, but merely the house brew of Shelter No. 36. This liquor lacked the rich, fruity aroma of old-world whiskey, but was potent enough. Rock's tolerance for alcohol was rather poor, belonging to the category of those who love to drink, but lack the skill. After a single glass, he began to ramble, his thoughts muddled and his past stories spilling forth. According to the original owner's memories, Rock was akin to a broken record, his tales nearly memorized, even allowing Shinbei to predict his next words, expressions, and tones. As Shinbei dined quietly, he assumed the role of an attentive listener. Any attempts to interject were futile. Even if he did, Rock would continue recounting his valiant exploits from a time untainted by the miasma of divine retribution. Shinbei held only one assessment of Rock, both pitiable and fortunate. Stripped of his powers, he managed to secure a commendable job that sufficed for his livelihood, placing him among the fortunate few in this world. At that moment, Rock poured himself a full glass of liquor, exhaling with satisfaction. "I saw you entering the upper levels of the shelter today, procuring a grand toy?" Shinbei nodded, "Just for fun." Rock quipped, "Have you lost your senses, or have you been deceived by that research institute?" "How so?" Lifting his glass, Rock took a swig and, with a mischievous glimmer in his eyes, remarked, "The creature you've acquired lacks the proper gender." Shouldn't it appear feminine? Shinbei clarified. That is not merely a plaything. Rock chuckled. I knew it. If you wish to indulge with women, there are plenty available. At that moment, a young woman, already somewhat inebriated, sat beside Shinbei and almost whispered into his ear, You've captivated my heart, handsome. What should we do? Rock erupted in laughter. Look at that. Your fortune is surely blooming. He then tossed some crystal cores onto the table with a knowing grin. This round is on me. The girl giggled, pocketing the payment and insinuating her ample bosom, a silent display of pride in her assets. Shinbei mused, to speak candidly. This woman possesses both an appealing figure and face. This thought inexplicably reminded him of Bai Luo, the girl who had attempted to force herself upon him the previous night. Yet, Shinbei had neither the time nor the inclination for romantic entanglements. Even sleep was taken while clad in armor, leaving no room for dalliance. However, troubles seemed perpetually intertwined with women. Before he could devise a tactful refusal that maintained his composure while retrieving Rock's crystal cores from the girl's grasp, a large, dark hand descended upon Shinbei's glass, shattering it forcefully against the bar. The hand then flaunted its might in the air, shards of glass cascading to the floor. Yet his palm bore not a single scratch. Slowly, Shinbei raised his gaze to meet a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, a veritable colossus. His muscles glistened under the dim lights, gleaming like polished bronze. The giant leaned down, his expression grim and foreboding, his voice a harsh rasp akin to steel grinding. Kid, are you trying to steal the woman I have my eye on? It was a clear provocation. Despite the fact that the woman had approached Shinbei of her own volition, the bar fell into a hushed silence. Every patron, ordinary folk, ability wielders, women striving for their daily bread, and numerous staff from Shelter 36, turned their attention toward the unfolding scene. The owner leaned against the counter, arms crossed, eager to witness the spectacle. Shinbei clicked his tongue in annoyance. Couldn't he enjoy a meal in peace? Unfazed, he replied nonchalantly, You've interrupted my meal. A meal? The giant's lips curled into a sinister grin, his demeanor radiating an aura of menace. Would you care to taste my fist instead, pretty boy? With that, he raised his fist menacingly. As he observed, every pore on his entire arm began to dilate, continuously expanding and contracting as it swallowed the air. The man's fist, already immensely large, now resembled an inflated balloon, swelling before one's eyes. In the blink of an eye, a fist larger than a basin appeared before Shinbei. The man flaunted his might with a sense of pride, his gaze cold and brutal, laced with disdain for Shinbei. This spectacle incited the other patrons in the bar, who cheered loudly, reveling in the chaos. Let us see a fight. We could use some entertainment. Meng Shan, those fingers of yours would make any woman swoon, haha. Come on, I know his ability. It lasts at most 3 minutes. Why not take a blue euphoric pill instead? How pitiful. Meng Shan paid no heed to the jibes of others. His sole intention was to teach Shinbei a small lesson. Wealth does not entitle one to toy with women. He coughed several times, a thick phlegm lodged in his throat. He planned to spit it onto the face of this frail, pale figure before delivering a decisive blow to his neck. However, as the phlegm reached his throat, it became impossible to expel. His eagerness to unleash his fury suddenly transformed. In that instant, Shinbei fell silent for a moment, then swiftly moved his arm. A large revolver, nearly 30 centimeters long, was pressed against Meng Shan's forehead. Meng Shan's mouth fell agape, his eyes widened in disbelief, utterly baffled by the sudden appearance of the firearm. Yet, the sheer size of the gun served as a constant reminder that it could easily shatter his skull, no more difficult than smashing a cup. At such close range, even a superhuman could not withstand the bullet's might. Brother, let us talk this over, Meng Shan stammered, his tone softened, no longer aggressive. However, Shinbei merely smiled blandly. He pulled the trigger. Click. Meng Shan's fierce visage instantly turned blank, alternating between shades of green and white. He had never anticipated such decisiveness in Shinbei's actions. Yet, contrary to expectations, the anticipated thunderous gunfire did not follow. The burly Meng Shan, frightened into unconsciousness, collapsed to the ground, toppling 2 tables and scattering several bottles and countless glasses. The bar erupted in a cacophony of women's screams. Uncertain whether they mocked Meng Shan as cowardice or rallied for Shinbei, Shinbei picked up a bottle of expensive brandy from the table, poured some over the gun's muzzle, and then lit a cigarette. Only when the pale blue flame extinguished did he open the cylinder, reloading the 6 bullets into his palm. Rock erupted in laughter. You truly are something. Shinbei smirked. Save me some good work for next time. Do you think you can prove yourself superior to superhumans with firearms? Shinbei, wake up. You're truly intoxicated. Who says that that's a bad thing? Chapter 22. Not daring to fire a shot. Boom. A shell arrived after this brief farce. Rock and Shinbei exited the bar. Just then, on the periphery of Shelter number 36, the once pitch-black wasteland was illuminated by blinding, piercing lights. Shinbei narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance. where a row of vehicle headlights illuminated the darkness. "They are not one of us," murmured Locke. "They might either be a shelter arriving for trade, exchanging resources, or they covet the power we hold over our refuge." In this world, gasoline had long since vanished, due to the widespread chaos. Even intact refineries could not muster the skilled personnel required for production. The cost-effectiveness was simply too low. The ferocious beasts were manageable. But the true peril lay in the aftermath of the aberrations, which turned everything into a hellish landscape. Humanity could only survive by relying on the Titans. Remaining stationary or engaging in prolonged labor was merely a matter of time before death ensued, with no chance of escape. Thus, the engines of vehicles in this world had all been modified to operate on crystal cores. Even so, the expense was beyond the means of ordinary folk. Often, a single kilometer's worth of fuel required a high-grade crystal core, a luxury only the affluent or the shelters could afford. At that moment, Shelter 36 directed its searchlights toward the convoy. In no time, the vehicles halted 500 meters from the perimeter of Shelter 36. Approximately a dozen modified vehicles, equipped with cargo beds, lined up. Simultaneously, numerous individuals clad in standardized black military uniforms disembarked. Some took positions atop the trunks, mounting machine guns aimed at the refuge, exuding an air of brazen hostility, as if preparing for an assault. Inside the shelter, many people emerged to observe, their faces etched with sheer panic. Some were so frightened they began to scream uncontrollably. It was important to remember that, in this world, shelters offered safety from aberrations, but could also ignite conflicts among humans. Each Titan represented an exceedingly scarce resource. Whoever could seize control would reign supreme in their domain. The envious were relentless in their pursuit, while those who governed the Titans occupied a perilous position, as they could be swiftly eliminated, allowing others to ascend to power. This often entailed a brutal purge of the remnants of previous regimes, with each conflict resulting in immense bloodshed. At this moment, General Yu Wuchang, the overseer of Shelter 36, stood at the railing, observing intently. His tall and imposing figure was faintly illuminated by the moonlight, revealing a pallid, sinister-faced middle-aged man. Clad in military boots and a crimson overcoat adorned with ominous bone motifs, his eyes glowed with a faint red light in the dimness, surveying the gathered crowd as if they were sheep awaiting slaughter. "General," Locke called out, tilting his head back to catch a glimpse of General Yu Wuchang in the moonlight. It appears the newcomers harbor ill intentions. The general's military garb rustled ominously in the night breeze, yet he merely smiled with indifference. "With me here, they wouldn't dare to fire a shot." Boom. The unidentified individuals below swiftly set up a mortar and fired a round at Shelter 36. Shinbei exclaimed, "Ah, are we being slapped in the face?" However, the shell did not strike the refuge. Instead, it soared over the shelter, detonating beyond its confines. Under the moonlight, General Yu Wuchang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, emitting a derisive chuckle as he remarked, "By Luo from Shelter number 7, must you cause such a ruckus?" In the next moment, from the vehicles below, a pair of statuesque legs emerged from the car door, landing on the ground with a rustling sound. By Luo, clad in a sharply tailored military uniform adorned with a brilliant golden star on her epaulets, had her short hair neatly tucked beneath a beret. Her face bore an icy demeanor, yet her eyes sparkled with an enchanting smile. The residents of Shelter number 36, upon sighting her, sighed in unison and promptly dispersed. Some hurried home to gather supplies, rushing out to trade with the convoy, while others returned to the bar to indulge in their revelry. Rock let out a scoff, rolling his eyes. That fierce woman remains ever consistent. It's always about theatrics with her, either a grand display or a few gunshots for satisfaction. As if no one knows she is coming. Meanwhile, Shinbei's eyes widened in astonishment. By Luo? In that instant, she transformed into a battle-hardened warrior, exuding none of the intoxicated languor from that fateful night. What was the meaning of this? Shinbei couldn't help but exclaim. Rock, puzzled, responded, "You know her?" Shinbei furrowed his brow. "We've crossed paths once." Rock, with a serious tone, cautioned, "Bai Luo is a subordinate of the judgment court established by the Spider Queen. Her status is not to be trifled with. It's best to avoid provoking her. Her nickname is Widowmaker." Shinbei exclaimed, "Who is provoking her?" "She's the one seeking me out." Who could fathom how this woman, who appeared as a courtesan last night, had now transformed into the leader of the convoy? What game was she playing? Shinbei felt utterly bewildered. Wait, that wasn't the crux of the matter. The real issue was the Spider Queen. Shinbei recalled that he had a sister in the clutches of the Spider Queen, and the uncertainty of her fate weighed heavily on his mind. Just then, Bai Luo scanned Shelter number 36, and her gaze locked onto Shinbei. He stiffened instinctively. Bai Luo gradually raised her hand, pointing at him, her lips curving into a stunning arc, her eyes glinting with an ambiguous smile. The expression she wore, Shinbei was certain he understood its implication. Yet, As her lips silently mouthed the words, "I will have you eventually," Shunbei felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, his gaze remaining impassive. Bai Luo narrowed her eyes, her intensity palpable. Shunbei had initially hoped to engage in a meaningful conversation with her to inquire about his sister Shun Nin's well-being. However, given the current atmosphere, it seemed that any discussion would have to take place in a more intimate setting. For the sake of his dignity, Shunbei decided against it, resolving to seek information about his sister at a later time. He estimated that she would likely be fine, as she had been taken by the Spider Queen, a figure far more formidable than General Yu Wuchang. Turning to Rock, Shunbei stated, "I shall return to rest." Rock waved him off. "Go on, I'll stay and enjoy the spectacle for a while." As the Titan came to a halt, the vehicles and shelters began to disperse. The connecting wooden board between the houses had also been dismantled. Shunbei walked cautiously on the ground, wary of Bai Luo who might suddenly emerge and overpower him. Even in public, should one be subjected to such a violation, onlookers would merely revel in the spectacle, applauding as if it were entertainment. In the eyes of the populace, public displays of lewdness had become the norm, their sense of shame long abandoned. Trembling with apprehension, Shunbei returned to his rented room, sighing in relief. Once inside his chamber, he sat at the edge of his bed, diligently carving bullets. Revolver bullet LV-2-010, disposable item. The bullet's surface bears scratches. Upon impact, it produces an explosive effect, albeit at the cost of accuracy and range. For others, a level 2 bullet would be a significant surprise, yet for Shunbei, it could only be deemed a failure. To survive longer in this world, he could rely solely on firearms and ammunition. He aspired to obtain level 5 bullets. Practice must continue. Chapter 23. All involved, the beast tied approaches one by one, bullets were etched with intricate designs. Shunbei continuously recalled the details of that level 5 bullet. His carving technique had improved. After the upgrade, the efficiency of producing level 2 bullets was markedly high. Finally, after depleting over 100 bullets, only a single sniper rifle bullet remained in his possession. Sniper rifle bullet LV-1-05, sniper bullet, well-crafted, with stable propellant performance. Rustling sounds filled the air as Shunbei focused on his carving, meticulously refining the lines and striving to compress the distances between them. Experience 1. Experience 1. After accumulating 5 experience points, Shunbei opted to upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV-2-010, sniper bullet, surface engraved, range increased by 50 meters, slightly enhancing lethality and linear distance. This time, there was still room for further engraving. Holding the bullet in his hand, Shunbei examined it in the moonlight. Electricity in this sanctuary was a precious resource, costly and limited in supply from the Research Institute. The allocation of electricity to others was scarce, particularly to those in the lower strata of society. Only commercial establishments could afford to illuminate their spaces. For ordinary households, lighting candles was a luxury, with many enduring the darkness through the night. Of course, Shunbei's room had a light, but it was without power. To obtain electricity, he would need to negotiate with the landlord for additional payment. Shunbei deemed it unnecessary. The moonlight alone sufficed, at least several degrees brighter than the moon on Earth. At that moment, the more he gazed at his handiwork, the greater his joy became. It was noteworthy that after carving hundreds of bullets, there had been no more space for additional engraving. This time, however, his technique was more refined. His control and understanding of the lines were clearer. He hoped to produce a level 3 bullet this time. Once more, Shunbei grasped the carving knife, his expression focused and earnest. The tip of the blade traced lines upon the copper-cased bullet. Experience 1. Experience 1. Breathing out a sigh of relief, Shunbei shook his hands and resumed his carving. Upgrading bullets requires not only a defined space for carving, but also a consistency in the direction and curvature of the lines. Shunbei is not an extraordinary individual. He cannot fathom the meanings represented by these lines. He is certainly not a machine capable of precision processing. Shunbei's work is entirely manual. Even a single breath can influence the depth and alignment of the lines. With the final stroke of the carving tool, the bullet is perfectly inscribed. Although it does not possess the meticulous lines of a level 5 bullet, he gains 10 experience points. Upgrade. Shunbei, exhilarated, cradles the bullet, and with a mere thought, he initiates the upgrade. Sniper rifle bullet LV-3-020, range 100, increased lethality, enhanced penetration, extended straight flight distance. Upon reviewing the information, a wave of melancholy washes over him. It seems he has overestimated himself. The ability to manipulate thoughts must be a unique attribute of level 5 bullets, and anything below that is beyond contemplation. Rubbing his temples, Shunbei stows the bullets away and heads to the restroom. The restroom, in this context, is simply any place one can find. Hygiene is not a consideration in a world where everyone is fleeing. A shot fired necessitates a change of location. So why bother with a restroom? Nature suffices. After attending to his needs, Shunbei retrieves a crystal core and places it in the chest of his battle armor. Once the armor receives the energy, it opens automatically. Shunbei quickly steps inside. Delaying would necessitate the addition of another crystal core, which is hardly worthwhile. Once settled, he adjusts to a comfortable position and promptly falls asleep. Every minute, he earns an experience point. This is what one might call lying down to victory. Shunbei, ZZZ, Experience 1. Experience 1. The following day, Shunbei awakens, feeling discomfort in his spine. After all, sleeping in battle armor is not the most favorable choice. However, for the sake of experience points, Shunbei has no other option. He pushes open the armor and leaps out, stretching his limbs. Next time, he must provide some bedding for comfort. Glancing out the window, he notices that Bai Luo from shelter number 7 has already departed, and he breathes a sigh of relief. After rubbing his neck for a while, he finally feels more at ease. He turns to check the information on his armor. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 601-2000, an armor of little practical use. Engaging in combat with it is an irrational act, yet its defensive capabilities have slightly improved. Walking speed has marginally increased, and the reaction speed of thought connection has been enhanced. The addition of an infrared visual system allows one to keep pace with others during nighttime festivities and see the ground more clearly. Shunbei is somewhat satisfied with the experience points accrued by the armor. He finds it far more convenient than upgrading firearms and bullets. However, it does have its drawbacks. The experience required is substantial. After some contemplation, Shunbei resolves to remain indoors for the foreseeable future, staying within his armor. At the very least, it provides adequate mobility and defense, conserving his energy while granting him acceleration. Other functionalities can be upgraded gradually. In this world, survival does not demand extraordinary prowess. Rather, it suffices to be swifter than others. A fundamental principle is that as long as you can outrun your peers, you stand a chance. Currently, Shunbei possesses a modest supply of crystal cores, which, if managed prudently, could sustain him for several days without stepping outside. During this period, Shunbei has a singular objective: to recline within his battle armor, accrue experience points, and ascend in levels. He must equip himself adequately before venturing out to engage in tasks. After hastily preparing a simple breakfast, Shunbei savored each bite, allowing the sustenance to nourish him and transform into energy. Just as he finished his meal, he heard the landlord shouting from below, "Beast tide. The beast tide is upon us. Arm yourselves." Instantly, the entire apartment building erupted into chaos. Numerous residents rushed out, armed with firearms, weapons, or even bare hands, hastily descending the stairs. In this realm, the malevolent creatures pose no threat to those near the titans of the mountains and seas. However, the ferocious beasts can indeed bring about the demise of the titans. Thus, when a beast tide assaults the sanctuary, humanity must coexist with the titans. For their survival is intertwined. The loss of one spells doom for the other. It can be said that the titans protect humanity, and humanity, in turn, must safeguard the titans. At this moment, the landlord waved from the hall. 8th level defense, quickly. The so-called 8th level defense signifies a designated checkpoint. All residents within the sanctuary are assigned unified defense tasks, and when the beast tide strikes, each individual must stand at their designated defensive position, whether they are endowed with abilities or are ordinary citizens. This is a mandatory requirement of the sanctuary, and any non-compliance will not be taken lightly. The consequences could range from reprimands to immediate annihilation at the hands of General Yu Wuchang. For the inhabitants of the sanctuary, the onslaught of the beast tide represents an assault on their homes and livelihoods. There is no need for further discussion. The mere sound of the alarm galvanizes residents to steadfastly hold their defensive positions. The only force capable of uniting all the residents is the imminent threat of the beast tide. Even when others attack shelter number 36, many spectators remain indifferent. Change is difficult. Power struggles occur only among the elite, while those at the grassroots level often remain unaffected. Regardless of who rules, the situation remains unchanged. Shunbei's plans for tranquility were abruptly interrupted as he seized his sniper rifle and followed the landlord to the 8th level defense zone. At this moment, Shunbei gazed into the distance. There, he beheld swirling clouds of dust on the horizon. The earth trembled ominously beneath him. An endless cacophony of roars reverberated through the air. A dark mass of beasts charged recklessly across the wasteland, an array of grotesque creatures resembling a horde of relentless cavalry. Among them was a dragon-like beast, over 20 meters in length, its scales as hard as alloy. Leading the charge was a creature with a body covered in white fur, its protruding fangs dominating its enormous visage. Its arms hung low to the ground, and its cavernous maw occupied nearly half of its face. A ghastly growth on its head, coupled with blood-red eyes larger than copper bells and an imposing size that instilled terror, epitomized ferocity. This was the explosive ape. Above the sky, a multitude of shadows descended, revealing dozens of monstrous birds, each as large as a calf. These creatures possessed 4 claws, each clutching boulders larger than basketballs. Their piercing cries resonated sharply, sending chills down one's spine. The sheer number of them was enough to make one's hair stand on end. At this moment, General Yu Wuchang stood resolutely at the railing. His crimson eyes narrowed slightly. His voice, though not loud, carried an extraordinary resonance as he proclaimed, "All personnel, defend our homeland. Resist the beast tide. Prepare the cannons for simultaneous fire." Chapter 24, Surrounded by Enemies, a gruesome scene boom. Under the command of General Yu Wuchang, the artillery of Shelter Number 36 revealed their menacing and dark barrels. It was as if 1,000 cannons roared in unison. A barrage of shells soared into the sky, arcing gracefully before plummeting into the advancing horde of beasts. In an instant, colossal explosions erupted, manifesting as mushroom clouds accompanied by powerful shockwaves, obliterating ferocious creatures within a 10-meter radius into a flurry of mangled limbs and torsos. The acrid scent of explosives mingled with the stench of blood and charred flesh, continuously assaulting the senses of those within the shelter. Although this synchronized barrage inflicted significant casualties, claiming an innumerable amount of monstrous lives, the sheer volume of beasts was overwhelming. With some able to withstand the barrage, they could not entirely halt the relentless charge and impact of the beast tide. The roars of the beasts echoed through the air. The earth trembled as though an army of thousands was galloping forth. Nonetheless, a considerable number of beasts fell victim to the artillery, forcing the tide to alter its course. Only a few panicked creatures pressed on recklessly, with some fortunate enough to slip through towards the safety zone, only to be mercilessly riddled with bullets from the dense machine gun fire. Boom, boom. The artillery of Shelter Number 36 continued its relentless onslaught. An increasing number of ferocious beasts charged into the Titan's safety zone. At this juncture, the team of ability users stood resolutely at the forefront, forming an impregnable defensive line. These extraordinary individuals unleashed their powers with remarkable prowess. Some shattered 5-meter-high beastly gorillas with a single punch, while others summoned dancing lightning that leapt among the horde, causing any beast touched by the brilliant flashes to seize up and perish from electric shock. Additionally, some ability users planted their hands on the ground, extending vast sheets of ice. Any beast unfortunate enough to wander into this frozen expanse was instantly encased, becoming a living target. Through the concerted efforts of the ability users, they established an insurmountable barrier against the tide of beasts. Shinbei observed in awe. While an individual ability user might not wield such significant power alone, the synergy among numerous ability users transcended mere addition. It was a force of 11. However, as time passed, a few beasts managed to breach the defensive line established by the ability users, launching an assault on the shelter. At this moment, the courage of ordinary citizens was called upon to fight back. Unlike the ability users, these everyday individuals lacked extraordinary physical strength and could only rely on their firearms to fend off the encroaching beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat, the residents focused their fire, taking down beast after beast. The overall defensive effort remained steady. Yet, just then, a cacophony of squawking filled the air above. Shadows continued to dive down from the heights. The peculiar avian creatures, are they intending to assault the back of the Titan? Shinbei's expression turned grave. Logically, even with aerial forces, they should prioritize assisting other ferocious beasts in attacking the ability users. Directly heading towards the shelter above, what could their intentions be? Shinbei had no desire to show off or take risks, and he swiftly retreated into a nearby room. After all, the area above the shelter was not a point he was responsible for defending. Just as Shinbei had taken cover, a series of rapid gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The defensive citizens on the upper level cursed vehemently, while simultaneously firing their weapons at the monstrous birds hovering 100 meters above, seemingly attempting to draw their attention. However, the next moment, an exceptionally piercing cry resonated through the sky. As if receiving a command, dozens of these creatures ignored the gunfire of the civilians. Instead, they suddenly accelerated into a dive, and as they neared the center of the shelter, they released their claws, showering down hundreds of rocks. Amidst the thunderous rush of wind, these stones plummeted like cannonballs. For those in the upper shelter, it was akin to a fierce bombardment. A series of resounding crashes echoed as these dense rock projectiles smashed through the rooftops of low buildings and factories, with many unfortunate citizens struck down, their blood splattering upon impact, reduced to mere flesh and bone. Damn it, their target is the factory. At this height, we can't possibly hit them. What is happening? How have these beasts become so intelligent? We are caught in a pincer attack. Cries of fury, screams of terror, and the roar of chaos filled the air, rendering it impossible to discern who was issuing commands. The faces of the upper-level citizens turned pale as they futilely shot at the sky. Their firearms, mere handguns, lacked the range of over 50 meters, posing no threat to the soaring Talon vultures. These Talon vultures appeared to possess considerable intelligence. Their focus was not on the citizens defending the upper level, but rather on the largest targets, the factories. The results were painfully evident. As the roofs of the factories were breached, a torrent of panicked children surged forth, scrambling to escape. A throng of children flooded out of the rooms, and the circling Talon vultures emitted excited calls before swooping down with lightning speed towards the fleeing crowd below. To the factory for support. Hurry to the upper level to save the children. Witnessing this scene, Yu Wuchang immediately mobilized defensive forces, deploying some ability users and ordinary citizens towards the upper level. Amidst the chaos, Xin Bei was also called upon to follow suit. Upon reaching the upper level, he was met with a shocking sight. "Ah, help me please." Bang, bang, bang. The Talon vultures circled and dove from above, and the anguished cries of both ordinary citizens and children echoed everywhere. In the streets, those who could still fight, citizens and ability users alike, fired wildly with expressions of rage. As flashes of gunfire, roars, screams, and the eerie cries of the monstrous birds filled the air above the shelter, Xin Bei observed an ability user brandishing an enormous 2-meter-long rifle. The form is exceptionally rugged, with lines imbued with a sense of ferocity and death. The muzzle is as large as a fist. The ability user lifted the cover of the rifle, inserting a mid-level crystal core with a fierce grip. He snapped the cover shut and raised the weapon, his face contorted in a grotesque expression of rage as he roared, "Bastard! Die!" In an instant, ethereal patterns emerged along the user's arm, indicating that his powers were activating the firearm. The weapon erupted in a flash of light, and from the muzzle emanated a swirling blue glow. Boom, boom, boom. The muzzle discharged blue projectiles, which detonated in the sky like miniature blue suns. Instantly, 3 monstrous birds were obliterated. Xin Bei gasped. It was his first glimpse of a firearm wielded by an ability user. How fantastical! Not only did it require the use of an ultimate crystal core, but it also demanded the user to harness their own powers to activate it. The power was impressive. Yet Xin Bei felt no envy. It was merely a pay-to-win weapon, one he could not utilize. At that moment, Xin Bei had no time to survey his surroundings. He swiftly ascended a small turret, collapsed by falling rocks, to gain a vantage point. From this height, he immediately spotted monstrous birds circling in the sky, poised to strike. Occasionally, they would dive towards the ground, emerging with terrified, struggling children or residents caught in their claws, exultantly flapping their wings as if they had captured their prey. Soaring high into the air, in mid-flight, these creatures began to ravenously tear at the children entrapped in their talons, their sharp beaks mercilessly shredding the desperately struggling forms as if they were mere rag dolls. Blood and entrails rained down from the heavens, creating a ghastly spectacle. The pungent scent of blood wafted through the air. In Xin Bei's line of sight, the monstrous birds continued to circle and dive over their territory, dodging the erratic gunfire from the panicked populace, targeting the fleeing children like headless flies. In the blink of an eye, several children were snatched away, akin to hawks seizing chicks. The creatures dispersed yet moved with ferocity, darting through the air with the swiftness of the wind. With their aerial advantage, most of the crowd's efforts were in vain, aside from a few unfortunate birds that were shot down in concentrated fire. The overall numbers of these avian predators remained largely unscathed. Xin Bei promptly set up his sniper rifle and pulled back the bolt, preparing to shoot at the moving targets. Amidst the chaos, he noticed several distinctive figures suddenly emerge, launching a fierce counterattack against the diving monsters. Chapter 25. The dominant combat style of the ability users in Xin Bei's view. An ability user named Yin who moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, darting through the crowd like lightning. Just ahead, a monstrous bird had swooped down to snatch a civilian, yet before it could flap its wings and ascend, Yin whose figure lunged forward. With a swift flick of his arm, the long whip in his hand ensnared the bird's talons, instantly immobilizing it mid-air. Suddenly ensnared by its talons, the monstrous bird flapped its wings violently, the rush of air howling as it stirred up clouds of dust and debris. Yet, the instigator, Yin Hu, remained firmly anchored to the ground, immovable, his face contorted with malice. "Beast, come down." With a resounding crack, Yin Hu wielded a long whip, retreating a step as he twisted his waist and bent his form, his bones creaking under the strain. A colossal force erupted from his arms, and the struggling creature, akin to a young calf in size, was flung with abandon by Yin Hu's whip, crashing powerless against a nearby earthen wall, which crumbled under the impact. With a flick of his arms, the griffin's talon-like wings offered no resistance, akin to a cannonball demolishing the wall, showcasing Yin Hu's astonishing strength as an extraordinary being. As the creature fell and continued to thrash, the crowd surrounding Yin Hu unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the proximity of bullets transforming the monstrous bird into a sieve. After a few frantic convulsions, it lay still. Meanwhile, Yin Hu weaved through the throng, his whip darting like a venomous serpent, striking with unerring precision. In mere minutes, he seized the opportunity to dispatch 2 more of the creatures with brutal efficiency. Observing this scene from several dozen meters away atop a turret, Shinbei's gaze flickered as he calculated silently, then shifted to another figure. There stood Meng Shan, the extraordinary being who had previously clashed with him. Clutching an exaggeratedly long saw over a meter in length, he leapt nimbly across the rooftops of the low buildings. Whenever a monstrous bird swooped down nearby, he would spring forth with a powerful thrust, the saw striking accurately and viciously against the creature's wings, severing them as effortlessly as slicing through tofu, his ferocity palpable. Shinbei narrowed his eyes, shifting his focus among the extraordinary beings. Without a doubt, they exhibited capabilities far surpassing those of ordinary humans: strength, speed, stamina, reflexes, and combat skills, each one exceptionally fierce. Their displays of power rendered them akin to small superheroes. The air was filled with curses, roars, and anguished cries, the scene descending into chaos. Just as Shinbei prepared to fire his weapon, Luoku ascended the partially collapsed turret, drenched in sweat, exclaiming, "What are you doing hiding here? These beasts possess strength like bulls and speed to match. If they target us as prey, we're in trouble." Without turning, Shinbei replied, "Of course. I intend to engage in battle." Luoku shrank into a corner, surveying the turmoil below with a scowl, lamenting, "These feathered beasts treat us as mere livestock. And they seem to be growing increasingly cunning. Previously, they only knew to dive and snatch. Recently, they've even learned to throw stones. Damn it. If it weren't for the divine punishment miasma I've been infected with, I'd be the first to tear them apart." Understanding dawned upon Shinbei. These monstrous birds held a distinct advantage in flight, rendering conventional firearms ineffective. Their ferocious nature, coupled with their calf-sized bulk and swift movements, made them formidable adversaries. Yet Yin Hu and his companions navigated the chaos with apparent ease, clearly seasoned by prior encounters. Without the intervention of extraordinary individuals such as Yin Hu and Meng Shan, the sanctuary would have faced grievous losses amidst the onslaught of the beast tide, caught in a vice of attacks from both sides. At that very moment, a sudden eruption of fervent and ecstatic shouts arose from the chaotic throng ahead. "It is the general. The general has arrived. Ha ha ha, you wretched beasts, prepare for your reckoning." Upon hearing the words "the general," Shinbei turned his gaze towards the source of the commotion. At this juncture, the road lay in disarray, yet Yu Wuchang appeared, hands clasped behind his back, advancing with an air of nonchalance as the scattered populace unleashed a barrage into the sky, while exclaiming with jubilant howls, as if welcoming their sovereign. A piercing cry reverberated through the heavens, seemingly serving as a signal to rally. At this time, the sky was populated by a diminished number of winged clawed griffins. Among them, some were engaged in tearing apart their prey mid-air, while others, still desperate for a catch, circled and called out restlessly. Clad in striking crimson military attire, Yu Wuchang became an immediate target for several of these griffins. With a sharp cry, 4 of the griffins, driven by the scent of blood, could no longer restrain themselves. They spread their wings, spanning 4 meters in width, and with talons like iron hooks. They swooped down upon the open ground where Yu Wuchang stood. "You beasts shall meet your doom." As the fierce winds howled, Yu Wuchang slowly lifted his head. A cruel smile etched upon his shadowy visage. "What you destroy and plunder is, after all, my property." With a thunderous stomp, Yu Wuchang's foot struck the ground with immense force, causing a violent explosion of earth and stone, and in the ensuing chaos, he vanished from sight. The nearby populace merely witnessed his sudden disappearance, while Shinbei, from a distance, discerned that Yu Wuchang had soared into the sky like a cannonball, leaping over 10 meters high, landing directly beneath the descending monstrosity. In that critical moment, Yu Wuchang's hands shot forth with lightning speed, seizing the griffin's outstretched talons. And with a maniacal laugh, he tore upwards. With a sound akin to tearing a mere sheet of paper, the griffin, comparable in size to a calf, was effortlessly ripped apart, blood and entrails erupting into the air, cascading like confetti in the wind. In the next instant, amidst the tremors, Yu Wuchang landed steadily atop a low building, holding the 2 halves of the carcass. The other 3 griffins, descending from various directions, had yet to react when they beheld Yu Wuchang bend low, step forward, and release the 2 halves of the corpse, flinging them forth with ferocity akin to hidden weapons. In the next moment, it was uncertain how much power lay behind Yu Wuchang's fierce throw. The 2 remnants of corpses, propelled by a howling wind, accurately struck the 2 remaining wingclaw vultures, which were still 10 or so meters above the ground, causing their wings to shatter and sending them crashing down as if struck by a speeding automobile. The 2 wingclaw vultures emitted piercing cries, thrashing desperately on the ground. Yet, Yu Wuchang paid them no heed. He lifted his gaze to the last wingclaw vulture, which was frantically flapping its wings to ascend, and with a swift kick, sent a barrage of fist-sized debris hurtling forward like concealed projectiles, accompanied by a sharp whistling through the air. The stones exploded upon impact with the last wingclaw vulture, severely injuring its wings. With a mournful cry, it staggered and fell to the ground, struggling to rise once more. Thus, all 4 wingclaw vultures that had launched an assault on Yu Wuchang were felled in under 10 seconds. In mere moments, the extraordinary power and ferocity of Yu Wuchang's combat skills were vividly displayed. Shin Bei, his eyes unwavering, intently observed Yu Wuchang's figure in the distance, rapidly processing the spectacle he had just witnessed. The general is magnificent. The general is formidable. I told you, once the general arrives, these beasts would have no chance. Cheers and praises erupted like a tidal wave as the crowd surged forth, turning their collective fire on the 3 remaining, barely alive wingclaw vultures on the ground, turning them into mere riddles of flesh. Clearly satisfied with the display of might and prestige, Yu Wuchang smiled faintly and looked skyward. By this point, the hunting endeavor appeared to be drawing to a close. The number of deceased wingclaw vultures had nearly reached half. With such substantial losses, a particularly resonant cry echoed, prompting the remaining 20 or so wingclaw vultures in the sky to turn tail and fly back in the direction from whence they came. Chapter 26. A strike without a sound. When the silhouettes and cries of the wingclaw vultures vanished completely from the horizon, it did not signify the end of the beast tide. Countless ferocious creatures still remained to be dealt with in the lower tier, while Shin Bei had effectively played the role of a mere spectator throughout, accomplishing nothing as the abilities of the others decisively drove the monstrous birds back. At this time, Yu Wuchang directed several individuals to visit the research institute, where they found Chenanji, who presented a series of weapons resembling flying discs. Shin Bei cradled one in his arms and glanced at the label, Cluster Fire Disc. This is the latest aerial suppression weapon developed by our research institute, Chenanji explained swiftly while imparting usage instructions. In essence, once the disc is airborne, it will tilt its internal munitions, delivering full fire coverage over a designated area. Once the ammunition has been expended, it will automatically return to its launch position for reloading. Your task is simply to press this button, adjust the distance and height, and release the fire disc. All else will be managed for you. Remember, the effective range is limited to 5 kilometers. Chenanji wiped the sweat from his forehead and continued. This device is still in the development phase and has not yet entered formal production. If it weren't for the beast tide today, we wouldn't resort to using it. Should this weapon fail to respond or encounter any unforeseen circumstances, there is no need for alarm. After all, it is still in the research stage. Just report directly to me. Shin Bei examined the weapon in his hands. His curiosity piqued. According to Chenanji, the ammunition contained within was specially designed miniature shells, projected through a barrel akin to that of a railgun. Besides its immense penetrating power, it also possessed explosive damage. At this moment, Yu Wuchang nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Thank you for your efforts, Director Chen. Let us proceed. We must continue the fight." With that, Yu Wuchang left a few individuals behind to tidy up the aftermath while the rest returned to the lower levels to engage the ferocious beasts once more. Shin Bei, clutching the cluster fire disc, made his way back to defense segment number 8. The landlord cast a peculiar glance at the object in Shin Bei's arms, inquiring, "What is that?" "A newly developed weapon," Shin Bei replied. The landlord scoffed. "These fools waste research funds. They should focus on improving the quality of life for the populace, like designing sturdier wheels, rather than pursuing such futile endeavors." Shin Bei smirked. It seemed this had little to do with the research institute. After all, it was Yu Wuchang who dictated the research agenda. Just then, at each defense node, a multitude of black discs ascended, rapidly dispersing in all directions before unleashing a barrage of projectiles. Boom, boom. The distant stone forest was obliterated by the relentless onslaught of shells, and many unseen beasts were reduced to mere fragments. It must be said, this device was far more effective than traditional artillery. Indeed, it struck precisely where aimed. Moreover, despite its modest size, it was equipped with high explosive shells, rivaling the power of cannons. After a series of detonations, the beast tide was forcibly torn apart, creating a vast expanse of devastation. However, some creatures proved exceptionally formidable, leaping high to strike at the black discs. With a thunderous crash, certain agile beasts managed to leap several dozen meters, sending the black discs flying or even obliterating them midair. The intact cluster fire discs began their automatic return, returning to their launch positions to be reloaded with high explosives. After adjusting their target zones, they took off once more, ready to bombard. This spectacle invigorated the spirits of the inhabitants of shelter number 36. The ability users, undeterred by fatigue, resumed their fierce combat, unleashing a kaleidoscope of powers. The corpses of the beasts piled higher and higher. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Launch your fire discs," the landlord urged from the sidelines. Shin Bei responded with an "Oh, and, after a brief operation, pressed the activation button. A fire disk nearly a meter in diameter soared into the air. Although Shunbei could not comprehend the propulsion mechanism of the fire disk, lacking any visible flames or gas exhaust, he was utterly astonished. However, as this fire disk wobbled into the sky, it did not hover over the beasts but instead veered off toward an unrelated area, heading in the direction of the mountains. Finally, it vanished into a mere speck on the horizon. The landlord, bewildered, pointed at the rapidly departing firepower drone and questioned, "Why is yours different from the others?" Shunbei, taken aback, opened his mouth and replied, "The research institute mentioned this is still a product under development, and it may have certain unknown, uncontrollable faults. Perhaps I encountered one." With a sigh, Shunbei readied his sniper rifle and declared, "Let us eliminate the beasts." The landlord, unfazed, nodded and began shooting one bullet after another. In truth, Shunbei had deliberately set incorrect parameters to make the firepower drone disappear. In his mind, upgrading this device could become a formidable asset, akin to having aerial support that would bolster his strength. Such an opportunity was too precious to squander. One must look after oneself, lest the heavens and earth conspire against them. Having silently accomplished this task, Shunbei concentrated intently on shooting the beasts. This was not solely for his safety, but also to gain experience for his firearm. Moreover, there were other abilities at the forefront, allowing him to shoot without overthinking. Bang! The Barrett unleashed a fiery tongue, propelling the bullet from the chamber. Whoosh! An iron-armored explosive bear that had slipped into the safety zone had its eye pierced, as the powerful dual-tier bullet shattered its skull. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching wail, the iron-armored explosive bear collapsed, convulsed a few times, and died on the spot. Sniper rifle experience 1. "What the hell?" exclaimed the landlord, crouched nearby with an AK-47, his gaze filled with astonishment as he looked at Shunbei, incredulously stating, "Did you just take down an iron-armored explosive bear with that shot?" Shunbei adjusted his aim and continued, "Is there anything surprising about it?" Bang! He pulled the trigger again, sending another bullet into the eye of a rotting wolf, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Sniper rifle experience 1 is. Another shot. "When did your marksmanship become so precise?" The landlord was utterly shocked, his expression contorted. To be frank, if he were to hunt an iron-armored explosive bear or a rotting wolf alone, he would undoubtedly be left to flee. He lacked the skill or courage to face such ferocious beasts alone. Even with a gun in hand, his aim would fail him. This was no longer merely a case of shooting to hit the head. It was about striking the eyes with every shot. Even a highly skilled marksman would struggle to achieve such accuracy. The more the landlord observed Shunbei, the more unfamiliar he became with him. What a freak. Especially considering that crude, rough, and outdated modified Barrett rifle, devoid of a scope. Yet, in his eyes, it transformed into a rugged, simplistic, and artistic representation of violent aesthetics. Shunbei, however, had no time for idle chatter with the landlord. The beast tide was no casual affair. It was a matter of life and death. Bang bang. Shunbei cared little for the bullets. After all, there would be compensation from the sanctuary afterward. The most he would lose was a few dual-tier bullets. One shot followed another, as he continued to fire relentlessly. Sniper rifle experience 1. Sniper rifle experience 1. Shunbei discovered that with a level 3 sniper rifle and level 2 ammunition, even with occasional mishaps in technique, the bullets could pierce through the formidable defenses of the golden armored dragon beast, embedding themselves within its flesh. Although these strikes did not result in fatal wounds, the firearms wielded by others were impotent, producing mere sparks upon impact and remaining silent otherwise. In the face of such a ferocious creature, one could only summon an Esper for assistance, resorting to violence to counter violence. The Esper assigned for support happened to be Mengshan. After a fierce skirmish at Defense Node 8, all the beasts that had infiltrated were eradicated, granting Shunbei a brief respite. He glanced at his weapon. Sniper rifle LV3, 50-30, modified Barrett M95, with a range of 1,100 meters, 5 rounds, missing a detachable bipod, missing a rear adjustable monopod, missing a scope, notable lethality. With a 20 precision for moving shots, it was ready for an upgrade, but there was no rush. He decided to exhaust all the bullets first. At that moment, Shunbei felt a sudden pain on his head, as someone stepped on it. Chapter 27. Fear not to kill. We have support above. Shunbei was resting when an oblivious individual, having crossed his path, inadvertently placed a foot upon his head. Shunbei's expression darkened, a mix of anger and embarrassment washing over him, as he retorted, "Do you have eyes, or are you simply blind? So what if I stepped on you?" The voice was coarse and brash. Upon looking up, Shunbei realized it was none other than Mengshan. His towering figure loomed over Shunbei. Exuding an air of disdain, his face twisted in fury, yet a cruel smile danced upon his lips. It's all right, the landlord interjected, rising with a genial demeanor. "It was unintentional. We are currently in the throes of a beast tide, and such accidents are inevitable. Wouldn't you agree, Shinbei? Shinbei's expression remained icy and indifferent as he reached for his revolver. At that moment, Mengshan radiated an intense malice. I stepped on you on purpose. What are you going to do about it? The humiliation he had suffered at the bar yesterday ignited a furious blaze within him. Even though that revolver could cost him his life, being ridiculed was the true disgrace. He had been the subject of mockery, his face burning with shame. The manner in which he had fallen was utterly humiliating. Now, witnessing Shinbei at ease while he was left to extinguish fires, was this the treatment afforded to espers? Damn it, Shinbei, you live more freely than I do. Consumed by rage, Mengshan retaliated with another deliberate step upon Shinbei. Let us go, let us go. The landlord sensed the tension and hurriedly urged Mengshan to leave. Mengshan, glancing back with each step, continued to curse under his breath, spitting venomous words at Shinbei while declaring ominously, I swear I will kill you one day. Shinbei rose, his expression unchanging, his gaze reflecting an extreme coldness. Yesterday, I spared your life, and today you dare to provoke me again? Shinbei called out, Mengshan. Mengshan halted his steps, forcefully pushing aside the landlord. Striding back with an imposing demeanor, his countenance appearing exceedingly grim and terrifying. His expression suddenly turned frigid as he ground his teeth and hissed, What? Do you still wish to measure strength with me? In Mengshan's view, even if Shinbei had 100 lives, he would not dare to shoot an ability user, especially in a public setting. However, if he were to kill Shinbei, no one would intervene. In this world, the status of ability users is inherently elevated above that of ordinary individuals. Mengshan approached, seizing Shinbei by the collar. A fierce gleam flashing in his eyes as menacing rage radiated from him. Now, kneel and bow your head. Otherwise, I shall cast you into the beast tide. Yet, on Shinbei's handsome, yet sinister visage, there was only an expression of indifference. Without uttering a word, he raised his revolver, pressing it directly against Mengshan's chin. With a chilling laugh, Mengshan exhibited no fear, his malevolent face twisting into a grotesque grin. Do you dare to pull the trigger? Do you comprehend the consequences of killing an ability user? Shinbei's gaze was imbued with an indescribable depth and coldness. I shall naturally bear the consequences. And as for you, Shinbei cocked the hammer, his voice steady. You shall not witness how grotesquely you will perish. Mengshan's eyes flickered with a mocking expression, as if to say, What can you do to me? Go ahead, shoot. Let me see how brave you truly are. Bang. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei decisively pulled the trigger. The tremendous recoil of the revolver caused his arm to drop abruptly. Simultaneously, the flash of gunpowder erupted. In a swirl of smoke, not only would a level 1 ability user be obliterated at such close range, even an ordinary bullet could turn a barely competent ability user's head into a gruesome spectacle. At the instant Mengshan heard the gunfire, all his wild terror and resentment froze upon his face. His eyes widened in horror, contorted as though he had seen a malevolent spirit. How could he dare to shoot? In an instant, propelled by the furious gunpowder, the bullet pierced through Mengshan's jaw, burrowing into his brain. The explosion of his skull unleashed a chaotic mix of red and white brain matter and shredded flesh, erupting with a resounding pop, splattering everywhere. Shinbei pushed aside Mengshan's lifeless body, wiping his face nonchalantly, and sat down to meticulously clean the remnants of flesh from his revolver. The landlord and others stood in stunned silence, utterly unprepared for Shinbei's audacious action. No hesitation, no equivocation, he had shot Mengshan dead. Mengshan was a combat-type ability user, albeit only of the first tier, yet still an ability user. Everyone's faces were awash with an indescribable shock and bewilderment, akin to the tumultuous waves of the sea. The landlord's throat constricted as he realized that Shinbei and Mengshan had merely exchanged words moments ago, and now a life had been extinguished. Although lives may hold little value in this world, one must consider the identity of the individual. That was an ability user, and now his head lay shattered. The landlord's expression was riddled with uncertainty, his face darkening as if it could drip with water. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Shinbei, have you lost your mind? You have slain the adept Mengshan, and General Yu Wuchang will not let you go unpunished. Meanwhile, Shinbei stood resolute, his gaze profound and tranquil, akin to an old monk in meditation, his voice ethereal and indifferent. It matters not. The landlord held a favorable impression of Shinbei, yet with such a tumultuous incident, only one path remained for him. He swiftly produced a high-grade crystal core, presenting it to Shinbei. A single high-grade crystal core could be exchanged for 1,000 ordinary ones, a considerable fortune indeed. The landlord's voice, tinged with a raspy undertone, lowered further, leave. Quickly vacate Shelter 36 and seek refuge elsewhere in the wasteland. Never return. Though the landlord's words were harsh, Shinbei recognized the kindness behind them. In this wretched world, it was rare to encounter such compassion. However, Shinbei declined the crystal core, tossing it back and rising to his feet. A faintly cold smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, but refrain from excessive compassion. Otherwise, you shall bear the burdens of others." With that, Shinbei holstered his revolver, shouldered his barret, and departed from Defense Note 8. "Where are you going?" the landlord pressed. Shinbei waved his hand dismissively. "I must seek someone to mediate. Otherwise, my fate is but a dead end." He was acutely aware that in such circumstances, to kill an adept was tantamount to courting death. In the wilderness, one could strike silently, yet within the confines of a shelter, especially during a beast tide, it was akin to provoking General Yu Wuchang. The wrath of thunder would be inevitable. Shinbei was not yet ready to abandon Shelter 36, for the perils beyond were manifold. His stamina was insufficient for prolonged combat. He needed to upgrade his armor before he could traverse the wilderness with any semblance of safety, navigating through various defense nodes amidst the chaos. He returned to the upper levels and found Rock, sharing his predicament. Upon hearing this, Rock furrowed his brow slightly. "You truly know how to stir trouble," he remarked, clicking his tongue. Shinbei countered, "I indeed know how to find people." "Enough of that," Rock said, stroking his chin in contemplation. "You continue to defend your node. I'll handle matters with Yu Wuchang." "Thank you. Just remember, you owe me a favor." Shinbei shrugged, departing the upper level and returning to his defense node. He was confident that Rock possessed the capability to resolve his issues. Before succumbing to the miasma of divine punishment, Rock was not merely boasting of his valor. He was genuinely formidable. With mastery over thunder, he could rend the heavens. Moreover, he had once saved Yu Wuchang himself. It could be said that without Rock, there would be no present-day Yu Wuchang. Thus, Shinbei dared to act recklessly, firing his weapon in public. After all, he had allies in high places. Chapter 28. Upgrading the sniper rifle. The beast tide continued its relentless assault. The cluster vitality discs had emerged as a formidable force, capable of clearing vast swathes of ferocious beasts with each deployment. This enabled the adept defenders beneath to conserve considerable stamina. For even the mightiest adept is not an everlasting machine. Fatigue inevitably sets in. Furthermore, Shelter 36 had faced the beast tide on more than one occasion. Regardless of whether one possesses extraordinary abilities or is merely an ordinary individual, everyone has their own methods of coping. The sole unforeseen event was the monstrous bird's decision to hurl stones, inflicting considerable damage upon the upper-class residents. Fortunately, General Yu Wuchang promptly led his men to repel the attackers. Despite the casualties, the situation remained bearable. At this juncture, Shinbei, having resolved his own troubles, rejoined the fray with unwavering resolve. Each shot he fired was precise, every bullet finding its mark, leaving the surrounding landlords questioning their very existence. As Shinbei dispatched the ability user known as the Fierce Mountain, he contemplated urging Shinbei to flee from Shelter number 36. The world was vast, and there were countless refuge locations beyond Shelter number 36. Any sanctuary could offer a chance for survival. Yet, after a brief departure, Shinbei returned nonchalantly, displaying no hint of concern for the future, his shooting remaining as accurate as ever. In contrast, had it been himself, he would have succumbed to a chaotic state of mind, unable to focus on resisting the ferocious beasts. The landlord, perplexed, could not fathom Shinbei's current mindset. The battle raged on until the afternoon, with the carcasses of the beasts piled up to over 10 meters in height before the shelter. Many homes, too, had succumbed to the onslaught, and numerous lives were lost. In the face of impending disaster, the inhabitants of the shelter had no time for sorrow. Once the tide of beasts receded, they swiftly immersed themselves in their tasks. Repairs were made to the homes, while ability users began to dissect the heads of the slain beasts, extracting the core crystals and harvesting any valuable materials for future use. To the ordinary people, the beast tide represented a calamity, while for the ability users, it was akin to an opportunity bestowed upon them, albeit one that required caution. With a few lives inevitably lost. In the wasteland, when was there ever a day without death? At this moment, Shinbei had exhausted all his ammunition. Since the landlord's home remained intact, there was no need for repairs, and Shinbei opted to return for a rest. Of course, he could have chosen to engage in logging, selling planks to the beleaguered landlords to earn some money. Yet, comparatively, resting within his battle armor seemed a more prudent choice. The landlord followed Shinbei, filled with suspicion and trepidation, fearing that Yu Wuchang might emerge at any moment to capture Shinbei, thereby implicating him as well. However, darkness fell, and he did not encounter anyone aggressively seeking Shinbei. Logically, such news would surely have reached Yu Wuchang by now. The landlord slapped his forehead. Could it be that Shinbei had some connection to Yu Wuchang? Unable to make sense of it, he resolved to abandon the thought. At that moment, shouts rang out from outside. The landlord hurriedly rushed out to investigate. The individuals outside were staff from the logistics department of Shelter number 36, dragging 2 large bags as they distributed supplies from house to house. One bag contained core crystals, while the other was filled with various types of beast meat. How many people? The staff inquired. The landlord gestured, stating, 9 residents, plus myself, 10 in total. Nonsense. The staff member pointed at the list, exclaiming, 1 clearly perished. The landlord wore a pained expression, replying, but the deceased had a family. His wife and children need to eat. Life and death are fated. The staff spoke with a brusque tone, stating, I am merely adhering to the rules. You have broken them, and thus others will take advantage. The landlord sighed. Accepting the reward meant for defending against the beast tide. Upon returning to the residence, the landlord called out, prompting the tenants to descend. Each took their rightful share. Shinbei was the last to collect, receiving a total of 50 crystal source cores and 100 pounds of beast meat. The method of distribution remained a mystery to all. It was simply a case of taking whatever General Yu Wuchang allocated. In the end, the landlord suggested that everyone should assist the household that had suffered a loss, distributing some of their meat to them. The others contributed a portion of their meat, while Shinbei chose to give a small boy a handgun. This handgun was the very one Shinbei had used to execute the formidable Xianglong, albeit upgraded. Teaching someone to fish is more valuable than merely giving them fish. If one cannot become an ability user, then a handgun is a means of survival. The landlord was taken aback, feeling a pang of guilt. Did the mother and son not require beast meat? Indeed, Shinbei grinned. What I provide is sustenance. No one can consume metal, but beasts will devour bullets. With that, Shinbei turned and ascended the stairs, eager to rest. The landlord observed Shinbei's retreating figure. Deep in thought, returning to the house, she fetched a box of bullets and handed it to the boy, gently ruffling his hair. Little K, your father has passed. It's time for you to grow up. The boy, referred to as Little K, was scarcely 10 years old, yet his eyes were clear and resolute as he nodded. At that moment, Shinbei sat cross-legged on the bed, fixated on the Barrett sniper rifle in his hands. A piece of information materialized. Sniper rifle LV3, 8030, modified Barrett M95, range of 1,100 meters, 5 rounds, detachable bipod missing, adjustable monopod missing, scope missing, significant lethality. Moving shot, precision 20. Upgrade. Sniper rifle LV4, 5100, modified Barrett M95, range of 1,300 meters, 5 rounds, significant lethality, moving shot, precision 20. Blind shot accuracy increased by 20, silencing effect increased by 20, recoil reduced by 20. Shinbei's eyes sparkled with excitement. The changes from this upgrade were remarkable. Not only had the range increased, but even the precision of blind shots had improved. It was nothing short of revolutionary. The silencing effect, though a mere reduction of 20, suggested that upon reaching the maximum upgrade, complete silence would be achieved. Such an effect was explosive in its potential. It is known that even the most advanced suppressors on handguns cannot achieve total silence. The final attribute was the recoil, which was also incredibly significant. The recoil of this Barrett was far more considerable than that of a revolver. Firing a revolver with one hand left Shinbei's arm numb. Even the slightest misalignment could result in dislocation. However, this Barrett would surely cause dislocation if fired one-handed, unless held with both hands or shot from a prone position. Given its tremendous recoil, firearms are man-made, yet a person cannot fully master it. Today, another M500 revolver fired once, claiming the life of a fierce beast. There was little to behold. Subsequently, Shinbei retrieved his alarm clock. After disassembling and reassembling it, it had transformed into a timed explosive device. Requiring merely the addition of 10 crystal cores, Shinbei attempted to insert the crystal cores. Strangely and astonishingly, despite the clock lacking an opening or any receptacle for the cores, each core placed upon its exterior was absorbed into the casing. Excellent. Even Newton's coffin could not contain this. After inserting 10 crystal cores, he glanced at the clock once more. Alarm clock LV5, max level, loading progress, 1010. In addition to being absolutely punctual, it also serves as a timed bomb. Shinbei clicked his tongue, pondering the explosive power it might possess. Perhaps he could procure more clocks for experimentation. If the results were favorable, they could serve as instruments of demise. Setting the clock aside, Shinbei continued to engage with his most vital equipment, the battle armor. He arranged his bedding and comfortably lay down. Battle armor experience 1. Battle armor experience 1 yawning. Shinbei calculated roughly 6 hours in the afternoon and 12 hours at night, totaling 18 hours. With each hour yielding 60 experience points, tomorrow he could gain 840 points. By the day after, he would be able to level up. Hopefully, it would bring some surprises. Chapter 29. The Blue Demoness. Overbearing to the point of inducing numbness at the early hour, Shinbei entered the blaze bar, which lay in disarray. Bottles were strewn across the floor, and remnants of food were visible everywhere. The inebriated patrons lay sprawled on the ground, their snoring resembling a symphony of discord. A pungent aroma of spilled drinks and vomit pervaded the entire bar. The previous day's tense beast tide and bountiful harvest had granted many crystal cores to the desperate humans, whose existence was marked by indulgence and intoxication, an unchanging theme. Naturally, they sought to drink themselves into oblivion, unaware of their surroundings. Shinbei found a clean spot to sit. Before long, Rock hurried over. Shinbei, feeling quite self-aware, waved his hand. "Waiter, whiskey." No one responded. The staff were deeply asleep. Rising, Shinbei ventured behind the bar, retrieved a bottle of liquor, left a crystal core, and returned to his seat. Rock took a swig, exhaling sharply, smacking his lips, and rubbed his stubbled chin, saying, "The matter of your slaying the ability user, Ming Shan, has been resolved." Shinbei raised his glass in acknowledgement. "Thank you." However, it was not so simple, Rock added. Shinbei responded with an inquisitive "oh," and inquired, "What additional conditions?" Rock's voice dropped to a whisper. "It's not that Yu Wuchang insists on conditions. My esteem must still be acknowledged. Without me, he would not be where he is today, you understand." Yet, Yin, a close ally of Meng Shan, insisted on making a scene. "Ultimately, you owe Yu Wuchang one favor for an unpaid task." Shinbei comprehended the situation and candidly remarked, "Is it a task owed to Yin? You may interpret it that way," Luo Ku replied with a shrug. "Regardless of the task, as long as it bears the name of the sanctuary, it must pass through me. Any unreasonable request shall be promptly denied." Shinbei was indifferent, as long as he was granted time to upgrade his battle armor. Even if Yin sought to exploit the guise of a mission to eliminate him in the wasteland, it would not be so simple. The two conversed for a while longer before Shinbei departed from the bar. For the next 2 days, Shinbei found himself with nothing to occupy his time. His primary task was to remain idle. When fatigue set in, he would stroll near the sanctuary. The wasteland was not a place to be entered carelessly. Encountering fierce beasts was one thing. Running into aberrant creatures was another matter entirely. There was no place safer than the sanctuary. The remnants of the recent beast tide had transformed into a veritable playground, with heaps of flesh attracting numerous predators drawn by the scent of blood and meat. Ordinary people, armed with firearms, began to hunt, though their efforts proved largely futile, merely resulting in wasted ammunition. However, the entertainment value was considerable, as there were wagers placed on whether each shot would hit its mark. With nothing better to do, Shinbei decided to join in on the amusement. Coincidentally, the landlord was also present. Upon seeing Shinbei, the landlord's eyes lit up with a knowing glint, signaling for Shinbei to cooperate in a scheme to fleece the unsuspecting. Shinbei nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The sniper rifles in use were hardly of exceptional quality. One was a 98K, a weapon renowned in the gaming world prior to his arrival in this dystopian realm, yet it fell short here. Even with its built-in scope, the rifle had been haphazardly modified, rendering its specifications wildly inconsistent. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Shinbei to the stage." The host raised a bottle in cheer, announcing, "Not an esper, nor a specialist marksman, but an ordinary person. Place your bets." The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, placing their wagers on Shinbei missing his shot. The landlord, grinning widely, placed his bet accordingly. He had witnessed Shinbei's marksmanship before, truly exceptional. To be blunt, even esper sharpshooters would struggle against him. Shinbei positioned himself at the shooting platform, the crosshairs of the high-magnification scope aligning with the head of a voracious beast. It was a corrupted bone lizard. Its appearance both bizarre and terrifying, its body enveloped in a jagged, mottled shell that glimmered with a sinister luminescence under the sun, as though fashioned from countless decayed bones. Its eyes resembled two sunken black voids, intermittently emitting eerie blue flames that appeared unsettling even in daylight. Shinbei gauged the distance, approximately 500 meters. For a mercenary of his caliber, this range was trivial. Back when he had sniped his teammate from the corrupted wolf's den, the distance had exceeded 800 meters. Adjusting his stance, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! A plume of blue-white smoke erupted from the barrel. All eyes were fixed on the corrupted bone lizard. In the next instant, under the propulsion of the bullet's kinetic energy, it shattered the creature's eye, dark blood mingling with silvery fragments of the shattered eyeball, splattering against the rocks. It did not flee. The bullet had likely obliterated its cerebral tissue, causing it to emit a shrill wail as it writhed at the entrance, incessantly colliding with the stones. Within moments, the putrid lizard succumbed to death. The landlord laughed heartily, stuffing all the wagers into his pocket. The other gamblers gasped in disbelief, momentarily stunned. It is worth noting that the rules of this competition merely required hitting the beast. Killing it was not a stipulation. Yet, with a single shot, Shinbei had claimed the creature's life. This marksmanship was truly astonishing. Once more, I bet Shinbei can hit the beast. His shooting skills are commendable. I shall wager too. I wonder if he can maintain his performance. I bet he won't hit. Are you foolish? Just observe Shinbei's stance and his composed aura. He has 100% chance of hitting. I bet he will. Shinbei furtively glanced at the landlord. who had wagered the core crystal on a miss. Understanding the unspoken cue, Shinbei took aim again. The next shot went awry, kicking up a cloud of dust from the ground. The gamblers erupted in curses, expressing their discontent. In the subsequent rounds of betting, whatever the landlord wagered, Shinbei would hit. After several rounds, the landlord had amassed nearly 300 core crystals. The landlord signaled Shinbei to withdraw. It was time to cease. On their way back, they began to divide the spoils. Shinbei acquired over 200 core crystals. You take the larger share. I'll simply follow you for the leftovers. The landlord's face was alight with joy. This was akin to having acquired the core crystals through deceit, yet he remained unready. Shinbei, however, would not yield, pocketing them without hesitation. The foolish crowd was infuriated, laughter bubbling forth from the landlord as he recalled the earlier scene. Shinbei contemplated the adage, in gambling, 9 out of 10 lose. Sometimes, one loses without even understanding how. At that moment, a girl clad in a black cloak suddenly emerged from the side, halting the two. She slowly lifted her head, her features exquisitely refined, resembling a porcelain doll. Yet, her pupils glimmered with a faint blue light. Shinbei could not discern whether her eyes were naturally blue or if she had embellished them with her abilities for aesthetic purposes. Blue Demon. You are the ability user known as the Blue Demon, the landlord exclaimed, naming her directly. Most of her face concealed beneath her hood. The girl pointed a finger at the landlord and uttered a single word, scram. The landlord, obedient to her command, immediately fled without looking back. However, he did not stray far, instead opting to observe from a distance. Shinbei, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Are you looking for me?" The Blue Demon responded in a chilling tone. "Your marksmanship is impressive, rivaling that of specialized shooters. Yet, there were numerous mistakes. You noticed them just now, did you not? You were deliberately setting traps to win." "I discerned it long ago," Shinbei replied, and the Blue Demon continued, "Coincidentally, my team is in need of a sniper. Although you are not an ability user, you are qualified to join." Shinbei, devoid of expression, spoke in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. "I have grown accustomed to being alone. There will inevitably come moments when a teammate is needed." The Blue Demoness sauntered past Shinbei, glancing back to say, "I shall call upon you should the need arise." Her words carried an undeniable undertone of insistence. Chapter 30. A significant upgrade of the exosuit. This audacious young woman was something else entirely. As the landlord rambled on his way back, he recounted, "Last time, a drunken fellow stood outside my house, relieving himself. Was that not a rather ordinary occurrence? Guess what happened next?" He answered his own question. Lo and behold, he was met with a freezing blast that promptly silenced him. She claimed it was an affront to her sensibilities. It was utterly unreasonable. Such brutality. As the landlord narrated the tale of the Blue Demoness, he turned back nervously, clutching his groin, fearing a retaliatory strike from her. Shinbei, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue. When it comes to those with special abilities, reasoning is a foreign concept. If it were me, I would not be any more reasonable. In this world, the strength of one's fist dictated the weight of their words. Shinbei had already eliminated the formidable ability user known as Meng Shan, yet he still had to navigate the aftermath through connections. Having mentally prepared for the harsh realities of this apocalyptic realm, Shinbei was no longer astonished by the unfolding events. Upon returning to his dwelling, Shinbei resumed his reclined position, seizing the opportunity to upgrade his exosuit. In terms of physical prowess and resilience, he found himself unable to contend with the ability users. Thus, he had to rely on technology. The impoverished depend on mutations, while the affluent depend on technological advancements. 2 days later, Shinbei emerged from the exosuit, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He glanced at the exosuit's specifications. Pseudo, Power Armor LV2, 2,322,000. A nearly useless exosuit. Engaging in combat with it would be unwise. However, its defensive capabilities have seen a slight enhancement, as has its mobility and mental connection response time. Equipped with an infrared vision system, it allows one to keep pace with others during nighttime festivities and enhances visibility of the terrain. It was time. The experience points were ample. With a mental command, Shinbei initiated the upgrade. Power Armor LV3, 320-3000. A somewhat useful exosuit, it can assist in running, its defensive capabilities have improved, and it possesses a certain load-bearing capacity, with a slight enhancement in mental connection response time. Each crystal core can sustain the exosuit's high-speed operation for 5 minutes. After absorbing this information, a smile crept across Shinbei's face. The level 3 exosuit was now at his disposal. Although it still lacked formidable defenses, immense strength, a firepower system, and compact portability, it could at least assist him in enhancing his running speed. This single improvement was enough to send Shinbei into a state of elation. Moreover, the efficiency of the crystal cores had significantly increased, extending their operational duration from 1 minute to an impressive 5 minutes. This was undeniably a monumental advancement. To Shinbei's astonishment, the exosuit, originally around 2 meters in height, had now been reduced to approximately 1.8 meters, perfectly matching his stature. The exterior of the armor had transitioned from a rough texture to a matte black finish, captivating him further with every glance. The more he examined it, the more he found himself enchanted and delighted. Shunbei eagerly re-entered his battle armor, slinging his sniper rifle across his back and securing his handgun. He stepped out of the room, but the anticipated creaking sound of joint friction did not occur. The armor moved with a remarkable fluidity, generating minimal extraneous noise during its operation. Each component felt exceptionally smooth, devoid of any sense of obstruction or sluggishness. Moreover, the armor fit him snugly, akin to slipping into a comfortable coat. It was evident that this upgrade had allowed for a comprehensive evolution of the battle suit. As Shunbei engaged in various movements, stretching his limbs, crouching, and leaping, he adapted to the rhythm that the armor facilitated. He descended the stairs, where his landlord, with a puzzled expression, exclaimed, "What a transformation this toy has undergone in just a few days." Shunbei lifted his visor and responded with a hint of pride, "Naturally. I've been busy customizing it." The landlord remarked, "With those skills, you ought to be working at a research institute. That is not the life I desire. Ultimately, one seeks stability," replied Shunbei. "That may be true for you," he added, waving his hand as he departed from the rental unit. He intended to journey north into the mountains to retrieve the cluster fire disk he had intentionally abandoned during the beast tide, curious to see the effects of his upgrades. Meanwhile, the entire Shelter 36 was bustling with activity, miners mining and lumberjacks collecting wood. Shunbei strode confidently towards the upper levels of the shelter. The residents who encountered his appearance were not particularly surprised. After all, among the superpowered individuals, there were those fully armed to the teeth, such as those specializing in marksmanship or close combat. However, the protective gear of these individuals typically targeted specific areas rather than providing full coverage. The unanimous sentiment toward Shunbei was simply one word: cool. Upon arriving at the weapons shop, Shunbei replenished his ammunition, having nearly expended all his bullets during the last beast tide. Without ammunition, a firearm is merely a glorified stick. As he organized his bullets, he inquired of the shop owner, "Why don't I see any large firearms used by superpowered individuals in your shop?" I witnessed one such individual fire at a monstrous bird quite impressively. The shop owner, puffing on a cigarette, chuckled. "What? Are you thinking of purchasing one?" Shunbei blinked, contemplating the idea. "Could I also use one?" "You're thinking too simplistically," the owner teased. "Those firearms that utilize crystal cores for energy aren't just about inserting a core and firing. The user must catalyze the energy to propel the light bullets. Otherwise, they will simply detonate on the spot. Moreover, the flight speed of the light bullets correlates with the user's tier. A specialized marksman would have better control over the weapon." Shunbei finally understood. No wonder the superpowered individual he had seen using a large energy firearm had struggled to hit the monstrous bird. The trajectory of the light bullets appeared odd and sluggish, with an early parabola. It was clear that the individual's lack of skill had been the issue. He promptly dismissed the notion of acquiring an energy firearm and bid farewell as he exited Shelter 36. Shunbei began his trek northward on foot. The low-hanging clouds in the sky parted to reveal a gap, allowing the sun to peek through, casting a vast expanse of golden sunlight down upon the land. After traversing the desolate wasteland for a short while, Shunbei discerned the weaknesses and shortcomings of his armor. Under the intense heat, the interior felt akin to an oven, leaving him drenched as if he had emerged from water. In truth, the armor was equipped with a temperature regulation system capable of lowering the internal temperature to 0. However, this required the consumption of a core crystal. Reluctant to expend such resources, Shunbei refrained from activating the system, opting instead to lift his visor for a breath of fresh air. His pace remained steady, deliberate, each step measured with absolute precision. Approximately 3 hours later, as Shunbei approached the edge of the mountains, a sudden roar of engines erupted behind him. He turned to glance back, where, amidst the swirling dust, a massive Tyrannosaurus seemed to bellow defiantly, its roar drowning out the sound of 2 speeding off-road vehicles. Then, out of the cloud of debris, a motorcycle painted a deep black surged forth, crossing the 2 vehicles with astonishing speed, heading straight for Shunbei. This motorcycle was wildly modified, and the roar of its engine matched its incredible velocity. Shunbei found the design somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly recalled. This was by Luo's ride. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his unease. Her presence was relentless. Without a moment's hesitation, Shunbei retrieved the core crystal and inserted it into the energy apparatus. Instantly, the armor's power system activated, and he took off running. This woman was not to be trifled with. She was even more unreasonable than the Blue Demoness. The latter merely coerced one into joining her team, while Luo had her sights set on him directly. In this maddening world, when a woman goes wild, not even 10 bulls could restrain her. Was this truly a mere ordinary person? In the driver's seat, a burly man, cigar in mouth, glanced at the speedometer and then at the man sprinting ahead. Damn. He's already hit 40 kilometers per hour. Bai Luo, sitting in the passenger seat, held a slender steel needle between her teeth, her hair elegantly styled into a bun, and she inserted the needle into her hairdo, observing Xin Bei with keen interest. Look, even an ordinary person can run at 40. I must have chosen wisely. The burly man chuckled. If you insist he's ordinary, then the issue lies in the armor he wears. He produced a mid-tier core crystal, inserting it into the engine's feed, flooring the accelerator, causing the vehicle to surge forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. After nearly 100 meters of agonizing and trembling braking, the vehicle, buoyed by its last vestige of momentum, gracefully straightened, showcasing the man's nearly flawless driving skills. The vehicle came to a halt barely 3 meters in front of Xin Bei. Bai Luo kicked open the door, placed her hands on the edge of the car, and vaulted onto the roof. Sitting cross-legged atop the vehicle, she smiled charmingly. Stretching her exquisite curves, she gazed at Xin Bei, speaking slowly. I have my eye on you. Will you comply or not? Spare me the suspense. Chapter 31. Shame-facing Bai Luo's declaration, Xin Bei absent-mindedly touched his face, suddenly realizing the truth in the words of the staff member during his shower at Shelter No. 36. Indeed, possessing a handsome visage was merely the beginning of trouble. Women tended to project their desires upon him, which was quite bothersome. Without hesitation, Xin Bei drew his revolver and pulled the trigger. The deafening gunfire erupted in rapid succession, echoing in Bai Luo's ears at such close range that she momentarily believed the bullets were aimed directly at her. The cold, menacing muzzle seemed to roar like a demon, making her acutely aware of the imminent specter of death. A chill ran down her spine, and goosebumps prickled her skin. Bai Luo swiftly rolled off the roof of the car and peeked out again, only to find Xin Bei had vanished into the dense mountain forest. Frustrated, she clambered back inside the vehicle, her once innocent and charming face contorting in fury, after him. However, the burly man beside her, cigar in mouth, could only chuckle bitterly. Chase after what? The tires are shot to pieces. It dawned on Bai Luo that Xin Bei's gunfire had indeed targeted the tires. She kicked the car door in frustration, and as her foot struck the ground, it erupted with a deafening crack, propelling her body into a swift flight. Let us see how far you can run. Bai Luo moved with remarkable agility, her every leap and landing displaying graceful lines. Yet her strides far exceeded those of an ordinary person. A cloud of dust billowed skyward behind her. Xin Bei, weaving through the mountainous thickets, heard Bai Luo's furious pursuit drawing near, causing his expression to stiffen. Her speed rivaled that of a cheetah, if it were not for his battle armor. Granting him extraordinary speed, he would have surely been captured by Bai Luo within moments. Scaling a hill, he spotted a dilapidated town in the distance, presumably an abandoned settlement. By the time Bai Luo crested the hill, Xin Bei had already vanished amidst the ruins. The exertion of running had flushed her cheeks crimson, and she gasped for breath. What manner of attire was he wearing? It was akin to that of a superhuman. Bai Luo exclaimed in wonder. Subsequently, she retrieved a slender dagger from her tall boots. Gripping it tightly, her eyes gleamed with a predatory light, and a chilling smile graced her lips as she strode purposefully into the forsaken town. Before her lay a desolate village, a small river coursing through it, shimmering with a vibrant green glow, creating a rippling effect. Thanks to the abundant water supply, remarkably resilient shrubs flourished everywhere. Abandoned for decades, some trees had even grown to impressive heights, despite it being morning and the sunlight blazing. The ruins still exuded an eerie atmosphere, devoid of warmth. Meanwhile, Xin Bei concealed himself within a small building, peering through the grimy glass window at the outside world. He could vaguely discern Bai Luo, moving with the agility of a wildcat, each leap between the wreckage as light as a feather. In her grasp, the gleaming dagger, if entrusted to an ordinary individual, would merely suffice for the slicing of meals. However, Xin Bei firmly believed that in the hands of Bai Luo, it would undoubtedly unleash tremendous lethality, delivering the most fatal blow to any adversary. At present, Xin Bei remained oblivious to the specific tier of Bai Luo's abilities. It is noteworthy that not all practitioners of these powers are universally adept. For instance, an individual with a defensive capability rated at Tier 3, even if possessing only Tier 1 offensive techniques, would still be classified as a Tier 3 practitioner. Observing Bai Luo clad in her form-fitting leather attire, which accentuated her physique exquisitely, Xin Bei surmised that her abilities were likely focused on offensive prowess, particularly in close combat. Consequently, one might deduce that her defensive capabilities were relatively modest. With this reasoning, Xin Bei resolved to eliminate Bai Luo at this juncture. This formidable opponent was exceedingly tenacious. He could not afford to be relentlessly pursued every time he ventured into the wilderness, for such an endeavor would render him utterly ineffective. Patience was a virtue he possessed in abundance. After casting a final glance at Bai Luo's silhouette, Shunbei silently withdrew into the shadows of the wall. He activated the temperature regulation system within his armor, causing the temperature to plummet to 0 degrees, thus averting detection by any heat-sensing abilities Bai Luo might possess. His attire was sufficiently warm to withstand the cold. Given the substantial size of the town, there were numerous structures like the one Shunbei occupied for ambush. It would require considerable time for Bai Luo to search each one thoroughly. Shunbei meticulously prepared his ammunition, arranging it before him. He began to etch intricate patterns onto the bullets to enhance their potency. While he dared not dream of achieving absolute precision, he was determined to ensure they possessed sufficient threat. As the sun descended in the west, the daylight gradually waned. Bai Luo, lost in her aimless search through the desolate town, momentarily faltered, suspecting that Shunbei had silently vacated the premises, leaving her to engage in a futile pursuit. She was well aware of her extensive survival experience in the wild. Aside from the aberrations she had encountered, she had never failed to locate her quarry. Shunbei's ability to leave no trace, no scent, no marks, no clues, was a novel experience for her. At this moment, Bai Luo had already expended a substantial portion of her stamina. Her mental acuity and alertness significantly diminished compared to the daylight hours. She reluctantly acknowledged that Shunbei was an exceedingly cunning, ordinary individual. Bai Luo was certain that he had not departed but was lurking somewhere, observing her, waiting for her to grow weary. She scanned her surroundings once more. It was a pitch-black expanse. Suddenly, she felt a sensation akin to a mosquito bite on her neck. Reaching up, she discovered a dark red stinger in her hand. A chill ran through her. It was a venomous spider bee. This fearsome creature, scarcely larger than the palm of her hand, was a hybrid of a bee and a spider. The abdomen of the spider bee was unusually swollen, resembling both a bee's honey sac and a spider's egg sac. Not only could it unleash anesthetic stingers, but it also possessed the ability to ensnare its prey in silk threads. While the silk posed minimal threat to practitioners of abilities, its slow projection speed made it easily evadable. However, once the anesthetic needle is administered, if one cannot break free in time, the threads will entwine around their body and solidify with the passage of time, becoming increasingly rigid. Even if the gifted individual awakens, employing all their might, they will remain ensnared. It presents quite a considerable predicament. In the next moment, the anesthetic began to take effect within Bai Luo's body. An overwhelming fear began to envelop her. Her vision blurred, her steps faltered, and she stumbled twice before collapsing to the ground. Just as her consciousness was on the brink of surrendering to slumber, she heard a rustling sound. A venomous spider wasp approached, circling above her head twice, preparing to unleash its silk to ensnare its prey. At that very moment, from the corner of Bai Luo's eye, she caught sight of a building amidst the ruins. 100 meters away, where a glass window suddenly shattered. A sniper rifle protruded from within, followed by the flash of a muzzle. Bang! A fiery projectile raced towards her. Only one thought consumed Bai Luo's mind: to add insult to injury, to fall from grace. Unable to withstand the invasive force of the anesthetic any longer, Bai Luo succumbed into unconsciousness. A cold, stinging sensation pervaded her being, akin to countless ants gnawing at her flesh, as her consciousness drifted alone amidst an ocean of anguish. Amidst the chaos of her mind, a faint, mocking laughter echoed. Tisk, tsk, Boss Wu, what shall we say if Captain Bai awakens? What shall we say? Is this not the fulfillment of a desire? Yet, Captain Bai is but a passive participant. What does it matter? Whoever it is, it's all the same. It's merely a matter of not having enjoyed it. Various indistinct and murky voices seemed to whisper in the darkness, causing Bai Luo's already fragmented consciousness to stir with agitation. I am still alive, within the realm of her spirit. It felt as though the first ray of light pierced through the darkness, a milky white orb akin to the warm sun of winter, gradually dispersing the shadows. Cold, stinging, itching sensations, a myriad of maddening feelings surged through her ethereal existence, prompting her to breathe in rapid, labored gasps. Her eyelids fluttered slightly as she gradually regained a faint awareness of her body. With painstaking effort, Bai Luo opened her eyes to discover herself within a relatively intact abandoned house. Around her was a campfire, radiating warmth. Her team members gathered around, laughing and chatting merrily. "Oh, you're awake," boomed Boss Wu, a cigar dangling from his lips, a playful smile adorning his face. Bai Luo propped herself up, only to be met with a sudden, tearing pain radiating from her lower body. Her eyes widened in shock as she reached down to investigate, only to recoil in horror at the sight of blood. Boss Wu jested, "When we arrived, Shunbei had just gotten off you." "Damn," Bai Luo exclaimed in fury. "Where is he?" "He's gone. Gone. Why didn't you stop him?" "That's just how men are." Boss Wu laughed heartily. "They pull up their pants and leave." The other team members laughed uncontrollably. With a serious tone, Boss Wu remarked, "The price of losing this game is precisely what you had yearned for, is it not? No loss there. Bai Luo's lips twitched in frustration, but I didn't even enjoy it. Not even the first time. Boss Wu grinned broadly. Bai Luo closed his eyes, breathing heavily for a long while, gradually calming the fury and humiliation that swelled within him. Truly, it was a matter of great shame. The next time I encounter him, I must assert my dominance. With determination, the team members shouted in unison, their laughter echoing for an extended duration. Chapter 32, Deconstruction and Reverse Engineering. The jungle under the cloak of night was undoubtedly perilous. Any creature daring to venture forth in search of sustenance during the dark hours posed a latent threat to both ordinary individuals and those endowed with extraordinary abilities. Yet, Shinbei maintained a brisk pace, though his battle armor fell short in close combat against the empowered beings. The venomous darts ejected by the ambushing small creatures failed to penetrate his armor. Furthermore, the armor was equipped with an infrared vision system, allowing him to traverse the nocturnal landscape with ease. He pressed onward to the north, towards the area where the cluster fire disk had descended. The adage "the mountains may appear close, but the journey is far" rang true. Despite the seemingly short linear distance, the number of peaks to traverse was staggering, elongating Shinbei's journey interminably. Reflecting on the recent encounter with Bai Luo, he couldn't help but chuckle. Misfortune seemed to plague those who were already unlucky. After a day of hiding, Bai Luo had inexplicably let down her guard under the cover of night, failing to notice even the poisonous spider wasps lurking behind her. Ultimately, she fell victim to a dart potent enough to incapacitate a raging ape, collapsing to the ground in an instant. In that moment, Shinbei harbored thoughts of eliminating Bai Luo. However, his weapon remained aimed at the venomous insects. To alleviate his frustration and put an end to Bai Luo's relentless pursuit, he took advantage of her unconscious state and made his move. Throughout the ordeal, Bai Luo lay there as though she were a lifeless pig, yet strangely, it was quite exhilarating. In the end, Bai Luo lost the game, achieving the outcome she desired. The process was of little consequence. After a long trek, Shinbei found himself within a valley. According to his calculations, he should now be at the location where the cluster fire disk had fallen. He meticulously searched through the valley, examining every blade of grass and tree. As dawn approached, he discovered the cluster fire disk resting upon a large stone. Success! Shinbei was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He immediately lifted it, inspecting its surface for dents and scratches. Fortunately, it appeared that the internal components remained intact, undamaged. Pondering his next steps, two issues needed resolution. First, disassembling and reassembling the fire disk required a clean and stable environment, which was certainly not the case here. A single misplaced screw could vanish into the underbrush. Second, the size of the cluster fire disk was considerable, with a diameter of nearly 1 meter. If he were to bring it back to the shelter, it would be highly conspicuous, likely prompting the research facility to reclaim it and subject him to scrutiny. It was worth noting that he had initially reported the fire disk deviating from its course and crashing into the mountainside. Returning with an almost intact fire disk would be tantamount to inviting trouble. Thus, Shinbei resolved to seek out a concealed location to hide the disk, allowing it to be gradually upgraded and observing any changes that may arise in the future. With this in mind, he continued deeper into the valley. Not long after, he emerged from the valley into a spacious clearing. On the outskirts of the horizon, a considerable city ruin emerged. Shinbei consumed the crystal core and activated the acceleration mode of his battle armor. After approximately half an hour, he arrived at the city's edge. Upon entering, he sought a relatively concealed location. After surveying the area to ensure no ferocious beasts were lurking, Shinbei set down the cluster fire disk. Rubbing his hands together, he gazed at the cluster fire disk for a few moments, and information flashed before him. Cluster fire disk LV-1-0100, a flying device capable of air-to-ground strikes, boasting formidable firepower with a cruising range of 5 kilometers. The power of this cluster fire disk was indisputable, as Shinbei had witnessed it firsthand. The subsequent task was to dismantle and reassemble it. He retrieved his toolbox, took a few sips of water, and nibbled on some jerky to regain vitality. After a brief respite, Shinbei grasped his tools and commenced the disassembly. First, he tackled the outer shell, which was relatively straightforward. A few high-strength screws could be easily unscrewed. It must be said that the manufacturing techniques of this world were commendable. The screws would yield with a satisfying click, allowing one to set down the wrench and effortlessly twist them off with mere fingers. Upon removing the shell, he was met with an exceedingly intricate structure and network of circuits. Shinbei understood that, without the guidance of a research facility, he could not rush into disassembly and needed to document his findings. Taking out a pen and paper, he began sketching the internal structure. In his previous life as a Special Forces soldier, he had also studied basic mechanical principles and constructions for a time. To put it succinctly, while he was not adept at overly complex systems, he was more than capable of repairing a car. Of course, the automotive designs in this world were profoundly enigmatic. utilizing crystal cores as their power source. Although Shun Bei could not fully comprehend the principles, he could at least liken them to gasoline, allowing for some understanding. The driving gears, the output shaft of the disc, the interconnected large gears, the gyroscope, the firepower output module, the kinetic energy output module of the crystal core, small cannons, and high explosive materials. Originally, Shun Bei was unfamiliar with the names of these components. However, this batch of technical fire discs was experimental, and the components and modules were labeled, presumably for the convenience of researchers during assembly. Under normal production circumstances, such labels would not be affixed, as there would be no time for that. This, however, proved advantageous for Shun Bei. As he disassembled, he simultaneously sketched the connection diagrams of each component on paper. Typically, there would be assembly diagrams, including front views, top views, left views, sectional views, and half-sectional views. Yet, since Shun Bei had acquired this fire disc, stolen it, he could neither request the blueprints from the research facility, nor would he dare to. Thus, he resorted to rudimentary methods of documentation. Fortunately, the installation of the various wire harnesses was relatively straightforward. The module wire ends were bundled together, designed as plug-in connectors, leaving no opportunity for incorrect insertion. Like an ant gnawing at an elephant, Shun Bei meticulously dismantled the cluster fire disc piece by piece. Simultaneously, Shun Bei dismantled the shell, pouring out the gunpowder within, only to make an unexpected discovery. The gunpowder consisted of two distinct colors, the black, obviously high explosive, and a bluish crystalline substance. As Shun Bei reached out to touch it, he pondered, is this the core of the crystal source? A flicker of intrigue crossed his face. This material can solidify and store energy? He couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. No wonder the cluster fire disc was so formidable. The crystal core, as a unique manifestation of energy, essentially existed in a state resembling a semi-solid liquid. But how did the Research Institute manage to solidify it, allowing it to retain energy and participate in the explosive reaction? Could it be that this fire disc had been developed long ago, while this crystalline fragment was merely the Institute's latest breakthrough? Shun Bei contemplated the details of transporting the cluster fire disc. When he received it, it seemed as though someone had been dusting its surface. Did the bullets also incorporate this substance? He stroked his chin in thought. This detail was not critical. The crucial aspect was how to shatter the crystal core without damaging the energy it contained. Shun Bei found himself at a loss. After all, he was not a professional researcher. He resolved to seek insight from Chun Anji when the opportunity arose. For now, he set aside this unexpected discovery regarding the gunpowder. Casting a glance at the scattered components, he rubbed his hands together and began the assembly. Only through the assembly process could he acquire experience points. Moreover, according to past patterns, successful assembly would guarantee a level up. As for how to progress further, that would require exploration. With a series of clicks, Shun Bei studied his salvaged blueprint, methodically working to reverse engineer it. Experience points 1. Experience points 1. Chapter 33. Upgrade. Unforeseen calamity 3 hours later. As Shun Bei secured the final screw and closed the casing, he took another look at his masterpiece. Cluster Fire Disc LV-1. 100-100. A flying device capable of striking ground targets, possessing considerable firepower, with a cruising range of 5 kilometers. Perfect. The experience points were just sufficient for an upgrade. Without hesitation, he commanded, Upgrade. Cluster Fire Disc LV-2. 0200. A flying device capable of ground strikes, possessing considerable firepower. With a cruising range of 10 kilometers, enhanced wireless connectivity, slightly increased explosive lethality, marginally improved bombing speed, and a doubled ammunition capacity, capable of automatic reloading. Shun Bei blinked, momentarily disregarding the information that popped up, instead focusing intently on the exterior of the cluster fire disc. To his astonishment, it had increased in size. Shun Bei was utterly bewildered. What he desired was a portable cluster fire disc, the smaller the better, ideally one that could fit into his pocket. It would be even better if it could enlarge upon being thrown. Yet the reality was that this cluster fire disc had not only failed to shrink, but had ballooned to a diameter of 2 meters. Shun Bei's lips twitched. Was it the case that upgrades only led to an increase in size? He scratched his chin, pondering the predicament. The more it upgraded, the larger it became. How would he conceal such an object? His head throbbed with confusion. However, Shun Bei harbored little concern. The expanse was vast, and the wilderness even more so. Not every corner of the earth had been graced by human footsteps. Abandoning oneself in a remote locale could result in a year or more without a single soul passing by. After all, in a time of widespread exodus, the range of human activity could not stray too far from Titan. Otherwise, the risks would be incalculable. At that moment, an alert appeared on Shun Bei's armor's display. A wireless connection had been detected. Would he like to connect? Quite astute indeed. He chose to connect. This suit of armor had been designed with a computer module from the outset. Although its memory was minimal and its CPU somewhat underwhelming, akin to a stripped-down vehicle infotainment system, its intelligence was still commendable. Before long, the display informed him. Connection established. Data resetting. Resetting? Shinbei surmised that this process was reverting to factory settings, erasing the central control permissions of the shelter. After a prolonged wait, the reset was still incomplete, a testament to the CPU's limitations. Shinbei turned his attention to the updates regarding the cluster fire disk, originally capable of cruising 5 kilometers. It had been upgraded to a remarkable 10 kilometers. This represented a significant advancement, indeed a doubling of its previous range. Moreover, this enhancement was not merely an increase in distance. It also indicated a marked improvement in the efficiency of the crystal core's utilization. The cluster fire disk required a mid-level crystal core to activate. In essence, it allowed for greater distance covered under the same energy resources, emphasizing cost-effectiveness and practicality. Initially, the fire system of this disk boasted 12 firing ports arranged in a clock-like formation, providing a comprehensive 360-degree range of fire, with openings on all sides, including above and below. The circumference featured 9 32mm gun ports, while 3 additional ports were situated on both the top and bottom. Thus, the fire disk possessed a total of 12 32mm gun ports. As for enhancements in damage output and firing rate, such attributes were standard with every upgrade. At last, after a prolonged silence, the reset was completed. The armor's display updated. Reset complete. This cluster fire disk is exclusively yours. The wireless connection range is 1 kilometer. Within this radius, you may transmit signals through the armor to activate the cluster fire disk for cruising and support. Shinbei attempted to control it. Due to the neural binding, there was no need to press any buttons. With a mere thought, the wireless signal was transmitted to the fire disk, which gracefully levitated into the air. He manipulated the fire disk's movement, observing it silently ascend and glide within the expansive factory. Initially, its speed was modest, but it gradually accelerated to a commendable 40 kilometers per hour. This velocity was impressive, rivaling that of the armor itself. After bringing the disk to the ground, Shinbei contemplated for a moment before attempting to mount it and command it to ascend once more. The 2-meter diameter, 30-centimeter thick disk began to rise slowly. Its ascent was gradual, yet undeniable. The stability is remarkably strong. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise as the firepower disk tilted abruptly, hurling him to the ground. Simultaneously, the virtual display of the powered armor illuminated the words overweight. Fortunately, after his fall, the firepower disk returned to its normal state, remaining unscathed. Is this what it means to be overweight? Shinbei dusted himself off. He pondered what this device might evolve into with further upgrades. In a daze, he increasingly felt that the cluster firepower disk before him resembled a dream he had once experienced, a transformation into an immensely colossal spaceship. That seemed rather far-fetched. Shinbei shook his head and circled the cluster firepower disk, seeking other methods to gain experience and upgrades. He experimented with both hovering and flying, yet yielded no results. After eliminating all incorrect options, only one answer remained. It was necessary to fire. How vexing. In truth, firing for bombardment would expedite the upgrading process. 12 shells, along with 12 from the ammunition chamber, could yield 24 experience points in a single launch. 5 such launches would elevate him to level 3. However, the issue lay in the fact that the ammunition was high-explosive ordnance, further compounded by the presence of crystal core fragments within the explosives. This complication proved to be quite troublesome. Shinbei felt a pang of melancholy. He could only retreat and contemplate alternative strategies. The distance from here to Shelter No. 36 was a safe 50 kilometers. Shinbei concealed the cluster firepower disk in a corner of the factory, covering it with weeds. He would return for high-explosive bombs to continue the upgrade process. After completing these tasks, Shinbei gathered his belongings and commenced his journey back to the shelter. Any region of the wasteland no longer belonged to humanity. Humans could tread upon it, but could not linger. Aside from the inherent dangers, another concern was the water source. Only Titans could purify water suitable for human consumption. Surface water and groundwater alike were tainted with pollution beyond human tolerance. Straying from a water source was akin to fleeing a world without the Titans. Shinbei tread cautiously through the dilapidated city, a territory occupied by ferocious beasts. He had no intention of provoking them at the moment. The terrain was excessively intricate. A single shot could easily alert other predators. Far more perilous than the open expanses of the wasteland, where tactical maneuvers were feasible. Just then, Shinbei was suddenly jolted by the thunderous and impactful sound of gunfire erupting along his intended path. Rat-a-tat-tat. Some bullets whizzed perilously close to Shinbei's position, kicking up a cloud of dust. Startled, he immediately dropped to the ground, using hands and feet to crawl toward a partially collapsed building at the edge of the street. Bullets do not discriminate, but do those firing them possess discernment? Shinbei took refuge behind a corner, wiping the dust from his armor's visor. He drew his sniper rifle from his back, ejecting the magazine, which was filled entirely with level 2 bullets. Of course, his skill in engraving patterns had become increasingly refined, and he possessed a full magazine of level 3 sniper bullets, though he chose to reserve them for emergencies. He deftly pulled back the rifle's bolt. Shinbei climbed to another window, peering outside to assess the situation. He observed, 100 meters away, two factions engaged in a lethal exchange. One group, clad in black, was desperately fleeing, swiftly darting into the buildings flanking the street, attempting to utilize the terrain for a counterattack. The opposing faction, dressed in earthy tones, mounted a machine gun and unleashed a barrage of fire. In an instant, bullets flew across the battlefield. Shinbei recoiled, aware that in such perilous circumstances, bullets were indiscriminate, and safety relied solely on fortune. He had no desire to become embroiled in their conflict. He simply wished to distance himself from the fray. Crouching low, Shinbei leaped from the ruins, maneuvering stealthily between the buildings to evade the perilous zone. However, it appeared that his adversaries had no intention of letting him escape, as a bullet struck the ground directly in his path, nearly claiming his life. Rolling to safety behind a wall, he shouted, "I'm just a bystander. Don't shoot. Enough with the nonsense. Today, anyone other than our extermination squad must die," came a thunderous reply from the other side. Shinbei cursed under his breath and, in a moment of instinctive defiance, fired a blind shot. Whether it hit its mark was secondary. He needed to assert his stance. Chapter 34. Dispute and encirclement. Faced with this unwarranted calamity, Shinbei had no intention of further reasoning. In this wretched world, logic proved futile. His only recourse was to silence his opponents and instill regret. The so-called extermination squad mirrored the nature of the punitive teams at Shelter 36, known as the Retribution Squad. Shelter 7 referred to theirs as the Tribunal, a force employed to quell internal betrayal and conflict. Shinbei had no desire to ascertain the origins of these assailants. He merely understood that his luck was decidedly poor as a mere passerby. Thus, when the opposing faction boasted of their intention to eliminate him, Shinbei retaliated with a blind shot. Initially, he aimed merely to suppress their fire, seeking a moment to reposition himself, as his previous shout had inadvertently revealed his location. To his astonishment, that errant shot found its target, striking down the man who had answered him. Experience points 1. Shinbei was taken aback. A reckless shot had resulted in a fatality, indicating that his adversary's luck was indeed at its nadir, as if the Grim Reaper had come calling. He sought refuge in a concealed position, his sniper rifle once again erupting with a fierce flame. In an instant, the most vociferous assault rifle from the opposing side fell silent. The sound of Shinbei's rifle echoed, instilling fear. Each roar drowned out the cacophony of gunfire. And with each shot, an enemy was irrevocably stripped of their right to exist. The gunfire resonated like the relentless hand of death, continuous and precise, as if the sniper required no aim to harvest lives effortlessly. This spectacle significantly bolstered the morale of the armed personnel who had just been under siege. A few seasoned individuals seemed invigorated, although unaware of the source of their newfound support. It was unequivocally aiding their cause in vanquishing the enemy. They leaped from the ground, seizing the fleeting moment when the enemy's firepower faltered, decisively encircling from both flanks, intent on obliterating the extermination team concealed within the buildings. One enemy after another materialized in Shinbei's crosshairs, only to vanish, their faces a myriad of expressions in their final moments. Behind the mask, Shinbei's gaze remained composed and profound, silently witnessing the abrupt cessation of lives. The deep, resonant thunder of the heavy machine gun reverberated once more, instantly pinning two armed figures clad in black in midair, their chests erupting with torrents of blood. The others were once again immobilized under the relentless barrage of bullets, forced to huddle on the ground, unable to raise their heads. Almost at the very instant the heavy machine gun fired, Shinbei swiftly adjusted his aim, bringing the gunner into his sights. At that moment, the gunner, despite the chaos, managed to redirect fire towards Shinbei's position. Yet, Shinbei's finger, poised on the trigger, hesitated. The operator of the heavy machine gun was, astonishingly, a girl who appeared to be no older than 11 or 12. At such a tender age, she wielded the machine gun, a newly awakened supernatural being. Her delicate face, a rarity among the extermination team, was framed by large, tear-filled eyes, her lower lip clenched tightly, already bloodied from biting, crimson droplets trailing down her chin. The flames spewing from the gun illuminated her face, fraught with hatred, in flickering light and shadow. Shinbei knew not the origins of her animosity, nor the trials she had endured. Yet, he found himself ensnared in this senseless slaughter, a mere pawn in a game beyond his control. Through this young girl, Shinbei seemed to glimpse another figure, one he had thought long forgotten, a girl from the depths of his memory. In the brief seconds of his indecision, A chilling scream pierced the battlefield as a prone black-clad combatant fell victim to the merciless barrage of the machine gun, blood gushing forth in torrents. Shinbei felt no pity for anyone. Just as this world showed no compassion for humanity, it was a brutal reality of survival. Either one lived while the other perished. Anyone still standing, drawing breath, was guilty. Shinbei's pupils constricted to pinpricks, his aim subtly adjusted, and with resolute determination, he pulled the trigger. The specially crafted bullet, imbued with the force of thunder, plunged directly into the maw of the ravaging machine gun. The machine gun's roar abruptly ceased, followed by an explosive shower of sparks. As searing parts scattered in all directions, the girl stood frozen for a few seconds before collapsing, a piece of the machine gun embedded deeply in her forehead. Dense clouds parted under the force of a strong wind, allowing the scorching sunlight to pour down. In this ruined city, the gunfire did not abate with the loss of life. The extermination team's firepower remained formidable, their numbers vastly superior, more than tenfold. In the encirclement, the already scarce black-clad combatants were systematically eliminated through various tactical maneuvers. At that moment, one of the black-clad fighters crawled to Shinbei's position, panic-stricken, pleading for his protection. Shinbei glanced left and right. It seemed that only he and this stranger remained on the battlefield. Despite having eliminated numerous foes, there remained nearly 100 adversaries. Shinbei inquired, "Which shelter do you belong to? What transgression have you committed?" "Shelter 20, the individual responded rapidly. "I am a member of the research institute there. Due to ideological differences, I was ostracized by others. I killed the team leader and escaped. The armed personnel who sheltered me were dispatched from Shelter 22. If you can escort me to Shelter 22, I promise you wealth and glory." Shinbei recalled the small girl, her heart filled with hatred. "You killed that girl's father? He sought to monopolize my research." The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he continued. "I had agreed to share with him, but he intended to silence me." In his fervor, he neglected to conceal his figure, exposing his head beyond the wall, seemingly yearning for justification for his treachery. However, the next moment, the concentrated fire from the extermination squad descended upon him. He was instantly reduced to a mass of perforated flesh. Shinbei remarked, "This is the consequence of one's own recklessness." At that moment, the extermination squad erupted in jubilant cheers, for it was evident that their target was this traitor. Shinbei had no desire to discern who was right or wrong between them. Perhaps the team leader wished to eliminate him to retain the research findings. Perhaps he aimed to seize control of the Chunghwa and silence him. Regardless of the motive, it bore no significance to Shinbei's own survival. The clouds above began to gather once more, casting a gray, somber pall over the desolate wilderness. The oppressive heat that had been sparked by the sun lingered, as the ground beneath him still shimmered with heat waves. Rustling footsteps echoed within 100 meters of Shinbei's position. The extermination squad had begun to encircle him. With over 100 individuals forming a perimeter, even if Shinbei possessed extraordinary abilities, a random barrage would inevitably turn him into a sieve. After all, his armor had not yet achieved the capacity to withstand the force of bullets. "You're forcing me to unleash my trump card," he thought, reclining in the roofless ruins. Squinting as his eyes sparkled, becoming fathomless, radiating a ferocious brilliance. With a flicker of his consciousness, Shinbei connected his mind to the wireless link. In the far distance, within an expansive factory, the cluster of fire discs, previously obscured by weeds, soared into the air. They began to shift angles, traversing the urban ruins, heading directly towards Shinbei's location. At that moment, the extermination squad was compressing their encirclement. Simultaneously, buoyed by a sense of impending victory, they unleashed taunts and derision, attempting to crush Shinbei's spirit. "Kid, it's just you left, surrender quickly. Do not harm our target. I promise you a dignified death. Curse you, come out," one shouted. "Wait, look up. What is that in the sky?" As the warning spread, the members of the extermination squad gazed skyward. A disc hovered above the center of their encirclement around Shinbei. Hidden among the ruins, Shinbei smirked. In the next instant, he stirred his consciousness once more. The barrage of the firepower disc artillery system was initiated. With a resounding click, 12 cannon barrels emerged. Chapter 35, Fortuitous Luck and Unexpected Joy. At this moment, Shinbei found himself encircled by the extermination squad, rendering the use of firearms impossible. His only options were to either breach the encirclement safely or eliminate all enemies. Thus, Shinbei summoned the firepower disc. If not now, then when? Upon receiving Shinbei's wireless command, the firepower disc hovered majestically above him. The 12 cannons resembled the eyes of 12 bloodthirsty dragons, glaring fiercely and mercilessly at the enemies surrounding Shinbei below. The extermination squad looked up in confusion, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and perplexity. "What on earth is that?" one muttered. "It looks like a firepower disc. I've seen one at Shelter 36. Is it powerful?" Another scoffed. "Not at all. During their experiments, the bombing lacked sufficient firepower. To put it bluntly, it's akin to setting off firecrackers. The warheads are too small. They can't hold much gunpowder, rendering their lethality minimal. Still, we should exercise caution. What if it manages to breach our defenses? At this rate, I doubt it could even damage the roof. Someone else chuckled. I'm just curious. Shelter 36 is quite far away. How did that thing get here? It better not be a smoke bomb. Everyone, stay alert. Don't let that guy pull a fast one and escape. Close in. The members of the extermination squad continued to jest, treating the firepower disc above them as a mere spectacle. In their eyes, such slender cannons could hardly unleash any significant firepower. There was no cause for concern. Just charge forward and eliminate that scoundrel who had slain so many of their comrades. The extermination squad once again tightened their encirclement. Meanwhile, Shinbei's gaze was cold and mocking. With a mere thought, he activated the bombardment. In an instant, the 12 cannons on the firepower disc roared to life, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that tore through the air, transforming into 12 meteoric fireballs that hurtled towards the ground. The bombing unfolded like a cataclysm, with a barrage of scorching projectiles raining down, turning the battlefield into a hellish realm. The high explosive warheads, combined with explosive cores, detonated upon impact, creating a relentless cacophony of explosions, weaving a nightmarish tapestry of flames, smoke, and debris. The shockwave surged forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly obliterating all structures in its path. Boom, boom, boom. The firepower disc unleashed a 360-degree assault without any blind spots. From above, it resembled a macabre display of fireworks wreaking havoc on the ground. Amidst the thick smoke and the palpable scent of death, Shinbei lay serenely on the ground, his expression calm and composed. It was as if the artillery fire was his stage, his symphony of demise. Simultaneously, the extermination squad, who had just been mocking the firepower disc's supposed inadequacy, found themselves utterly dumbfounded. They realized that whether hiding in buildings or behind crumbling ruins, they were all violently swept away by the explosive shockwaves. Some were obliterated on the spot, their bodies reduced to gory fragments, flung into the unknown. The members of the extermination team were caught off guard, rendered speechless, their pupils dilating in sheer shock and disbelief, emitting terrified and regretful howls. Damn. Save me. What the hell? Is this what you meant by nothing? Just skin deep? My legs are blown off. Hiss. Help. Help. Run. Run fast. In the midst of this sudden storm of gunfire, the members of the extermination team had barely reacted before succumbing to the raging flames, their dismembered limbs scattered, blood mingling with dirt, appearing particularly glaring under the firelight. The bombardment lasted but a brief moment, yet each second felt eternal, each explosion heralding the end of several, if not dozens, of lives. As the gunfire subsided, the entire ruined city fell silent, as if a tape had abruptly stopped playing. Faintly, one could hear the agonizing wails and moans of the enemies. Shinbei rose to his feet, gazing up at the barrage of firepower, his eyes, cold and ruthless as those of a beast, brimming with uncontainable joy. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. This assault had nearly annihilated the enemy. Those who remained were already stripped of their combat capability, either missing limbs or gasping for breath. Shinbei waved his hand, and the barrage of firepower returned to its previous trajectory, entering standby mode. He then leaped from the ruins, casually picking up a rifle, a standard M4A1 assault rifle. On Earth, this weapon would be considered exceptional, yet in this world, it was merely a toy for ordinary people, a mere stick in the eyes of those with abilities. Shinbei pulled back the bolt, chambering around, and strolled leisurely through the bombed-out landscape of debris. A few steps away, he spotted an enemy from the extermination team, trapped beneath a pile of rubble, struggling in agony. Shinbei pressed the barrel against his forehead. The man suddenly jolted, raising his head violently, his face smeared with blood like a serpent. You can't kill me. I am a member of Shelter Number 20. Shinbei's voice remained as calm as a still pond, yet his words sent chills down one's spine. May there be no refuge in hell. Bang. A bullet pierced his forehead. Experience 1. Shinbei disregarded the popped-up notification, continuing his search through the ruins for other surviving members of the extermination team. For Shinbei, while using his revolver to eliminate enemies could increase his experience points, it was not worth it. The bullets for his revolver were of level 2 and 3. Using them to kill the extermination team was not cost-effective. Bang bang. The crisp sound of the M4A1 continued unabated. With each gunfire, there was either a stream of curses or desperate pleas for mercy. Yet Shinbei remained indifferent. Whether they cursed or begged, every shot resulted in death. Minutes later, Shinbei discarded the rifle and returned to the ruins where he had initially sought refuge. He shook a small pouch, revealing his spoils. A delivery from the extermination team, over 100 crystal source cores. Poor, was Shinbei's only evaluation, encapsulated in a single word. Amidst the throngs of individuals, Only a meager supply of crystal source cores emerged, which explains the absence of any ability users within the extermination team. However, upon thoughtful reflection, Shinbei pondered, it is not that there are no ability users, but rather that the ability users from shelter number 20 have encountered those from shelter number 22. Their battlegrounds have been distinctly divided. Shinbei had previously been perplexed by the presence of only ordinary people in the extermination team and the escorting party. It was not a lack of ability users, but rather that they were entangled in conflict and had yet to arrive. With this realization, Shinbei hesitated not a moment longer. Shouldering his Barrett sniper rifle without a trace of sentimentality, he departed with purpose. Although he possessed a considerable strength to confront ability users, it was contingent upon their numbers. Facing more than two would pose a significant challenge. This location was unsuitable for lingering, for should an ability user pursue him, it would result in insurmountable troubles. As he prepared to leave, Shinbei inadvertently stepped upon a backpack, one that belonged to a defector from shelter number 20. After being shot in the head, the backpack had fallen aside. Shinbei picked it up, curious to see if it contained any crystal source cores. Upon opening it, he found himself bewildered. The expansive backpack was filled to the brim with papers. A cursory glance revealed that he could not decipher the contents within. Various oddly shaped blueprints, incomprehensible as machinery. Nonetheless, he managed to spot a key phrase on one of the schematics. Crystal source recombination refinement process. Skeptical, Shinbei mused. Could it be that the fragments of crystal source cores within explosive projectiles are the very ones referenced? He found it hard to believe. Shinbei had never doubted his luck before, yet this seemed remarkably fortuitous. He had been troubled about how to procure crystal source core fragments, and now serendipity had presented itself. Such is fate, he sighed. However, he still harbored doubts. After all, the terms recombination and fragments seemed entirely unrelated. Perhaps it was merely his imagination running wild, a case of preconception. He promptly sealed the backpack, inserting a crystal source core into the power module of his battle armor, and dashed out of the ruins, fleeing the city to distance himself from this treacherous locale. As for the blueprints, he would study them at leisure upon his return. There was no time to waste. He then commenced a steady advance across the vast, desolate expanse. Nightfall soon enveloped the land, and the chilling winds dispelled the heat of the day. At this moment, two figures cloaked in black robes appeared at the edge of the ravaged ruins. A man named Gon-Mo pulled back his hood, revealing a pair of porcelain-white eyes devoid of pupils. He inhaled the scent in the air, his tone imbued with a frigid chill. Death, gunpowder. Another ability user extended his hands, concealed within the sleeves of his robe. His hands bore no flesh or sinew, only stark white bones. TSK, has this place been subjected to systematic artillery bombardment? Chasema, we have arrived too late. Gon-Mo crouched down, scooping a handful of blood-soaked earth, and extended his tongue to taste it. Our comrades from shelter number 22 have perished as well. Chasema flexed his skeletal hand, glancing back towards the wilderness. Aside from the howling winds, there was an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life or movement. Indeed, Chasing Horse let out a light laugh, remarking that whether they were their own people or those from shelter number 20, all had perished. At that moment, Gon-Mo, inhaling the air, leaped effortlessly into the ruins once concealed by Shinbei. He took a deep breath, allowing the myriad scents lingering in the atmosphere to permeate his mind. This could only signify one thing. A smile crept across Gon-Mo's lips. One person still lived. Chasing Horse chuckled heartily, responding that it was obvious, with everything lost, someone must have survived. He inquired about the whereabouts of this individual. Gon-Mo crouched on the rooftop, his head bowed. He had left no trace of blood, and thus, he could not detect his scent. Chasing Horse scratched his head, recalling that the nearest shelter was number 36, provided the Titan had not veered off course. Gon-Mo tilted his head towards the south. Then let us investigate. Chapter 36. Upgrading the armor. Have they come? At shelter number 36, the Titan had begun its movement. The wheeled houses, amidst chaos, were tethered by iron chains, stretching several kilometers as they were dragged onward by the Titan in a desperate escape. As long as the evil spawn persisted, humanity could not afford to halt. They could only watch helplessly as vast tracts of land lay fallow, a relentless flight for survival. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Shinbei spent a considerable amount of time searching. The arrangement of the rental properties was never fixed. To secure a favorable position, one had to compete fiercely. Clearly, Shinbei's landlord was not adept at this. Once again, he found himself trailing behind the colossal and numerous wheeled houses. Locking himself inside, Shinbei removed his battle armor, feeling as though he had shed a 1,000-pound boulder, his entire being now unburdened. He ventured out to procure some drinking water and food. The price of drinking water had decreased, now requiring only 3 crystal cores instead of 6. For the shelter, as long as the Titan drew sufficient water, prices would be adjusted to ensure that all residents would not perish from thirst. After a simple meal, Shinbei turned his attention to the battle armor. After several days of traversing the wasteland, the armor gained experience with each passing minute. Power Armor LV3, 3,163,000. A moderately useful armor, capable of assisting in running. With enhanced defensive capabilities and a certain load-bearing capacity, the reaction speed of mental connection is slightly improved. Each crystal core sustains the armor's high-speed operation for 5 minutes. It was time for an upgrade. A spark of excitement ignited within Shinbei. For him, firearms served combat purposes, while the armor was a means of survival. Only by continually upgrading his armor could he face extraordinary beings with confidence, rather than retreating like an ordinary person when encountering them. Without a moment's hesitation, he chose to upgrade. Power Armor LV4, 1605000. A significantly more useful armor, its defensive capabilities reaching the level of a second-tier defensive ability user. The power module has been upgraded, allowing each consumed crystal core to unleash a full-force strike equivalent to that of a second-tier power user. The joints of the armor have been enhanced, enabling more complex movements without obstruction. This upgrade nearly caused Shinbei to exclaim in astonishment. After achieving the 4th level, the battle armor remarkably indicated that it could now contend with second-tier ability users. This was a significant upgrade, an explosive enhancement. This meant that I could now engage in close combat with ability users below the 2nd tier. Shinbei trembled with excitement. It is worth noting that the upgraded firearms and ammunition in his possession could also eliminate ability users. However, this would not entirely resolve the issue. Once an ability user closed the distance, firearms would become a burden, and melee combat would be the sole option for survival. In the past, the mere thought of being approached by an ability user filled Shinbei with dread. Now, he felt no fear whatsoever. The technological advancements were his pathway to success. Nonetheless, despite his exhilaration, Shinbei remained grounded, fully aware that the ability users in this world possessed bizarre and varied powers that could not simply be countered with superior defenses. He understood clearly that the road to upgrading his battle armor would be long. At the very least, he needed to reach Iron Man levels of capability. As it stood, he was still far from that goal. Regarding the battle armor, Shinbei retrieved the backpack he had acquired in the ruined city, laying out the blueprints one by one. When the table proved insufficient, he plastered the walls with papers. Before long, the modest room resembled a papered wall, densely covered with blueprints. Shinbei meticulously examined each sheet in sequential order, discarding all theoretical data by burning it. As he had no need for theories or principles, he was not an inventor. After all, furthermore, he couldn't even comprehend the concepts. Subsequently, he burned all other technical documents as well. In no time, the paper clutter on the walls was reduced by more than half. What remained were solely the blueprints concerning the crystal source reconstruction and refining apparatus. These designs were primarily hand-drawn, yet each stroke rivaled the precision of computer printouts, showcasing their professionalism. He set aside the drawings of the components. These were of the type that could be useful or not, and merely for reference. On the wall, a dozen blueprints still remained, 2 of which depicted the complete assembly of the overall equipment, while the others illustrated the major components. Shinbei stroked his chin, contemplating for a considerable time. Discovering that if this apparatus were to be constructed, it would require an area of over 300 square meters to accommodate it. Of course, such a scale was intended for mass production. If Shinbei were to utilize it alone, the required space would be significantly reduced. Simultaneously, the various major components numbered in the dozens, not to mention the countless additional parts contained within them. Shinbei felt a slight headache, uncertain of where to begin. If he sought to have these devices manufactured at a research institute, irrespective of the size of the equipment, merely making such a request would raise suspicions. After all, the institute had similar research projects that were already in practical application. Attempting to pursue this independently would be seen as dubious intent, potentially leading to his own downfall. What if I only needed an outer shell? Shinbei mused as he scrutinized the conceptual diagram of the overall equipment. He did not require mass production. He merely needed enough concentrated firepower for effective use. Shinbei estimated that the size would be approximately 1 square meter, which could be securely affixed to the firepower disc. The only concern was whether the external shell would facilitate an upgrade of its own attachments. Experience is the most reliable teacher. Speculation is futile. Only experimentation would yield answers. Thus, Shinbei commenced the reconstruction of the shell based on the existing equipment, striving to ensure that even the research institute would be unable to discern the nature of the device from its exterior. Adding a circle here and another round shape there, he sketched and modified the original concept diagram of the device until it bore no resemblance to its original form. However, only Shinbei knew that once the superfluous components were removed, it would reveal the shell of the crystal source reorganization and refinement device. Without hesitation, he tucked away the other blueprints and took the crystal core with him as he ventured out. Arriving at the second level of the Titan's back, he headed directly to the Research Institute. Upon seeing Shun Bei, the extravagant youth, reappear, Shunan's face was a mixture of confusion and mockery. "How's the armor holding up?" Shun Bei praised. "Your craftsmanship is still exquisite, truly remarkable." Shunan scoffed. "Keep boasting. That contraption is a cumbersome hindrance. It's hardly entertaining, even as a mere ornament." It was deemed too space-consuming. One must understand that even atop the Titan, the areas available for movement and utility were quite limited, let alone in the lower levels' cramped quarters. Shun Bei cleared his throat and unfurled his hastily drawn blueprints, explaining his intentions. "Today, I would like to request your assistance in fabricating something." With a smile, Shunan inquired, "Let me see what you're concocting." Upon a glance, Shunan was utterly bewildered. The chaotic design resembled a spiky iron porcupine. "What is this?" "A toy, a particular design of mine. Capable of slaying ferocious beasts?" "Not at all." Shunan rubbed his forehead and sank into the sofa. "So, it's purely for amusement, without any power modules or firepower systems." Shun Bei nodded affirmatively. Shunan licked his lips. All right. If we have the funds, we might as well indulge ourselves. After all, lounging on a woman's belly is also a form of entertainment. I assent it. At least this toy will leave you with something." Shun Bei chuckled heartily, finding it quite amusing. "To be frank, your sketches are rather haphazard, with an abundance of bizarre shapes. It will require 300 crystal cores. Come back tomorrow to collect it. Honestly, that price is somewhat steep. However, there is no alternative. If additional coverings are not added to obscure the other components, the true nature of the device could easily be exposed. Once revealed, it would not be a matter solvable with just 300 crystal cores." Shun Bei paid on the spot and departed from the Research Institute. Returning to the lower level, Shun Bei made a visit to the Blaze Bar. Although it was still afternoon, the bar was bustling with patrons, all indulging in drinks and meat. The aroma of herb-infused smoked meat wafted through the air, the grease oozing and tantalizing. Currently, meat prices were declining, primarily because the leftover beast meat from the last beast tide was simply too abundant to consume. Much of it had been smoked into tough jerky. Jerky, however, is far less delectable than fresh meat. Just as Shun Bei settled in, Rock entered, leading two unfamiliar faces who sat opposite him, chuckling and eager to introduce themselves. Rock pointed at the two individuals and said, "This is Chue Ma, and this is Ganemo. They hail from shelter number 22 and happen to pass by our vicinity. According to tradition, it is a pleasure to welcome friends from afar." Shun Bei was momentarily taken aback. His expression remained inscrutable, yet his gaze discreetly scrutinized the newcomers. His right hand instinctively moved toward the revolver at his waist. Chapter 37. The Crystal Source Reconfiguration Device. Hope looms ahead. At that moment, Shun Bei was overwhelmed with anxiety, especially upon hearing that the two were from Shelter No. 22. His heart raced, almost to the point of choking. Rock might have been oblivious, but Shun Bei was acutely aware of the implications. Shelter No. 20 had been embroiled in a conflict with Shelter number 22 due to a traitor incident. Amidst the chaos, only he had emerged unscathed. Shun Bei did not believe for a moment that their arrival was mere coincidence. It seemed they had come with a purpose, possibly directed toward him. Yet, he could not fathom what clues he might have left behind. A brief reflection revealed no trace at all. This is Shun Bei. Though he appears to be an ordinary man, he possesses remarkable courage, Rock introduced. An ordinary man with courage is indeed an extraordinary figure. Chue Ma, with skeletal hands clasped together, produced a grating sound as he rubbed them, smiling benignly at Shun Bei. Ganemo sniffed the air, commenting, "Vanilla roasted meat, simple yet delectable." Suddenly, Shun Bei felt a sense of ease, as if the two bore no ill intentions toward him. Perhaps they had a purpose for visiting shelter number 36. But they were utterly unaware that their true target sat directly before them. Otherwise, they would have dispensed with pleasantries and acted immediately, releasing his grip on the revolver. Shun Bei beckoned, "Waiter, please bring 3 servings of vanilla roasted meat and some whiskey." Before long, the roasted meat arrived, and the group indulged in food and drink, engaging in casual conversation about distant lands. Rock seized an opportunity to inquire, "What task brings you here this time?" Chue Ma grimaced at the mention of the subject. Casting a glance at Shun Bei, Rock waved his hand dismissively. "No need for concern. We are all comrades here." "Then I shall not conceal it from you," Chue Ma said after taking a sip of his drink. "We have lost something. A colored backpack." Rock chuckled. "A mere bag? I can give you one." Ganemo, chewing on the roasted meat, interjected with a somewhat unclear voice, "It is not merely a matter of a backpack." Rock blinked, realizing that despite the simplicity of their words, the backpack likely contained something of significance. "Is it truly important?" Rock probed further. Chue Ma nodded. "For you, it may be inconsequential, as you already possess it. But for us at shelter number 22, it is not yet in our possession." "Then you could purchase it from us," Rock suggested. "In this world, not every shelter can be self-sufficient." Inter-shelter trade is essential to meet resource needs. For instance, shelter number 18 is renowned for its production of cigarettes, with nearly everyone smoking their brand. Meanwhile, shelter number 36 specializes in alcoholic beverages, which has long been a part of their external trade. Upon hearing Rock's suggestion, Shui Ma smiled. We would indeed like to buy it, but we just met General Yu Wu Chang, and he refused to sell. What item could possibly be unsellable? This was the first time Rock had heard that the 36th sanctuary had items that were not for sale. Anything could be traded, including people, but that was a matter for another time. Shui Ma raised his wine glass and shook it lightly. We might be here for a while, searching for our belongings. I apologize for the trouble. Rock smirked. As long as you have money, you can stay as long as you wish. But from what I gather, your people took our things? Doubt is a freedom afforded to everyone, Ganmo interjected. Rock continued, with a hint of warning. Causing trouble is unacceptable. Guests must not disrupt the rules of the 36th sanctuary. Shui Ma laughed heartily. Let us hope Bai Luo can hear this. Don't mention her, Rock scoffed. She relies on the Spider Queen, and wherever she goes, she always opens with a few shots. Just days ago, after Yu Wu Chang said she wouldn't dare shoot, she turned around and fired a few rounds at us. Shui Ma and Ganmo burst into laughter. After dinner, Shui Ma and Ganmo departed. Rock leaned against the corner of a wheelhouse with Shen Bei, gazing at the vast, desolate wilderness. Several residents returned from work, climbing towards Titan. I heard the Blue Enchantress is looking for you, Rock inquired. Shen Bei nodded. Perhaps she has taken a fancy to my appearance. If you think that way. Death isn't far off, Rock said gravely. The Blue Enchantress's missions are fraught with peril. Those without capability become mere cannon fodder in her ranks. Shen Bei rubbed his nose. What excuse can one use to refuse? To become a corpse, Rock provided a chilling answer. That is a suffocating suggestion. Shen Bei let out a hearty laugh. Shen Bei shifted his protective aura towards Shui Ma and Ganmo, asking, those two won't cause any trouble, will they? Just keep your distance from them. Rock exhaled a breath of wine-laden air. They are both second-tier ability users. They wouldn't dare cause too much chaos in front of our 36th sanctuary. Shen Bei acknowledged this with a simple O. Second-tier ability users, indeed. That night, Shen Bei, with a brown backpack, quietly left the sanctuary under the cover of darkness. He ran 50 kilometers south without pause, finding a fissure in the ground into which he discarded something. He then returned to the sanctuary and meticulously replicated the remaining useful blueprints, altering them into works only he could comprehend. The original documents were consumed by flames. Search all you want. If you can find anything on me, consider yourselves impressive. Shen Bei clapped his hands, erasing all evidence. Shui Ma and Ganmo could only search in vain. Inside an inn, designated for personnel from other sanctuaries. The price was steep, 30 crystal cores for a single night. At that moment, Shui Ma leaned against the window, gazing outside, and remarked, Ganmo, how should we investigate? We can't go door to door, can we? General Yu Wu Chang wouldn't tolerate such behavior. Ganmo, with porcelain-like eyes turning thoughtfully, fiddled with a bullet shell in his hand, resolutely stating, I have a premonition that the item is here, and we will find it soon. What do you mean? Ganmo lifted the bullet shell, tracing its engravings. Such an intriguing bullet. Why carve patterns on a bullet? Just for the sake of it, I suppose. Chasing Ma drew the curtains and reclined on the bed, remarking, it is as if someone cannot resist the urge to kick stones. However, the patterns were exceedingly regular, indicating a certain level of meticulousness. Ganemo brought the bullet to his nose and inhaled deeply. I sense that this pattern may be even more significant than the very thing we seek. My knowledge of firearms is scant, and I harbor no interest. Such matters are the domain of ordinary individuals. Chasing Ma stifled a yawn. Ganemo lowered his head. If an ordinary person could use a bullet to slay a superhuman, then who exactly is the ordinary person? Or, could it be that the patterns on this bullet were designed specifically to eliminate advanced superhumans? Yet, a contradiction arose. This was evidently a skill that only superhumans should possess. Yet superhumans disdain gunpowder weaponry. Those specializing in marksmanship among superhumans typically wield crystal source weapons. If this was indeed the handiwork of an ordinary individual, what purpose could such engravings serve? Ganemo was utterly perplexed. The following day, Shen Bei arrived at the research institute to retrieve his belongings. According to the design, the original size of the items was merely 1 square meter, but they had been adorned with numerous concealing decorations, rendering the whole contraption akin to an unapproachable iron hedgehog. Eventually, it was Chen Anji who managed to break open a wooden box, allowing Shen Bei to carry it back to his rented apartment. Upon unboxing, Shen Bei devoted considerable time to dismantling all the superfluous embellishments. The institute had been rather lazy. Some components were not detachable, but rather molded as a singular unit. This, however, facilitated the shaping of superhumans, allowing for a simple stretch and pull, akin to molding clay. Yet, for Shen Bei, the disassembly proved to be quite troublesome. He broke several saw blades in the process. After an extensive effort, he finally restored the small crystal source reconfiguration device to its original state. At this moment, the device was merely a shell, devoid of any internal components. Shinbei fixed his gaze upon the device, and soon, information emerged before him. Crystal Source Reconfiguration Device LV105, a mere toy version of a simplified crystal source reconfiguration device, lacking any production capabilities. To generate crystal source core fragments, it requires 5 essential internal components: the 001 fragmentation module, the 008 engine module, the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, and the 170 cooling module. Upon reading this information, Shinbei was both delighted and astonished. Although this empty shell could not produce crystal source core fragments, it directly indicated the missing components. It is worth noting that merely the blueprints for these components number in the hundreds, with some sheets depicting several components at once. Now, he needed only to follow the instructions and fabricate these 5 components to commence production. The disparity between mass production and individual usage was indeed vast. Shinbei licked his lips and immediately sought out the corresponding blueprints for the required components, subsequently incinerating the other blueprints entirely. Some of these components were quite common. If he were to entrust their production entirely to the research institute, the intention would be glaringly obvious. Stroking his chin, Shinbei resolved to visit a second-hand equipment recycling shop in hopes of striking luck. Chapter 38, Modifying Bullets, Significant Additional Attributes. In this world, due to the scarcity of resources, materials and supplies are exceedingly precious. Therefore, when it comes to inheriting and advancing technology, a singular principle is adhered to: substitutability. Thanks to the utilization of core crystal sources, many components can be repurposed across various devices. Take engines, for instance. They come in only a handful of specifications, providing ample power, with the sole difference being the length of the output shaft. Thus, in order to avoid the frequent or excessive procurement at the research institute, Shinbei resolved to venture into a second-hand shop to seek his fortune. The shop was not far away, and within minutes, Shinbei arrived at its entrance. Inside, one could find an array of second-hand civilian items, excluding firearms, even down to water bottles, a necessity for everyone. If Titan were to traverse the metropolis, many people would specifically scour the urban ruins in search of such items. Upon entering, Shinbei perused the interior and indeed discovered numerous components required for crystal source reassembly devices. The 008 engine module was essentially a small engine. "How much for this, boss?" "I don't wish to take advantage of you," he inquired. The shopkeeper, yawning behind the counter, replied, "That thing is already scrapped. If you have confidence in your repair skills, you can take it for 100. Shinbei hesitated not at all. Regardless of its condition, it was an engine module. Even if it were defective, it could be upgraded. After all, when he had traversed dimensions, the Xianglong had provided him with a faulty pistol. How could he upgrade it otherwise? "I'll take it," he declared, tossing 100 crystal cores to the shopkeeper. The proprietor, momentarily taken aback, initially thought the transaction might not materialize, but then exclaimed, "If you manage to repair it, I can offer an additional 10 for its return." What a shrewd businessman. A functional engine module, even secondhand, would typically fetch at least 200. Subsequently, amidst a pile of debris, Shinbei unearthed additional components such as the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, and the 170 cooling module. Packing them all together, he spent over 1,000, nearly depleting his finances. Gazing at the meager fewer than 20 crystal cores left in his bag, he felt a pang of sorrow. All his hard-earned money had vanished in the blink of an eye. However, he soon found solace in the thought of the ability users. If delving into technology was akin to a bottomless pit of expenditure, then the costs incurred by ability users striving for ascension were nothing short of a black hole. With the components in hand, Shinbei exited the shop and returned to his dwelling. He placed the engine module within the crystal source reassembly device. Experience 1, experience gained. This indicated that even a defective engine module had gained recognition from the external apparatus. He then inserted the encapsulation module and other components. Experience 1, experience 1. Turning his attention to the device's information, he noted, Crystal Source Reassembly Device LV155, a simplistic version of a crystal source reassembly device. Lacking any production capabilities, and to generate crystal core fragments, it requires 5 essential internal components: the 001 fragmentation module, the 008 engine module, the 016 encapsulation module, the 089 pressurization module, and the 170 cooling module. Upgrade. The device trembled slightly, reminiscent of a magical vessel. Information refreshed accordingly. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV2-020, a rudimentary, low-spec version of the crystal source recombination apparatus, characterized by subpar production capacity, diminished efficiency, low qualification rates. and high energy consumption. Although the textual prompts incessantly conveyed that this contraption was indeed a piece of junk, the sole requirement was its ability to produce. Upgrades could be gradually implemented to enhance efficiency and qualification rates. As for how the components inserted were interconnected and functioned, Shinbei paid no mind. All he sought were fragments of the crystal source core, energy-laden shards that could amplify lethality. Shinbei pondered for a moment. He first inserted a crystal source core into the power inlet of the engine module as a source of energy. Curiously, he observed that this engine module possessed a mechanical claw, which, upon grasping the crystal source core, extended a slender hollow alloy tube into the core's interior to extract the liquid within as its power source. It bore a resemblance to a fuel tank. Shinbei smacked his lips. He then proceeded to insert a crystal source core into the input of the fragmentation module. Unexpectedly, the device indicated that the quantity inserted was insufficient. Shinbei added another core. Still insufficient. Could it be? Was more required? How much could it produce? Shinbei's expression darkened as he murmured to himself. He continued to insert cores until, after a series of 10, the device finally illuminated a green light, signaling completion of the input. Subsequently, the device began to operate autonomously. Shinbei could now wait with peace of mind. Just then, he heard the landlord below shouting, "Welcome, Blue Demoness, to my apartment." The Blue Demoness. Shinbei swiftly exited his room and locked the door behind him. This fellow was undoubtedly here for him. He had no intention of revealing the contents of his room, so it was better to leave early. Upon descending the stairs, he caught sight of the landlord leading the Blue Demoness upstairs. With her descending, there was no need for him to ascend. The landlord greeted Shinbei with a cheerful demeanor. "She's looking for you." The Blue Demoness maintained her distant, icy demeanor, resembling a walking ice sculpture. She slowly raised her head, her piercing blue eyes locking onto Shinbei, her tone devoid of warmth. "Tomorrow, assemble for a mission." With those 7 words spoken, the Blue Demoness turned and departed. Just as gracefully as she had arrived, she left without taking a single cloud with her. The landlord, bowing and scraping, escorted her out. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he sighed in relief. "I was truly afraid that if she were in a foul mood, she might demolish my apartment." "Your concern is unwarranted," Shinbei remarked. "Why? Would you step on an ant?" The landlord responded with a thoughtful "oh," but continued, "Yet if one were to tread upon it, the ant would possess no means of resistance." Thus, Shinbei narrowed his eyes and stated, "Weakness is the original sin." For the landlord, this was indeed the case. For Shinbei as well. The command of the Blue Demoness left Shinbei daring not to utter a single dissenting word. Even the spilling of blood would seem a minor consequence. What he feared most was the inability to seek life or death. Upon reflection, it appears that every time Shinbei takes a life, he grants his adversary a swift end. To put it more accurately, Shinbei is, in essence, a noble soul. Returning to his chamber, the crystal source reconfiguration device has finally completed its production, bestowing upon him an experience point. Each production yields an experience point? Shinbei nodded calmly, recognizing the conventional nature of the upgrading method. As he opened the discharge port, he was immediately taken aback. Inside lay fragments of crystal source cores, no larger than a fingernail. The yield ratio was alarmingly low. Shinbei's eyes twitched in exasperation. 10 crystal source cores had produced such a meager amount of shards. According to the proportions within the cluster firepower bomb, the ratio of high explosive powder to shrapnel would barely suffice for a single bomb. The initial investment was immense, the success rate dismally low, and the expenses exorbitant. Shinbei nearly spat blood. His fervent hope of swiftly upgrading the firepower disc was instantaneously dashed. At this rate, the monetary investment would be unfathomable. Shinbei, somewhat resigned, rubbed his forehead. Despite the financial strain, investment was imperative. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to proceed. He could only hope that upon upgrading the crystal source reconfiguration device, the success rate would improve and consumption would diminish. Cautiously, Shinbei stowed away the crystal source core fragments and extracted the magazine from his barrett. With a deft motion, he loaded a bullet. The orange-yellow projectile clattered onto the table. Utilizing a tool, he pried open the circular slot, retrieving the detonating powder nestled beneath the primer. He poured the propellant out from the fuse hole, blending it with a precise ratio of crystal source core fragments before refilling the propellant into the cartridge and sealing it. Shinbei's gaze fixed intently on the bullet. Information flashed before him. Rifle bullet LV3, 020, range 100. By incorporating crystal source core fragments, the lethality is significantly enhanced, and the penetration capability is augmented, extending the linear flight distance considerably. Should this bullet remain within an ability user's body, it will induce a repulsive interaction with the crystal source energy inside, accompanied by a shockwave effect. The information had changed. Additional descriptions had emerged. Besides the substantial enhancement of various effects, it now also included a shockwave effect. although it required the bullet to be lodged within the ability user's body. If the user were either shot dead or possessed a robust physique, they would still endure a second strike from the bullet. This was rather intriguing. The shockwave effect equated to the sensation of being struck head-on, inducing a brief state of dizziness and disorientation. This would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous advantage for Shunbei on the ever-changing battlefield. Even if a single shot did not claim the life of an ability user, it could incapacitate them for several seconds. Whether to escape or continue sniping would be a superb choice. Shunbei pondered, realizing that the cluster firepower disc shells did not possess such an effect. Was it possible that only level 3 bullets could activate this phenomenon? Shunbei had no intention of engraving patterns onto the shells. He had yet to master the intricacies of bullet design. After several days of practice, he could barely ensure that 6 out of 10 bullets were level 3. The prospect of achieving level 5 bullets remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this time, the incorporation of crystal source core fragments had produced immediate results. Without wasting a moment, Shunbei commenced the modification of the bullet's propellant. A full hour passed. After Shunbei utilized all the fragments of the crystal source core, he acquired 10 bullets imbued with a resonant effect. Indeed, he carefully loaded these bullets into a magazine, reserving them for when necessity arose. After all, at this stage, the fragments of the crystal source were hard-earned, a product of considerable investment. The following day, Shunbei secured his satchel, donned his combat armor, and locked the door to his abode. He departed from his rented accommodation and proceeded to the designated meeting point of the Blue Demon. It was time to venture forth and earn some money. Though he was uncertain about the level of peril that lay ahead and the remuneration it would yield. Soon, other figures began to appear at the assembly point, and each individual regarded Shunbei with astonishment. Was a mere ordinary person, burdened with an antiquated sniper rifle, truly one of their teammates? What a jest! Chapter 39. Undertaking a mission alone. When Shunbei arrived at the gathering site, his appearance did indeed seem peculiar. Clad in combat armor that was more ornamental than functional. To the eyes of others, it resembled little more than a facade. True combat armor was designed for protection, not mere show. It merely needed to safeguard specific areas. In other words, to be specialized and refined. If Shunbei's armor were composed entirely of high-grade materials, it would represent an unfathomable investment. With such funds, who would still be inclined to undertake missions? Fully armed, such was the endeavor suited only for the ordinary. At this moment, Shunbei remained unfazed by the scrutiny of the crowd, his demeanor tranquil. The others likely surmised that he was a sniper, albeit with some skepticism regarding his abilities. Yet none dared to voice their derision. In this world, such conduct was not rational, particularly towards a sniper. For the one who caused mischief could also be the one to achieve success. Gradually, the assembly point filled with over 100 individuals, among whom were more than 10 endowed with abilities, while the remainder were ordinary folk, each bearing rifles. Shunbei was somewhat taken aback by the scale of this team. What sort of mission required such a multitude? Before long, the Blue Demon emerged into view. The previously chattering crowd fell into silence. She lifted her hood, allowing her cascade of black hair to tumble forth. The Blue Demon surveyed the group, seemingly counting heads, before nodding and speaking. Our mission is to travel 300 kilometers to establish contact with personnel from shelter number 10 to facilitate the transfer of supplies. Our task is to safeguard these supplies to the designated location and then return with them. We must now head to Defense Segment 1 and prepare the vehicles. We shall depart immediately. Shunbei followed the throng, his mind racing with surprise. Was it truly as simple as a mere escort mission? Was it necessary to rally so many endowed individuals? It seemed that even ordinary people, equipped with heavy weaponry, could accomplish the task with ease. He dismissed further contemplation as they arrived at Segment 1. This location was positioned at the forefront of Titan. The so-called garage was merely an iron structure suspended from the Titan's form. The deck lowered, adhering closely to the ground, yet it could not make contact. Otherwise, the Titan's mobility would render the deck as fragile as plastic, shattering it instantly. Driving the vehicle out of the garage requires a certain degree of skill. After all, the Titan is in motion, and the vehicle must not move too slowly. It must almost be propelled out. If the speed falters, it could easily be launched off the deck. After approximately half an hour, 10 vehicles departed from the shelter, racing through the wilderness. Among the convoy, there was an off-road vehicle adorned with an antenna, likely a radio transceiver for communication purposes. This vehicle was naturally occupied by the Blue Fairy. Following closely were 7 pickup trucks, each equipped with artillery. 3 of these trucks were laden with supplies, concealed beneath tarpaulins, the contents unknown. However, from Shunbei's observation, they seemed to carry light cargo, as evidenced by the unchanged condition of their tires. The other 2 vehicles were transport trucks, where Shunbei and others were crammed into the cargo area, bouncing along the rugged terrain. The convoy, enveloped in swirling dust, resembled a serpent slithering through the landscape. Dense clouds were parted by strong winds, allowing the searing sunlight to spill forth, causing the diverse array of creatures that had been active on the ground to scatter hastily in search of shelter. The temperature of the exposed ground rose rapidly, distorting the scenery with the rising heat. Fortunately, the transport truck that Shunbei occupied had a canopy overhead, shielding them from the harsh sun. The only sounds surrounding them were the howling wind and the dull thud of the wheels crushing the earth. It was the afternoon, and despite the sun being obscured by clouds, this desolate land remained as scorching as a furnace, mercilessly roasting the ground. On this relatively flat expanse, the convoy struggled forward, the vehicles roaring incessantly as if engaged in a fierce battle against invisible resistance. Inside the transport truck, the crowd was densely packed, with even two individuals perched atop the cab, gripping their time-worn, yet ever-reliable AK rifles, vigilantly surveying the seemingly boundless wilderness. The people within the vehicle were of various shapes and sizes, dressed in a myriad of colors, their weapons a chaotic assortment, with some wielding antiquated firearms meant only for birds. They bore weary expressions, their eyes vacant, drowsy beneath the blazing sun, as if their heads were weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Shunbei cradled his attention-grabbing modified rifle, leaning against the side of the truck, swaying in rhythm with the vehicle's jolting movements. He occupied a relatively spacious position at the rear of the last transport truck, alongside a few equally formidable individuals, all of whom were first-tier abilities users. Even in this hastily assembled team, none dared to provoke them lightly. Compared to these formidable figures, Shunbei's relatively slender frame still afforded him similar treatment, entirely thanks to the meticulously modified sniper rifle he held. Those ordinary individuals who had survived countless life-and-death struggles knew well that in intense combat, a skilled sniper could often turn the tide and save their lives. Consequently, they wished to preserve the sniper's precious stamina during their journey. Thus, Shunbei found it easy to sit on the truck and close his eyes to rest. The convoy had been traversing for a full 5 hours, the terrain gradually becoming rugged and uneven. Not far ahead lay a collapsed highway, and abandoned rural villas could be glimpsed intermittently. After such an extended march, they had yet to reach their designated location, and even the enhanced individuals aboard the truck appeared listless. At that moment, the vehicle came to an abrupt halt. The Blue Enchantress approached the truck where Shunbei was seated and beckoned him. Everyone disembarked from the vehicle. Shunbei scanned the vicinity and, aside from the members of Shelter 36, saw no one else. The Blue Enchantress called Shunbei aside. As a sniper, he should have no difficulty with a covert operation. Her words were devoid of any interrogative tone, delivered in a flat, almost pedantic manner. Shunbei nodded subtly. Stealth was a fundamental skill for a sniper, its significance rivaling that of marksmanship. A sniper unable to conceal themselves was merely a moving target. At 9 o'clock, 10 kilometers away, there lies an urban ruin. You are to infiltrate ahead, locate the central garden, and remain hidden nearby, she instructed, glancing at her watch. We will advance into the city under the cover of nightfall in 2 hours. With that, the Blue Enchantress produced an earpiece. Within a 5-kilometer radius, you will be able to hear my commands. Go. Shunbei, after cracking his knuckles and shouldering his sniper rifle, was about to set forth on his mission when he paused, a question lingering on his lips. What if I encounter someone who poses a threat to me? The Blue Enchantress fixed her azure gaze on Shunbei, her expression laden with meaning. He shrugged, understanding the implication. The life of anyone else paled in comparison to his own, even that of those from Shelter 10. Shunbei did not activate his power armor, but instead ambled forward at a leisurely pace. 2 hours was ample time. He deftly navigated past the rampaging beasts. Gradually, as the sun sank lower in the sky, the orange glow of twilight enveloped him, and the outline of the ruined city came into view. A shadow loomed ahead, reminiscent of a colossal beast fallen to the ground. Through the fractured highway signs, he discerned that this city was called Jiangqing. Shunbei was not well acquainted with the geography of this world and could not correlate it with Earth. However, as a sniper, the most vital skill was the ability to adapt to various complex environments. Even in unfamiliar territory, one could find a way to survive or carve a bloody path. Shunbei stealthily approached the edge of Jiangqing, weaving through the debris as he ventured into the ruins. The surroundings remained eerily quiet. He located a bus stop and referenced the nearly faded text and map to pinpoint the location of Central Park, approximately 3 kilometers from his position. Shunbei began to circle around, avoiding sunlight, and at a kilometer's distance, he ascended to the rooftop of a tall building. The rusted iron door yielded with little effort. Crouching low, he pressed his body against the parapet and peered over the edge. In the distance, Central Park was devoid of any occupants, and he detected no signs of activity. Shrinking back, Shunbei closed his eyes to rest, waiting in silence. Chapter 40. Under attack. Is this the end? It was not long before. The earphones crackled with a static sound, jolting Shunbei awake. He hastily opened his eyes, rubbed his face, and in mere seconds, he emerged from a state akin to hibernation, fully alert and ready for battle. "Shinbei, do you see anyone?" came the enigmatic electronic voice of the blue enchantress through the earpiece. Shinbei craned his neck again. The distant Central Park remained eerily quiet, devoid of any presence. He replied succinctly, "Impossible." After a brief pause, the blue enchantress continued, "We agreed to conduct the transaction and observation in Central Park." Shinbei pursed his lips, beginning to grasp that the blue enchantress might be planning a double cross. If it were a legitimate exchange, there would be no need for such clandestine preparations. He took a sip of water and lifted his gaze downward once more. What he saw startled him. On the roof of a low building across from him, a sniper was using binoculars to survey Central Park. However, this individual seemed to be either inexperienced or careless, forgetting that he was positioned opposite the sun. In an instant, a flash of light glinted off the binoculars. Though the reflection vanished quickly, it did not escape Shinbei's keen observation. He promptly began to reposition himself along the parapet and peered out again, now looking down from a higher vantage point to see the sniper leisurely smoking atop the building. Shinbei's gaze wandered around the low structure, and amidst the verdant foliage, he discerned shadowy figures. Were these the inhabitants of shelter number 10? He could not ascertain, but they were likely the ones. He reported through the earpiece, "I've spotted them. They are hiding in the southeast corner of Central Park." "Good," was the blue enchantress's succinct reply. In an instant, the previously silent urban ruins were shattered by a piercing sound that cut through the air. Shinbei instinctively looked up, only to see three dark shapes hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed, crashing down into the heart of Jiangxing Central Park in the blink of an eye. Moments later, a deafening explosion resonated through the sky, three fiery plumes shooting upward, while the surrounding skyscrapers trembled like fragile sandcastles, crumbling outward from the square. "Confirm the artillery strike location," the blue enchantress inquired calmly. 10 degrees to the left, came the response. "Shift left by 10 degrees, fire 5 rounds in rapid succession, execute immediately." Within mere seconds, the sky was once again streaked with 5 fierce trajectories. Another barrage of artillery struck Central Park, engulfing the area in thick smoke and wails of despair. Although Shinbei was over a kilometer away from the central square, the air was already saturated with heat and the acrid scent of charred debris. These shells must have been infused with shards of crystal core, he surmised, for ordinary artillery could not produce such devastating effects. Only a place like a shelter could manufacture such weapons on a large scale. My small-scale production seems almost trivial in comparison. Though he had not witnessed the fate of the shelter number 10 personnel, under such a catastrophic assault, their chances of survival appeared bleak. Yet, the relentless barrage of the blue demon did not wane. Following the precise targets marked by Shinbei, the ensuing onslaught intensified, meticulously covering the entire area. The air was filled with a cacophony of howling sounds, as fireballs erupted one after another over Central Park. With some unfortunate souls being propelled into the air by the explosions, their fates tragically sealed. Those who managed to escape began to flee in desperation, their voices hoarse as they urged the crowd to disperse. Shinbei's raven hair danced wildly in the shockwave, and he could feel the tremors of the earth beneath him. Past battles had been mere contests between individuals, but the scene before him epitomized the true essence of war. Within mere minutes, hundreds of shells rained down upon Central Park like a torrential storm, reducing everything to mere fragments. The cannon fire roared on, unrelenting, as all around was obliterated by the devastating firepower. The blue demon coordinated seamlessly with Shinbei, utilizing the precise coordinates he provided, managing to keep the shell impact deviation within 10 meters, obliterating those who sheltered within the buildings into a mist of blood and shattered bones. Navigating through the explosions and smoke, Shinbei took advantage of the chaos as cover, never lingering in one spot for too long. He understood that another wave of shells could come crashing down at any moment. Constantly shifting positions increased the difficulty of locking onto him. A vital survival skill for any sniper, applicable whether facing foes or allies. The blue demon could easily deduce his location. The treachery of discarding the useful once it has served its purpose was not uncommon. After several swift relocations, Shinbei noted that no shells had landed on his previous positions. It was only then that his taut nerves began to ease slightly. The initial barrage had subsided, with only the occasional heavy artillery shell striking a specific building. These shells were even more potent than before, capable of effortlessly leveling structures below 3 stories, leaving those within the number 10 shelter with little chance of survival. Shinbei ascended to the top floor of an abandoned building, peering through the window. This vantage point afforded him a clear view of the plaza of Pendulum City, where flames roared and surrounding structures lay in ruins. Corpses lay strewn about the square, and charred remnants of living beings were visible amidst the devastation. In his mind, Shinbei calculated that the enemies from the No. 36 shelter who had been destroyed or killed in the blast could number no more than half. Some of the empowered individuals had escaped with astonishing speed. The shells required time to reach their targets, and those with heightened senses had already darted out several steps before impact. At most, they were merely tossed by the shockwave, sustaining minimal injuries. Even ordinary people, if sufficiently alert and focused, could discern the incoming shells. Yet, ordinary individuals were powerless against the shockwaves. The majority of casualties would be these unprotected civilians. Shinbei removed his rifle, chambered a round, and relayed his assessments via his earpiece. Following an initial panic, the personnel of the number 10 shelter had regrouped. Judging by their arrangements, while they had made some preparations, they had evidently not anticipated such a ferocious long-range assault, resulting in immediate and devastating losses. However, their reaction speed was remarkable. The survivors swiftly organized themselves, bustling yet composed. Soon, Shunbei received the directive for cover. The Blue Enchantress began to command the teams, dividing them into several groups to encircle Central Park. Urban warfare was on the brink of eruption. The air was thick with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, anguished cries, curses, and accusations, all merging into a cacophony of intense conflict. Shunbei crouched atop a building, his rifle protruding as he meticulously surveyed the battlefield. At that moment, he spotted a member of Shelter 36 hiding behind a wall, firing indiscriminately. Unbeknownst to him, an enemy had stealthily approached from behind. Without hesitation, Shunbei fired. A bullet, trailing a fiery white line, instantly pierced the enemy's skull. Like a burst tomato, the impact splattered red and white into the air. The adversary slumped against the wall, slowly sliding down, leaving behind a vivid trail of crimson blood, reminiscent of a blossoming plum tree with the corpse serving as its trunk. The man who had been saved stood momentarily stunned, finally realizing the enemy behind him. He looked up to see Shunbei on the high-rise, astonished. After all, it was nearly 1,000 meters away. To hit the target from such a distance was nothing short of miraculous. He gave Shunbei a thumbs up. Shunbei nodded in acknowledgement, continuing to scan for potential threats. Just then, a blue halo flashed before his eyes. The Crystal Source giant gun. Shunbei's heart jolted as he instantly focused on the direction of the enemy's fire. There, in a building almost parallel to his, an ability user wielded a 2-meter-long weapon, unleashing energy bullets. Shunbei realized it was too late to evade. In a split second, a thunderous roar echoed in his ears. The wall beside him seemed as fragile as paper, exploding violently. The force of the shockwave tore through the air, and a powerful gust flung Shunbei away, crashing him into another wall, sending him plummeting from the 6th floor. The Blue Enchantress witnessed this grim scene, shaking her head in disappointment. A mere mortal struck by a firearm specialized ability, user wielding the Crystal Source giant gun, falling from the 6th floor, was undoubtedly doomed. Chapter 41. The monstrous power mech. With a crash, dirt, dust, and debris cascaded as Shunbei fell from the 6th floor like refuse. Thud. He let out a pained howl, collapsing onto the ground, a deluge of bricks burying him instantly. Damn it. Shunbei felt as if the 3 layers of natural bodily defenses, skin, muscle, and bone, had been torn apart like paper, an overwhelming agony surging through him. He felt completely numb. Thanks to the armor's protection, the fall from the 6th floor wasn't catastrophic. At worst, his internal organs experienced some shock. Yet, that last shot from the ability user had nearly cost him his life. Had that wall not absorbed some of the shockwave, his armor would have surely been shredded. In that moment, Shunbei gained a renewed understanding of firearms specialized ability users. They were indeed like lethal assassins. Shunbei lay on the ground for a full minute before regaining consciousness. He pushed aside the rubble and took a moment to catch his breath, allowing his body to return to its normal state. He picked up his sniper rifle and, with a single hand, released the magazine with a crisp sound. The magazine fell away automatically. With remarkable speed, Shunbei replaced it with a magazine filled with Tier 3 crystalline core fragments. Simultaneously, he inserted a crystalline core into the power module of his battlesuit. A hum resonated as the power system charged. Wiping the dust from his visor, he stepped forward, stirring up a cloud of dust. With the formidable energy output of his armor, Shunbei surged out of the dark alley. So, you are an ability user? Just wait. A sly grin crept across his face, revealing a smile more menacing than that of a demon. This intense melee combat reignited within him a long-forgotten fervor, reminiscent of the exhilarating thrill of claiming enemy heads amidst a hail of bullets in his previous life. His very genes rejoiced, and his cells danced with vitality. In that moment, Shunbei felt like a vast computer, calculating myriad routes, determining angles for flanking, and strategizing how to eliminate that firearm specialized ability user. At that very moment, chaos reigned on the battlefield. As Shunbei approached the opposing building, he observed that despite the Blue Enchantress's ambush, the personnel at Shelter No. 10 exhibited exceptional combat prowess and continued to resist valiantly. Bullets flew as if they were free, illuminating every alley with bursts of gunfire. though the shooting was somewhat erratic. The bullets were indiscriminate. Meanwhile, the ability users from both sides clashed, creating a tumultuous storm of combat that shook the very earth. Just then, as Shinbei emerged from the shadows of a narrow alley, he beheld a standoff between the blue enchantress and a commanding figure from the opposite side. The man was ruggedly handsome, his physique resembling iron and bronze. "Enchantress, is this your attitude in negotiations? Such treachery, do you not fear for your lifespan?" The blue enchantress, her red hair flowing, replied with indifference, "Iron Dome, your side was the first to offend us. Blood must be repaid with blood. What is wrong with that? Nonsense." Iron Dome roared with fury. "During our last transaction, your personnel voluntarily brought goods to shelter number 10. We accepted them as per our agreement. What is wrong with that?" The blue enchantress slowly raised her hand, an icy aura erupting as a spear of ice materialized from the chilling air. Gripping it in one hand, she resembled a goddess of doom, her expression unwavering. "If you dare to consume our defectors, be prepared to pay the price in blood." "Huh." Iron Dome's laughter grew increasingly boisterous, reverberating through the air as he spread his arms wide. "Very well. I am eager to witness what a 5th-tier ability user is capable of. Just don't let me capture you, for if I do, I shall ravage you and make you experience the pleasures of being a woman." At that moment, Shinbei, who had just emerged from the alley, instantly caught Iron Dome's attention. "You little scoundrel, die first." Shinbei retorted, "I'm merely passing through." Iron Dome let out a sinister laugh, his foot striking the ground with such force that the street trembled beneath him. He propelled himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance to Shinbei in the blink of an eye. Yet, Shinbei was not one to sit idly by. He swiftly unleashed a blind shot. With a resounding bang, gunpowder erupted from the barrel, propelling the bullet forth with astounding velocity. As the projectile detached from the gun's chamber, it spun rapidly, slicing through the air and distorting the surrounding space. In that fleeting moment, the bullet struck the chest of the Iron Dome. Though it pierced the surface of the Iron Dome's skin, it merely embedded itself within the thick muscle, failing to penetrate any further. Shinbei felt a surge of astonishment. This was a level 3 bullet, after all. The defensive capabilities of the Iron Dome were truly monstrous. To Shinbei, it felt akin to thrusting a dagger into a person clad in thick winter garments, merely leaving a small red mark upon the skin without any true penetration. "Oh, you dare to fire again? Such audacity, but you shall meet a grim fate." The Iron Dome, indifferent to the damage caused by Shinbei's bullet, continued its relentless charge toward him. Yet, in the following instant, its consciousness abruptly faltered, akin to a system crash. Its limbs lost coordination, collapsing to the ground with a thud. "What is happening?" The Iron Dome's eyes widened in alarm. It sensed an energy repelling its own, as if an alien force was wreaking havoc. Struggling to rise, the Iron Dome found its limbs unresponsive, as if devoid of any friction, rendering it incapable of standing. The blue demoness exhibited a momentary look of disbelief, but without hesitation, seized the opportunity as the Iron Dome's limbs faltered. She brandished her icy spear, emanating an aura of chill, thrusting it forward. The sharp tip pierced the air, compressing and exploding in layers, creating a pure white shockwave that surged along the sides of her arm. A thunderous sound erupted, blending with a potent energy wave that pierced through the Iron Dome's head. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Like a tempest of vengeance unleashed, the blue demoness continued her relentless assault, transforming the Iron Dome's body into a veritable hive of wounds. The Iron Dome, face down, bled profusely, its body in ruins, trembling uncontrollably as its bones and organs succumbed to the fury of the icy spear. Blood pooled beneath it, and the once formidable figure resembled a tattered doll, ultimately succumbing to the blue demoness' brutal and violent onslaught. At that moment, the blue demoness exhaled slowly. Turning to gaze at Shinbei, she stood transfixed by his presence, her pupils dilating in utter disbelief, shock coursing through her being. A fleeting expression of astonishment crossed her face. "You are still alive?" Shinbei shrugged, remarking that the term "still" was rather inappropriate. The blue demoness furrowed her brow. She had never before encountered anyone who dared to correct or challenge her. However, her astonishment stemmed not from Shinbei's survival or his audacity, but rather from the peculiar nature of that shot. Had it incapacitated the enemy? It bore little lethality, yet induced a state of disarray in the opponent. How could this be possible? It transcended her understanding. Just as the blue demoness was about to inquire how Shinbei achieved this, she saw him wave his hand and dart into a nearby alley, disappearing from view in an instant. The blue enchantress was once again left speechless, astonished by the remarkable speed. At that moment, Shinbei had no time to engage in idle chatter with her. He focused intently on his sprint, charging toward the building where the gun-wielding adept resided. Shinbei could already see the individual, wildly firing with a weapon, each blue bullet akin to a cannonball. It was as if he were a human artillery piece, Under the relentless barrage, the personnel of shelter number 36 struggled to lift their heads, continuously calling for the adept to intervene. With a sniper rifle in his grasp, Shunbei dashed out of the alley. He believed that if he could reach the opposite building, just 200 meters away, he would be able to take down the adept with a single shot. However, as Shunbei emerged from the alley, he was met with the deafening sound of machine gun fire. Bullets rained down like a torrential storm, kicking up clouds of dust and debris. Shunbei quickly rolled back into the alley, pressing himself against the wall, his heart racing as he gasped for breath. A machine gun? How could such heavy firepower be present? The sound was profoundly muffled, yet carried an adrenaline-inducing impact. The continuous barrage suggested that under such a relentless hail of bullets, no creature could survive. Cautiously, Shunbei peered out, and what he beheld left him utterly dumbfounded. An enemy from shelter number 10 was partially encased in a peculiar and formidable armor. Towering over 2 meters, the armored figure stood majestically, its back riddled with exhaust ports that expelled scorching bursts of air. Particularly striking were the gear-like discs embedded at the joints, spinning frantically with each movement, resembling the pulse of a living being. This power armor was equipped with a superior power system and exceptional maneuverability, flowing with a grace akin to a second skin for its wearer. Even more terrifying was the weapon gripped firmly in the enemy's hands, a rare multi-barreled rapid-fire cannon, typically reserved for heavy vehicles and far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary soldier to wield, save for a monster possessing specialized firearm abilities. The fearsome cannon's barrels whirled rapidly, under the enemy's control, resembling the scythe of death, easily penetrating the walls of the adjacent buildings and mercilessly shredding any life concealed within. The massive ammunition box at the back of the armor resembled the maw of a beast, continuously feeding belts of ammunition directly into the cannon's chamber. At that moment, the enemy took a step forward, momentarily crouched to gather strength, bending low while adjusting the angle of the rapid-fire cannon, unleashing a deafening roar. In an instant, the barrels danced like a tornado, and the ammunition belts shot forth like meteors, nearly 100 rounds cascading upon a 3-story building 100 meters away. The personnel within shelter number 36 barely had time to scream before being instantaneously reduced to a gruesome spray of flesh and blood, leaving no discernible trace of how many had been hiding inside. Yet, Shunbei's keen gaze had pinpointed a critical vulnerability in the power armor. It was not a completely sealed structure. The enemy's head was exposed, wearing only a helmet with limited protection. This weakness undoubtedly presented an exquisite opportunity for his counterattack. At a distance of 1,000 meters, Shunbei held an 80% certainty of striking the enemy's head. Even a bullet hitting merely the helmet would impart sufficient force to fracture the cervical vertebrae of the foe within. Taking a deep breath, Shunbei extended the barrel of his rifle, aligning the crosshairs with the enemy's constantly swaying head. With a sharp crack, he did not spare a glance back, darting out of the alley towards the opposite building. Chapter 42. Pursuit and elimination. As Shunbei aimed his sniper rifle and pulled the trigger, he retracted it and commenced his sprint. He paid no mind to the individual piloting the powered mech. At a distance of less than 200 meters, should his aim falter, he deemed there was little reason to exist in this world. In that fleeting moment, the enemy's visor aboard the mech shattered into fragments. A cloud of crimson mist erupted like fireworks. The high-velocity multi-barreled machine gun, rendered ineffective by the sudden demise of its operator, misfired wildly, expending its ammunition before collapsing with a resounding crash. By the time Shunbei had infiltrated the building, he had reached a position 300 meters behind the firearms specialist. He extended his sniper rifle out of the window, the crosshairs now fixed upon the enemy's head. It was then that Shunbei discerned the thin armor the enemy wore, adorned with paper-thin plates that seemed to serve more for decoration than protection. Additionally, the foe sported an antiquated helmet that clashed awkwardly with the armor. The adversary was chewing gum vigorously, the tension in his temples rhythmically pulsating through Shunbei's crosshairs. Just as Shunbei prepared to pull the trigger, the enemy abruptly turned, their eyes locking onto Shunbei's. A profound intensity filled Shunbei's gaze, glinting with an icy malevolence. He gestured with a pinky finger towards the enemy, whose pallid face contorted with terror. The adversary's throat constricted, and the hairs on his body stood on end. He could hardly fathom that the person clad in full battle gear had been struck, tumbling from the 6th floor, yet remaining alive. However, upon noticing Shunbei's presence behind him, he felt no panic, for he discerned that the weapon in Shunbei's grasp was merely a modified Barrett, a relic from a bygone era that could only threaten a first-tier defensive esper. With his own Tier 2 defense bolstered by a protective helmet, he believed he would emerge merely wounded, not mortally harmed. A smirk crossed his face as he raised a middle finger in a taunt towards Shunbei. Without hesitation, Shunbei squeezed the trigger. A dull thud echoed through the air. A brass shell gleamed as it ejected from the chamber, clattering to the ground. The bullet traveled at an almost imperceptible speed. In the next instant, Sparks erupted from the enemy's forehead. His body remained unnervingly still. In the moment of his demise, the enemy could not comprehend why a bullet from an ordinary man had penetrated his Tier 2 defense. Was this reasonable? The brain, shattered by bullets, left no room for further thought, leading to an immediate demise. Shunbei stowed away his sniper rifle, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It is acceptable to look down upon ordinary individuals, but one must never underestimate the upgraded firearms and ammunition. At that moment, Shunbei's sixth sense abruptly alerted him. He sensed a gaze fixed upon him. Peering out, he spotted a towering figure 100 meters away, standing over 2 meters tall. The giant emanated a chilling aura, akin to the gaze of death itself. An ability user from Shelter Number 10? Without a moment's hesitation, Shunbei raised his sniper rifle, preparing to shoot. In the next instant, as if sensing an invisible threat, the giant's eyes sharpened with a frigid intensity. He licked his lips and bellowed, "I am Malbuer, and I intend to tear you apart." Shunbei scoffed, the crosshairs already aligned with the giant's forehead. "Perhaps in your next life." However, in the blink of an eye, the seemingly clumsy giant sprang into action, his movements strikingly swift. With a single stride, he covered 10 meters. His momentum fierce enough to make the ground tremble beneath Shunbei's feet. A jolt of alarm surged through Shunbei. This speed was impossible to target. Quickly, he retrieved a crystal core, inserting it into the power module. Steadying himself against the window, he leaped and vanished amidst the ruins. Malbuer unleashed a thunderous roar, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain, and in a heartbeat, he leaped several dozen meters, matching Shunbei's speed in pursuit. Shunbei raced through the debris and dead trees, his unprecedented velocity transforming the surrounding landscape into a blur of indistinct shadows. He relentlessly pushed the power module to its limits, the red lights on his visor flashing warnings of a 100 overload. Yet, Shunbei paid no heed, continuing to dart like a bolt from a bow through the abandoned structures and withered wood, utilizing the full potential of his battle armor. The layout of Jiang City rapidly constructed itself in Shunbei's mind, potential pathways materializing like a living map. Acquainted with the vicinity of Central Park, he skillfully maneuvered through every nook and cranny, evading all obstacles while maintaining an unimpeded speed. In stark contrast to Shunbei's agile grace, Malbuer resembled an unstoppable powerhouse tank. Each of his strides spanned over 10 meters, causing the ground beneath him to sink upon impact. Malbuer's approach to forward momentum was entirely different. Should he encounter any structures or walls ahead, he would plow through with unyielding force, reducing all barriers to mere paper. From above, it appeared as though a swirling gray dragon rampaged through Jiang City. Not once did the colossal obstacles that might slow him down appear in his path, showcasing the giant's remarkable ability to calculate angles in an instant, always finding the optimal trajectory to steadily close in on Shunbei. Every few seconds, Malbuer would seize the opportunity to shorten the distance between himself and Shunbei. After a few minutes of high-speed pursuit, Shunbei maintained the initiative, skillfully maneuvering around the allied soldiers scattered across the battlefield, leading Malbuer directly towards the combat forces at Shelter Number 10. In a city as vast as Jiangxing, a skirmish involving hundreds of combatants would typically be deemed insignificant. However, the intensity of fire from both sides far exceeded that of the bygone era, resulting in a cacophony of explosions akin to a fierce battle involving thousands. Frequently, Shunbei and Malbuer would dash through the very heart of the crossfire. The distinction lay in Shunbei's clever use of buildings and terrain to shield himself from stray bullets, while Malbuer charged through the hail of gunfire unimpeded. As a third-tier defensive ability wielder, Malbuer feared not even the bullets from sniper rifles. How then could he be deterred by the rounds from automatic rifles? After several back-and-forth exchanges, the combat formation at Shelter Number 10 had been thoroughly disrupted. Shunbei's intentions were unmistakable. He sought to engage Malbuer directly, a strategy that could potentially place him at a disadvantage. Thus, Shunbei adopted a tactic of constant evasion, seeking to exhaust Malbuer's stamina. The speed with which Shunbei ran was largely augmented by his battle armor, with at least 90 of his propulsion derived from it, conserving considerable energy. However, Malbuer seemed to discern Shunbei's strategy. The sight of an ordinary person moving with such swiftness ignited an unprecedented sense of humiliation within him. Suddenly, Malbuer unleashed a thunderous roar, his physical prowess surging to unprecedented heights, his speed once again soaring. Just as the distance between them widened to nearly 200 meters, Malbuer leapt into the air, achieving a height and span greater than ever before, one colossal hand raised high, a faint blue arc of electricity crackling in his palm. In this critical moment, Shunbei exhibited extraordinary calmness and reflexes. He abruptly halted, swiftly pivoted, and drew a revolver from his waist. Executing a dazzling series of motions to eject the existing bullets from the chamber, before precisely loading a special round embedded with fragments of a third-tier crystal core, unhesitatingly seeding it into the chamber, all while aiming at the airborne Malboorer. Each action was executed with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, yet remained vividly evident to Malboorer. For Shunbei, maneuvers such as aiming with a firearm, halting to shoot, crouching to fire, jumping to shoot, firing on the move, and swiftly reloading had been perfected in his previous life. Just as Malboorer prepared to unleash a thunderous strike from the air, it was as if an invisible force compelled him, abruptly causing him to plummet straight down and land firmly on the ground. At this moment, the distance between him and Shunbei was less than 100 meters. He gazed at the dark muzzle of the gun, then met Shunbei's eyes, unable to decipher any information therein. However, the special bullet that Shunbei had just loaded sent a chill coursing through Malboorer's heart, akin to the instinctual alertness of a creature facing its natural predator. In that fleeting moment, Malboorer discerned the mysterious patterns etched upon the bullet. Though the meaning eluded him, he surmised it might significantly amplify the bullet's lethality. Clenching his fists tightly, he was enveloped by flickering arcs of electricity, unabashedly channeling energy. Observing this, Shunbei furrowed his brow and inquired coolly, "Do you wish to experience the might of this contraption?" Malboorer responded with a boisterous laugh, declaring, "A mere handgun, what power could it possibly possess? Prepare to perish." No sooner had the words escaped his lips than the confrontation between the two was set to ignite. Chapter 43. The $100,000 potion. In an instant, Shunbei fired his revolver. In this world, one must always remember, strike first and reap the rewards. This principle is infallible. A deafening bang echoed, resonating like thunderclaps in the ear. The backward recoil of the revolver caused Shunbei's arm to jerk back sharply. A searing blaze erupted from the barrel, cleaving through the darkness with blinding ferocity. It was a fiery inferno, as if flames were surging forth from the abyss of hell itself. Propelled by this conflagration, a Tier 3 bullet was unleashed with breathtaking swiftness. The bullet's velocity was so astonishing that its trajectory eluded the eye, revealing only a fleeting glimmer of silver. Malboorer demonstrated remarkable reflexes under Shunbei's onslaught, rapidly leaning back to evade a fatal strike to his throat. Yet, Shunbei's precise aim did not falter. It struck Malboorer squarely in the mouth. Despite Malboorer being shielded by Tier 3 defensive capabilities, the close-range shot nearly obliterated his jaw. In the same breath, Malboorer retaliated with ferocity. He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a cascade of electric fire that swiftly wove into a vast, towering blue electric net, measuring several meters in diameter and soaring 2 meters high, enveloping Shunbei entirely in an instant. This supercharged current penetrated Shunbei's battle armor, scorching the skin beneath it to a charred black. Although Shunbei had anticipated Malboorer's counterattack, the net's power exceeded his expectations. Upon contact, the skin and flesh of Shunbei were instantaneously carbonized. As the dazzling blue net came into view, Shunbei felt the chilling proximity of death. With a heavy thud, the charged Shunbei collapsed to the ground, his body resembling a piece of charcoal. Under the intense electric shock, his blackened exterior began to fracture, revealing tender, crimson flesh that oozed with a trickle of blood. Lying on the ground, Shunbei lay motionless. Had it been anyone else, such injuries would have been fatal. Yet, shielded by his armor, his chest still exhibited a faint rise and fall, indicating that a flicker of life remained. Meanwhile, Malboorer's condition was equally dire, having sustained severe injuries. He failed to eliminate Shunbei completely and now lacked the strength to approach and ascertain Shunbei's state. He clutched his face in agony, unleashing a primal roar of torment, his massive form rolling upon the ground, each impact capable of demolishing entire structures. Amidst this chaos and suffering, Malboorer too endured excruciating pain, as if 1,000 blades were slicing through every nerve ending. He staggered to his feet. However, unexpectedly, there was another fall. Malboorer once again attempted to rise, only to tumble down yet again. This happened several times. With wide eyes and a look of disbelief, Malboorer pondered, "Is there an unsettling surge of energy within me?" After a few moments of struggle, he finally regained control of his body and stood up unsteadily. One must admit that the physique of an ability user is indeed formidable. Had a mere ordinary person endured such a gunshot, they would have long since succumbed to death. Yet, Malboorer managed to rise once more. Level 3 defense, terrifying indeed. Nonetheless, the lingering horror within Malboorer's heart would not dissipate. He could hardly fathom that his level 3 defense had failed to withstand the impact of a revolver. What sort of bullet was that? Its power seemed to rival that of a firearm specialized ability user. Young man, you are increasingly piquing my curiosity. Simultaneously, Malboorer felt an unsettling sensation in his understanding. Not to mention the petite Shunbei, even a heavily armored Tyrannosaurus could not withstand the overwhelming electric net he emitted. Yet for some inexplicable reason, He harbored an indeterminate anxiety, sensing an extreme danger from this ordinary human, a feeling that did not diminish even as he fell. Mao Buer finally discerned the source of his unease. It was the battle armor worn by Shinbei. Whether in speed or defensive capability, it was comparable to a second-tier ability user. Has the technology of Shelter 36 advanced to such an extent? Blood continued to seep from Mao Buer's chin. This injury was sufficient to threaten his life, yet if he could return promptly to the shelter, there was still hope for salvation. However, he could not disregard the mystery surrounding this ordinary individual, be it the unexpectedly powerful bullet or the battle armor. If he could bring them back to the shelter, it would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Mao Buer finally approached Shinbei, lifting his massive foot and bringing it down heavily upon Shinbei's chest. Despite his grievous injuries, each of Mao Buer's movements radiated an irresistible force. This step, even if it met an elephant beneath his foot, would easily crush it. Then, at that moment, a faint yet piercing sound cut through the night air. Mao Buer abruptly turned around, only to witness amidst the deafening shriek a ferocious ice spear. Swift and brutal beyond description, erupting from a shadowy corner of the ruins, tearing through the night sky with unparalleled might. The Blue Demoness. Mao Buer felt a chill run down his spine, his heart gripped as if by a colossal hand, rising with an unprecedented and unparalleled sense of peril and crisis. How could the Blue Demoness appear here? Had the leader fallen? Mao Buer had yet to find an answer when the ice spear had already pierced through his heart, his body freezing in an instant, as if time itself had come to a halt. Thud! Mao Buer knelt upon the ground, a venomous, agonizing howl escaping his lips. You damn sneak attack. The figure of the Blue Demoness slowly emerged from the shadows, her azure eyes reflecting an unmistakable look of disdain. I could easily kill your leader. For you, whether it is a sneak attack or not, the result remains the same. The blue rose gently pushed against Mao Buer's forehead, uttering, "May there be no escape from hell." With a thunderous crash, Mao Buer fell lifeless to the ground. The blue rose crouched beside Shinbei and tapped his mask, inquiring, "Are you still alive?" Shinbei weakly replied, "I'm nearly dead." A cold laugh escaped the blue rose's lips. You truly have the audacity to confront a third-tier electric power user and a third-tier defensive ability wielder. Shinbei, unwilling to dwell on this matter, simply said, "You would do better to think of a way to keep me alive." "I can," the blue rose responded succinctly. She then produced a vial of yellow potion and poured it into Shinbei's mouth. In mere moments, beneath the charred and cracked skin, all the flesh and blood within Shinbei writhed furiously. If one were to observe with enhanced vision, they would see minuscule blood vessels sprouting like tentacles, extending and weaving into a net that enveloped his bodily tissues, subsequently generating a new layer of tissue atop. This newly formed tissue resembled soil, sprouting countless buds, which, as they grew, would reveal themselves to be new blood vessels. Shinbei gritted his teeth, enduring the bizarre transformation of his body, as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him, a torment of itching and pain. The blue rose spoke with an indifferent tone. "This is a hyper-repair potion, worth 100,000 crystal cores." Shinbei's gaze flickered with intensity. "I owe you." "No," the blue rose replied with a playful expression, laughing heartily. "It is a gift to you. However, I must say, even for ability users, such treatment is exceedingly rare, let alone for ordinary individuals. And you are not like them." Leaning closer, her cold, crystalline eyes locked onto Shinbei's, she continued, "You are truly different, not in terms of combat will, but in a way that eludes my grasp." She rose, adding, "In no more than half an hour, you shall be restored to your former self. I must return to the front lines. Follow me." With that, the blue rose donned her hood, her footsteps light as she vanished into the night. Chapter 44. Trouble always finds a way at that moment. Shinbei had no time to ponder the blue rose's cryptic words. The effects of the potion were nearly overwhelming his will. Half an hour later, the strange sensations had completely dissipated. Regaining control of his body, he staggered to his feet. He removed his battle armor and stripped off all his clothing. With a gentle shake, a plethora of black dead skin fell away. His skin now restored to its original state, even more delicate than before, reminiscent of that of a child. The potion indeed justified its high cost. Shinbei felt a sense of rebirth and joy. Typically, injuries or deaths sustained during missions were borne by oneself. Yet, with the blue rose gifting him the hyper-repair potion, he accepted it with ease, feeling justified. One cannot afford to be overly modest. He donned his battle armor once more, re-establishing his will connection and initiating a system self-check. All systems were normal. The tension in Shinbei's heart subsided. He had feared that high-voltage currents might have inflicted irreversible damage on his armor. Upon examining the system's self-diagnostics, it is evident that at the moment of the electrical invasion by Mao Buer, the system decisively severed all circuits and sensing components, transforming into a mere shell of metal. Regardless of the intensity of the current that coursed through, it was effectively redirected into the earth. The battle armor was subsequently reactivated. Shinbei hurriedly made his way back to Jiang City, where the conflict had already concluded. The 10th shelter had been relentlessly bombarded by the 36th shelter, and with the leader's prolonged absence, morale had plummeted. The power armor that could have subdued the personnel of the 36th shelter was effortlessly dismantled by Shinbei's gunfire. The 36th shelter executed its mission with an overwhelming force. After vanquishing the main resistance of the enemy, operations to locate the remaining foes progressed steadily. Under the overwhelming support of reconnaissance and battlefield systems, the sporadic resistance from the enemy posed no threat to the Blue Lily and the combat personnel of the 36th shelter. They were swiftly eliminated by concentrated fire, with annihilation being the only fate awaiting these adversaries. Once Shinbei resumed his activities, he did not foolishly pursue the enraged and bloodthirsty combatants in their hunt for enemies. Instead, he circled around the vicinity of Central Park, commencing a grim task of collecting the fallen. Anything of value, cigarettes, ammunition, crystal cores, water flasks, was meticulously gathered by Shinbei. After a couple of hours, he had amassed a substantial bag filled with assorted items. That evening, the Blue Lily commanded a retreat from Jiang City and sought refuge in a sheltered area to set up camp and rest. Compared to their arrival, they now possessed several additional vehicles. Shinbei cast a glance at the insignia on them, identifying them as belonging to the 10th shelter. Moreover, the tires were deflated, suggesting that the vehicles were laden with considerable supplies. At this moment, an ability user approached Shinbei, reaching for his bulging bag of spoils, declaring that all loot must be surrendered for redistribution. Shinbei recognized this individual as the vice captain, known colloquially as San Yi, though he appeared to be in his 30s. Individuals referred to as Yi are generally not to be trifled with. However, Shinbei did not relinquish his grip, his gaze shifting slightly, his brow furrowing into a nod. I have not heard of such a rule. Release it. Nonsense. Just because you haven't heard it does not mean it doesn't exist. San Yi retorted, his expression one of indignation. Don't nitpick. I've encountered many young greenhorns like you. Shinbei's eyes, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, remained indifferent. He slowly drew a revolver, pressing it against San Yi's forehead. I clearly saw many people scavenging items, yet you specifically target me, thinking me an easy mark, correct? San Yi, confronted by the muzzle of Shinbei's gun, exhibited not a trace of fear, convinced that Shinbei's bullet posed no threat to him. However, had he witnessed the fate that befell Malbu Air, he might have reconsidered this notion. Stand down. At that moment, a soft voice emerged from within the tent, Blue Lily's voice. Both Shinbei and San Yi complied. One lowered his firearm while the other relinquished his bag. Blue Lily lifted the tent flap, her lips parting gracefully. Though temporary rules exist, they must also be contingent upon the individual. San Yi was taken aback. He had not anticipated Blue Lily's veiled support for Shinbei. He has taken far too much, San Yi protested. That is his skill. Skill. He has slain but a few enemies. I hardly noticed any. Did it not merely guide the cannon's trajectory? In the eyes of the third master, Shinbei accomplished nothing. Guiding the cannon's position is a task even a dog could perform. Moreover, amidst the chaos of battle, although Shinbei's exact position was obscured, he was conspicuously absent in the pursuit of enemies. Thus, the third master believed that the blue fairy was excessively partial. After all, he was not an ambivalent ability user. Why should this be tolerated? At that moment, the blue fairy slowly turned her head, fixing her icy gaze upon the third master. A rare flicker of anger rippling in her eyes. You speak too much. The third master flinched, an absurdity rising uncontrollably within him. He shrugged his sleeves, huffed softly, and turned to leave. Such a lack of decorum. Shinbei remarked with a click of his tongue. It is you who lacks decorum. The blue fairy admonished in a deep tone. Shinbei pointed at himself. He stole my belongings. The blue fairy regarded Shinbei with an impassive expression. I have stated. Temporary rules are still rules. He is the deputy captain, and you must comply. Shinbei clenched his teeth and let out a huff. He understood. If one's fist is not strong, one must endure. With the blue fairy's intervention today, who would defend him tomorrow? Rest, for we must journey onward tomorrow. The blue fairy left with a light remark, retreating into her tent. Shinbei, lacking a tent of his own, found this to be a privilege reserved for ability users. He made his way to the gathering of ordinary people and settled down. At the center, a vibrant bonfire blazed. The fire crackled and popped, embers soaring with the warm breeze, as if briefly igniting the dark night sky with fleeting sparks. The aroma of burning wood permeated the air, intermingling with the unique scent of the wilderness, creating a distinct and reassuring fragrance. Some individuals roasted canned goods and strips of meat, laughing and joking merrily. Shinbei? A man leaned against him, greeting him. I owe you my life today. Shinbei glanced over. It was the fellow who had nearly been shot in the back by the enemy. Allow me to treat you to some meat strips. Shinbei chewed a few bites, unable to discern the type of beast meat. For the people of this world, there was little choice in what beast meat to consume. Simply having something to eat was already fortunate. The man sighed. This time, we lost over 30 people, including 3 ability users. The cold numbers left Shinbei feeling indifferent. When would this life of fleeing come to an end? The man continued to ramble. Shinbei regarded this as an unsolvable dilemma. As long as even a single indestructible abomination remained alive, the flight would never cease. The man poked Shinbei and continued. I have heard rumors that the abominations can be killed. Did you know that? Shinbei was taken aback. Is there such a claim? Some claim to have seen the corpses of abominations, yet the manner of their demise remained unknown. The man gazed up at the brilliant starry sky with hope etched across his face, clutching his rifle tightly. His voice brimming with excitement. I dream of the possibility that it was an ability user who killed them. Shinbei's lips twitched. Then dream on. The following day, the Blue Fairy organized the troops, and the convoy began its return journey. Everyone was in high spirits, for upon returning to the shelter, they could finally settle their rewards. Chapter 45. Why are you clinging to me? The entire personnel of shelter number 36 commenced their journey back. Those who could still stand and return were undoubtedly fortunate. The souls of those who perished in yesterday's battle had vanished from time, with no one to lay their bones to rest nor remember their names. The return journey was smooth. Aside from encountering a few blind beasts along the way, which were effortlessly dealt with, everyone arrived safely at shelter number 36. The Blue Enchantress directed the group to park the vehicles in the garage. As for the supplies acquired from the enemy's vehicles, only the Blue Enchantress was privy to their contents. Subsequently, everyone reconvened on the upper level of Titan at the Task Distribution Center. After the Blue Enchantress handed over the mission to Rock, she departed. Meanwhile, Shinbei and the others began lining up to collect their rewards. By the time Shinbei approached, the other personnel had already received their rewards and were heading towards the bar for leisure. In this world, incidents where wealth is squandered without regard for life occur frequently. The spent crystal cores are truly one's own. Otherwise, they merely fill the pockets of the strong. Once the mission rewards are in hand, there is an irresistible urge to spend them all at once. I heard you've gotten into trouble again, Rock drawled, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exhaling a cloud of acrid smoke. I dislike the word trouble, Shinbei replied, spreading his hands. Sometimes it's not me seeking trouble, but trouble seeking me. Third Master is also quite a character. Rock flicked the ash from his cigarette. Otherwise, he wouldn't be the deputy captain of the Blue Enchantress. Shinbei nodded knowingly. I can be quite fierce as well. Rock paused, then burst into laughter. Well, good luck with that. He then handed Shinbei his mission reward. Shinbei opened the paper bag and peered inside. It contained 10 intermediate crystal cores. Confused, Shinbei remarked, did you miscalculate? According to the mission rewards, a regular person receives 3 intermediate crystal cores. Even as a sniper, I would only receive 5. Only those with abilities qualify for 10. It was evident that Rock had made an error in the distribution of rewards. Under normal circumstances, Shinbei would not have pointed this out to anyone else. But Rock was different. He had no intention of taking advantage of him. Rock nodded at the paper bag, stating, that is correct, 10 cores. The additional 5 were added by the Blue Enchantress for you. Shinbei responded with an O. Rock, draping an arm around Shinbei's shoulders, added with a knowing look. I don't know how you performed on the battlefield, but it seems you have earned the Blue Enchantress's approval. Let us hope it's not just because she fancies your pretty face. Otherwise, you may have to pay for it. Shinbei's tone was resolute. I told you. I can be quite fierce. All right, Rock chuckled lightly. Let's hope that's the case. After leaving the Task Distribution Center, Rock accompanied Shinbei to a weapons store. The shop had an expanded selection of bullets in various sizes and styles, likely differing in materials. Shinbei lowered his head, diligently comparing the performance, craftsmanship, and prices of 3 different brands of ammunition. Rock lit another cigarette, striking a match to ignite it. Smoking in a weapons shop is akin to a death wish. However, Rock remains unconcerned, and Shinbei pays it no mind, though the proprietor of the shop appears slightly green around the gills. Among this batch of ammunition, some of the gunpowder is no longer the traditional kind from bygone eras, but rather high-energy propellant. Certain specialized rounds contain particularly hazardous formulations. Yet, the shopkeeper can only bite his tongue, remaining silent. He is well aware of Rock's reputation, for although he is merely an ordinary individual, he is indeed a formidable character. Shinbei meticulously selects his ammunition, while Rock, growing increasingly impatient, remarks that Shinbei is being overly finicky, feeling that there is little distinction among the choices. Rock examines a bullet closely, unable to discern any differences. Shinbei shakes his head, stating, that is merely your insensitivity to ammunition. This type comes in 300 rounds, and this one in 100. Such a quantity, Rock exclaims, his eyes widening. You wouldn't actually fire these on the battlefield, would you? That would be a waste of your own resources. Are you truly planning to engage? You've hit the nail on the head, Rock replies. As they exit the weapons shop, Rock whispers, some individuals do indeed engage without firing a shot, lurking in the shadows, undetected, only to leap forth with a roar when the time comes for a charge. Shinbei's lips twitch, leaving him at a loss for words. Surviving in such a manner is also a skill. Rock pats Shinbei on the shoulder, advising, focus on your learning. Do not be the first to charge into danger. Those who rush in headlong tend to meet their demise the quickest. They descend to the next level. Rock intends to indulge in some libations, while Shinbei has his own affairs to attend to, and they part ways. Shinbei procures some food and water before returning to his rented accommodation. The first order of business is to remove the battle armor he has worn for 4 days. He hangs it on a designated rack and begins to inspect its exterior. Although this armor has saved his life on multiple occasions, its various internal modules remain functional. Its surface is pockmarked and marred. In some areas, scratches and paint chips are evident. That, however, is not the most disconcerting aspect. What truly disturbs Shinbei is the armor's filthy state, caked in blood and flesh that emits a foul stench. He carries the armor outside, fetching some water to commence its cleaning. The water, having undergone only basic filtration, is unsuitable for drinking and is typically used for flushing toilets and laundry. Soon, as Titan moves, a crimson trail of blood is left upon the ground, quickly evaporated by the sun's rays. Shinbei is preoccupied when Zhuima unexpectedly appears, squatting at the edge of the vehicle's wooden platform, exuding the scent of alcohol and grinning at him. Having met Zhuima once before, Shinbei nods, his tone indifferent, just cleaning my gear. Gear? Zhuima inquires, intrigued, as he taps the armor, which feels somewhat enigmatic. Is it made of high-strength plastic? In Zhuima's view, the material of this armor is unfamiliar, not composed of the mainstream synthetic metals. In this world, synthetic metal is a collective term encompassing a plethora of material variations. The underlying materials are often derived from the hides of ferocious beasts, with the more advanced versions utilizing powdered bone refined into a blend with new-era alloys to create a novel composite material. He feels a hint of disdain. Ordinary individuals cannot afford synthetic materials. They merely enjoy fiddling with these trivial matters. After cleaning his battle armor, Shinbei intended to return. Chasing Horse urged him, "Don't leave just yet. Let's converse for a while." Shinbei tilted his head. "Do you have something to discuss? I'm rather intrigued by you. Would you care to visit our shelter number 20? I can offer you a favorable arrangement." Shinbei hesitated momentarily. Defection, indeed, in this world. Personnel movement between shelters is permissible, albeit rather cumbersome. It necessitates the signatures of both parties controlling the current shelter for a peaceful transfer of the individual being accepted. In truth, which shelter would disdain a larger populace? The greater the number, the more formidable the force. Population is the very foundation of development. Typically, personnel movement is regarded as defection, contingent upon whether one side dares to provoke and assault the opposing Titan. A classic illustration is the recent conflict with Shelter Number 10. Shelter Number 30 SIX's grievances over defectors to Shelter Number 10 were merely a shadow of their ire. They did not dare to organize a substantial force to confront the Titan of Shelter Number 10 for an explanation. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Shun Nan, who was taken by the Spider Queen. General Yu Wuchang did not dare utter a word in protest. This illustrates the disparity in power among shelter leaders. Yu Wuchang lacked the audacity to even challenge them. Conversely, Shinbei fared reasonably well in Shelter Number 36. His connections were solid. The landlord could afford to delay rent, and Rock was a valuable ally. Moreover, the Blue Witch hinted that she might become his backer. He had no desire to inexplicably venture to Shelter Number 10. Thus, Shinbei outright declined the offer. Chasing Horse chuckled, "That's fine. Let us discuss other matters." Shinbei had no time for idle chatter. One could never tell which remark might lead him to suspect that the lost items were pilfered by him. Speaking less was undoubtedly wise. Yet Chasing Horse seemed determined to engage Shinbei in conversation, persistently clinging to him. Shinbei found this peculiar. Was this person unhinged? With so many individuals in the shelter, why did he insist on conversing with him? After expending more than 10 minutes, Shinbei finally managed to shake off Chasing Horse. Upon returning to his rented room, he discovered his landlord reclining in a chair, fast asleep. "Hey, aren't you worried about straining your neck?" Shinbei nudged the landlord awake. The landlord stirred, yawning. "Damn, it wasn't my intention to sleep. I don't know where this chilling wind came from. It flashed before my eyes, and I dozed off." At this remark, Shinbei's heart skipped a beat. He drew out his revolver, his gaze fixed on the staircase leading upstairs. Chapter 46. Invasion and Exposure. Chilling wind. In Shinbei's view, there was no such thing as a chilling wind. It must have been some ability user striking with an imperceptible speed, rendering the landlord unconscious. Beyond repairing the premises and collecting rent, the landlord also bore the responsibility of guarding the entrance to prevent strangers from entering and causing loss to the tenants. In this world, One cannot expect honesty or for doors to remain unlocked at night. Such high standards are a rarity. Even murder and looting within the shelter are typically regarded as adherence to the rules. Shinbei remained vigilant, having just spent time with Chasing Horse, whose conversation lacked any substantive content. It was purely a diversion to consume his time. At first, Shinbei believed that Chasing Horse had merely indulged in excessive libations, idly passing the time. However, upon closer inspection, he realized he had become a target. But how had he unwittingly exposed himself? There seemed to be no justification for it. Shinbei recalled that while he was engaged in conversation with Chasing Horse, the latter's companion, Gon-mo, had been conspicuously absent. A nagging intuition told him that Gon-mo was lurking in his room. Although all the blueprints regarding the crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction, along with the yellow backpack, had been meticulously dealt with, he was unsure of what Gon-mo was searching for. Yet, he felt assured that it was nothing nefarious, particularly considering the rudimentary crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction equipment left behind in the room. Even if Gon-mo was ignorant of its nature, one could never be too cautious. With that thought, Shinbei grasped his revolver, moving lightly and stealthily up the stairs. For him, even a direct encounter with Gon-mo would yield a fighting chance. The upgraded pistol and ammunition were formidable. A shot at close range could incapacitate a third-tier defensive ability user. 2 bullets would be sufficient to claim a life. Shinbei pressed his back against the wall, straining to listen at the door to his room. Silence reigned within. Taking a deep breath, he flung the door open, crouching swiftly while scanning the area with his weapon. Given that the room was quite small, a mere single unit, he could see through it almost instantaneously. It was devoid of any presence. He holstered his revolver and began to inspect the arrangement of his belongings and the layer of dust that had settled. Having been away for several days, his first act upon returning was to clean his battle armor. Although the dust was thin, it was still noticeable. Examining the floor, he discovered not only his own footprints, but also an additional set. Strikingly, it appeared the intruder had acted with impunity, leaving no attempt at concealment. They had simply entered without reservation. Following the trail of footprints, he noticed they led directly to the corner of the room, where his Barrett sniper rifle was hanging. What? Shinbei was greatly puzzled. Everything in the room seemed untouched, devoid of any signs of rummaging or disturbance. Had Gon-mo incapacitated the landlord merely to inspect his sniper rifle? Shouldn't he have searched the cabinet for the backpack? At the very least, he should have checked the crystal source fragmentation and reconstruction equipment, yet there were no fingerprints to be found. Such inexplicable behavior left Shinbei utterly confounded. He retrieved his sniper rifle, wondering if it had been tampered with. Fixing his gaze upon the weapon, he thought that if it had been altered, he would receive a notification. Soon, information about the sniper rifle appeared. Sniper Rifle LV4, 120-100, Modified Barrett M95, range of 1,300 meters, 5-round magazine, significant lethality, movement shooting, accuracy 20, blind shooting accuracy 20, silencing effect 20, recoil reduction -20. Aside from a change in experience points, all other data remained unchanged. It appeared that no tampering had occurred. Shinbei was now even more perplexed. What, then, had Gon-mo come in for? As he pulled back the bolt, a bullet ejected from the chamber. Shinbei furrowed his brow. According to reason, there should be no bullets in the chamber, ensuring that accidental discharges do not occur. The gun's bolt is only pulled back during combat to chamber a round. The sudden appearance of a bullet unmistakably indicates that someone has indeed pulled the bolt. But why would he do that? Shinbei observed the bullet that had fallen to the ground, bending down to retrieve it with the intention of reloading it into the magazine. In that fleeting moment, a flash of realization struck him like a bolt of lightning. His pupils constricted, and his expression became rigid. This is bad. He had overlooked a critical detail. Shinbei finally understood why Gon-mo had pulled the bolt. He was inspecting the bullet. His bullets were markedly different from those used by ordinary individuals. They bore distinctive markings. During the chaotic battles in the urban ruins, particularly in the upheaval at Shelter 20, he had fired numerous rounds. The scene must have left behind shell casings adorned with those unique markings. A simple comparison would reveal the origin of the bullet as his own. Yet, on that battlefield, all had perished. There was not a single survivor. The only one left alive was him. Thus, it was all too clear to Gon-mo who possessed the backpack. However, this line of reasoning depended on a precise premise, that Juema and Gon-mo had accurately identified him, thus solidifying their evidence. Otherwise, there were many snipers within Shelter 36. If they infiltrated one by one to search, it would inevitably attract attention. How strange. How did they manage to locate me? Shinbei paced back and forth in the room, attempting to deduce the evidence chain from Juema and Gonmo's perspective. Moments later, he recalled an incident that occurred after the beast tide had subsided, when he had orchestrated a shooting game with the landlord, taking down scattered beasts and winning a considerable sum. Even the Blue Rose had noticed his feigned incompetence, realizing he was merely pretending to miss in order to earn money. Therefore, if Shuema and Gon Mo inquired about who among Shelter 36 was skilled with a firearm, they would naturally stumble upon his name. Shinbei cracked his neck and muttered to himself, "My only oversight was the shell casings left on the battlefield, a fatal flaw. But why in T they seized the opportunity to search for the blueprints? How peculiar." Shinbei couldn't shake the feeling that they seemed disinterested in the crystal source reconstruction equipment. After all, the rudimentary version was plainly visible in the room, untouched. It appeared they were searching for something else entirely. Nonetheless, Shinbei had no inclination to speculate about their true intentions. At that moment, he was already under the watchful gaze of Shuema and Gon Mo. His thoughts were solely focused on how to eliminate these two pursuers. The only solution was encapsulated in one word: kill. One would fall, and if two approached, he would take them both down. The only comfort for Shinbei was that within the shelter, neither outsiders like Shuema and Gon Mo nor locals dared to commit brazen acts of murder. Should they attempt to do so, it would be tantamount to slapping General Yu Wuchang in the face. He wouldn't even need to intervene. They would be condemned to death by General Yu Wuchang himself. There was still time to prepare. He would upgrade his combat armor, firearms, and anything else that could be enhanced. Then, he would seek an opportunity in the wilderness to eliminate both of them. At this moment, Shinbei exhibited no signs of panic. Rather, he was brimming with a restless desire for carnage. Simultaneously, curiosity gnawed at him. Why were they not seeking the schematics for the crystal source fragmentation and recombination process? What crucial element had he possibly overlooked? His gaze fell upon the battle armor, which had been meticulously cleaned. Pockmarked and severely chipped, Shinbei remained steadfast in his belief that after an upgrade, it would undoubtedly regain its former glory. Upgrade the battle armor. Chapter 47. This upgrade seems a bit off in the face of the imminent threat posed by Ma and Gon Mo. Shinbei had only one option at his disposal: to kill. The confidence to do so stemmed from his equipment. Admittedly, Shinbei could not replicate the earth-shattering prowess of an ability user. However, his advantage lay in his precision shooting, a contest between technology and supernatural abilities. Every moment was precious. He resolved to upgrade all necessary equipment without delay. The first item on his list was the battle armor. Powered Armor LV4, 160-5000. This armor, of some utility, enhances running speed, defensive capabilities, and the reaction speed of mental connectivity. Each crystal core can sustain the armor's high-speed operation for 10 minutes. The armor adapts its color to blend seamlessly with the environment, thus providing superior concealment. After reading the information, Shinbei noted substantial changes in the text. Previously, a single crystal core could sustain operation for only 5 minutes. Now, it could last for 10. This indicated an enhancement in the efficiency of the power module upon upgrading. Most importantly, the appearance had also been upgraded. One could say that the current battle armor resembled a camouflage suit capable of merging into various environments, offering exceptional protection in the treacherous terrain of the wasteland. During the last confrontation with Shelter Number 10, it was likely that his glaringly obvious armor had betrayed his position, leading to his being shot by a firearm specialized ability user. With the upgrade, he would no longer need to worry about such vulnerabilities. Next, Shinbei proceeded to upgrade his sniper rifle. Sniper Rifle LV5, 2200, Modified Barrett M95, with a range of 1,400 meters, 5 rounds, immense lethality, enhanced movement shooting, and increased precision by 30, blind shooting accuracy improved by 30, silencing effect augmented by 30, and recoil reduced by 30. The rifle remains operational even when the barrel is clogged with mud. The attributes of the sniper rifle had not undergone significant alteration, save for the addition of some data. However, a particularly critical new entry had been added: immunity to mud. Previously, even in combat, one had to be cautious of mud entering the barrel of this sniper rifle. He recalled the last time he had fallen from the 6th floor, having to clear the barrel while running to avoid a catastrophic misfire. Now, he could disregard that concern entirely. Even while rolling in the muck, he could draw the weapon and fire without hesitation. This upgrade was simply invaluable. Shinbei could not help but feel a surge of joy. Subsequently, he retrieved his revolver. Although he had used this revolver sparingly, he had fired it a few times in close quarters during the previous battlefield encounter. The experience gained from the upgrades should suffice. Upon glancing at the information, he noted, Revolver LV3, 3730, 5 rounds. The cylinder slightly jammed, rifling intact, lethality increased, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 20. Upgrade. It is only through relentless enhancement that one can contend with the extraordinary. Revolver LV4, 750, 5 rounds, rifling intact, lethality increased, magazine capacity 1, recoil reduced by 30. Damage escalates with consecutive shots. Shinbei was taken aback. Originally, this revolver had a jamming descriptor, but after this upgrade, it vanished entirely. It had transformed into a brand new firearm, devoid of any mechanical faults. Moreover, the newly added descriptors were even more formidable. In a state of successive hits, the damage inflicted by the bullets would escalate. This proves to be utterly lethal against close-range adversaries with abilities. Astonishing. Truly astonishing. After upgrading all 3 primary combat items, Shinbei found himself deep in thought. Following the previous battlefield comparison, he had presumed that the weapon's level corresponded directly to the tier of extraordinary beings. However, during his confrontation with Mao Buer, despite wielding a Tier 3 revolver almost pressed against Mao's jaw, he failed to shatter the skull and merely mangled the chin instead. One must remember, this was a Tier 3 revolver combined with high explosives and fragments of a crystal core. Thus, it became evident that relying solely on tier comparisons with extraordinary beings was utterly unreliable. To shatter the defenses of a Tier 3 extraordinary being, one must either outclass or transcend the tier in terms of weaponry and ammunition to qualify. This was merely the baseline. To achieve excellence, further diligence and contemplation were required. Nevertheless, with Shinbei's current prowess, being able to contend with a Tier 3 extraordinary being as an ordinary individual was a remarkable achievement. This was the reason for the astonishment of the Blue Rose. In the ensuing time, Shinbei commenced the upgrade of the crystal core fragmentation and reassembly device. Presently, this device was rather bulky and inefficient, requiring monetary investment for sustenance. Shinbei possessed 9 intermediate crystal cores and fewer than 30 additional cores. Reserving 1 intermediate core for backup, he would expend all remaining resources. While others squandered their task rewards in revelry, Shinbei cast his into an abyss. As the device initiated, experience points proliferated. Experience 1, Experience 1, Experience 1. Shinbei silenced the notifications, extracted the produced crystal core fragments, mixed them with gunpowder, and repackaged them within the bullets. 1, 2, 3. After working for a while, Shinbei checked the device's information. Crystal Reassembly Device LV2, 2520, a low-tier variant of the Crystal Reassembly Device, with poor production capacity, low efficiency, low success rate, and high energy consumption. He paused the operation. Upgrade. Crystal Reassembly Device LV3, 5100, a low-tier variant of the Crystal Reassembly Device, with diminished production capacity, reduced efficiency, low success rate, and high energy consumption. The content of the entry has not changed significantly. Transitioning from low to moderately low can be considered a form of progress. However, Shinbei remains unhurried. As long as he can emerge from Shelter 36, Chue Ma and Gon Mo can only fret without daring to act recklessly. He will gradually produce and expend all the crystal source cores while simultaneously completing the modification of all bullets, reserving a portion for the cluster fire disc usage. Additionally, he needs to procure some high explosive powder. At this moment, a critical issue suddenly dawns on Shinbei: how to acquire the shells for the cluster fire disc bombs. Custom-made? 1 or 2 might be feasible, easily arranged through the weapon store owner. However, to upgrade the cluster fire disc, a large quantity of bombs is required. With such numbers, it would easily arouse the suspicions of the research institute. Having learned from various details, Shinbei has become exceedingly cautious. Stealthy development is the key. Premature exposure would be akin to a child bearing the burden of treasure, rubbing his temples in frustration. Shinbei reflects that a path will emerge when the vehicle reaches the mountain pass. He will address it later. He continues to modify the bullet powder and begins etching patterns to enhance the bullet grade. As night falls, Shinbei reaps considerable rewards. Etching level 3 bullets has become second nature. After procuring new materials and specifications from the weapon store owner, he astonishingly manages to etch a level 5 sniper bullet. The coveted level 5 bullet lies in the palm of his hand, finally birthed by his own efforts. In an instant, information regarding this bullet flashes into his peripheral vision. Rifle bullet LV5, 0300. Disposable item. This bullet is inscribed with mysterious energy, capable of extending the range by 500 meters, significantly increasing lethality and accuracy, and possesses formidable armor-piercing capability. If necessary, this bullet can adjust its trajectory. Wait a moment. Shinbei tilts his head, a look of skepticism crossing his face. Something seems amiss. He immediately realizes that this freshly minted level 5 bullet is not normal. The text description matches precisely with the level 5 bullet he previously found in the weapons store. Yet, the anomaly lies in the bullet's level. Shinbei distinctly remembers that the level 5 bullets produced by the ability's user had the suffix maxed out. How is it that this bullet in his possession can still be upgraded? Does this imply the existence of level 6 and level 7 bullets? Shinbei inhales sharply. Could it be that my understanding and manipulation of bullet etching have surpassed that of this enigmatic ability's user? This is rather exhilarating. Shinbei believes that aside from the inability to awaken any powers, in terms of combat skills and comprehension, he is certainly not inferior to others. If this were not a world of survival, akin to Earth, he would have the audacity and strategy to wield a sniper rifle and carve a bloody path. It is merely the inscrutability of abilities users that has rendered him cautious. Setting aside the topic of abilities, Shunbei feels that while he may not be far ahead in all aspects, he is by no means a singular thinker. Thus, I stand on the shoulders of giants. Shunbei exhaled softly, contemplating the untapped potential of the bullet before him. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned no further areas for intricate engravings. Where lay the potential? This question lingered in his mind, perplexing him. The following day, as dawn broke, Shunbei resumed his endeavors. His first task was to upgrade the crystal source recombination device. After a prior upgrade, which was overshadowed by the emergence of level 5 bullets, he had neglected it. Now, reviewing the information, he was momentarily taken aback. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV3 800-8100. A low-spec version of the Crystal Source Recombination Device, characterized by diminished production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate, accompanied by excessive energy consumption. All crystal sources had been exhausted, yielding 880 experience points. Without hesitation, he initiated the upgrade. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV4 700-8300. A low-spec version of the Crystal Source Recombination Device, with limited production capacity, efficiency, qualification rate, and high energy consumption. He continued the upgrade. Crystal Source Recombination Device LV5 400-8500. A crystal source recombination device with satisfactory production capacity, efficiency, qualification rate, and energy consumption. Having ascended 2 levels, the term simple vanished entirely, and production efficiency reached an acceptable standard. This advancement signified that with the same 10 crystal sources, he could now manufacture enough for 5 bullets, a remarkable improvement. Shunbei couldn't help but sigh, albeit with a hint of melancholy. While others squandered their wealth on indulgences, he found himself gnawing on jerky, laboring over frigid machinery. Who among them did not yearn for life's pleasures? Yet, the circumstances compelled him to embrace a life of asceticism. At this moment, Shunbei stroked his chin, musing aloud, I need just 20 more experience points to reach level 6. Should I go for it? His internal inquiry swiftly found resolution. Yes, his obsessive nature demanded action. He committed 20 crystal sources to the device, allowing it to produce. He meticulously packaged the resulting crystal source powder for future use. Stepping outside, he replenished his supplies of water and food, then proceeded to the materials store to acquire a batch of high explosives. This item was not classified as regulated, nor was it of concern to the likes of General Wu Chong, who found it beneath him to oversee trivial matters. The most inconsequential of individuals often proved to be the most resourceful. A palpable sense of contradiction lingered in the air. On his return journey, he unexpectedly encountered Jae Ma and Gon Mo, who leaned against the fence, feigning vigilance over the desolate expanse while secretly monitoring Shunbei's movements. Still here? Shunbei approached them, greeting them first. Gon Mo, somewhat taken aback, replied, the task remains unfinished. We need to stay for a few more days. Shunbei acknowledged with a simple "oh" before turning to leave. At that moment, Jae Ma chuckled softly and inquired, when do you plan to head out? Shunbei paused, responding with calm composure, it depends on the tasks at hand. I intend to check at the task office tomorrow. Wishing you all the best. Jae Ma flashed a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes as Shunbei nodded and walked away. Gradually, the smiles faded from both Jae Ma and Gon Mo's faces. Gon Mo inhaled the residual warmth left by Shunbei and remarked with a hiss, his blood must be sweet. Let's not get carried away, Jae Ma replied pragmatically. I have tasted human blood, and it was bitter and brackish. That may be true for you, Gon Mo retorted as he withdrew a bullet etched with intricate designs. Tracing its surface thoughtfully, I have always wondered about the significance of the patterns Shunbei inscribed on these bullets. It's trivial, Jae Ma leaned against the railing, shifting his weight. We are on the brink of completing our mission. Once Shunbei exits the sanctuary, everything will revert to our control. By the way, Jae Ma inquired, where did he toss the briefcase? Jae Ma clicked his tongue, revealing that what they truly sought was not the blueprints for crystalline source fragmentation and reconstitution. That was merely a facade. The briefcase held the real value. It could supply shelter number 10 with a battalion of courageous, fearless soldiers, utterly obedient to commands, ready to charge into the flames without hesitation. It must be lost, Gon Mo mused, observing Shunbei's diminishing silhouette, a smirk creeping across his face. But one thing is certain, its location is lodged in his mind. Jae Ma's eyes suddenly sparkled with a mysterious glint. This time, I'm more inclined to pry open someone else's skull. Back at the rented room, Shunbei eagerly upgraded the crystalline source core device. Crystalline Source Reconstitution Device LV5 01000. A crystalline source reconstitution device with decent production capacity, efficiency, and qualification rate, and acceptable energy consumption. New feature. Capable of utilizing crystalline core fragments mixed with steel to produce various types of shells. Note. Lacking a reservoir module, shaping module, and fusion material. True spirit element. Shinbei exclaimed. Wait a moment. What has this upgrade turned into? Crystalline cores and steel can be fashioned into shells? His jaw nearly dropped to the floor in astonishment. This was beyond belief. He had not anticipated that the upgrade would expand the device's capabilities. It resolved the issue of the cluster fire disk's ammunition in an instant. Suddenly, Shinbei recalled the 6th-level bullets and was struck with amazement. Could it be that the 6th-level bullets require such shells for engraving? In a moment of clarity, Shinbei's thoughts began to unfold. The reservoir module and shaping module were easy to comprehend. They were presumably for high-temperature fusion and shell shaping. Yet, the key material, the true spirit element, remained a mystery to him. He had never encountered it before. Perhaps the original owner's memory contained knowledge of it, but it was lost. Nevertheless, Shinbei had a nagging sensation that the term true spirit alone was formidable and not to be trifled with. However, he felt neither disheartened nor defeated. Once he acquired the true spirit element, he could produce shell casings, allowing the cluster fire disk to undergo a significant upgrade. Suppressing his excitement, Shinbei reminded himself that now was not the time for such thoughts. He first needed to eliminate Joma and Ganemo. He donned his battle armor, packed the food he had procured into his backpack, and organized his water supply. He was not concerned about food. The wasteland was abundant with sustenance, provided one had the skill to hunt the ferocious beasts. With sufficient water sources, Shinbei could survive for 10 days in the wilderness. That would suffice. He secured his backpack and chains, then turned to inspect his firearm. The most abundant Type 3 bullets were placed in the rear compartment of his backpack, while 5 Type 4 bullets were tucked into his left waist. These Type 4 bullets, compared to their Type 3 counterparts, possessed enhanced lethality. Moreover, they did not need to become lodged within an ability user. A mere hit would trigger a shockwave effect, rendering them even more efficient. The sole Type 5 bullet was positioned at his left waist, ready for immediate use. At this moment, Shinbei had already entered a pre-battle state. He intended to depart from the shelter tonight. Surely, Chasing Horse and Ganemo would find a way to pursue him. Let the rally commence. Shinbei shook the crystal core within his pack and glanced at his battle armor, a smirk gracing his lips. He then settled down to await the darkness. A few hours later, in the dead of night, Shinbei slowly opened his eyes from his rest. He packed the crystal shattering and reassembly device, attaching it to his battle armor. This device could not be left in the rented room. It was far too risky. Seizing this opportunity, he hastened to relocate. Shinbei pushed open the window and leapt, landing effortlessly on the wilderness below. Treading upon the moonlight, he moved steadily toward the direction of the fire-powered disc, ready for the impending conflict. The battle was about to begin. Chapter 49. The Wilderness, whose patience will wear thin. At dawn, 2 figures departed from Shelter 36, Chasing Horse and Ganemo. For them, Shinbei's feigned claim of heading to the mission site today was a mere illusion. It appeared he had fled the previous night. Chasing Horse and Ganemo dropped their pretense and directly confronted the situation, commencing their pursuit. Ganemo sniffed the air, shifting their direction from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock. Their silhouettes gradually transformed into distant black dots amidst the vast wilderness. The relentless sun mercilessly scorched the land, casting a murky gray-blue hue across the sky. The sun hung high like a fiery orb, its blinding rays radiating unbearable heat. Dust filled the air, and with the gusts of wind, waves of yellow-brown particles swirled about, reminiscent of ancient phantoms wandering the terrain. Chasing Horse and Ganemo advanced at a steady pace, conserving their strength while maintaining maximum speed. Hours later, Chasing Horse lifted his face, concealed beneath his hood, revealing the undulating hills in the distance. The hills were not high, merely rocky mounds. The summits bore no snow, nor was there any vegetation in sight, save for a few desiccated trees clinging to life halfway up, their gnarled branches stretching against the biting wind. His sturdy military boots trod upon the hilltop. The light brown exposed rock groaned under the weight, beginning to crack. A visibly mutated blade of grass stubbornly emerged from a crevice, using a speed uncharacteristic of plants to brush its leaves against the military boot, while its serrated edges relentlessly sliced at the boot's surface. The seemingly tender grass made an agonizing sound against the coarse rubber exterior of the boot, leaving behind streaks of white. With a mere gentle crushing motion, Chasing Horse reduced the fierce little grass to fragments. Subsequently, the military boots advanced with a significant stride, reaching the precipice of the mountain. With a glance, Chuema shrugged and addressed his companion Ganemo. Are you certain he lingered here last night? There's nothing to be found. Ganemo inhaled deeply, pointing ahead. I can still detect the lingering heat of the fire. Following his gesture, Chuema's gaze fell upon a pile of charred wood ash approximately 500 meters away. It seemed they were on the right track. As a smirk crept across Chuema's face, The two approached the now cold remnants of the campfire. Ganemo took a deep breath and turned to head northwest. Shui Ma kicked at the ash, sending a cloud of dark particles swirling in the wind, reminiscent of a frightened, malevolent creature fleeing. He casually snapped a twig, placing it between his teeth, grinning as he strode forward. 3 hours later, Shui Ma and Ganemo halted once more. Before them lay the corpse of a fearsome beast, a scorpion lion. This monstrous creature was colossal, possessing the tail and stinger of a scorpion, the body and claws of a lion, and a head that fused insect-like compound eyes with sharp mandibles. Its skin displayed a mottled pattern of green and purple, far from docile. It would instinctively attack upon sighting humans. The carcass was riddled with bullet holes, as if it had been perforated by a high-velocity machine gun. Shui Ma, witnessing this scene, couldn't refrain from a cold chuckle. A masterpiece of Shinbei, I presume? His marksmanship is utterly abysmal. Ganemo, taken aback, remarked that although this beast was incredibly fierce, it was merely a facade of menace. Any ordinary person wielding firepower could dispatch it with a single shot to the forehead. Yet, Shinbei had fired more than a dozen shots to bring it down. Ganemo furrowed his brow, voicing a question. Could it be that Shinbei is merely putting on a show? The residents of shelter number 36 did claim to have lost considerable sums at his hands. Shui Ma spat out the chewed twig. It's not just losing money. Sometimes Shinbei misses the beast entirely, which indicates his marksmanship is rather erratic. Ganemo exhaled a long sigh. This individual is no ordinary person. He possesses a considerable tactical acumen, akin to a wild wolf unwilling to be tamed. Shui Ma snickered coldly. Ganemo continued, let us proceed. The gunfire here went unheard, which signifies we are still quite distant from Shinbei. They stepped over the scorpion lion's carcass and continued onward. Shui Ma kicked the scorpion lion once more, spitting disdainfully. What a troublesome creature. Why couldn't you simply allow me to crack open your skull? An hour later, Ganemo took a sharp turn, nearly folding at a 90-degree angle towards the north. Curious, Shui Ma wondered where he was headed. Ganemo stood still, continually sniffing the air. Shui Ma, unfazed, remarked, who cares? His marksmanship is erratic, and so is he. I suspect he is merely running in circles. At that moment, Shinbei was traversing the vast wilderness at a steady pace. He had returned to the ruins of the hidden cluster of firepower discs the previous night, concealing the crystal source fragmentation and reassembly device there. Without lingering, he departed into the desolate expanse. At this juncture, the battle armor afforded him greater stability in his strides, enabling precise movements within 2 steps, without deviation. Within the armor, Shinbei was almost passively walking. The energy required for walking and running is entirely incomparable. A core crystal can sustain life for approximately 2 hours. Therefore, Shinbei has hardly exhausted any physical strength. The heavy modified rifle rests on his back, instilling a measure of confidence within him. He must engage in a tactical game of patience and perhaps luck against the relentless pursuit of the mounted adversaries and Ganemo. After all, a mere third-tier mutant had nearly claimed his life before. Now, facing 2 third-tier abilities, whose defensive capabilities remain unknown, he cannot afford to be complacent. Shinbei's strategy is to wear them down, both in patience and stamina. Thus, he maintains a steady pace. If he were to speed up, it might lead them to believe he has vanished and cease their pursuit. Conversely, if he slows down, he risks failing his objective of exhausting their energy. The vast expanse of land is rife with both peril and opportunity. Shinbei, a creature of considerable patience, is determined to regain control of the situation. He remains steadfast in his belief. 5 days swiftly pass. Shinbei continues his relentless routine of 2 hours of walking followed by a half-hour of rest, day and night. He progresses at a consistent speed, averaging around 10 kilometers per hour. Of course, his actual speed far exceeds this. He adopts this tactic to mislead his pursuers. At a crucial moment, even the slightest miscalculation could alter the course of events. Shinbei is aware that the distance between them is narrowing. An encounter is inevitable. However, he remains uncertain about the exact timing, as it largely depends on his own disposition. 30 kilometers away, the pursuer, Shui Ma, is covered in dust and frustration. He irritably sets up a collapsible cooking pot, tossing standard rations into it, and adding water. With a mere press of a switch, a flame fueled by solid fuel can boil the rations in 3 minutes. After hastily consuming a few bites alongside Ganemo, his irritation grows. 5 days have passed. Shui Ma's previously indifferent demeanor has been entirely consumed by restlessness. This accursed fellow has eluded us for 5 days. Ganemo silently chews his food, savoring each bite before reaching for water, only to find a mere few drops trickling out. Taking a deep breath, he reflects. We were once the hunters, now he has become the hunter. Ganemo recalls the route they have traversed, realizing they have been led in a vast circle, akin to a blindfolded donkey grinding grain. How terrifying it would be if Shinbei were a mutant, he muses. Damn it, Shui Ma exclaims. rising in agitation and stomping his feet, causing the ground to rumble beneath him. He raises his voice in a primal roar. Curse you, Shinbei. If you have the guts, show yourself. Time drips by slowly, and nightfall soon envelopes the land once more. Chue Ma and Gan Mo are teetering on the brink of collapse. Though they were not as agile under the cloak of night as they were during the day, they remained resolute. For they understood that Shinbei could not have ventured far. He was nearby, for such a cunning quarry. It was not they who would grant Shinbei a moment's respite, but rather, it was Shinbei who had little time left to evade them. With ammunition exhausted and water sources nearly depleted, the consequences of failing to locate Shinbei were dire. After another day and night had passed, the night breeze was chaotic and tumultuous. Gan Mo was feeling the dampness on the ground and caught a whiff of a familiar scent. It was urine. Overjoyed, Gan Mo realized that the urine had not yet dried, indicating that Shinbei was close. Just as he was about to voice his discovery, Chue Ma, gazing into the distant wilderness, suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Chapter 50. The initiative is in my hands. At that moment of Gan Mo's elation over the urine trail, Chue Ma spotted a flicker of firelight in the depths of the inky darkness. This flash of light was fleeting. Chue Ma instantly deduced that it was the muzzle flash of a firearm. "Be careful," he warned. As his words echoed, Gan Mo's already taut nerves reacted immediately. With a fierce shout, he thrust both hands forward, summoning an invisible force field barrier before them. In an instant, a burst of firelight ignited just 1 meter in front of them. Chue Ma's gaze locked onto this sudden flare, recognizing it as a bullet. The projectile was spinning at high velocity, generating sparks as it violently scraped against Gan Mo's barrier. The bullet collided with the invisible wall, abruptly slowing down, and began to deform under the intense friction. Chue Ma's expression shifted, tinged with astonishment. It was known that Gan Mo's force field barrier was classified as a second-tier mysterious ability. After numerous tests, any bullet fired from a distance of 500 meters would explode futilely upon contact with this barrier. However, what perplexed Chue Ma was that the flickering firelight from the gun was nearly 1,300 meters away. How could a bullet traverse such a vast distance without detonating? Moreover, the bullet's momentum was immense, far exceeding the ordinary. It glowed red-hot, nearly melting into a blob of molten metal. What kind of bullet is this? Chue Ma exclaimed in disbelief. Gan Mo remained silent, having also recognized the bullet's unusual nature. He intensified the energy output of his barrier to counter the bullet's kinetic force. Yet, in the midst of their astonished gaze, the bullet ultimately pierced through the invisible wall with a resounding thud, transforming into a searing jet of molten metal that hurtled toward Chue Ma's chest. Though the speed of this metallic stream had diminished compared to before, its force and heat remained capable of easily penetrating thin steel plates. However, the bullet had been momentarily obstructed, granting Chue Ma ample time to react. In an instant, his eyes glowed with a vibrant red hue, and with a mighty roar, a tempest of scorching flames erupted around him. At this juncture, the bullet had long ceased to resemble its original streamlined form, now entirely transformed into a mass of molten iron. As the jets surged into the searing winds, it was immediately swept away by a violent whirlwind, twisting and scattering, causing a multitude of metallic droplets to graze past Chasing Horse, cascading onto the barren land, where the ground erupted in wisps of blue smoke. After spiraling furiously for dozens of rounds, the infernal wind suddenly expanded in all directions, igniting everything within a 10-meter radius around Chasing Horse. Only then did the thunderous crack of a sniper rifle faintly echo. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chasing Horse's forehead. It was evident that the bullet was aimed directly at his heart. Under normal circumstances, he would not have been overly concerned about a conventional bullet. While it would inflict injury, it would not be fatal. However, the power of this shot far surpassed that of an ordinary sniper rifle, akin to an anti-material rifle. Should it strike him directly, it would likely pierce through half of his chest. The more he pondered, the more dread consumed him. He had indeed underestimated Shinbei. Yet, he could not fathom how Shinbei's sniper rifle could possess such extraordinary power. A surge of fury ignited within him. His legs erupted with flames as he stepped forward. A fierce wave of fiery energy emanated from him, transforming the area within a dozen meters into a tempest, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and debris. In a fit of rage, he shot forth, "You little brat, seeking death." Observing Chasing Horse's furious figure, which constantly altered its charging trajectory in an S shape, erratic and unpredictable, Gan Mo also began to sprint. To him, the two were now so closely positioned that at a distance of 1,000 meters, an ordinary human could hardly outrun an ability user. This was the wilderness, where Shinbei had created distance early on. If they had started running together, he could easily leave Shinbei far behind. Victory was within reach. Meanwhile, after firing a shot, Shinbei had already formulated a plan in his mind. Gan Mo was a mysterious ability user, primarily skilled in tracking and support, while Chasing Horse was a combat-type ability user, specializing in fire. He had discerned their capabilities. Cloaked by the cover of night, Shunbei moved like a nimble black cat, advancing at a speed of approximately 20 kilometers per hour. He did not intend to engage in close combat just yet. His strategy was to continue eluding them, driving them to madness. Shunbei wagered that these ability users, accustomed to a life of privilege, could not endure the hardships of the desolate plains, pain, fatigue, hunger, and filth, as he could. As an ordinary person, resolving to confront two third-tier ability users required not only patience, but an abundance of it. After all, the psychological shadow cast by Malbu Air weighed heavily on Shunbei. Had it not been for the rescue by the Blue Orchid, it would have been his demise. Night would eventually give way to dawn. As day broke, Shunbei began to accelerate, continually consuming the core of the crystal source to elevate his armor's speed to 40 kilometers per hour. Damn it! Chasing Horse cursed, his face contorted in rage. I have never endured such humiliation. Throughout his military career, he had always engaged in direct confrontation, fist against fist. The longest battles rarely exceeded a day's duration, even under the most intense battlefield conditions. In skirmishes involving just a few individuals, resolution typically occurred within a couple of hours. However, at this moment, his mindset shattered. Why was Shunbei fleeing with such speed? Chasing Ma questioned in confusion. Gon Mo licked his parched lips, inhaling the air. The battle armor. It must be the battle armor he wears. Impossible. Chasing Ma swiftly dismissed the notion. I have seen his armor. The materials are of the lowest quality, akin to mere toys. Have you ever witnessed the internal conditions? There is no doubt about it. Gon Mo's expression grew increasingly exhilarated. This fellow might possess something far more significant than a mere bag to unearth. Chasing Ma's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he quickened his pace. At this juncture, Shunbei had entered the urban ruins, ascending a hotel high-rise that had yet to collapse. In the past 24 hours, Shunbei had consistently approached them, only to swiftly retreat, vanishing once more into the shadows. He repeatedly targeted and locked onto various foes with his consciousness, then immediately disappeared. Through this method, he gauged the enemy's perceptiveness and applied pressure. Shunbei's stamina was rapidly depleting, yet he believed that Chasing Ma and Gon Mo were exhausting their energy even faster. Their water supply had run dry, and the high-energy food was nearly depleted. Most critically, the enemies were deprived of effective sleep. Shunbei darted around them, akin to a shepherd guiding a flock. It was almost time. Shunbei began to calculate the minutes. In approximately 1 hour, Chasing Ma and Gon Mo would also enter the urban ruins. Closing his eyes, he rested. Only with ample energy could he face the true confrontation ahead. Outside the urban ruins, Chasing Ma and Gon Mo stood at the entrance of the street passage. This must be the battleground he had chosen. Gon Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. Chasing Ma cracked his neck. He had not had a drink of water in 3 days. For an ordinary person, this would have led to fainting or even death. Yet for an extraordinary being, while it was excruciating, dizzying, it was not fatal. What was truly perilous was the relentless pursuit of Shunbei. Chasing Ma strode into the urban ruins. Gon Mo continued to sniff the air, gradually drawing closer to Shunbei's location. High above, Shunbei abruptly opened his eyes. Peering cautiously out, he observed Chasing Ma and Gon Mo searching from 2 kilometers below. Shunbei took a deep breath, unbuckled his belt, and urinated from the height, augmenting his scent. Then, he produced an alarm clock, setting it for 10 minutes, and placed it behind a brick. It would be best to eliminate Gon Mo, or at least injure him. Otherwise, I would be unable to harm them through their defensive field. Descending, he made his way toward the opposite building. Graveyard activate. Chapter 51. Ambush, take one down first. 9 minutes later, Chasing Ma and Gon Mo appeared in the hotel high-rise room. Gon Mo touched the damp urine stains on the floor. Not even 10 minutes had passed. Gon Mo stood up. Chasing Ma's restless mind could no longer be contained. Where has he gone now? Perhaps he is watching us from somewhere. Let us speak of something useful. Move. As soon as Gon Mo finished speaking, he turned to leave the room. Suddenly, a bullet shot in through the window from the other side. Gon Mo instantly erected a force field for defense. The projectile, like the previous one, suddenly decelerated, and under the immense force of kinetic energy, began to glow red and deform, ultimately breaching his defensive shield and transforming into a metallic stream that surged towards his chest. Gon Mo's feet were firmly planted on the ground as his entire body tilted to the side, barely evading the lethal metallic jet. He pressed his hand lightly against the floor, and his body bizarrely rebounded, standing upright once more on the windowsill. His gaze fixed across the expanse. He saw Shunbei was positioned 800 meters away, aiming with a sniper rifle. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the building, leaving no trace. At that moment, the last sliver of light vanished precisely beyond the horizon, and the vast, abandoned city was completely engulfed in darkness. After days of exhausting physical exertion, Ganemo finally laid eyes on Shunbei, his body relaxing. He even yearned for a restful slumber, as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, utterly fatigued. Yet the dilemma remained. In these past few days, he had not even grazed the enemy. He sat on the ground, panting, regaining his strength. "Chase-ma, it's your turn." As he began to speak, a sudden crack echoed from the bricks in the corner. Ganemo and Chase-ma exchanged a bewildered glance. What was that? The next moment, a deafening explosion shattered the serene air, flames illuminating every corner around them. The shockwave from the blast struck like an invisible wall, violently impacting everything in its vicinity, shattering the windows. As Ganemo attempted to rise, he was caught off guard, unable to activate his defensive shield in time. Under the tremendous force, Ganemo was the first to be thrown by the ferocious explosion. Along with shattered debris, he plummeted from the upper floors, crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Chase-ma swiftly sought refuge behind the wall. Although he was buried under the debris, he was largely unharmed. After crawling out, he immediately searched for Ganemo, only to discover he had fallen from the building. Chase-ma felt no concern. Such a height would not be fatal, merely resulting in serious injury. As long as he could return to the sanctuary, it was a minor issue. Recovery would only take a few days. Without hesitation, Chase-ma leaped from the high building, racing down the street in pursuit of Shunbei. He was convinced that Shunbei could not have escaped far. At this moment, he had completely lost his reason due to Shunbei's relentless torment. Both his physical hunger and thirst, as well as his mental agitation, propelled him to hasten the battle's conclusion and return to the sanctuary to indulge in a life of comfort. He even found himself resisting the wilderness. This was all a result of the psychological pressure and devastation inflicted by Shunbei. In that instant, he disregarded his surroundings, consumed solely by the desire to capture Shunbei and wrench open his skull. Amidst this extreme agitation, his eyes blazed with fury, his teeth clenched, especially as the bomb Shunbei had set detonated precisely as they arrived. No, it had almost missed its timing. But Shunbei's shot had recalibrated the timing that had initially slipped away. This cunning computational ability only intensified the fury of Chasing Horse. Rationality was entirely obliterated, leaving only the desire for slaughter. As he had yet to cover half the distance, having just soared past a heap of refuse, he remained utterly oblivious to the unusual movement of the trash. Had he retained any semblance of reason, he would have discerned the signs of disturbance among the debris. Just as he brushed past the refuse pile, a sudden clatter erupted. A small fragment of concrete, no larger than a fingertip, tumbled down from the detritus. Chasing Horse abruptly halted, turning his head, only to behold a figure rising from the refuse. The figure brandished a revolver with one hand. Chasing Horse's eyes widened in disbelief. It was none other than Shunbei. He could hardly comprehend that Shunbei not only chose not to flee but had instead reversed his course, lying in ambush along Chasing Horse's inevitable path. Was this individual truly an ordinary person? In that fleeting moment, Chasing Horse beheld Shunbei's cold, unyielding visage, his eyes profound with resolve as he decisively squeezed the trigger. A brilliant flame erupted from the muzzle. At that instant, Chasing Horse's mind entered a state of extreme tension, yet paradoxically, profound calm. He could almost perceive the bullet's trajectory as it spiraled toward him, a faint shimmer igniting upon its surface from the air's rapid friction, before vanishing above his line of sight. Astonishingly, a thought flickered in Chasing Horse's mind. It was aimed at his forehead. Yet, his consciousness had already outpaced his body's capacity for reaction. In such close proximity, there was no evading the bullet. It penetrated his forehead, exiting through the back of his skull, the tremendous force shattering his cranium as blood gushed forth like a torrential waterfall. Chasing Horse seemed reluctant to accept that he had perished at the hands of an ordinary individual. Surely, a revolver with such a rugged design could not pose a serious threat. Although his defenses were rated at the second tier, this ordinary man exhibited remarkable audacity and cunning. Ganemo was right. If he were an ability user, would he not dare to slay even those of other kinds? A burnt odor wafted through his senses. Should he be dining? No, he ought to rest first. Chasing Horse's still-functioning brain cells flitted erratically through thoughts. He remained upright, maintaining a rigid posture, save for the chilling sensation at the back of his head. He felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. Indeed, these days had been utterly exhausting, to the point of questioning the very essence of life. The sound of footsteps echoed in his dimming vision as he observed Shunbei approaching, step by deliberate step. Then, a pair of grimy hands, caked in mud, settled upon his shoulder. A cold and liberating utterance reached Chasing Horse's ears. May there be no refuge in hell. No, this was a benediction of death. Chasing Horse wished to avert his ears, yet his body, compelled by an unseen force, slowly tilted backward. He gazed vacantly at the night sky, his right hand gradually stretching upward, as if groping for something. With a firm grip, his right hand clenched tightly, akin to a drowning man clutching a lifeline. He He parted his lips, intent on voicing something, but at that moment, the light in his eyes dimmed, his right hand grew weak, and ultimately released its hold. Breathless, he succumbed to death. Shinbei meticulously searched both inside and outside the vicinity, leaving no stone unturned and taking everything that could be carried away. He then hastily returned to the base of the hotel. Here, there was also Gon Mo based on Shunbei's estimation. Gon Mo would be severely injured from the explosive device and the subsequent fall, making him easier to handle. Amidst the rubble, Shunbei extracted the barely conscious Gon Mo. He squatted beside him, a smile that did not reach his eyes adorning his face. Greetings, Gon Mo. Chapter 52. Does that briefcase contain a hidden compartment? When Gon Mo was pulled from the debris by Shinbei, he was covered in blood, his expression a grotesque mask of pain. He had anticipated someone would come to rescue him, but he never expected it would be Shinbei. This left no doubt that Chasing Horse was dead. Otherwise, how could Shinbei have the audacity and time to dig him out? Gon Mo spat out a mouthful of black blood, nearly losing consciousness. He could hardly believe that an ordinary person, an ordinary individual, could kill a third-tier ability user. At that moment, Shinbei was fiddling with a revolver, emptying the magazine. He then inserted a bullet into the chamber, spun the cylinder with a metallic clatter, and with a decisive click, returned it to its original position. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Shunbei's lips, his demeanor as frigid as an ancient glacier, as he pressed the gun against Gon Mo's thigh. What? You find it impossible for me to kill a third-tier ability user? Gon Mo appeared to be struggling to suppress his boiling fury and killing intent. His voice hoarse. I see now, you are nothing but a cunning deceiver. Oh. A fleeting glimmer of light flickered in Shunbei's deep, oceanic gaze. On the battlefield, there is only life and death. There is no place for cowardice or nobility. As an ability user, you should not have forgotten this fundamental truth. It is no wonder you have failed your mission. Gon Mo's face reflected a lingering dread. In that moment, he recognized Shinbei's cunning and tactics. For days, he had evaded capture on the wasteland with kinetic armor. What they perceived as pursuit was, from Shunbei's perspective, merely the commencement of slaughter. The two sides were operating under entirely different assumptions. He and Chasing Horse only recognized the real battle had begun after spotting Shinbei before the explosion. But that was not the beginning. It was the conclusion. Speak. What exactly are you searching for? Shinbei inquired with a dispassionate tone. Gon Mo's gaze darkened. A multitude of chaotic thoughts flashing through his mind. The schematic for the crystal source fragmentation. Bam! Shinbei pulled the trigger without hesitation. This left Gon Mo's face pale and his eyes tightly shut with fear. Fortunately, there was only one bullet in the chamber, and it did not discharge. Gon Mo's response was nothing more than a ruse in Shinbei's ears. If they were truly searching for the crystal source reconstruction schematic, would they not have examined the equipment stored in the room? Did they truly think him a fool? Naive. You are fortunate. Your lies have not resulted in a bullet through your skull this time. But there may not be a next opportunity. Shunbei's gaze resembled an unfathomable abyss. His tone devoid of any discernible emotion. If I do not receive the answers I seek, I shall pull the trigger again. You have only 5 chances. You grasped the leather bag, inherently aware of its contents. Tell me, what should I seek? The click of the revolver's hammer echoes once more. How fortunate you are. Shinbei remarked with a hint of amusement. Continue. I am eager to see whether your resolve is stronger than the bullet. Gon Mo, filled with seething rage, growled in defiance. I have said all that needs to be said. The trigger was pulled again. Still, no gunpowder erupted. Ah, if only I possessed your luck. I could win a fortune at the roulette table in a bar. Grant me a swift end. You are mistaken in your hopes. Shinbei's finger remained firmly on the trigger. Boom. Sparks flew, and smoke billowed forth. Finally, the bullet surged forth propelled by the gunpowder. The tremendous sound reverberated through the desolate cityscape. The bullet wreaked havoc upon Gon Mo's right leg, shattering flesh and bone, blood splattering across the ground. Ah! The nerves in Gon Mo's leg screamed with an overwhelming agony. The sharp, intense pain tore through his thigh like a bolt of lightning. As if a molten iron block had embedded itself deep within his muscles and bones, causing his entire body to convulse. He could feel every nerve writhing in torment, every cell silently screaming. Damn it! Gon Mo clutched his mangled leg, rolling on the ground in despair. Meanwhile, Shunbei silently mocked him, retrieving another bullet to load into the chamber. With a foot planted on Gon Mo's chest, he pressed the gun's muzzle against his left leg. Come, let us continue. I have ample time to play with you. Gon Mo's expression turned desperate, his face contorted with rage. You bastard. Another click, yet the gun remained empty. Shunbei chuckled softly, leaning forward, his gaze piercing and aggressive. Your left leg may very well be shattered with the next shot. Then I shall take a nap and resume tomorrow. A thick cloud of despair enveloped Gon Mo, his eyes cold and profound, rendered speechless. No words? Shinbei remarked indifferently. Then I shall fire again. I will speak. Ganmo's fragile mental state finally shattered. We are searching for the leather bag. Shinbei expressed his confusion with a curious hum. The leather bag? Indeed. Ganmo lay back in despair among the rubble. The blueprints for the crystal source's fragmentation and reassembly are merely a diversion. What we truly seek is the leather bag. I have searched it thoroughly, finding nothing but the blueprints. You may attempt to cut it open and see for yourself. Shinbei tilted his head in inquiry. Is there an enhancement within the bag? What lies hidden inside? Something you dare not touch. Ganmo's laughter turned somewhat deranged. Truly. Shinbei, we have been bested by your hand, and we accept our fate. But allow me to offer you a warning. The weight of that object is far beyond what an ordinary person like you could handle. Shinbei aimed his gun at Ganmo's forehead. His gaze filled with disdain. As an ability wielder, are you not yet my defeated foe? Whether I touch it or not is of no concern to you. You need only tell me what lies within that compartment. Why not look for yourself? Ganmo presented a demeanor of resigned submission, unwilling to divulge any further information. Shinbei cracked his neck. May hell have no escape. A resounding gunshot shattered Ganmo's skull, leaving his head obliterated and his body a mere headless carcass. Lifeless and devoid of breath, Shinbei stifled a yawn and began to search Ganmo's remains. Shouldering his sniper rifle, he departed the battlefield under the cloak of night. After a while, he discovered a relatively secure dwelling and nestled into a corner, laying out his spoils before him. 50 intermediate crystal core fragments, quite a decent haul. The other items, however, bore little practical value. Yet amidst the clutter, Shinbei unearthed a key and a vial of red powder. The key resembled those from Shelter No. 36, seemingly a relic from a guest house. Had the occupant not checked out? Shinbei stroked his chin, pocketing the key separately. He poured out a small amount of the red powder and brought it to his nostrils, detecting an odor reminiscent of pickled cabbage and rotten eggs. What on earth is this? Inspecting the glass vial, he noticed a label affixed to the back, which read simply, Spirit Exorcism Agent, intended to harm ethereal beings. Shinbei's eyes widened slowly. This was a remarkable find. Just as he pondered how to tackle the true spirit element, this solution had presented itself unexpectedly. Had he not stumbled upon this, he would have remained oblivious to the necessity of such a substance for confronting ethereal entities. After quenching his thirst with some water, Shinbei's thoughts began to settle. He grappled with the enigma surrounding the backpack. Ganmo had taken his secrets to the grave, revealing nothing about the hidden layers of the leather armor. Should he retrieve it to satiate his curiosity? Shinbei deliberated for an extended period. The location where he had lost his backpack appeared to be a fissure on the surface, yet it likely concealed an intercity subway tunnel beneath. It was indeed findable. But was it essential? Furrowing his brow, he resolved, perhaps, in due time, he would recover it, lest it become a lingering obsession. Nonetheless, there was no rush. Other matters could be postponed. Tomorrow, he would prioritize upgrading the cluster fire disk. Curling up, he clutched his revolver, surrendering to a light slumber. The night passed uneventfully. As daylight broke, Shinbei departed the ruins of the city, once again traversing the desolate wasteland. Chapter 53. The fright after the hunt this time. Shinbei's journey did not lead him directly towards the ruins of the concealed cluster fire disk. Instead, he veered off in a different direction. An hour later, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, casting an even gloomier pall over the landscape. Shinbei slowed his pace, cautiously surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a desolate, dilapidated town, where half-collapsed abandoned structures dotted the horizon. Lone high-tension towers stood stark against the wind, their twisted steel beams starkly illustrating the catastrophic power of a nuclear explosion. In the distance, a vast circular depression remained, a remnant of the day's nuclear detonation. Indeed, it was the nuclear crater, a testament to humanity's experiment in testing whether they could eradicate the otherworldly. As it turned out, the otherworldly beings seemed to exist in a higher dimension, impervious to annihilation. This town, struck by the force of a nuclear blast, bore no survivors. Even in the absence of a nuclear explosion, this quaint town would surely fall victim to the relentless pursuit of the malevolent beings. However, Shinbei had heard a rumor suggesting that the nuclear strike was not aimed at these dark entities, but rather at something else entirely. Though this could merely be a fabrication, the name of this town eluded Shinbei. In this era, all geographical designations have lost their significance, collectively referred to as ruins. After all, humanity can no longer rely on urbanity for survival. The only name worthy of remembrance is Titan. Shinbei chose to rest in an abandoned house at the town's periphery. He turned and peered out, gazing at the sky above the town. An unnatural phenomenon unfolded overhead. Thick clouds of radiation swirled ominously, their center hanging low, as if they might descend upon the town's iron tower. It seemed as though the very heavens were on the verge of collapsing, threatening to crush the town, marked by the ravages of time. Awaiting the onset of night, Shinbei settled down comfortably. Since the harrowing encounter with the pursuers, Ma and Ganmo, on the desolate plains, he had inadvertently passed through this town one night, discovering several luminescent creatures. These beings, composed of flesh and blood, bore no resemblance to the ferocious beasts of the wasteland. Instead, they resembled aberrant spirits, born from the convergence of special magnetic fields and the negative energies of graveyards and burial sites. By day, they were nearly invisible, eluding the gaze of ordinary humans. But at night, they glimmered like fireflies, emanating a soft glow. Upon witnessing these peculiar entities, Shinbei immediately surmised that they could yield the true spiritual elements required for the crystalline source fragmentation and reassembly device. However, as he was being pursued by Ma and Gon Mo that day, he refrained from attempting to slay them. Moreover, Shinbei suspected that conventional firearms would prove ineffective, fearing that a bullet might merely pass through without inflicting any harm, potentially agitating these spectral beings. Now, with the tail of his pursuers in sight, Shinbei resolved to gather some true spiritual elements. The most reliable method, it seemed, was to utilize the exorcism potion from Ma. Extracting the potion, he furrowed his brow, pondering its application. Should he apply it to his fists for close combat? Though proficient in hand-to-hand combat, he questioned its reliability. His doubts were not directed at the potion itself, but rather at the capabilities of the spectral entities. Who could fathom their potential tactics? The likelihood of being detected before even closing the distance was alarmingly high, which would render the battle beyond his control. After a moment of contemplation, Shinbei rose and departed from the dilapidated shelter. An instinct tugged at him. When he had previously traversed this town, he had skirted its edges. While Ma and Gon Mo would undoubtedly have cut straight through, inevitably encountering the spectral beings within, a confrontation was bound to occur. By locating their battleground, he would glean insights into how to resolve the predicament. This, he thought, was the wisdom gained through experience, utilizing what is readily available. The path leading into the town lay in ruins, barely discernible as a road that once existed. A wooden signpost stands by the roadside, adorned with 5 or 6 weathered signs pointing in various directions, their place names mostly faded and incomplete. Shinbei roams through the small town, untroubled by the threat of ethereal beings during daylight, allowing him to traverse the streets with abandon. Upon reaching the town center, he finds the ground blanketed in dust, a testament to years of neglect. Indeed, 2 rows of footprints traverse the town, unmistakably belonging to Chasing Horse and Gon Mo. Following the trail of prints, he notices a dilapidated house not far away, its wall marred by a new crack. Shinbei dashes towards it. The fissure, caused by a coin from a bygone era, reveals the coin itself, now utterly distorted and embedded in the wall. Below the wall, amongst the crevices of scattered stones, lies an unusual pale blue crystal. Is it a true spirit element? Shinbei picks it up, feeling its icy chill, akin to a piece of unmelting ice. His gaze sharpens as a notification flashes in his peripheral vision. True spirit element. Max level. A material with limited applications. Joy floods Shinbei's expression. Indeed, this confirms his suspicion. The ghostly beings within this town can indeed yield the very items he seeks. As for the notification regarding its limited utility, that applies to others, not to him. This holds great potential. He can utilize equipment to produce shells himself. Shinbei now surmises that Chasing Horse and Gon Mo must have utilized the coin's projectile force to slay the ethereal beings. The most telling evidence lies in the absence of footprints near the wall, indicating that the coin was launched from 5 meters away. He reaches out to tug at the coin embedded in the wall, but it resists his efforts. Its grip is formidable. Shinbei ponders. This is no mere toss. It requires considerable force, which means he must resort to firearms. While his marksmanship is precise, throwing is an entirely different matter. Although his battle armor can provide ample power, accuracy would be compromised, leading to a waste of the spirit cleansing agent. With this thought in mind, Shinbei returns to the dilapidated dwelling. He retrieves the magazine from his sniper rifle, loading it with photon bullets. He carefully applies the spirit cleansing agent to the bullet heads, which possess slight grooves that allow for the agent to adhere. As for concerns about jamming the barrel, what a joke. The upgraded sniper rifle can fire even with debris lodged within the chamber. After preparing approximately 20 special bullets, Shinbei stows the remaining items in his backpack and begins to rest, closing his eyes. As night falls, Shinbei awakens promptly. He consumes a tube of tasteless high-energy nutrient solution and drinks some purified water before rising to leave the house. Seizing the cover of darkness, he scales the tallest building in the town, a modest 3-story structure. There may have been taller edifices that have since collapsed, but this one remains steadfast. Lying on the rooftop, Shinbei extends his rugged yet exceedingly simple sniper rifle over the parapet, deactivating the infrared vision within his battle armor, as it is of no use now. The luminous, ethereal beings became the most desirable targets. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, the sky descended into complete darkness, devoid of moonlight and wind, rendering visibility to nothingness. Gradually, Flickers of light began to dance within the town, as if it had come to life in that very moment. These lights moved incessantly, resembling human forms, yet upon closer inspection, one would discern that their eye sockets were pitch black, and their lower bodies lacked legs, manifesting instead as flowing ribbons. These ethereal entities flitted in and out of various buildings, appearing quite occupied. This sight bestowed upon Shunbei a peculiar illusion, as though the serene scenes of a century past were being replayed. They were engaged in labor, in a manner akin to a workday. Let the hunt begin. Shunbei aimed at one of the ethereal beings and squeezed the trigger. A sharp and swift crack pierced the tranquil air. The bullet, soaring at high velocity, traced an elegant arc through the atmosphere, displacing the air around it and creating swirling eddies. With a resounding crash, the target he struck shattered like glass, dropping a fragment of true spirit essence that transformed into a speck of light, ascending into the night sky, reminiscent of a star, and vanished from sight. How effortless! The exorcism potion is truly effective. Shunbei grinned, relishing the thrill of target practice. However, just as he prepared to aim at a second target, he abruptly noticed that all the ethereal beings in the town had turned their attention toward him. Shunbei's expression froze, a chill running down his spine. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his sniper rifle and leaped from the third floor, bolting away. Chapter 54. The Intelligent Chip? Just as Shunbei believed this was merely a game of shooting moving targets, he fired the first shot. By the time he considered pulling the trigger again, his instincts urged him to flee. In the chaos of his descent, his satchel was torn, and the crystal core rolled unnoticed into a corner. Perhaps the gunfire was too loud, causing all the ethereal beings in the town to collectively turn around, their gazes fixated on Shunbei. At that moment, his hair stood on end, and a wave of dread washed over him. Clutching his sniper rifle, he activated the power module of his battle armor, maximizing the output, and dashed towards the outskirts of the town. But in the next heartbeat, a being appeared almost instantaneously to his left, seemingly defying distance. Shunbei caught a glimpse of the light from the corner of his eye, and his mind nearly faltered. Teleportation? His heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Yet Shunbei's reflexes were sharp. He tilted his arm, lifting the rifle to aim at the ethereal entity on his left. The gunfire erupted, and the bullet pierced through the being's light drive, resulting in an explosive rupture. Just as he exhaled in relief, another flicker of light emerged to his right. A sense of alarm gripped him. He barely had time to pivot and fire when the ethereal being on his right waved its hand with utmost gentleness, akin to a grandmother stroking her grandchild's hair, passing right through Shunbei's form. As Shunbei moved, he felt a moment of disorientation. The armor showed no signs of damage, and his body bore no wounds or blood. Had he been overly cautious? Was this entity truly harmless? Shunbei was nearly frightened to death by his own thoughts. He intended to halt his advance and continue his rampage. However, in the next instant, his mind was suddenly struck as if by a heavy blow, leaving him in a state of blankness. His limbs lost all sensation, and he collapsed to the ground, propelled by a powerful inertia, rolling out of the town. At that moment, Shunbei's will felt as if it had been drained, as though his soul had been expelled into the void. Everything around him floated aimlessly, and his perception of the external world was completely offline. After a while, he gradually regained consciousness, though even the simple act of opening his eyes was tremendously arduous, as if a mountain rested upon his eyelids. He struggled several times, and even with the assistance of his armor's energy, he could not rise. With great difficulty, Shunbei lifted his head, and his vision slowly transitioned from a frosted glass state to clarity. He saw those ethereal beings merely a meter away, yet they seemed trapped within an invisible barrier, thrashing about violently and emitting silent screams, unable to escape. Shunbei exhaled in relief, feeling utterly exhausted on the ground. He had underestimated the ethereal creatures. They were truly formidable. Breathing heavily, he muttered to himself. They could ignore distances, and once struck, their physical form was unaffected, yet their spirit would be drained. This condition was perilous. Shunbei felt as though he had been thoroughly exhausted by a vacuum cleaner, fatigued beyond measure. It was more tiring than the chase across the wasteland with the horses and Ganemo. It felt akin to being born without ever having slept. No wonder those who pursued horses and Ganemo opted to attack ethereal creatures with small coins. The sound was minimal. Shunbei pondered. If it weren't for the fact that these beings could not step beyond their territory after enduring a few attacks, his spirit would undoubtedly have shattered, leaving him in a vegetative state. It was a close call. Thankfully, the instantaneous acceleration provided by the armor had propelled him out of the town. Had he been a fraction closer, death would have been so near. After resting for nearly 10 minutes, Shunbei, leaning on his sniper rifle, managed to rise unsteadily. Now, he was in command. Standing outside the town, he raised his sniper rifle. Bang, bang, bang. Brilliant flashes of light erupted. The bullets sliced through the air, spinning at high speed. Those unafraid, ethereal beings were shattered before Shinbei. Soon, all the ethereal creatures before him lay defeated. Shinbei re-entered the town. Each of his steps maintained a steady rhythm and pace, not deliberately concealing his footsteps as he proceeded along the path into the town. Although his steps had become significantly lighter, in the stillness of the night, even the slightest sound of his footfalls traveled far, like a stone cast upon a smooth lake, instantly creating endless ripples. Shinbei collected the true spirit elements one by one. This was a bountiful harvest. With these items, he could even produce his own shells. After picking up the last true spirit element, Shinbei was about to turn and leave. As his gaze wandered, he noticed a flickering light emanating from the corner of a building. This structure was familiar to Shinbei. It was the very rooftop he had once scaled. His pupils constricted in alarm. Hadn't he eradicated every trace? How could there still be one remaining? Without hesitation, Shinbei raised his sniper rifle, intent on a swift elimination. The thought of being caught by it was utterly intolerable. A crackling sound, reminiscent of electricity, reached his ears. He tilted his head in confusion. Electricity? Was it not a spectral entity? The wall obstructed his view, revealing only the light, leaving him unable to discern anything further. He cautiously circled around to the opposite side of the building, directing his gaze forward. Relieved, he discovered that the light was not produced by a supernatural being. Rather, it appeared to be a bulb flickering on a circuit board. How could there be electricity here? Leaping down from the wall, he approached the electronic panel with swift steps, only to find that it was equipped with a battery module that had absorbed the fallen crystal core, converting its energy to activate the circuit board. Yet, this was no ordinary circuit board. It also housed a small screen, akin to a miniature computer. Shinbei examined it thoroughly and noted 3 slots, though their purpose remained a mystery. However, he possessed a means to extract information. Focusing intently for a few moments, a text prompt appeared at the corner of his vision. Apocalyptic class Starship Intelligent Chip. An ultra-high-performance chip, albeit limited to basic functionalities due to the absence of a war database defense template SP model. It can be installed on a cluster fire disk to enhance certain new capabilities. Shinbei was taken aback. What was this? A starship chip? What did that imply? Surely, he wasn't to be told that a vessel once soared through the skies only to explode, scattering its parts across the world. Although the scenario seemed somewhat disjointed, it appeared to be the most plausible explanation. Of course, Shinbei had never heard of starships existing in this world. Perhaps he had been woefully uninformed. Furrowing his brow, he realized that he was still in the early stages of understanding this vast and enigmatic realm. Were it not for his armored suit, he would never dare to venture alone into the wilderness. Clearly, there were many secrets yet to uncover. He would have to inquire with Rock when the opportunity arose. Shinbei carefully stored the circuit board away. Regardless of the circumstances, this was a serendipitous find. He was eager to discover what functions could be augmented when installed on the cluster fire disk. With matters in the town temporarily settled, he gathered his belongings and traversed through it. The night air was brisk, and each gust of the chilling wind caused the street lamps to sway, emitting a creaking lament. In this eerie ambience, the dilapidated buildings seemed to come alive, displaying their crumbling forms in a haunting dance. The small town gradually faded into the darkness behind him. The bright moon dispersed the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. The entire world felt both illusory and tangible. Shinbei quickened his pace, making his way toward the ruins of the city where the cluster fire disk lay concealed, skillfully avoiding the territories of ferocious beasts. At the break of dawn, he arrived at the designated location, brimming with excitement for the upgrade of the clustered fire disk. However, before proceeding, he revisited the battlefield where he had first discovered the leather bag, intending to collect some iron scraps as raw materials for producing shells. After all, those discarded firearms were composed of high-quality iron. Yet, upon reaching the now silent battlefield, he found nothing but bloodstains. The bodies and weapons had completely vanished. Has someone cleaned the battlefield? He pondered, astonished. Not a single item left behind. With a twitch of his lips, he chose not to linger and turned away, knowing that the ruins of the city held plenty of iron, albeit of inferior quality. Nonetheless, he could always compensate for the lack of quality with quantity. Chapter 55, Upgrade. New functions. Although he had not found any suitable iron, he stumbled upon a collapsed iron bridge within the ruins. The channel steel, though severely corroded and rusted, revealed some decent iron beneath the rust when scraped. After considerable effort, he managed to extract nearly 50 pounds of iron from the bridge. Upon returning to the workshop, he laid out the clustered fire disk, crystal source reconstruction device, circuit boards, true spirit elements, reservoir modules, shaping modules, and crystal source core powder on a burlap cloth. The reservoir modules and shaping modules had been procured long ago at shelter number 36 and were ready for installation. The process was straightforward. Simply open the lid, toss the 2 components inside, close the door, and it was done. It felt reminiscent of the steps required to fit an elephant into a refrigerator. Such was the prowess of his extraordinary abilities, defying all logic. Soon, the information on the Crystal Source Reconstruction Device underwent a transformation. Crystal Source Reconstruction Device LV5-01000. A crystal source reconstruction device with acceptable production capacity, efficiency, and pass rate, consuming a moderate amount of energy. It can utilize crystal source core powder and steel to produce various types of shells. Missing fusion material, true spirit elements. With the addition of the two components, only the true spirit elements remained absent. He then fed the true spirit elements, crystal source core powder, and iron blocks into the feeding port. The device began to fuse the materials. Moments later, it expelled some substandard molten iron through the waste outlet, a scenario he had anticipated. Otherwise, he would not have brought back so much iron. Next, the device projected a screen, prompting him to input the dimensions for the shells. He had some familiarity with such data, particularly from observing Chun Onji manipulated on a computer back at shelter number 36. It was simple yet intricate, involving several components including the chamber, cartridge, body, connecting cone, cylindrical section, tight plug cone, and front cone, among others. While the concept was straightforward, the challenge lay in the precise measurements. However, he felt no apprehension. Retrieving his toolbox, he discovered an original shell for the clustered fire disk within. Using calipers for measurement was all that was required. After a thorough comparison and data recording, he entered the measurements into the device. Simultaneously, data regarding the dimensions of sniper rifle and revolver bullet casings was compiled, enabling the input of devices. The apparatus commenced self-production, alleviating any concerns for Shinbei. His attention shifted towards the cluster fire disk. Information emerged. Cluster fire disk LV2-0200, a flying device capable of ground strikes. Possessing formidable firepower with a cruising range of 10 kilometers, enhanced wireless connectivity, slightly increased bombing lethality, and accelerated bombing speed. The ammunition bay doubles its capacity and can refill automatically. Upgrading this contraption is no small feat without engaging in combat. One cannot accumulate experience, which is quite vexing. Shinbei opened the casing of the cluster fire disk and inserted the circuit board, relying on the golden fingers for installation. He then closed the casing and glanced back. The information displayed. Upgrading, goodness. It has become unreadable. Is this circuit board truly so challenging to manage? Shinbei clicked his tongue, for he had previously added numerous modules to the crystal source reconfiguration device, completing the fusion installation in the blink of an eye. Yet, as a more advanced cluster fire disk, it required time to process the circuit board for the upgrade. Shinbei felt a flicker of anticipation. During this interval, he examined the sniper rifle and revolver information, but neither provided sufficient experience for an upgrade, so he set them aside for the moment. He then scrutinized the powered armor. Having roamed the wilderness for nearly 7 days, at a rate of 1 experience point per minute, surely it must be time for an upgrade? Powered armor LV4-10240-5000, a somewhat useful suit of armor, enhancing running speed, defensive capabilities, and thought connection response speed. Each crystal source core sustains the armor's high-speed operation for 10 minutes. The armor can change color according to environmental variations, thereby better concealing itself. Enough. After all this effort, it seems at least one item is ready for an upgrade. Upgrade. Powered armor LV5-5240-10,000, an extremely useful suit of armor. Significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Tier 3 power-type Esper. New features include resistance to magnetic field interference, resistance to high temperatures, and electrical activation. Electrical activation requires a power module to consume one intermediate crystal source core, generating a 1000 V high voltage current, usable 3 times. Wow! Upon reviewing the information, Shinbei was utterly astounded. Originally capable of resisting a full-force strike from a Tier 2 Esper, it now could withstand a Tier 3. This full-force strike is not merely an ordinary attack from an Esper, but rather a powerful ultimate move. More strength, even greater strength. The addition of resistance to magnetic field interference is also an indispensable new capability. Generally speaking, the more high-precision the device, the greater the threat posed by strong magnetic fields. Undoubtedly, the upgraded armor qualifies as a high-tech product. Magnetic fields are certainly a fatal concern, although he is yet to engage with an Esper of this nature. At least now this vulnerability has been addressed. Strength 1. Resistance to high temperatures is also commendable. If only the armor had been upgraded a bit earlier. Confronting the fire-wielding ability user, Chasing Horse, Shinbei was bold enough to engage in close combat. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. Shinbei understood well that while the battle armor could withstand high temperatures, it did not entirely negate the risk of heat exposure. Being scorched and suffering burns are both forms of harm. Another significant enhancement was the activation of electrical currents. This new offensive capability was introduced after the battle armor began to harness the powers of a second-tier strength-type ability user. It reminded Shinbei of Mao Air's high-voltage electric net, a haunting shadow that lingered. Could I also wield electricity? Shinbei inhaled deeply. Whoever dares to provoke me shall feel the weight of their own shadow. He smacked his lips. However, to initiate this electrical activation required a mid-level crystal source core. His wallet felt the sting. When comparing wealth, Mao Air, in contrast to himself, could unleash electric nets without any financial burden. A veritable tycoon. Those who dabble in technology are indeed bottomless pits. Shinbei shrugged. Nevertheless, having something is better than having nothing. When it comes to preserving one's life, the cost-effectiveness is relatively high. Of course, given the current pace of upgrades, Shinbei could only sigh. He wondered when he might attain a battle armor akin to Jarvis's. After all, without air conditioning, the battle armor could be unbearably stifling, and running the air conditioning came at a cost. The power of money, alas. Although he still possessed 50 crystal source cores salvaged from chasing horse and Gonimo. A glance at the still upgrading cluster fire disc left him feeling uncertain. Shells for ammunition required crystal source core powder, and that powder needed crystal source cores to be shattered and reformed. What a complex web of financial entanglements. Just then, the cluster fire disc emitted a chime. Shinbei froze. Had the upgrade completed? He focused intently as details about the upgrade flashed before his eyes. Chapter 56, Firepower Disc. Upgrade Practice, Cluster Fire Disc LV2-0200, a flying device capable of ground strikes, boasting considerable firepower, with a cruising range of 10 kilometers. Wireless connectivity is enhanced. Slight increases in bombing lethality and speed, and the ammunition bay has doubled its capacity, allowing for automatic reloading. A new Doomsday-level Starship Intelligent Chip, basic version, has been added, featuring designated strike target commands, the option for a monitoring system, currently missing, real-time data feedback, and simple command editing. After reviewing the information, Shinbei noted that the textual description remained largely unchanged, while the addition of the Doomsday-level Starship Intelligent Chip introduced several new functionalities, each notably practical. The ability to designate target strikes was the most exhilarating aspect for Shinbei. It is worth noting that both Shelter No. 36 and his own cluster fire disc possessed unparalleled bombing capabilities. Yet, achieving precise strikes had always been a source of frustration. In other words, the cluster fire disc could only execute bombing within a 360-degree radius centered on itself, leaving the exact landing of the bombs to fate. This is precisely why, during his inaugural deployment of the cluster fire disc to bombard the enemy, Shinbei chose to hover it directly above his head. Furthermore, he needed to reload. However, now, with the enhancement of a chip, the cluster fire disc possesses the capability to strike designated targets. Its air-to-ground assault has significantly intensified. Shinbei could not help but feel a surge of elation. In contrast to indiscriminate bombardment akin to plowing the earth, Shinbei favored precision, reminiscent of a sniper rifle. Although high-velocity multi-barrel machine guns have a wider lethal range, they still lack the thrill that a sniper rifle delivers. Was the monitoring system akin to a celestial eye? Shinbei deemed this an essential upgrade, as it would afford him a vantage point over the battlefield while encased in his combat armor. Acquiring a camera was relatively straightforward. Yet, the challenge lay in allowing the cluster fire disc to openly survey the battlefield without becoming the focus of enemy fire. This posed a considerable dilemma. Shinbei had first-hand experience of the painstaking effort required to upgrade a cluster fire disc. Losing one would be a source of great anguish. Although it was possible to edit commands for the cluster fire disc to evade enemy attacks, the chip was flawed, and its computational capacity was insufficient to adapt to the ever-changing dynamics of battle. It was somewhat of a quagmire. Nevertheless, there was a silver lining. At that moment, the crystal source fragment reconstruction device completed its task, yielding 24 artillery shell casings. Shinbei gazed upon them with curiosity. The casings exhibited a bluish-gray iron hue, starkly contrasting with the standard shells of Shelter No. 36. Subsequently, Shinbei busied himself, extracting high explosives and crystal source core powder, meticulously filling them in proportion. Before long, a series of usable shells were completed under Shinbei's skilled hands. Transformed cluster shell, this shell casing incorporates true spirit elements, allowing for easier shaping. Upon launch, it produces no sound. Internally filled with fragments of crystal source core, its explosive lethality is vastly amplified. Gasp! Upon reading this information, Shinbei instinctively inhaled sharply. Was this not exceedingly formidable? He had never anticipated that the inclusion of true spirit elements would result in complete silence upon firing. It is well known that any artillery shell explosion is preceded by a thunderous roar as it exits the barrel, followed by a second thunderous impact upon landing. Yet now, the shells produced by Shinbei were devoid of the initial blast. This meant that if the enemy were oblivious and failed to notice the cluster fire disc in the sky, they would only realize an aerial bombardment had occurred after the shells had landed. Or, alternatively, they might see something being launched from the cluster fire disk, yet remain unaware of its nature. Incredible, Shinbei immediately envisioned. Did this not imply that his sniper rifle was now equipped with a built-in silencer? The thought ignited a thrill within him, nearly causing him to leap with excitement. This was the essence of a silent reaper. Power 100. A mere one would not suffice. It needed to be 100. Shinbei rubbed his hands together, deciding to produce an initial batch of 20 shells to test their efficacy. He loaded the shells into the chamber of the cluster fire disk, accompanied by a series of clicking sounds. The cluster artillery disk, equipped with barrels distributed across 12 directions, is fully automated for ammunition loading. A brief explosion yields an initial gain of 20 experience points. The wireless connection within the Shinbei battle armor is primed and ready. With a mere thought, the control command is issued. The real-time data from the cluster artillery disk streams onto the screen of the Shinbei battle armor. The information is sparse yet pragmatic. Cluster artillery disk. Kinetic energy remaining, 10. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in the magazine, 4 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 1 meter. Edit command, none. Stepping out of the abandoned factory, Shinbei surveys the urban landscape, now devoid of human activity. The towering edifices are engulfed by a verdant overgrowth, with thick, intertwined vines sprawling everywhere, as if they had emerged from another realm overnight. Some trees bear branches that emit a soft, white glow, adorned with luminescent fluff resembling dandelion seeds, which swirl gracefully in the air as Shinbei passes. Others are crowned with vividly red fruits, reminiscent of strawberries, each the size of a television, radiating a brilliant crimson light. The roads are rendered unrecognizable, fragmented by unfamiliar vegetation, while what once were skyscrapers are now enveloped in robust vines, with some plants even stretching forth from within the buildings, displaying an array of colors. The entire scene resembles an ancient city, long abandoned, as if time itself had forgotten it. At that moment, Shinbei hears a faint rustling sound. He turns his gaze forward, his brow furrowing in concern. Before him surges a horde of elongated, twisted creatures, exhibiting a semi-transparent, slightly grayish-green hue, their skin covered in fine scales. Advancing like a relentless tide, they appear to have caught wind of Shinbei's presence, their collective charge accelerating. Shadow serpents? Shinbei muses, recalling a name. One of the most striking features of these creatures is the row of slender, flexible tendrils that grow from their backs. When stationary, these tendrils lie close to their bodies. But when the shadow serpents move or hunt, they extend with the swiftness of serpents. Moreover, when gathered together, their bodies rub against one another, producing a deep, unsettling sound reminiscent of the Earth's low rumble. Individually, a single shadow serpent poses little threat to an ordinary person. It is akin to swatting a mouse. Yet once they amass, their numbers transform into a formidable force. At this juncture, Shinbei finds himself surrounded by a dense swarm of these creatures, their collective strength exuding an audacity that even the most sinister of beings would hesitate to confront. Rather than succumbing to panic and fleeing aimlessly, Shinbei decisively channels his thoughts, issuing a bombardment command to the cluster artillery disk. After all, experience points are to be gained regardless of the target, and honing his skills on these creatures seems a prudent choice. While these insects do not explode with crystal cores, their gizzard contains a fragrant liquid, a prime ingredient for brewing. As for retrieving a few intact gizzards, that remains a matter of luck. The cluster artillery disc responds with remarkable speed to Shinbei's command. The barrels tilt slightly upward. The bombardment commences. Chapter 57, Advanced Commands. Frisbee, Invisibility. Boom, boom, boom. The barrage of clustered firepower unleashed a volley of frisbee projectiles. One after another, the cannon mouths emitted dazzling flames, yet fell silent, akin to inconspicuous stones cast into the void. Each searing shell sliced through the sky, carrying the wails of death as they descended upon the writhing horde of shadowy worms below. Those creatures, initially intent on tearing into Shinbei, exhibited no signs of fear. Boom. In an instant, it was as if 100 thunderclaps erupted simultaneously, the sound of the explosions resonating throughout the heavens and the earth. The dense projectiles traversed hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, igniting the air and earth in a series of blazing bursts. The tranquil atmosphere was violently torn apart, as powerful gusts of wind surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the world. The sky trembled, the ground lamented, as the shockwaves and air currents swept up nearby sand and debris, conjuring a chaotic tempest. In a heartbeat, the flames and smoke engulfed the shadowy worms. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and charred flesh, intertwining with the worms' unique and sinister aura, creating a nauseating amalgamation. Some of the insects were obliterated by the bombardment, their bodies torn asunder, flung away in an instant. The remaining survivors, sensing the might of the artillery, instinctively succumbed to fear, scattering in a frantic bid for escape. Fierce. Shinbei stood atop the roof of a derelict car, surveying the rhythm of the clustered firepower. It must be said, the modified shells possessed explosive power several times greater than standard munitions. The immense craters and shockwaves had collapsed a significant portion of the surrounding structures. The effort invested in crafting these shells was not in vain. This fire support was undoubtedly his trump card. Shinbei marveled, faced with such swarms of shadowy worms. Other teams would have but one course of action in the absence of fire-wielding superhumans: flee. Even high-velocity machine guns have their moments of ammunition depletion. Yet, at this very moment, Shinbei, through sheer force of will, had decimated a substantial portion of the shadowy worms with just a handful of bombardments. The remainder were still in a primal flight response. This time, however, the volley of shells differed from the previous 360-degree salvos. The upgraded clustered firepower frisbee was programmed to direct its firepower at the enemy, rather than waste ammunition on meaningless areas. After each cannon discharged its payload, the clustered firepower frisbee would rotate slightly, allowing the next barrel to continue the assault. The empty barrel would automatically reload, poised for a second firing. Experience points 5. Experience points 5. Shinbei widened his eyes in astonishment. What? Each shell awarded 5 points of experience? How unexpected. Truly astonishing. Could it be due to the rarity of the shells? Shinbei could only speculate. After all, creating such munitions was an arduous task, requiring numerous preparatory steps to achieve. One shell could arguably equate to 5 in terms of effort. If he could fire off 20, he would surely level up. Remarkable. Shinbei continuously issued commands, relentlessly pursuing the fleeing insects with bombardments. Cease fire, he exclaimed, while he rummaged for the gullet sacks of the elusive shadow crawler. It was not until the tactical panel indicated that the ammunition depot of the cluster fire disc was empty that he managed to salvage only a few intact sacks. The ferocity of the shells was overwhelming, and perhaps not entirely a blessing. Weighing the 10 or so gullet sacks in his hand, Shinbei could not help but smile wryly. The sacks were far from durable. Even a dagger could pierce through them with ease. For an ordinary person aiming to profit from this venture, great care would be necessary when collecting the sacks, let alone amidst such powerful explosives. However, within the craters, a tantalizing fragrance wafted through the air. Shinbei glanced once more at the real-time data of the cluster fire disc. Cluster fire disc, remaining energy, 5, ammo count, 0, ammunition depot, 0, terminal wireless connection, 300 meters, command edited, target bombardment, completed. The energy consumption had indeed been considerable, decreasing from 10 to 5. Yet, while in hover standby, the energy depletion appeared minimal. Shinbei edited a new command. Command edited, auto return. In the blink of an eye, the cluster fire disc returned to his side. The efficacy of editing commands was notable, allowing him to focus without the need for constant directives. Shinbei nodded in approval and was eager to commence an upgrade. After laboring in the wasteland for days, aside from dealing with the pursuits of Ma and Gon-mo, his efforts had predominantly revolved around enhancing the cluster fire disc. Upgrade. Before long, under Shinbei's watchful gaze, the cluster fire disc expanded once more. This time, its diameter reached an impressive 5 meters, with an increase in thickness of 1 meter. Though it retained its disc shape, it felt oddly disproportionate. Shinbei experienced a fleeting illusion that if it continued to upgrade, it might eventually resemble a starship. Ever since he inadvertently discovered the chip, his imagination had been unable to resist such flights of fancy. Could it truly evolve into a starship through continuous upgrades? Shinbei shook his head, muttering to himself. What good would that do? The malevolent creatures do not perish. The plight continues, and these evil beings can ascend to the skies as well. At that moment, new information refreshed in his peripheral vision. He dismissed the unwarranted complexities of speculation and focused on the text record. Cluster Fire Disc LV-3-0500. A flying vehicle capable of ground assault, boasting formidable firepower, with a cruising range of 20 kilometers, wireless connection distance increased by 3 kilometers. Now equipped with a world-ending level Starship intelligent chip, basic version, that allows for designated strike commands, can be outfitted with a monitoring system, missing real-time data feedback, and simple command editing. A new storage compartment has been added for placing various items. An invisibility system has been incorporated, allowing the cluster fire disc to become cloaked. However, once the firepower system is activated, its form will inevitably be revealed. Shinbei swallowed hard. Goodness, the cruising range had increased. The wireless connection distance had also expanded. Yet, what truly astounded him was the fact that the cluster fire disc could now become invisible. This invisibility is not the kind that eludes radar detection. Rather, it is a form of transparency. This cutting-edge technology is indeed quite reasonable. Shinbei could not help but chuckle. In this world, some individuals possess the ability to become invisible, and my clustered firepower disc can do so as well. What's not to like? Moreover, This allows Shinbei to avoid the tiresome back and forth between the ruins and the shelter. After all, the Titan is constantly on the move, drifting further from this desolate place. Furthermore, if this contraption were to be unwittingly discovered by some unobservant human, it would be a great loss. Now, by rendering the clustered firepower disk completely invisible and allowing it to follow the Titan, he can protect himself at any moment. The only cost would be a slight consumption of crystal energy cores. For ordinary individuals, earning money requires relentless effort and courage. However, for Shinbei, equipped with top-tier gear and formidable strength, akin to that of a superhuman, making money is considerably easier. Without delay, Shinbei issued a command. Edit command. Invisibility. Float at 500 meters, auto-follow. Upon the command's execution, the clustered firepower disk gradually vanished, as if coated with transparent paint, seamlessly blending into the surrounding air. Shinbei glanced at the tactical panel. Clustered firepower disk. Remaining energy, 4. Ammo count, 0 rounds. Remaining shells, 0. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisibility. Float at 500 meters, auto-follow. Splendid. Shinbei rejoiced. He planned to return to the abandoned factory and place the crystal-shattering device inside the clustered firepower disk. Thus, both of his vital possessions would be secured. It was time to head back. Shinbei cast a glance toward the south. Otherwise, he would lose track of the shelter without even realizing it. Chapter 58. Gathering information. A world of taboos. Shinbei returned to the deserted warehouse. After producing some shells and crystal powder, he tidied up and erased all traces of his presence. Exiting the ruins, he re-entered the vast wilderness. With the assistance of his battle armor, Shinbei maintained a steady speed of 30 kilometers per hour, progressing toward the location of shelter number 36. Generally speaking, Titans rarely make turns. As long as he kept moving forward, he would eventually see it. The following day, Shinbei safely returned to the shelter. However, to his astonishment, he could not locate his home. In other words, the rental house that had been following the Titan was nowhere to be found. Shinbei felt somewhat bewildered, wandering repeatedly among the RVs in search of the rental unit. When he could find no trace of it, he decided to visit a bar. There, he happened to see Rock enjoying a drink. Shinbei? Rock exclaimed in shock upon seeing him. He scrutinized Shinbei from head to toe and even reached out to pinch his arm. You're still alive? Rock shouted incredulously. Shinbei, feeling a bit perplexed, sat down and ordered a glass of water, quenching his parched throat. Why wouldn't I be alive? Shinbei retorted. Rock erupted in laughter, grasping Shinbei's hand. Your luck is truly extraordinary. A few days ago, the rental accommodation where you resided was ambushed by a monstrous creature known as the giant-mouthed burrowing beast, which devoured the entire structure, leaving only a small boy alive. All others perished. Shinbei's gaze flickered momentarily, and his lips twitched in disbelief. No wonder he could not locate his dwelling. It had been obliterated by the giant-mouthed burrowing beast. This ferocious beast can reach lengths of up to 100 meters. With its mouth occupying a substantial portion of its head, lined with sharp, twisted fangs capable of tearing apart anything in their path, be it resilient metal or sturdy stone walls, rendering them utterly defenseless. It stands as one of the most destructive creatures in the wilderness, second only to the beast tides in terms of devastation inflicted upon shelters. Every refuge bears records of RVs being consumed by this creature, and it is nearly impossible to defend against it, primarily because it lurks underground. When Titans pass by, their immense size prevents them from being affected, as the beast behaves like a docile hound. However, when an RV traverses its territory, the concealed giant-mouthed burrowing beast erupts from the earth, akin to a dragon fish leaping from the water, devouring its prey in a single, resounding crunch before vanishing underground. Ordinary individuals, and even those with abilities, find themselves powerless against such a creature, left only with resentment. Shinbei took a deep breath, realizing that he had narrowly escaped disaster while traversing the wilderness these past days. Calming himself, he inquired further, who had survived? He hoped it was the landlord, who might allow him to defer rent payments. After all, this individual possessed some degree of strength and was involved in the procurement of an RV, which would be beneficial for Shinbei, who found himself in a financial quagmire. However, Rock's reply took Shinbei by surprise. It was a young boy named K. The casualness of names in this world did not astonish Shinbei. After all, even a name like Blue Demon Lily had evoked no comments. Shinbei recalled K as the little fellow who, after the beast tide, had presented him with a handgun while others offered him beast meat. Quite fortunate indeed. Shinbei nodded. Rock remarked with a hint of nostalgia that it was the kind of luck one might associate with a family grave exploding. When the giant-mouthed burrowing beast devoured the house, the young boy had been inside, fortuitously falling through the gaps between the creature's teeth. Shinbei shrugged. Seizing a piece of roasted meat to eat, his fire-like stomach finally found solace. Each morsel that entered his belly felt like a furnace, instantly disintegrating the food within. After consuming 5 plates of roasted meat, he finally quelled his hunger. Rock's mouth slightly agape, queried, "Have you awakened?" Typically, the appetite of those with abilities far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Shinbei's voracious consumption clearly surpassed normal limits. Shaking his head, Shinbei replied, "You are well aware of my circumstances. Then how can you eat so much?" Rock teased, like a starving ghost. Shinbei chose not to elaborate. Hunger dictated his actions. He ate until satiated, regardless of quantity, and felt no remorse. The two continued to converse casually, during which they mentioned chasing horse and Ganemo. Rock harbored some skepticism regarding the timing of Shinbei's disappearance, which coincided closely with the departure of chasing horse and Ganemo, leaving him pondering the connection. However, he did not ponder deeply on the enmity between Shinbei and the enigmatic Shuama Ganmo. Nor did he dare to imagine that these two extraordinary beings had already met their demise at Shinbei's hands. After finishing his meal, Shinbei took another sip of wine, producing the shadowy leech sack he had scavenged and handed it to the waiter for settlement. This item was considered valuable currency in the bar. According to the merchant's custom, after settling the account, any surplus crystal cores would be returned to Shinbei. Yet, the bar's owner generously provided him with several cases of liquor and snacks in advance, making it seem as if he were being exceedingly magnanimous. Rock felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and contemplated addressing the bar owner, but Shinbei gestured for him to remain silent. "I haven't suffered any loss. The cases of liquor are here, and you are welcome to partake whenever you wish." Rock, slightly taken aback, rubbed his hands together. "That seems rather embarrassing. It feels inappropriate to stand on ceremony." Shinbei wiped his mouth, pondering the necessity of social niceties in this world. Are such matters essential or not? It depends on the individual. The blue demoness, for instance, required no such considerations, as her strength was formidable enough to stand alone within Shelter 36. She was impervious to disdain, not even concerning herself with General Yu Wuchang. Conversely, Yu Wuchang needed to navigate social intricacies, especially with other shelters. Although the wilderness was vast, it was teeming with wandering bands, leading to frequent encounters. The relationships between shelters were far from harmonious, often fraught with deep-seated conflicts. And instances of warfare and mutual aggression were not uncommon. Shinbei, too, found the need for social finesse. A few bottles of wine held little monetary value, but yielded quick results. "I have a question," he said, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply, feeling a wave of elation wash over him. Rock took a sip of his drink and chuckled. "Are you unsure where you'll sleep tonight? Come to my bed, darling. It's spacious enough for both of us." Shinbei replied, "No thanks." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, he lowered his voice and asked earnestly, "Have you ever heard of the Annihilation-class starship?" Shinbei's curiosity about this matter was insatiable. If he had stumbled upon the chip of an Annihilation-class starship, did that imply the existence of starships in this world? Where had they vanished to? Moreover, was a starship a product of technology? What kind of technology existed in this world? It was akin to a diluted version of punk, with a disconcerting sense of disconnection. "Where did you come across this term?" Rock inquired with a serious expression. Shinbei fabricated a casual story. "I happened to see this term on a wall in the ruined city." "Is there a problem with that?" Rock tapped the table and said, "Few are aware of this term. You need not concern yourself with it, nor should you delve into anything related to it. It is a taboo, remember that." "Huh?" Shinbei asked, perplexed. "You've said nothing of substance. Should you consider a career as a mystic? Speak plainly." Rock clicked his tongue and rolled up his sleeves. "Very well, I shall clarify everything for you. All rumors and secrets regarding the Annihilation class are contained within the Bloodied Council." "Bloodied Council? What is that?" "A gathering formed by the leaders of shelters," Rock whispered. "Not all leaders qualify to be a part of the Bloodied Council. Our General Yu Wuchang does not meet the criteria. By the way, the head of the Bloodied Council is the Spider Queen." Chapter 59. A penny overwhelms the hero upon the mere mention of the name of the Spider Queen. Shinbei understood that further discussion was futile. This name was shrouded in taboo and mystery. At that moment, Rock suddenly recalled something and remarked, "By the way, do you remember Inhu? The so-called good brother of Meng Shan? Indeed, he is about to embark on a mission." Shinbei responded with a nonchalant "oh," realizing that he would be accompanying him without compensation. Rock took a sip of his drink, rose, and patted Shinbei on the shoulder, saying, "Take care of yourself. If you can blend in, do so. After all, Inhu has 2 missions. One involves you, and the other pertains to his actual task." After yawning and stretching, Rock continued, "Are you certain you won't stay at my place tonight? The hotel prices are rather steep." Shinbei chuckled. "We shall see, we shall see. I'm off now." With that, Rock's figure vanished at the bar's entrance. Leaning back in his chair, Shinbei's gaze drifted aimlessly towards the ceiling. Was Inhu finally planning to take action against him? Seeking vengeance for Meng Shan? Exhaling a heavy sigh, Shinbei was unperturbed by the prospect of battling an extraordinary being. His concern lay in the potential interference from other factors during the mission, such as the target itself or other individuals. Vigilance and caution were imperative. Setting a goal for himself, Shinbei rose and departed the noisy bar. After walking a short distance, he suddenly sensed someone trailing him. Slightly turning his head, he discovered a small figure behind him. Little K? The diminutive child stood at about 1.30 meters, his eyes clouded with confusion. Homeless, indeed. Shinbei let out a soft chuckle. In this world, shelters protect humans from the malevolent, yet they do not provide for basic needs like food, clothing, or shelter. Children deprived of parental protection fare worse than stray dogs. Naturally, some individuals might adopt these children, but the fate that awaits them upon accepting such care remains uncertain. In a world devoid of pretense, where various human peculiarities run rampant, Shinbei beckoned, "Come with me." His compassion was not overflowing. Rather, he intended to procure wheels to construct a home. Given that he often ventured into the wilderness for monetary gain, having no one to oversee him was impractical, as he could easily be robbed. Fortunately, the little boy was familiar with his circumstances and would not be a burden for a meal. Little K approached Shinbei, gazing up at him. Shinbei ruffled his hair, noticing that Little K's eyes were no longer as clear as they once were. They bore a hint of murkiness, and his eyelids were swollen, a clear indication of lengthy tears shed in some hidden corner. Shinbei sighed. "My food is not particularly palatable. I will not support you for nothing. You must guard my home." Little K nodded in agreement. "Are you unable to speak?" Shinbei inquired, to which Little K nodded again. Shinbei choked back emotion and laughed softly, leading the silent child to the upper levels of the shelter. He then made a trip to the research institute, where he waited patiently until Chun Onji finally became available. Upon their meeting, Chun Onji expressed his bewilderment. "Why does your armor appear different once more?" Shinbei responded with a smile. "Are you acknowledging that my craftsmanship is commendable?" Chun Onji stroked his chin, circling around Shinbei's battle armor. "The modifications are indeed commendable. At least there are no hindrances to movement. Would you be interested in working at the research institute?" In response to this invitation, Shinbei waved his hand. "I am not an ability user. Afraid of being looked down upon?" Chun Onji chuckled heartily and continued. "There is certainly a hierarchy of disdain, even among ability users. This world operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. If you are born into it, you must accept it." Shinbei turned to Xiao Kei, earnestly asking, "Have you learned from Uncle Chin's words?" Xiao Kei nodded. Shinbei then faced Chun Onji. "The educational effect is quite good. You." "Oh you," Chun Onji said sternly. "I am speaking to you. Why bring others into the conversation?" "The essence of education is universal," Shinbei replied. "I see you are simply unwilling to concede. I only refuse to accept being deemed weak." At this, Chun Onji paused, his brows arching sharply as he retorted, "To say you are weak is to elevate your status." Shinbei shrugged, remaining silent. "Very well," Chun Onji said, gesturing with his hand. "Since you are not inclined to join the research institute, do share your current objective." Shinbei spoke candidly. "I wish to acquire a mobile home. How much would that require?" Chun Onji stroked his chin. "In truth, the house itself is not particularly valuable. The cheapest option would be to hire labor and purchase timber to construct one. The expensive components are the wheels and chains, necessitating a high-grade crystal core." Shinbei found this somewhat perplexing. Although the technology in this world had diverged somewhat, he did not believe that even the cost of wheels could be exorbitant. He assumed that the high cost was due to the construction of the house. After all, developers in the old era often deceived the public in such a manner. A high-grade crystal core is equivalent to 100 mid-grade cores. This represents a considerable fortune. Before upgrading, Shinbei had possessed 50 crystal cores. With further effort, whether through hunting beasts or engaging in illicit activities, he could have amassed the remaining 50. However, following the upgrade, he was left with only one mid-grade crystal core. Shinbei understood that a mobile home would not be inexpensive, but he was unprepared for such a steep price. Even extending credit seemed improbable. "Quite costly, isn't it?" Chun Onji observed Shinbei's troubled expression and thoughts, tapping the table. "If you find it expensive, I share your sentiment. Furthermore, I can tell you that neither the wheels nor the chains are intrinsically costly. What is truly expensive is the qualification certificate." Qualification certificate? This was the first time Shinbei had encountered such a term. He vaguely sensed that it resembled the property deeds of the old era. Chun Onji elaborated. "You must understand a vital principle. A shelter operates not solely on titans, but also on taxation. Otherwise, from where would the salaries of us non-combat personnel be derived?" In essence, Chun Onji summarized, one does not appreciate the cost of living until they assume responsibility. Even General Yu Wuchang was nearing baldness. Without a qualification certificate, your mobile home would lack the authority to be registered on a titan. Should you attempt to do so without permission, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chun Onji added. Shinbei stood up, a look of resignation on his face. "It seems I have been overly simplistic in my thinking. Then why not come to our shelter and earn some money? Thank you for your kind offer." Shinbei, with a hint of humility, continued, Let us proceed this way. Assist me in constructing a modular dwelling. The materials are of no consequence. The cheaper, the better. It need only provide shelter from the elements. His demands were modest, far below what we could offer. It matters not, Shinbei remarked casually. How many floors? Shinanji noted the requirements. Are there any additional needs? 1 floor. Shinanji was taken aback. Just 1? Aren't you planning to be a landlord? Living there is sufficient. Shinbei placed a mid-tier crystal core as a deposit and turned to leave the research institute. To Shinbei, the choice of materials for the house truly held no significance. Even a cardboard structure could be upgraded into a formidable fortress. As long as it was modular, it could yield experience points. This was a principle Shinbei had deduced. He would not let any opportunity to gain experience slip by. Later that evening, Shinbei accompanied Xiao Kei to Rock's residence. Rock resided on the upper floor, enjoying privileged treatment in a standalone 2-story house. Accommodating Shinbei for a few nights posed no problem whatsoever. Though he maintained a tough exterior, his body betrayed his sincerity. Rock opened the door with a hearty laugh, welcoming Shinbei inside. Reality had proven to be quite disheartening, and Shinbei could only muster a wry smile. Shinbei shared his intentions of building a mobile home. Rock regarded him with the bemusement reserved for a fool. It's naive to think that constructing a mobile home is inexpensive. Who would still choose to rent? Changing the subject, he added, there's something I forgot to ask. When is Ian who scheduled to embark on his mission? Rock, overwhelmed by the plethora of tasks on his plate, struggled to keep track of everyone's schedules, as notifications were often last minute. However, he took a particular interest in Shinbei and replied, I initially thought you were dead. The timing of your mission was irrelevant. But today, Ian who came by, requesting to undertake the mission tomorrow. Shinbei's lips twitched. I'm not discussing this any further. I need to rest. He patted Xiao Kei. Go find a place to sleep. Xiao Kei, somewhat timid, surveyed the disheveled room littered with debris before ultimately choosing a corner to settle down. Shinbei remarked. Rock seized Xiao Kei by the collar, dragging him to the storage room where he tossed a blanket inside and shut the door. Isn't that generous? In Rock's eyes, such a child was a burden. And having a place to sleep in the storage room was a great mercy, far superior to being left outside like a stray dog. Shinbei removed his combat armor and sank into the sofa, yawning. At least he has it better than I do. He can stretch his legs. Look at me, the sofa is too small. Go upstairs and share a bed with me. Shinbei said half-jokingly. I fear I might make a mistake. Rock took a bottle of liquor upstairs. Tonight, I'll lock the door tight, preventing you from making any blunders. Chapter 60, Distinct Treatment. Very well. If I do not return, call him Godfather. Understand? Shinbei, donning his gear, took a moment to advise Xiao Kei. Rock nearly choked on his breakfast, exclaiming, You're putting me in a tight spot. I can barely manage myself. I certainly lack the energy to care for this little rascal. Shinbei, while checking his ammunition, chuckled. He mute. What are you afraid of? Rock's lips curled slightly. You may as well take pleasure in my misfortune. Come here, little one, and clean up the remnants of my meal. Waste a morsel, and I shall break your teeth. Despite Rock's fierce words, he pushed his breakfast towards Xiao Kei. Shinbei extended his hand to grasp the food, pausing midair. Only hunger can keep you alert, he remarked. Rock flashed a toothy grin. Shinbei clicked his tongue, snatching a piece of roast meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Your advice is hardly worthy of gratitude. It stems from my own experience. I've been through the wilderness long enough to know better. Rock donned his clothing and waved his hand. Let us go? Before stepping out, Rock turned to Xiao Kei with a menacing glare, warning, dare to steal from me, and I'll make you pay. Unfazed, Xiao Kei continued to eat in silence. Rock tilted his head slightly, muttering, if this little fellow awakens, he could be quite formidable. Shinbei glanced back, shutting the door behind him, and said, without ruthlessness, one cannot stand firm. The weak have already been cast aside by this world. Rock regarded Shinbei with a peculiar expression. Are you aspiring to be a philosopher? If even medicine fails to save lives, what purpose does philosophy serve? If you speak like this, it makes me feel much better. Upon arriving at the task center, they were met with a throng of people at the entrance. Rock's demeanor shifted, exuding an air of arrogance as he forcefully kicked through the crowd. Step aside. Do you not have eyes at the back of your head? The crowd chuckled, parting to create a path, offering nervous smiles. Boss Rock, did you oversleep again? Are there any tasks today that require less effort and offer more reward? Rock, the settlement from yesterday's task is incorrect. You didn't account for the core you needed while driving. I came here for a specific task, something manageable, a small token of respect. Rock raised his hand to silence the babble, taking a deep breath before unleashing a torrent of curses. To hell with your outdated ways. You think a mid-level core will suffice for several trips? You think I'll let that slide? Damn it, get lost. What kind of nonsense are you sending me? You want simple tasks? You'd be better off sending nothing. Who do you think you're fooling? With his furious tirade echoing, Rock swung open the doors of the task center, and the crowd surged in. Many had come to undertake specific tasks today. Such tasks were mandatory within the shelter. Every member, regardless of status, was required to complete at least one assignment issued by the shelter each week. Typically, even researchers had to venture into the wilderness to fulfill tasks, though their assignments were generally lighter, involving transportation or battlefield cleanup, thus posing little risk. In essence, it served as a means for the shelter to profit, akin to forced labor. Naturally, those who had accepted tasks from the center were exempt from the mandatory assignments. Shinbei settled on the sidelines, awaiting In-who had yet to arrive and could not assist Rock. After a flurry of activity, the number of people in the task center dwindled. In this world of survival, there was no respite. Everyone scurried about like ants, entering and exiting the Titan, stockpiling various resources. No one knows the path Titan will take. The temperate climate is relatively narrow in scope. Once it ventures into the frozen territories, it is entirely uncertain when Titan will emerge. The upper layers of arable land are utterly rendered useless, necessitating a significant quantity of firewood for warmth. The entire sanctuary will remain in a state of stagnation, relying solely on stored provisions to survive. Shinbei once heard tales of a Titan who led humanity into the icy domain, where they remained for 5 years. After those 5 years, only the Titan survived, while all others perished from the cold. The tragedy arises not only from the aberrant creatures and ferocious beasts, but also from the climate itself. Once everyone at the mission site departed, Rock stretched lazily, remarking on his diligent 4-hour workday. Shinbei, ignoring Rock's boast, felt he could hardly compare. What was the compensation for this mission from the Shadow Tiger? You must be tempted, Rock queried as he accessed the personnel list on his computer. Just the perfect prize, a high-grade crystal core. However, this does not pertain to you, as you owe a favor. The allure was palpable, undeniably stirring Shinbei's heart, even quickening his pulse. He was acutely sensitive to such monetary figures. It must be quite challenging, this task at that price point. I suspect it is not so simple. We must contend with the abomination, Rock remarked nonchalantly. Shinbei nearly toppled from his chair. The abomination. That entity is second only to the aberrants. While aberrants are feared for their indestructible nature, the abomination, though capable of being slain, possesses an attacking power rivaling that of aberrants. It necessitates a coalition of high-tier ability users to subdue. What rank is the Shadow Tiger leading this mission? Shinbei inquired. A Tier 3 ability user. Are you jesting? Shinbei exclaimed. Is it still feasible for me to defect at this point? Calm down, Rock urged, focusing intently on his computer, typing furiously, and cursing. Damn it. Luo Qingyuan has yet to arrive for the quantitative mission. Where were we? Rock turned to Shinbei. I wish to defect. Do not panic. Rock gestured soothingly. It is merely a juvenile specimen. The research facility is quite intrigued by this creature. Juvenile specimen. Shinbei exhaled in relief. The challenge posed by a juvenile would be significantly less daunting. Does the research facility have funds to spare? What could be so intriguing? Shinbei asked. Rock lowered his voice. I have heard that Shelter Number 1 has developed a serum capable of facilitating a secondary awakening in ordinary individuals, with the raw material being the blood of an abomination. Previously, no one dared to provoke an abomination, but now that a juvenile has been discovered, Yuan Chang naturally wishes to experiment. Typically, if a person has not awakened their abilities by the age of 18, they have virtually no hope for the rest of their lives. However, now, technology can enable a second awakening. It's rather science fiction. Shinbei furrowed his brow. Is there no cost associated with this secondary awakening? Rock spread his arms wide, exclaiming, indeed, if unsuccessful, it results in an explosion, one that shatters the flesh into a myriad of pieces. Shinbei's interest in the matter waned entirely. Shortly thereafter, the Shadow Tiger entered the mission site accompanied by several individuals. This time, their equipment appeared somewhat different from the usual, wrapped tightly from head to toe. With a gas mask and antidote in hand, In-who did not acknowledge Shinbei and promptly reported to Luo Ku. Luo Ku's expression bore a hint of displeasure. This is rather inconsiderate. You still owe Shinbei a gas mask. It is truly regrettable that the logistics department is out of supplies. In-who could not be bothered to provide an excuse, hastily concocting a vague justification. Luo Ku turned his gaze towards Shinbei. The destination is the swamp of dead trees. Go to the logistics department and request a full set of protective equipment. As he spoke, Luo Ku began to write a note. Without such a note, it was impossible to procure supplies from the logistics department. At that moment, In-who interjected, There's no time. We must depart immediately. Luo Ku slowly lifted his head, his brows knitting together sharply. Is your time truly that valuable? The Research Institute's time is precious. In-who remained undeterred by Luo Ku's inquiry. Luo Ku's teeth ground together in frustration. If he still possessed his powers, one would not dare speak to him so defiantly without facing consequences. Yet, a fallen phoenix is inferior to a mere chicken. General Yu Wuchang might still afford Luo Ku some respect, but his subordinates, endowed with abilities, held Luo Ku in low esteem. At this juncture, Shinbei stood up. Composed and untroubled. It's unnecessary. We can depart directly. A gas mask? Is it more useful than battle armor? A hindrance. A malicious grin spread across Inhu's face. Then what are we waiting for? Let us go? With that, Inhu turned and left with his team. Luoku glared at Shinbei. Foolish. You don't even know how to survive. That place is filled with poisonous gas. Do you wish to perish? Shinbei waved him off, slinging his sniper rifle over his shoulder. I offer you an opportunity to be a godfather. I'd rather you be my grandmother. Luoku was filled with an indescribable fury, spewing invectives. You 1T return, and I'll toss that little bastard K into the wilderness. Shinbei maintained an indifferent demeanor, neither serious nor overly casual, diverting the subject. I have but one request. If I am the only one to return, find a way to account for it, and procure that high-grade crystal core. I needed to construct a mobile home. Luoku. Chapter 61, Arrival. Mission execution. Shinbei followed Inhu and the others along the suspension bridge to the garage at the front of Titan. The bridge was suspended from Titan, resembling a swing. As they walked, it swayed precariously. Shinbei discreetly assessed the composition of the team. There were 5 ordinary individuals, all armed with rifles. Led by the third-tier ability user, Inhu. His weapon was a long whip, formidable in power. During the Beast Tide, he had slain numerous winged claw griffins. There were also 2 other ability users, one named Flying Squirrel and the other Suli. Their ranks and capabilities were unknown. Though Suli bore a dark red curved bow on his back, indicating he was likely a combat-oriented ability user. This posed a troubling situation. To eliminate Chasing Horse and Ganemo, they had been evaded for several days, their frustrations mounting before they were finally subdued. Now, with 3 ability users present, Shinbei felt no trepidation. Whether it was his battle armor or the stealthy, concentrated firepower overhead, it would be sufficient to give them a run for their money. Soon, the group arrived at the garage. In the garage, it was not solely the Inhu team retrieving vehicles. Shinbei also spotted the Blue Enchantress. Today, she donned a form-fitting leather military uniform that perfectly enveloped her exquisite figure, exuding a breathtakingly cold allure. Her icy blue hair rendered her unforgettable. The Blue Enchantress beckoned with her finger, and Shinbei pointed to himself, indicating he should approach. She maintained her perennial frostbitten expression, yet her tone was melodious. Her voice, clear and delicate, resembled the autumn wind caressing crimson leaves, the vast sea reflecting the icy moon. Is there something you need? Shinbei inquired, neither submissive nor arrogant. In truth, he felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing the Blue Enchantress might want to discuss the exorbitant costs of the modified restoration serum, which was worth 1,000,000 crystal cores, a life-saving item that could indeed cost one their life. Where to? She asked, her tone as frigid as ever, yet her lips, translucent and crimson, radiated an alluring vitality. The withered marshwood forest. The Blue Enchantress seemed taken aback. How did you end up with such a task? Shinbei shrugged. I owe General Yu Wuchang. Don't go, come with me. The Blue Enchantress's gaze was steady and restrained. The most perilous aspect of that mission is not the wild god, but the miasma. Shinbei's expression faltered slightly, fully aware that the Blue Enchantress held a higher standing than Inhu. Should she express her desire, Inhu would not dare utter a word in protest. What mission do you have? He inquired. You could earn 5 intermediate crystal cores. Forget it. I'll head to the withered marshwood forest. He outright rejected the Blue Enchantress. What a jest. A mere 5 intermediate crystal cores? There was a high-level crystal core to be had here. Why squander time chasing after trifles? Though Shinbei was uncertain if Rock had a method to account for the funds, he knew he must first complete his task. Quite stubborn, remarked the Blue Enchantress, her gaze piercing as she observed him. Take care of yourself. Shinbei shrugged and returned to the Inhu team. After the group inspected their weapons, vehicles, and various tools, confirming everything was in order, Inhu retrieved the vehicle. The group climbed onto their motorcycles and burst forth from the garage, heading towards the desolate marsh forest. The blazing sun endeavored to pierce through thick gray clouds, casting its light upon the earth, a patchwork of black and yellow. Occasionally, a strong wind would part a small section of the gray clouds, allowing sunlight to stream unobstructed. Shinbei gazed out the window and beheld a tall plant in the wilderness, its pale stem adorned with half-meter-long thorns. Whenever the sunlight bathed it, it twisted its branches, striving to absorb the radiant light, growing at an astonishingly visible pace. What a bewildering world it was. There existed nothing unimaginable, only a distortion of perception. Inside the vehicle, Inhu lit a cigarette, resting his legs atop the windshield. His eyes sparkled with a thrilling yet terrifying excitement, a cryptic smile gracing his lips as he stated, once we arrive at the withered marshwood forest, we shall split into 2 teams to search for the juvenile form of the wild god. There's no need for alarm. It's merely a juvenile form, and even I could handle it alone if I encountered one. Shinbei, Fei Shu, and Su Li formed a trio, while the others followed my lead. After the arrangements were made, Fei Shu and Su Li turned back to cast a mischievous grin at the unsuspecting Xinbei. A subtle glimmer of intrigue flickered in Xinbei's eyes. This arrangement indeed carried a certain amusement, although they claimed to divide into two groups. Xinbei felt that as an ordinary person amidst the extraordinary abilities of his companions, he was but a sacrificial pawn. Should he inadvertently meet his demise, it would bring joy to the others. If he survived, they would surely conspire to ensure his downfall. Fei Shu's lips curled into a sinister arc as he cornered Xinbei with a pointed remark. As a sniper, reconnaissance of the battlefield is fundamental, wouldn't you agree? A chill coursed down Xinbei's spine, an inexplicable sensation of foreboding. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly with an enigmatic smile. No problem. The other ordinary individuals in the vehicle sensed a palpable tension. They exchanged glances, utterly perplexed as to how Xinbei had incurred Yinhu's ire. In their minds, an extraordinary being would hardly need to plot against an ordinary person, would they? Although the sniper rifle behind Xinbei was intimidating enough to pose a threat, the extraordinary beings naturally possessed superior combat prowess compared to ordinary folk. The need for such underhanded tactics seemed overly cautious on Yinhu's part. However, caution was imperative for Yinhu. After a confrontation with the third master, he had inquired further and discovered that Xinbei had taken down Iron Dome with a single shot and eliminated Malbu Air. Not to mention Iron Dome, Malbu Air was an even more formidable entity. To treat Xinbei as an ordinary person would be sheer irresponsibility. Thus, Yinhu's strategy was entirely sound. Allowing Fei Shu and Su Li to probe Xinbei's peculiarities was a prudent measure. Was Xinbei merely adept at firing a sniper rifle? Once they discerned his true capabilities and noted his lack of a gas mask, they could easily send him ahead to scout, extracting every ounce of value from him to facilitate their mission. After all, Xinbei's reconnaissance skills had earned him the endorsement of the Blue Enchantress. He was certainly no novice in this domain. Following that, they could dispose of him, avenging Meng Shan. At that moment, Yinhu's irritation with Xinbei's battle armor intensified. He scoffed, turning away to take a long drag from his cigarette. An hour later, hot winds swirled, dust clouds billowed, and the roar of motorcycles echoed across the wilderness. After 3 hours of relentless speed, they approached a vast expanse shrouded in mist, revealing a gray swamp forest that exuded an aura of desolation. They passed through a flat, moist meadow, where patches of murky terrain lay scattered, obscured by gray, withered leaves and shrubs. Tendrils of mist danced in the breeze, while towering, twisted gray trees grew within, forming an endless expanse of swampy woodlands. Fei Shu called out, "Captain, ahead lies treacherous swampland. We cannot proceed further." They halted the vehicle from a distance, and Xinbei scrutinized the ominous swamp forest before him, his expression shifting with uncertainty. The periphery of the desolate marshland is characterized by a vast expanse of flat grassland, offering an unobstructed view in all directions. Su Li surveyed the area back and forth, inquiring, "Captain, where shall we begin?" With such a vast expanse of marsh, finding any traces of the juvenile onsen is solely reliant on luck. Yinhu squinted, his expression serious. "Let us not rush in just yet. Let us search for any signs in the vicinity." With a nod, Fei Shu tossed a crystal core into the engine, and the vehicle steadily advanced, encircling the outer edge of the barren marshland in search. Soon, they observed patches of grass being overturned in the distance, leaving a series of irregular mud pits, spaced over 10 meters apart, extending into the marsh. Here, Fei Shu halted the vehicle and began inspecting the uneven mud pits. Yinhu disembarked and gazed towards the desolate marsh, noting that the soil had not yet dried completely, indicating recent activity. This must be the trail of the onsen black bat. Let us split up and proceed. Chapter 62. Crisis. Retiring without notice within the marsh, a faint gray miasma wafted through the air, resembling mist as it permeated the forest. The ground was strewn with gray fallen leaves, concealing patches of marsh beneath a thick layer of foliage, seemingly harboring hidden dangers. Amidst this eerie and perilous atmosphere, 3 figures steadily pushed through the fog, crunching the brittle leaves underfoot with a delicate rustle. Xinbei led the way, with Fei Shu and Su Li trailing a few steps behind on either side. Their current mission was to explore the depths of the marshland in search of the juvenile onsen black bat. Su Li, ever observant, halted and turned to ask, "Fei Shu, have you made any discoveries?" Fei Shu, with his sharp features, removed his gas mask, his eyes narrowing as he flared his nostrils, seemingly in search of something. Cough, cough. A flush of unusual crimson crossed Fei Shu's face, and he quickly donned his gas mask again, murmuring, "At 1 o'clock, 11 o'clock. And 9 o'clock there are scents of blood. However, the aromas at 1 and 9 o'clock are faint, while the scent at 11 o'clock is quite potent, with a hint of corrosion, most likely left by the black bat." "Excellent. Su Li's eyes gleamed with determination as he commanded Shinbei, "You head towards 11 o'clock and delve deeper." Shinbei glanced at Fei Shu, sensing that his abilities were comparable to Ganmo's. He could detect and differentiate all scents within nearly a kilometer, enabling him to memorize and track them. Though this ability may not significantly contribute in combat, it is undoubtedly a top-tier skill for assistance. However, within the desolate marsh, toxic hazards abound, making it difficult for even the physically enhanced to endure for long. Though Fei Shu's acute olfactory sense is formidable, it cannot sustain prolonged tracking. The act of removing his mask served as a testament. He barely inhaled before being overwhelmed. Notably, Fei Shu possessed another remarkable skill, superb hearing, enabling him to perceive and discern infrasonic waves akin to a bat. While not as powerful as his hunting sense, it proved invaluable for reconnaissance. As Shinbei walked, he pondered how to secure the mission rewards after completing his task. Achieving this, however, would come at a considerable cost. At that moment, Su Li and Fei Shu exchanged glances, their eyes betraying a palpable shock. Since parting ways with Yin Hu, they had assumed that Shinbei would not endure for long in the desolate swamp woodlands without a gas mask. Yet, they had underestimated the formidable armor that enveloped him, an impressive piece of equipment indeed. Su Li gestured animatedly, and Fei Shu grasped the essence of his intent. He desired to examine Shinbei's armor to uncover its capabilities, curious whether it possessed extraordinary functions. Fei Shu nodded in understanding. Just then, Fei Shu appeared to hear something. Smiling at Su Li as he pointed to a spot less than 3 meters ahead of Shinbei, mimicking a gesture. Su Li turned to look, and according to Fei Shu's indication, if Shinbei advanced further, he would undoubtedly face an assault. A spectacle was imminent. At that very moment, Shinbei halted, his armor's amplification system detecting a faint rustling sound, nearly inaudible to the average ear. Only those with heightened auditory perception could discern it. With the upgraded armor's capabilities, it could compete with the senses of extraordinary beings. Something lurked beneath the decaying leaves 3 meters away. Without hesitation, Shinbei raised his revolver at an angle, firing a standard bullet. The dark muzzle belched forth a plume of smoke in the next instant. Bang! The flash of gunfire reverberated through the air. Simultaneously, the ground mere meters ahead erupted as if a bomb had detonated, sending countless clumps of mud, withered leaves, and blood splattering outward. A chilling, ghastly sound ensued. Shinbei focused intently, and to his horror, he beheld a creature as thick as a human, resembling a leech, split in two by the explosion. One segment writhed frantically in the mire, its grotesque maw occupying most of its head, convulsing in a terrifying struggle. This was the infamous killer of the desolate swamp forest, the iron thread kingworm. This creature concealed itself amidst the decaying foliage and mud, effectively masking its scent, temperature, and movements, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. However, as a proponent of technology as the primary productive force, Shinbei was not easily deceived. At his level, he could utilize the intricate modular combinations of his armor to perceive the external environment with remarkable precision. Even the slightest disturbances in the ground surrounding him, spanning several meters, could be faintly detected, allowing him to sense the iron thread kingworm's presence even while it lay hidden in the mire. Fei Shu, witnessing Shinbei's rapid and decisive action, was equally astonished. He struggled to comprehend how an ordinary person could discern the presence of an iron thread kingworm ahead. Frankly speaking, in this team, aside from himself, even Ian who would have failed to notice it. How strange, how bizarre. Was this merely an extraordinary stroke of luck? Su Li was equally stunned. Had it not been for Fei Shu's silence, he might have suspected a betrayal, thinking Fei Shu had signaled Shinbei in advance. Damn luck, Su Li muttered to himself. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The sound of withered wood and crumbling leaves echoed continuously as Shinbei advanced through the desolate swamp forest. Enveloped in a faint miasma, behind him, Fei Shu and Su Li remained tense, like warriors on high alert, meticulously observing and listening for every subtle clue. In the desolate swamp, one moment he tread upon solid ground, and the next he could find himself sinking into the quagmire beneath a layer of dry leaves, susceptible to the attack of the iron wire kingworm. Thus, they had to summon every ounce of their spirit to guard against treachery. Unbeknownst to him, Shinbei arrived at a small clearing towards the center of the desolate swamp. Here, the trees were sparse, and the ground was entirely covered with dry leaves and underbrush, concealing what seemed to be a treacherous mire beneath a seemingly flat terrain. At the same time, traces of some large reptile could be discerned nearby, along with a large pool of black blood. Shinbei halted his advance and turned to Fei Shu and Su Li, expressing his belief that they should not proceed further and ought to summon Yin Hu. In Shinbei's view, completing the mission was inconceivable without Yin Hu, who yearned to be the expendable pawn. How could Shinbei not wish for him to serve as a stepping stone? Fei Shu removed his gas mask and once again flared his nostrils to discern the residual scents in the air, his face alight with excitement. The absence of both footprints and the corrosive stench of blood indicated that they had indeed discovered the hiding place of the juvenile black bat of the wilderness god. After a moment of contemplation, Fei Shu's crooked nose appeared somewhat comical yet sinister as he declared, "How can you be so certain that we have found the black bat of the wilderness god? Without seeing it in person, would it not be a waste of time? We must continue to explore until we encounter the black bat." Shinbei's eyes seemed to be veiled in a thin layer of dust. He had no choice but to turn around, flipping his wrist as he decisively pulled the trigger of his revolver. As expected, beneath the thick layer of dry leaves on the surface of the clearing lay a quagmire that devoured all life. The bullets tore through the dry leaves without hindrance, plunging deep into the mire from various angles. In a matter of moments, Shinbei had emptied the magazine, and then, boom, 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 boom. 6 muffled explosions rang out from various points in the muddy clearing, causing no ripples, as if pebbles had been cast into a still lake. At that moment, Shinbei felt an involuntary shiver run through him, as an unsettling sensation surged within. It was as if some malevolent entity was slowly awakening from within the mire before him, sending tremors through his very soul. He instinctively leapt backward, turning midair to flee. In the brief moment of distraction for Fei Shu and Su Li, Shinbei had already vaulted past them. "What are you running for? Get to the front," Su Li bellowed. Shinbei shrugged. "Perhaps I inhaled too much of the miasma and feel a bit disoriented." Fei Shu cursed vehemently. "Do not attempt to be sly. I'll say it once more. Until we see the true form of the black bat of the wilderness god, you shall wade through." In Fei Shu's eyes, Shinbei was merely feigning alarm. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the air. The once tranquil marsh suddenly erupted into chaos, with mud, dead leaves, and other debris soaring into the air like a theatrical curtain. From within the mire emerged a towering, menacing silhouette, propelling a torrent of mud and foliage into the sky. Chapter 63. You do your thing, and I'll watch the show. Shinbei was not one to expose himself to danger. After the bullets were spent, he decisively began to retreat. At that moment, as the mire surged upward, a shadow, drenched in mud and only slightly larger than an average person, shot forth with astonishing speed. Its velocity was akin to that of lightning, so much so that even Shinbei, who had been fixated on the swamp, could not discern the true form of the creature. Upon its sudden emergence, a palpable wave of sound, as fierce as a tempest, swept through the surroundings, a piercing cry. The sound waves wreaked havoc, shattering gold and stone, splitting the skies, and causing the air to tremble violently, akin to boiling water. Countless dead leaves disintegrated in the wake of this invisible force, swirling chaotically through the air. Among those who bore the brunt of the sonic assault, Su Li and Fei Shu both let out muffled groans, their minds bombarded as if dozens of gongs were ringing simultaneously, rendering them frozen in place. Especially Fei Shu, who was closest to the source. His extraordinary hearing, a manifestation of his powers, was severely compromised under such a brutal sonic attack, causing blood to ooze from his orifices as he stood there like a marionette, utterly motionless. Shinbei had preemptively disabled the amplification module. Otherwise, the damage he would have sustained from the sound waves would have been even greater, potentially worse than that of Fei Shu. Seizing the moment, in a flash, the shadow that had surged from the mire lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws piercing through Fei Shu with chilling precision. Taken by surprise and overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Fei Shu's survival instincts compelled him to emit a harrowing scream, flailing his arms in desperation. Yet before he could muster a counterattack, a massive maw descended from above. With a sickening snap, without a sound, the shadow's gaping mouth swiftly severed Fei Shu's head from his body, blood spraying wildly as it emitted a juvenile yet savage cry. Then, the shadow, with Fei Shu's headless corpse impaled upon its claws, darted to the opposite bank of the marsh, seemingly oblivious to the presence of Shinbei and Su Li, and immediately began to voraciously devour its meal. In an instant, the extraordinary Fei Shu met his demise. Beast. The next moment, having recovered from the sonic assault on his brain, Su Li witnessed this horrific scene, his eyes wide with fury. In that moment, he clearly discerned the assailant, a pitch-black beast resembling a bat, its body not only coated in mud but also slick with fetal membranes. Its leathery wings were crumpled and yet to unfurl, giving it the appearance of having just emerged from an egg. This was the target they had been seeking, the juvenile form of the abyssal black bat. At this juncture, Su Li roared in anger, his veins bulging on his forehead. "Shinbei, you sensed the danger but failed to warn us, leading to Fei Shu's demise." In Su Li's eyes, had Shinbei provided an early warning, Fei Shu would not have been so perilously close to the juvenile abyssal black bat. It is entirely feasible to retreat alongside Shinbei. Yet, Shinbei failed to offer a reminder and deceitfully claimed to have inhaled too much miasma. Such precious seconds were squandered. With an expression of innocence, Shinbei remarked, "Your expectations of ordinary individuals are excessively high." Su Li gritted his teeth, unable to contemplate further. The manifestation of the wild god signaled that it was time to summon In Hu for an encirclement. As for Shinbei's transgressions, he would settle those later. With a sharp, penetrating whistle, Su Li initiated his actions. In the blink of an eye, his longbow materialized in his grasp, and in a seamless succession, he drew an arrow and pulled back the string, muscles rippling with vigor. With a resounding crack, 3 explosive arrows materialized in his hands. As his arm muscles flexed, the bow resembled a full moon. Twang, twang, twang. The air split with the sound of an explosive rush and piercing shrieks as 3 meteoric arrows tore through the atmosphere. Almost simultaneously with Su Li's trio of arrows, the ravenous black bat, engrossed in devouring the carcass of a flying squirrel, seemed to sense impending danger. It abruptly abandoned its meal, transforming into a streak of black lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The black bat's movements were alarmingly swift, narrowly evading Su Li's explosive arrows. The ground trembled as stones and earth erupted, creating 3 substantial craters. The mangled remains of the flying squirrel were flung into the air by the force of the explosion, rolling into the mire, where they gradually sank. The small black bat, having evaded Su Li's barrage, perched atop a gnarled branch, looming above, its pitch-black eyes, akin to dragon's eyes, fixated intently on Su Li. Droplets of saliva dripped from its maw, its gaze brimming with cruelty and malice. It screeched towards the heavens, "Caw! Hungry! Hungry! Hungry!" The sensation was reminiscent of a famished beast that had gone days without sustenance, manifesting an intense hunger, a bloodthirsty desire to feast. And the prey, of course, was Su Li, who dared to attack. "What are you waiting for? Gather around me," Su Li bellowed. Yet, Shinbei did not comply. Feigning terror, he retreated further. Under ordinary circumstances, one would naturally gravitate towards the supernatural beings, for shelter beneath a mighty tree is often the safest haven. However, Shinbei harbored a different perspective. Should he draw closer, if that tree were to collapse, he would become mere cannon fodder. Noticing Shinbei's indifference and sensing his trepidation, Su Li altered his tone. A newly born wild god is at its most vulnerable during this period. It cannot even fly at present. It is the perfect opportunity to capture it. This creature merely possesses speed and peculiar sonic attacks. The flying squirrel was caught off guard, and the sonic assault proved fatal. If we block our ears, we can significantly diminish the impact of the sound waves. If you cooperate with me, we can seize it without incurring substantial costs. Just think, a complete, juvenile wild god would be a monumental achievement for our sanctuary. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you understand? Shinbei smirked inwardly, finding Su Li's persuasions woefully simplistic. "Wouldn't it be better for me to await your mutual demise?" Shinbei feigned a quivering tone, hiding behind a tree. I am afraid." Su Li let out an exclamation of frustration, internally cursing the incompetence of his companion, Shinbei. He turned his attention back to the black bat, resolutely blocking his ears with scraps of cloth. Once more, he drew his bow, aiming intently at the creature. The small black bat remained crouched on a withered tree across the marsh, its grotesque, flat face twisted in a menacing expression, its gaping maw dripping with saliva, and its pitch-black eyes fixated on Su Li with a chilling hunger and insatiable greed. In an instant, the black bat launched itself into the air. "Die!" Su Li shouted as he released a barrage of arrows. Crack, crack, crack. 9 arrows soared through the air like comets streaking across the night sky. Unleashed from his hands with ferocity, the air crackled with friction, emanating a charred scent, while the cacophony of the arrows echoed like the wails of countless vengeful spirits. A sound so piercing it felt as though it could rip the very soul from one's body. This was Su Li's ultimate skill as a supernatural being, 9-star chain. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled as a fierce wind swept through the clearing, the atmosphere thick with tension. Time seemed to freeze as the small black bat, caught in mid-attack, had yet to hit the ground. Simultaneously, 6 bursts of fire and blood erupted from its throat, shoulders, chest, and abdomen, as if explosives had detonated at close range. The juvenile creature, unable to withstand such devastation, was flung through the air like a rag doll amidst its agonized cries. Crunch! The body of the small black bat crashed down, shattering branches and foliage as it fell. It was evident that 6 horrifying wounds marred its form, with some of its innards scattered, a sight most gruesome. Although Su Li's 9-star chain did not strike true in its entirety, it nonetheless left the black bat gravely injured. At this moment, Su Li, having exerted himself to the utmost, felt excruciating pain in his arms, rendering him incapable of drawing his bow for a finishing blow. Observing the black bat's dismembered state, he called out to Shinbei in desperation. "It's barely clinging to life. Don't let it escape. Are you listening? Get moving." Yet, There was no sign of Shinbei. He had vanished without a trace. Su Li's frustration reached a boiling point, nearly making him spit blood. Damn it. I swear I'll make sure we never cross paths again. At that moment, the severely injured black bat roared and writhed in agony, suddenly flipping over as if unleashing its remaining ferocity, lunging once more towards Su Li. Chapter 64. It's my turn to reap the harvest weakened. The black bat's movements were not nearly as swift as before. Su Li, witnessing the creature's reckless assault despite its injuries, felt a surge of dread. He could no longer draw his bow. Stumbling away in a frantic escape, he cursed Shinbei while lamenting the sluggishness of Inhu's support. If this continued, his fate was all but sealed. Just then, he heard the sound of numerous footsteps approaching from the distance. He looked up, his heart soaring with hope as he called out, "Brother Hu, save me." At that moment, Inhu was sprinting towards him with urgency. He had initially been searching for the abyssal god black bat in another direction, but upon hearing the whistle, he immediately summoned his men for urgent support. At that moment, Inhu saw the heavily wounded black bat charging towards him and was filled with delight. "Leave the rest to me." A severely injured black bat, easily manageable. Foolish creature. With a contemptuous smile, Inhu bypassed Su Li and charged forward. As the two sides were about to collide, Inhu bent down and sidestepped, deftly evading the black bat's attack, intending to wear down his opponent's stamina through close combat. Despite being gravely injured, this juvenile abyssal god's vitality was formidable. It was conceivable that even in its dying moments, it could take him down with it. Thus, he had no intention of confronting it head-on, but rather aimed to entangle the black bat momentarily until Su Li regained his strength, at which point they could effortlessly vanquish it together. However, despite the beauty of this plan, the subsequent developments took him by surprise. A foul wind rushed past. After the black bat's strike missed, it did not pursue as Inhu had anticipated. Instead, a thunderous sound erupted from its battered body, and its short, black quills exploded outward, standing erect like steel needles. A grave foreboding surged within Su Li, who was recuperating. Oh no! In the next instant, the small black bat unleashed a barrage of steel quills that shot forth like a storm of arrows, covering an expanse of several dozen meters in every direction, above, below, and all around, 360 degrees of devastation. The deluge of quills surged forth, leaving nowhere to hide, their speed surpassing that of bullets. Reacting swiftly, Inhu, closest to the onslaught, transformed dramatically. His skin began to harden into a thick, bark-like defense, enveloping him. The clattering sound of numerous quills was deflected by the protective layer. However, Su Li and the ordinary civilians who had rushed to assist were far less fortunate. Recognizing the imminent danger, Su Li grabbed one of the civilians, barely managing to shield himself, yet still failing to position himself correctly. In the next heartbeat, the quills pierced through his arms, chest, and legs, leaving behind countless tiny bloodied holes. In an instant, Su Li trembled violently, and then, like a sieve, blood began to pour from him, collapsing to the ground in a fit of convulsions. On the other side, the other civilians were caught completely off guard, suffering the full brunt of the attack. The quills struck their arms, shoulders, and heads, creating dozens, even hundreds, of minuscule puncture wounds, inflicting excruciating pain akin to flames, causing them to fall to the ground, wailing in agony. "Help me. It hurts. Captain Inhu. Save me." In mere moments, all those ordinary people fell silent, one and all, succumbing to the black bat's relentless assault, their lives extinguished. The black bat, employing its entire body covered in bristles as a means of assault, resembled an unrelenting torrent of needle-like projectiles, striking with a velocity surpassing that of bullets, endowing it with unparalleled penetrating power. Even the combat armor adorning its foes could not withstand the astonishing penetration of its steel-like quills. More importantly, every quill was tainted with the bat's highly corrosive blood, which invaded the body like a potent toxin. Though not lethal, it rendered the afflicted immobile, as if their limbs were laden with lead. Even an awakened individual would struggle to withstand such an onslaught, let alone an ordinary person, illustrating the ferocity of the bat's venom. In this moment, only Inhu retained any semblance of combat capability. Su Li was grievously wounded. Had he not possessed the resilient physique of a superhuman, he would have long since succumbed. Even so, wasting several hours without the sanctuary of healing would lead to his inevitable demise. The ordinary individuals had not even qualified as mere cannon fodder, meeting their end in an instant. With a piercing cry, the black bat, its naked, dark skin exposed, revealed an indomitable vitality. Its claws extended as it lunged fiercely toward Inhu, whose body was encased in thick, bark-like armor, a sheer embodiment of ferocity. Cursed be it! Inhu barely had time to assess the situation behind him. The vile stench of blood assailed his senses, veins bulged, and bone creaked as he narrowly evaded the bat's savage assault, yet he still bore several deep wounds that exposed bone. Simultaneously, Half of his body was struck by the bat's formidable frame, sending him hurtling like a projectile, crashing through a tree trunk as thick as a man's embrace. Before collapsing to the ground, the black beast, reveling in excitement, came to a sudden halt before pouncing once more toward Een, whose fallen position. This beast, a single misstep could spell utter ruin. At this moment, Een, who, on the ground in agony, felt as though his very blood had congealed. The bat's cruel, grotesque visage loomed ever closer, casting a shadow of death upon him. With a twisted expression, Een, whose energy surged violently, propelling him backward. With a flick of his wrist, a whip emanating a vibrant emerald glow appeared in his grasp, slithering like a venomous serpent. In the next heartbeat, Een, who leaped forward, moving so swiftly that he left a trail of ethereal green afterimages in his wake. As he dashed, the whip in his hand lashed out fiercely, cleaving the air with elongated arcs of energy that resembled crescent moons, erupting forth with the force of a comet striking the moon. Bang, 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 bang. Wherever the verdant crescent arcs traversed, boulders the size of millstones and trees thick enough for two men to embrace shattered, as if they were mere tofu. The energy waves relentlessly obliterating all obstacles in their path. Beasts, die. In the next instant, a series of muffled detonations echoed, as Een, whose whip unleashed a chilling brilliance, akin to a living creature darting through the void, aimed directly at the black bat. With a swift thrust, it struck true. The black bat, as if struck by an immense force, erupted in a torrent of blood. Simultaneously, its vigorous momentum was effortlessly ensnared by Een, who deftly wielded his whip. With a powerful flick, he sent the creature soaring away. In the next instant, Een, who granted the black bat no opportunity to react. He raised his hand once more in a flash, delivering a forceful strike through the air. Instantly, a brilliant azure light illuminated the atmosphere. As a 1-meter square imprint of a blue palm materialized in the void, shattering the air with unimaginable speed as it hurtled toward the black bat. Boom. In an instant, akin to thunder striking the earth, the explosion resonated through the air, causing the ground within a 10-meter radius to tremble violently. The already beleaguered black bat stood no chance of evading Een-hu's ferocious energy assault. Amidst the deafening roar and the gale that swept through the area, the black bat barely endured for half a second before unleashing a heart-wrenching scream, as if it had been struck by a speeding locomotive. In a cacophony of cracking bones, it was violently propelled backward. Suspended in midair, the creature suffered from an unimaginable force, exacerbating the wounds previously inflicted by Su Li. As a copious stream of blood gushed forth, painting the sky red. With a resounding thud, the black bat was ultimately flung over 30 meters away, crashing to the ground in a state of utter ruin, its body trembling uncontrollably like sifted chaff. It struggled briefly to rise, but ultimately succumbed, emitting a final mournful cry before breathing its last. Ugh! Een, who wiped the blood from his wounds, cursing under his breath. That was a close call. He turned to look at Su Li, panic surging within him as he rushed over. However, he found Su Li in a state of extreme weakness, his body radiating a sickly green hue, clearly suffering from severe poisoning. Een-hu's expression darkened. Damn it. Where's the flying mouse? Su Li's face was ashen, dead. Shunbei? He fled. Yet, no sooner had Su Li spoken than Shunbei proved through his actions that he had not fled at all. A silent bullet from a sniper rifle pierced through Su Li's forehead. I am here. I have always been here. I am everywhere. Shunbei murmured to himself from his perch in the distant tree. In the next moment, he aimed his rifle directly at Een-hu. Chapter 65. The Thunder of Gunfire. A symphony of sorrow. Su Li's forehead exploded. The still warm brain matter, along with blood, splattered across Een-hu's face. Een-hu slowly widened his eyes, his heart in turmoil. He had not heard a single sound, yet he had witnessed a bullet penetrate Su Li's skull. How could this be possible? Een-hu's mind raced, quickly deducing that Su Li's demise was the work of Shunbei. Only he possessed a sniper rifle. Yet, what sent chills down his spine, causing his whole body to tremble, was the question, why was there no gunshot? Had the bullet been shot from a slingshot? Such a silent discharge could only be achieved by a high-level ability user specializing in marksmanship. But Shunbei was merely an ordinary person. Firearms require gunpowder, and a gunshot produces a sound. He swallowed hard, realizing that Shunbei posed a far greater threat than he had anticipated. In the next instant, Een-hu, caught in a moment of indecision, paid no heed to the lifeless Su Li, nor did he have the inclination to linger over his intended target, the juvenile black bat. With a sudden movement, he erupted into a brilliant emerald glow, plunging headfirst into the earth. The ground seemed to ripple like the surface of water, and in an instant, Een-hu vanished as if a fish had darted beneath the waves. For Een-hu, the absence of gunfire made it impossible to ascertain Shunbei's location. Concealed behind any tree could potentially reveal his position, a far cry from the safety afforded by burrowing underground. This maneuver would also obscure his whereabouts from Shinbei, who might otherwise easily track him down. From a distance, perched atop a gnarled tree, Shinbei was momentarily taken aback by this unforeseen display of power. Remaining still, he activated his amplification system while extracting a level 5 bullet from the chamber of his firearm. Shinbei had anticipated using the powerful ammunition to resolve the situation with a single shot, confident that even if Who managed to evade, the bullet's tendency to curve, much like the earlier encounter with the hawk dragon, would ensure success. However, reality exceeded his expectations. The creature had burrowed underground. Yet, this posed no insurmountable challenge for Shinbei. He swiftly established a connection with the cluster fire drone. Cluster fire drone. Energy remaining, 98. Loaded ammunition, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammunition bay, 24 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Command edit. Invisible hover at 500 meters. Automatic follow. Shinbei quickly inputted the command. Advance 1,000 meters. Patrol. In silence, the air shimmered with slight fluctuations as the invisible cluster fire drone hovered over Su Li's lifeless form. Shinbei then leaped down from the tree, switching to a more practical revolver suited for close encounters. The entire marshland, shrouded in desolation, lay still, devoid of even the faintest breeze. A subtle green mist hung in the air. After traversing but a few dozen steps, the amplification system suddenly picked up a rustling sound, a disturbance originating from underground. Approaching his direction, Shinbei remained composed, well aware that Who intended to launch a surprise attack from below. However, he was mistaken. In the next moment, the cluster fire drone, suspended in midair, abruptly engaged its invisibility. The barrel dipped slightly, and in an instant, a flash of light erupted without a sound, akin to a plastic bag drifting from a towering building. Yet, mere moments later, a shell detonated in the marshland 800 meters ahead, unleashing a tremendous explosion. A powerful shockwave surged across the marsh, instantly upheaving the once calm mud. The mixture of muck and water erupted, forming towering columns of earth that roared like the wrath of the swamp, reaching for the heavens. Under the sheer force, the vegetation was uprooted, and the splattering mud traced chaotic trajectories through the air. The tremors from the explosion reverberated through the surrounding terrain, as if the entire wetland quaked in fury. As the mud cascaded back down, it produced a deep, resonant sound, and the splashes returned to the marsh, sending ripples across the surface. The air was thick with the pungent aromas of earth and gunpowder. However, there was no trace of the bloodshed that Shinbei yearned to sense. His brow furrowed in contemplation. The shells of the cluster fire disc had undergone modifications, although there were no engraved patterns. Shinbei had previously attempted to inscribe the bullet's grooves onto the shells, only to encounter failure. It seemed that the adaptation was unyielding, with no indicators of success. Yet, even the standard high explosives from the laboratory could have torn the Who apart. Still, Shinbei saw no flesh or blood. Only the mangled remains of wireworms and other creatures lay strewn about. Tilting his head, Shinbei gazed into the bomb crater, and in a fleeting moment, he discerned a severed human arm. However, this appendage was not composed of flesh, but rather fashioned from wood, resembling a prosthetic limb. Upon this revelation, Shinbei's pupils constricted sharply. He had underestimated it. The rustling sound he had heard moments ago was not the Who burrowing underground, but rather the artificial limb he had conjured with his powers crawling forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei commanded the cluster fire disc to unleash a comprehensive bombardment upon the battlefield. With no knowledge of the Who's whereabouts, he surmised it could not have fled far in such a brief span, or perhaps it simply deemed flight beneath its dignity. After all, it was an extraordinary being. Could it truly be intimidated by an ordinary human? Boom, boom. The cluster fire disc unleashed its onslaught of shells in the ominous and treacherous heart of the swamp. The artillery once again shattered the long-held tranquility. Each shell, imbued with destructive force, fell like apocalyptic meteors, slicing through the dense miasma and trailing fiery tails as they plunged into the mire. The swirling muck and vapor intertwined to create a chaotic tableau. Shinbei's gaze swept across the scene. Amidst the explosive light and shadow, a hellish panorama unfolded upon his visage. Under such relentless bombardment, he could hardly believe that the physical form of the Who would remain unscathed. Indeed, after merely one round of bombardment, a dark silhouette leapt forth from the swampy mire, a distance of 300 meters away. It was the Who. Ah, Meng Shan, you long for me, do you not? Haha. Shinbei's voice resonated, strange yet grand, as though it stirred the boundless smoke and vapor into a fervent dance, as if they were rejoicing and cheering. At that moment, the Who resembled a silent, stubborn stone, enduring the overwhelming tide of pain coursing through its body. A gaping wound marred its abdomen, its innards shattered, and its spine twisted grotesquely. Its visage was a grim amalgamation of blood and filth. It was beyond the Inhu's comprehension that despite Shunbei's cunning and the formidable might of his weaponry, its plan to burrow underground for a close-quarters ambush had utterly failed. Yet, this was not the entirety of the shock. The most astonishing revelation was the hovering fire disk above. Was that not a weapon of the sanctuary? How could it be in Shunbei's possession? Moreover, it appeared larger and more potent than ever. This should not be the case. Such a bombardment device was supposed to return automatically to the laboratory after use. And when had Shunbei brought this contraption here? It was unfathomable, completely incomprehensible. Shunbei, at this moment, the shadowy tiger resembled a fierce flame burning amidst the icy currents of the ocean, akin to a wild beast on the brink of death, suffering yet cold, silent yet ferocious, maddened yet resilient. Do you truly believe that mere fiery might could extinguish me? How naive. Despite his battered physique, the shadowy tiger surged forward with relentless speed. This was his final act of desperation. If he failed to seize Shunbei now, he could not afford the loss, particularly with the aerial firepower looming overhead, posing an immense threat. Shunbei, appearing calm and composed, raised his pistol. You are mistaken. Your ignorance of technology betrays a complete lack of reverence. The dull thuds of gunfire erupted like a tempest, bullets soaring towards the shadowy tiger at an astonishing velocity. Shunbei's speed in firing was astonishing, seemingly disregarding the immense recoil of the revolver. The bullets erupted from the barrel like a multi-barreled cannon, unleashing a flame that stretched a meter long. Concurrently, the clustered firepower of the aerial weapon had completed its ammunition loading, unleashing shell after shell upon the shadowy tiger. At this moment, the cacophony of gunfire harmonized into a chaotic symphony, bullets and shells weaving through the air. The shadowy tiger, surrounded by a dense aura of vitality, boasted an impenetrable bark-like defense birthed from his extraordinary abilities. Yet this was only effective against the research facility's artillery. Ultimately, in the face of Shunbei's merciless bombardment, it proved to be utterly inadequate. The violent shockwaves relentlessly penetrated the bark shield, hurling him into the air time and again before he crashed heavily into the muddy ground, battered and bruised. In the end, when the final shell detonated nearby, that layer of bark shield could no longer withstand the cataclysmic force and collapsed entirely. The shadowy tiger was upended by the tremendous shockwave, landing on the ground. He struggled weakly, just managing to rise. A sudden heat radiated on his forehead, the searing warmth of the gun barrel. Bloodied and grimy, his eyes reflected boundless resentment and fury. Who are you? I have never encountered anyone in the wilderness who could wield firearms with such lethal threat to those with extraordinary powers. A sinister smirk crept across Shunbei's lips, his gaze brimming with murderous intent. When faced with blows, one must stand firm. Probing for answers is futile. May hell not harbor any escape. Bang the marshy. Desolate forest returned to its eerie silence. Chapter 66. Dreadful, the evil seed blocks the path. Shunbei crouched beside the shattered body of the shadowy tiger, prodding his mouth with the gun muzzle. I thought your head was more resilient. It's merely stubborn. He began to survey the battlefield, managing to collect over a dozen mid-level crystal cores from various personnel. Who goes out on missions without being well prepared? Shunbei mused, smacking his lips. He then dragged the black bat's corpse onto the vehicle. This was the objective of the mission. Without it, Shunbei would not receive his payment. As for the bodies of the shadowy tiger and his comrades, Shunbei did not spare them a glance. In this world, where one dies becomes their grave. No matter who perished, even if General Yu Wuchang fell in battle, no one would come to retrieve the bodies. Some would even revel in the chaos. The entire world resembled a natural graveyard. Shunbei climbed into the vehicle. This was his first time driving a modified car from this world. Upon examining the power chamber, Shunbei felt a surge of relief as he discovered residual energy from the crystal core within, sufficient to propel him back to the sanctuary. He pressed down on the accelerator, and the engine roared to life, exuding an exhilarating power. Undoubtedly, the specialized off-road vehicles of this world far surpassed those of the bygone era, stripped of various safety features designed to protect occupants, as well as frivolous amenities like flashy televisions and oversized refrigerators. These vehicles prioritized sheer performance. They boasted not only four-wheel drive and formidable power, but also a suspension system capable of adjusting between 10 and 100 centimeters above ground, explosion-proof wheels that could pivot a full 180 degrees, and a crawling mode for navigating treacherous terrains. These elements encapsulated the essence of vehicles in this new age. Shunbei cast a final glance at the desolate swamp and withered woodlands, igniting a cigarette and taking a deep inhalation. He pressed the accelerator once more, and the vehicle surged forward. As dusk approached, darkness began to envelop the landscape, and the clouds above the wilderness were torn apart by fierce winds, allowing shafts of crimson sunlight to pierce through. Yet, the overall scenery remained stark and monochromatic. After approximately 10 hours of relentless travel, Shunbei, shrouded in darkness. Spotted the titan writhing in the distance. However, in the next moment, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. In the past, electricity had been an exceedingly precious resource within the sanctuary. Even with generators powered by the crystal core, the output was markedly insufficient, typically reserved for the upper echelons. Yet now, every glaring searchlight within the sanctuary was ablaze, illuminating the night wilderness as if searching for something elusive. At that moment, shouts echoed through the air. The beams of the searchlights converged upon Shun Bei's vehicle. He raised his arm to shield his eyes from the blinding light, a flicker of displeasure crossing his countenance. Just as he was about to leap from the vehicle, chaotic shouts erupted from the sanctuary. Run. What are you waiting for? The abomination. It's behind you. The fragmented roars that drifted through the air felt like an ancient, chilling wind sweeping in from the Arctic tundra. A shiver coursed through him, as if his very soul were freezing. Shun Bei sensed an overwhelming, oppressive presence behind him, a palpable wave of dread surging from all directions. His neck stiffened, and his hands gripped the steering wheel, clammy with sweat, slipping with anxiety. Trembling, he slowly turned to glance behind him. In an instant, it felt as though an invisible hand had seized his throat, stifling his breath, rendering him mute. There, illuminated by the searchlights, stood a monstrous abomination that seemed to have emerged from the deepest pits of hell. Less than 100 meters behind the vehicle, the creature loomed large enough to blot out the sun. Its form resembled a grotesque, twisted black mountain, its surface encrusted with a lava-like, cracked exoskeleton, adorned with countless writhing eyes and sharp-boned spurs, each glimmering with an eerie, otherworldly light that sent shivers down one's spine. Beneath its immense and grotesque form, countless tendrils writhed like ravenous serpents, each adorned with razor-sharp barbs and glands oozing corrosive fluids. Wherever they slithered, even the sturdiest rocks would succumb to putrefaction. At the shadowy tips of these appendages lay gaping maws, poised to devour any creature bold enough to approach. At the heart of this abomination resided an incessantly throbbing organ, pulsating with a thunderous resonance that sent ripples of malevolent energy through the surrounding space, causing tremors of dread. Despite its battered and incomplete visage, the creature perpetually regenerated from its wounds, rendering any assault feeble in comparison. The chaotic end struggled to escape from Shun Bei's throat, a name that evoked a nightmarish entity seemingly cursed with eternal life. In that fleeting moment, Shun Bei felt as if his very essence was being stripped away. He had dared to confront beasts and engage with those possessing extraordinary powers, yet against this fiend, all his strategies seemed utterly futile. Shun Bei, what on earth are you thinking? Run. Suddenly, the booming voice of rock pierced through the haze. Shun Bei jolted into action. Flee. To remain still was to embrace death. 300 meters. If he could just reach within that distance, he would enter the sanctuary's protective embrace. Life and death hinged upon those 300 meters. Shun Bei pressed the accelerator with a fervor akin to stepping into a power core. The tires of the off-road vehicle spun furiously, gravel flying in all directions. In a flash, Shun Bei's periphery blurred, and the vehicle shot forth. Press the gas. Don't let up. Push harder. Grip the wheel tightly, shouted the personnel in the sanctuary, waving their arms in fervent encouragement. Behind the wheel, Shun Bei was drenched in sweat, his breath coming in rapid bursts, his grip on the steering wheel rigid with tension. He could not fathom why driving felt so daunting at this moment. Just prior to returning from the swampy, gnarled woods, he had roamed like a carefree cowboy, even finding time to shoot at the beasts. Yet now, in this desperate flight, anxiety gripped him, and his limbs moved in disarray. It was as if the moment he touched the steering wheel, his body acted independently, and his perception of space, speed, and distance faltered. Fortunately, the armor was an external mechanical exoskeleton. To prevent veering off course within the 300 meters, Shun Bei severed the power module, rendering the armor inactive, relying solely on the mechanical strength to maintain a firm grip on the wheel. The vehicle's speed escalated, yet its limit remained a mere 50 miles per hour. After all, the off-road vehicle was designed for navigating rugged terrain, not for sheer velocity, especially with the weight of the Black Badass corpse, a burden exceeding 3 tons. 300 meters. 280 meters. 250 meters. 200 meters. Closer. Ever closer. The personnel within the sanctuary cheered. The abomination remained still. It seems uninterested in you. What a fortunate fellow. Shun Bei, you could even stop and taunt the creature. Haha. As Shun Bei listened to the cacophony of voices around him, he finally exhaled in relief, his mind swirling with thoughts. Is this truly a courteous, malevolent entity? Such a rarity indeed. Yet, his moment of ease lasted but a fleeting second before calamity struck. The colossal form of the malevolent being loomed ominously, descending upon him like a collapsing mountain. The tumultuous tide, once swirling in the air, now drifted down effortlessly, obstructing Shun Bei's path. Creak. Shinbei activated his battle armor in an instant, slamming the brakes. The vehicle, propelled by inertia, maintained its speed. Upon stabilizing, he found himself a mere 10 meters from the malevolent entity. The unfolding scene sent shockwaves of panic through the shelter's occupants. Rock, in particular, slammed his fists against the railing, extinguishing his cigarette with a fierce stomp. The dying ember, akin to Shunbei's flickering existence, vanished in an instant. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, call me Godfather. Little K, lifting his gaze to Rock, then glanced at the vehicle now entirely obscured by the malevolent being. He resolutely shook his head. You little brat. Rock hurled another curse before turning away. At that moment, the others in the shelter also shook their heads, departing one by one. This time, no one mourned Shinbei's impending demise. In this world, sympathy holds little value. Apathy reigned supreme. Yet, only little K remained, clinging to the railing, anxiously peering ahead. Chapter 67. A frantic escape faced with the mere 200 meters separating him from the safety of the shelter. Shinbei found his path abruptly obstructed by the malevolent entity. The occupants of the shelter shook their heads in resignation. No one offered pity or lament. As if a play had concluded, the restaurant closed, leaving the space deserted. No one believed Shinbei would survive. In the echoes of despair, the residents fled, leaving behind all that was essential for survival: food, drink, and merriment. In this world, death is merely death. The struggle for survival continues unabated, impervious to the presence or absence of any individual. Each person's blood runs cold, rendering them incapable of fervor. Even Rock, who had shared a cordial rapport with Shinbei, remained indifferent. Only little K clung to the railing, craning his neck with a glimmer of tension and suppressed anxiety in his eyes. At this critical juncture, Shinbei's path was entirely blocked. The myriad tendrils of the malevolent entity dissolved into the darkness. In an instant, the vertical lights atop the tendrils flickered to life, resembling floating bulbs or fallen stars, bewildering and surreal. Damn it! Shinbei cursed silently, yet he refused to relinquish hope for survival. In this world, malevolent beings are indestructible. Whether due to the inadequacy of the abilities wielded against them or for other reasons, they simply cannot be vanquished. However, this does not imply that a single encounter with a malevolent being will obliterate all humanity. The earlier entity, resembling black smoke, took a considerable time to claim the lives of over 30 individuals. With this thought, Shinbei felt a flicker of hope. He could not surrender or allow fear to paralyze him. The off-road vehicle roared back to life, and his body instinctively responded with agility. With a sudden, forceful stomp on the brake pedal, the tires screeched against the asphalt, unleashing a plume of white smoke akin to the thick fog of magma erupting from a volcano. The tires emitted a piercing, shrill wail, reminiscent of a beast's lament in its final throes. The vehicle trembled violently, the engine roaring incessantly. The rear wheels skidded wildly, defying the laws of physics as they gripped the ground in a dizzying dance of loss and regain of traction, leaving deep tire marks etched into the surface. In that ephemeral moment, the entire car nearly glided horizontally, its body tilted at an exaggerated angle, as if on the brink of overturning, yet teetering back to balance in the nick of time. With unparalleled precision, Shinbei maneuvered the off-road vehicle like a sword carving an elegant arc through the air, swiftly executing a 180-degree turn on the spot. A splendid drifting maneuver propelled them into the vast, dark wilderness. Shinbei had lost count of how many times the off-road vehicle had veered off the road. In the wilderness, there were no paths. In the throes of escape, any direction could be a route. An hour later, Shinbei stole a glance over his shoulder. The monstrous entity loomed large, akin to a vast net closing in. Faster. He pressed the accelerator relentlessly. Yet, the vehicle's speed stubbornly hovered around 50 miles per hour. The creature, with its overwhelming size, surged forward, its speed evidently outpacing that of the off-roader, like an inexorable tide. Beads of sweat trickled down Shinbei's forehead, making him feel like a mouse toyed with by a cat. To circle back to the sanctuary was utterly unwise. The more he looped, the closer he drew to the creature. He had no choice but to maintain a straight trajectory, striving to maximize the distance. However, at a critical juncture, the off-road vehicle's engine, neglected and now racing at high speed, suddenly belched forth white smoke. The speedometer plummeted dramatically. Shinbei winced in pain. Not only was the speed inadequate, but now the engine was failing. In the next instant, he acted with decisive resolve, retrieving a mid-grade crystal core and tossing it into the power module of his battle armor. The system emitted a resonant hum. Power surged to its maximum. Following Shinbei's mental command, the visual panel flickered with red light. He could even feel the heat generated by the power module operating at full capacity, along with the unbridled potential energy-seeking release. In the blink of an eye, Shinbei kicked the car door away and chose to leap from the vehicle. His form rolled sharply to the left. In that moment, time seemed to elongate, and the space around him distorted. The energy bands on his armor flickered intensely with his movement, dazzling like exploding stars. As he hit the ground, he leveraged the impact to roll, stirring up a whirlwind of dust akin to a massive shockwave from a meteorite striking the earth. Several tactical rolls, combined with the armor's protective features, dissipated the immense inertial force. Without waiting for the dust to settle, he sprang to his feet, propelled by the formidable thrust of the armor, transforming into a streak of shadow racing forward. With unrelenting speed, Shunbei traversed the desolate wilderness, where shattered rocks and withered vegetation lay strewn beneath his feet, each step stirring up clouds of dust. The power module of his battle armor had pushed his velocity to its utmost limit, reaching 60 kilometers per hour. With every leap, it felt as though he were defying the very force of gravity, leaving behind ephemeral afterimages in the air. The visual display flickered incessantly with red warnings. Yet Shunbei chose to ignore them, preferring to risk the destruction of his armor's power module rather than halt his frenzied pace. It was a matter of life and death. The sole consolation was that his speed surpassed that of an off-road vehicle. Casting a glance behind, he beheld the sinister forms of the malevolent creatures, their multitude of bloodthirsty eyes glimmering as they relentlessly pursued him. However, it seemed that the gap between them was widening. Shunbei felt a momentary sense of relief, yet he remained vigilant, continuing to sprint. Time became an abstract notion. The eastern horizon was painted with a delicate hue of rose, the timid outline of dawn still struggling to break free from the shackles of night. Soft yet imbued with strength, the morning glow gradually unfurled like an expansive watercolor canvas, illuminating the once silent wasteland in a dreamlike manner. As Shunbei glanced ahead, the remnants of crumbled buildings emerged in the softening light, their battered silhouettes etched against the dawn. Rusted metal frames and shattered concrete shimmered with a cold, mysterious silver-gray glimmer in the morning light. In that instant, Shunbei tilted his body slightly, maneuvering around the urban ruins. Should he plunge into the heart of the city, the vast debris would impede his speed, and within moments, the malevolent creatures would catch up to him, leading to certain doom. As the sun fully ascended, the world brightened. Shunbei successfully navigated past the urban remnants and resumed his frantic dash across the open land. On this perilous journey, he continuously replenished the power module of his armor with mid-tier crystal cores. It was an extravagant expenditure, a truly exorbitant cost, compared to his own life. Shunbei felt it was insufficient. He longed to insert a high-tier crystal core to unleash even greater energy from his armor. Yet he understood that even a high-tier core would be futile, as the armor's level restricted its maximum speed. Approximately an hour later, Shunbei crested a hill and raced downwards, suddenly spotting a group of humans in the distance. They appeared to be a hunting party from a nearby shelter, seeking meat from ferocious beasts. There were 4 dilapidated vehicles in total, the lead green Jeep patched with metal plates, adorned with graffiti on the doors and hood. The driver was a man with unkempt dreadlocks, while the passenger seat housed a giant of a man, bald with wrists as thick as pears, who, arms crossed, seemed to fixate on Shunbei's fleeting silhouette with a predatory gaze. The sounds of the vehicles approached, accompanied by shouts, whistles, and the thunderous tires of the speeding Jeep. They resembled demons, their chests strapped with ammunition clips, brandishing wildly waving carbines, all signaling their nefarious intentions. "Hey kid, come play with us. Don't run off. You'll wear yourself out, and your backside won't be safe. Hand over those crystal cores. Which shelter are you from?" Yet, mere seconds after spotting Shunbei, their once audacious expressions abruptly faltered. The reason? Shunbei's astonishing speed. Behind the mountain peak, a dark and ominous figure emerged. As the shadow fully ascended the summit, revealing its true form, a profound silence fell over the crowd, replaced swiftly by an overwhelming wave of terror. Some individuals, unable to maintain their balance, tumbled from their vehicles. Good heavens! It is a spawn of evil. This creature is evading the cursed one. Turn. Don't let it come our way. The sound of gunfire erupted, as the carbine unleashed a torrent of flames, leaving a trail of bullet holes in its wake. Yet, this threat was of little consequence to Shunbei. Undeterred, he maintained his pace, twisting his body to charge directly toward them, hoping to drag them down with him, thereby slowing the pursuit of the malevolent entity. A dead comrade is better than a living monk, he thought. Damn it, turn away. Run. Back to the shelter, quickly. The previously swaying Jeep accelerated without hesitation, veering sharply. Due to the constraints of the terrain, 2 Jeeps collided at high speed, their engines silenced forever. The overturned vehicle traced a parabolic arc through the air, crashing down with a thunderous roar, displacing Earth for over 6 meters. The screams and curses of those ejected filled the air. The remaining 2 vehicles, disregarding their stricken companions, sped away. The group of 10 or so stood in stunned silence, paralyzed by shock. It was only when Shunbei brushed past them that they snapped back to reality, enraged and humiliated, raising their rifles to fire upon him. However, Shinbei had no intention of engaging. With a series of serpentine maneuvers, he vanished from their sight. At that moment, a vast shadow loomed overhead. The spawn of evil had arrived. Chapter 68. The battle is not yet over. Save me. As the spawn descended, emotions of panic, fear, and bitter resentment surged within them like a tempest. In an instant, countless tendrils pierced the bodies of those who had not escaped. A searing pain akin to soul-shattering agony erupted in their minds, causing them to emit desperate cries. Curling into fetal positions and thrashing in agony, the tendrils, hollow and insatiable, drained their life force, rendering them into desiccated husks in the blink of an eye. As these lifeless forms were discarded like refuse, they shattered upon impact, scattering flesh like broken glass. The spawn, seemingly sated by its gluttony, lingered momentarily before drifting away toward the north. Meanwhile, Shinbei halted in the south, watching as the evil entity departed. The tension that had gripped him released suddenly, and he collapsed onto the barren earth, gasping for breath. After nearly 3 hours of relentless flight, even with the aid of armor, he felt dizzy and exhausted. Had his life not been at stake, such a strenuous exertion would have been unsustainable. For over 10 minutes, he lay there, struggling to regain his breath. Shinbei gradually emerged from the soul-wrenching agony that had engulfed him, lying in disarray upon the ground. With great effort, he lifted his head, took a sip of fresh water, and swiftly chewed on his food. His weary internal organs began to receive the much-needed nourishment. Shinbei stood once more, acutely aware that the pursuit was far from over. Though the malevolent entity had departed, it had inadvertently entangled a group of humans who would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. Moreover, he surmised that this location was likely in close proximity to their sanctuary, as their encounter had occurred just as the sun began to rise, indicating that they had not been out for long. The two fleeing jeeps would soon return, intent on exacting vengeance. Engaging in reasoned discourse with them would be futile, a mere exercise in self-delusion. In this world, rationale could neither satiate hunger nor resurrect the dead. Everyone understood that in a realm fraught with desperation, one must harbor a modicum of malevolence within their heart. Absurd as it may seem, one must first assert dominance before contemplating the next steps, embracing a nonchalance towards life and death. Negotiation? There was no room for negotiations, only bullets. Of course, there remained the possibility of dialogue between sanctuaries. For others, embroiled in such turmoil, to plead for mercy and forgiveness was nothing short of folly. With a thought, Shinbei commanded his battle armor to conduct a self-check. After all, the armor had been operating under high stress, its very essence tinged with the scent of singed metal. The situation was likely dire. Self-check in progress. Concurrently, he retrieved data on the cluster fire disk. Cluster fire disk. Kinetic energy remaining, 38. Ammunition load, 12 rounds. Remaining in ammunition bay, 24 rounds. Terminal wireless connection, 500 meters. Edit command. Invisible hovering, automatic follow at 500 meters. A glance at the readout brought him some relief. The kinetic energy of the cluster fire disk was sufficient, alleviating his fear of it plummeting from the sky due to insufficient power. A catastrophic fall would certainly be most undesirable. For now, reaching Sanctuary 36 appeared feasible. At that moment, the visual panel of the armor displayed new information. Self-check complete. Upper body framework, including head support unit, shoulder components, chest armor plate, back support structure, and spinal simulation device, shoulder joint module, elbow joint actuator. Wrist joint and hand exoskeleton intact. Lower body framework, damaged. Details as follows. Hip joint component, 30 damaged. Knee joint module, 50 damaged. Ankle joint actuator, 50 damaged. Foot propulsion device, 90 damaged. Power module, 70 damaged. Control system, including sensors, neural interfaces, etc. intact. Life support system, including oxygen supply, cooling system, heating device, and waste processing facilities, etc. intact. Skeletal structure, slightly damaged. Power transmission cables, infrared visual cable severed, others intact. A thorough review of the information revealed that the situation was not overly grave. The upper body remained unaffected, though the movements of the lower limbs would likely be somewhat rigid. Once Shinbei had a clear understanding of the situation, he knew precisely how to respond to the impending pursuit. He cast a glance towards the west, and indeed, a swirling dust cloud could be seen on the horizon, stirred up by the approaching jeep. Shinbei activated his battle armor once more, pushing the power module to its absolute limits. Even if it meant burning out the power unit, he had to reach the urban ruins. Otherwise, he would be nothing more than a target. Suddenly, Shinbei halted, then surged forward in the direction from which he had come. The number of pursuers, the Avengers, was uncertain, but among them were several individuals with special abilities. Engaging in combat on the open plains would undoubtedly place him at a disadvantage. The only viable option was to engage in close-quarters combat within the Steel Forest's alleyways, resolving threats one by one. Damn it, Captain Blacktooth, we've lost quite a few men. A bald giant in the vehicle's passenger seat glared with a ferocity that shimmered in his eyes, his agitation palpable. The man referred to as Blacktooth, adorned with unkempt dreadlocks, wore an expression of icy menace, casting a heavy pall of impending doom over the vehicle's interior. They had just returned to Shelter 12 and reported the situation to their leader, Chi Yunlai, only to find that the aberrant had already departed. They immediately sought Chi Yunlia's approval to dispatch reinforcements to pursue revenge. Intrigued by Blacktooth's description of Shun Bei's battle armor, Chi Yunlai showed no hesitation in ordering its retrieval for research purposes. At that moment, Blacktooth growled, "Hurry, Chase, don't let that guy escape." The driver slammed the accelerator, increasing their speed once more. Blacktooth turned to the bald giant, saying, "Shirshin, spare me your nonsense. Once I capture that armored individual, I will surely crush him to pieces." Shirshin gritted his teeth. "This is the first time I've seen someone daring enough to toy with an aberrant. What a bold fellow." Blacktooth snorted, his gaze fixed ahead. "It's only because this aberrant's end of chaos form isn't fast enough, and it's injured. Otherwise, how could it be led around like a dog by a human?" "Injured?" Shirshin exclaimed, taken aback. "How can you tell?" A hint of derision flickered in Blacktooth's eyes. "Were you too scared at the outset to observe properly?" Shirshin's lips twitched, unable to articulate a response. Indeed, he had almost been terrified to the point of losing control. There were many aberrants in the wilderness, but due to the small size of the wilds and the mobile nature of the shelter, the likelihood of encountering one was low. This was his first time confronting an aberrant outside the safety of the shelter, and naturally, he was somewhat flustered, hardly able to focus on observation. Blacktooth's gaze grew profoundly contemplative, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. He spoke slowly. "This aberrant bears numerous scars around its heart, even partially exposed. Though the wounds appear to be healing, it seems to have sustained significant injury." Shirshin inhaled sharply, his mind buzzing with the revelation. The others in the vehicle were equally astonished. "Injured? The aberrant is injured? Does that imply?" Shirshin, suddenly animated, inquired, "Aren't aberrants supposed to be immortal? How could it be injured? Does that mean they can die?" He shook his head, perplexed. "I cannot fathom why this abomination has sustained injuries. But one thing is clear, the creature remains alive, and the record remains unbroken." At that moment, a common man, clutching a rifle, interjected, "I have heard reports of someone witnessing the corpse of this abomination. It must have been slain by humans. Only you gullible fools would believe that the body of the creature was eradicated by our kind," replied Haya, without a hint of politeness. The crowd bowed their heads, questioning what was wrong with such belief. Who wishes to live a life of fleeing? Haya inhaled deeply and exhaled with conviction. "Such idle chatter serves no purpose. Our current mission is to avenge our brothers." His words ignited the suppressed fury within the crowd, who erupted in fervent cries. "Damn it. We have no idea which shelter this person hails from. Merely a harbinger of disaster. Let us put an end to him. With over 10 of us. How could we not subdue him? Let us not kill him just yet. I want to deal with him myself." The crowd was ablaze with emotion, filled with indignation. For them, bullying others was commonplace. Being bullied was an affront to the very heavens, a transgression that could not be tolerated. They urged the driver to accelerate, unwilling to wait even a moment, wishing fervently to rend the culprit limb from limb at that very instant. Yet Haya retained a semblance of rationality, raising his hand to calm the fervor. "This individual is clad in battle armor and possesses remarkable speed. He likely wields equipment beyond our comprehension. Though we are many and surely capable of capturing him, we must exercise caution to avoid missteps." The crowd nodded in understanding. Chapter 69. Seizing the initiative to strike first as the power module approached the brink of destruction, Shinbei finally returned to the ruined city. Here, he annihilated the vengeful pursuers without any hope for reconciliation. Such a possibility did not exist. For Shinbei, the unfortunate souls who fell victim to the abomination's wrath were merely unfortunate. The vengeful pursuers were simply courting death. Of course, Shinbei could have continued his journey back to Shelter 36, but leaving behind any loose ends would only invite endless troubles in the future. Thus, he resolved to eliminate the roots of the problem. He chose the ruined city as his battleground. Upon entering, it was as if he awakened a primal combat instinct. His blood surged, his heart raced, and his palms itched, eager to scent the aroma of blood. Advancing along the path, the once towering skyscrapers appeared to have been mercilessly gnawed upon by the beast of time, reduced to skeletal remnants standing askew. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered throughout the streets, resembling clotted blood in the veins of a lifeless city. Shinbei's footsteps crunched upon the rubble, emitting faint sounds that echoed through the chest of this desolate metropolis. He meticulously surveyed every potential vantage point for sniping, mentally calculating the wind direction, light, and visual obstructions, striving to identify the optimal position that would conceal him while allowing him to deliver a fatal blow to his adversaries. After approximately 10 minutes of careful navigation, Shinbei continued his pursuit. Scaling the crumbling edifice with the agility of a feline, he deftly navigated through the fractured beams and flickered between the shattered glass windows, ultimately perching atop a partially collapsed high-rise. The panoramic view from this vantage point revealed a desolate landscape, where the surrounding ruins formed a natural barrier, providing him with an exceptional ambush spot. Aside from a public building and a small chapel, only a handful of dilapidated structures remained, indicating that even in the bygone era, this locale was far from bustling. He extracted his Barrett sniper rifle, skillfully assembling and calibrating it. Subsequently, he commanded his armor to alter its color, seamlessly blending into the backdrop like a shadow poised to seize its prey. The chill of the day was palpable, the temperature low. Shinbei lay prone on the frigid remnants of the wall, gazing down at the city below, now a mere wasteland. The wind swept past him incessantly, infiltrating his armor through its damaged seals, carrying with it an unwelcome chill. Shinbei's body temperature had already equilibrated with the environment, rendering the cold wind ineffective in further chilling him. Nevertheless, he despised the cold. It unsettled him, as the low temperatures slowed the flow of his blood, making him feel as though both he and the world were gradually solidifying. Before long, a dozen figures emerged within his line of sight. He recognized two familiar faces, a man with dreadlocks and a bald giant. The two individuals leading the group were evidently seasoned hunters, their gaze sweeping the area with meticulous precision, akin to a finely woven net, meticulously searching for any suspicious traces. Their formation was expansive and orderly, indicative of rigorous training. Despite their appearance resembling that of uncivilized savages, their tactical coordination was far superior to those Shinbei had encountered previously. The group maintained a distance of nearly a kilometer from one another, making it difficult for Shinbei to discern individual features. Some were merely indistinct silhouettes. He wrinkled his nose, contemplating the necessity of upgrading his armor, hoping that future enhancements would include visual magnification capabilities. In the distance, two individuals continually scanned the low hills to either side, clearly experts in long-range sniping, their eyes sweeping over potential shooting locations. Shinbei sensed their gazes grazing his concealed position several times, yet they remained oblivious to his presence. Typically, when a gun-specialized ability user searches for another sniper, they rely on infrared vision, an essential awakened ability for such marksmen. However, Shinbei had lowered his body temperature to match the surrounding environment. Combined with the kilometer distance and the camouflage of his armor, which had seamlessly merged with the backdrop, rendering it far removed from the red exterior they had previously observed. Under the influence of their preconceived notions, they were naturally oblivious to his presence, never suspecting that his armor could change color. In their eyes, only red objects would trigger their alertness. Soon, the group, led by Hiya, entered the ruins of the city. "This fellow is hardly a man," Sir Xian remarked nonchalantly. Yet he dashed straight into the heart of the ruins. The black-toothed man observed the personnel in front of him as they scoured various areas, calmly replying, "This is a cunning fox. The moment the evil spawn departed, he anticipated our pursuit and fled here to conceal himself. What good is hiding?" Shirshin chuckled derisively, his tone laced with contempt. "It merely prolongs his inevitable demise. I recall this fellow carries a sniper rifle. He must be a marksman." Black-toothed scanned the surroundings, seeking any clues. "A proficient sniper possesses remarkable patience. We may need to expend some time to capture him." Before Black-toothed could finish his thought, an icy shiver coursed through him, so intense that it compelled him to shudder involuntarily, and he bellowed, "Everyone, take cover." In an instant, he seized Shirshin and dashed like lightning into the building across from them. Bang! A muffled gunshot reverberated through the desolate city, and the one who fell was a sniper occupying the bell tower of a small church. As the first shot echoed across the abandoned town, another gunshot followed suit. Before the sound reached the ears of the onlookers, the second sniper, positioned on the second floor of a nearby house, collapsed in response to the shot. The powerful bullet penetrated the wall, obliterating half of his chest with a spray of dust and debris. A mangled arm flew out from the opposite window, landing in the central square below. This time, the bullets directed at Shinbei were standard ammunition. There were silent bullets, but they were scarce, reserved for moments of surprise and ambush. These minor targets, even if exposed by gunfire, posed no significant threat. The bullets were fired from a distance of 300 meters. Shirshin, upon hearing the gunfire, turned pale. After retreating into the building, he leaned by the window to observe, just as the sniper's arm fell directly before him. "It's 410 meters, Black-toothed corrected Shirshin's estimation. However, his expression was grim. After all, he was a fourth-tier combat ability user specializing in close-quarters combat. Long-range sniping was not his forte. At this point, it was evident they had walked into a trap. The surrounding terrain was not complex, and Shinbei had seized the advantageous position. With their two snipers eliminated in the initial moments, the battle's outlook had become dire for ordinary individuals. Their only recourse was to rely on themselves and Shirshin to break through and pursue. Just as Black-Toothed calculated how to swiftly reach Shunbei's location, the sound of continuous gunfire erupted, and personnel began to fall from the rooftops one after another. Cries of alarm echoed through the ruins of the city as they sought safe havens while attempting to ascertain the direction of the sniper. Yet, Shunbei's shooting speed was alarmingly rapid, so much so that it scarcely resembled that of a sniper. Anyone daring to peek out would immediately attract a bullet. The frail walls of the dilapidated houses, eroded by time, provided little to no cover. The muscles on Black-Toothed's face twitched incessantly. Each gunshot felt like a hammer striking his heart. In a brief span of time, Shunbei had unleashed 13 rounds, claiming the lives of at least 8 individuals. Witnessing the fate of the second sniper expert, he no longer harbored any hope for the wounded. The potency of the bullets employed by his adversaries was evidently merciless. Each death signified a diminishment of his team's strength. He was but an ordinary man. Xian arrived at a conclusion. Hey, you shot him a glare. As if to say it was unnecessary to articulate the obvious, an adept marksman wielded firearms that were anything but conventional. In fact, the weapons they used could be likened to miniature cannons. In stark contrast, Shunbei merely wielded standard bullets. At that moment, a teammate, seasoned and valiant, raised his weapon and fired twice. The gunfire echoed successively. The first shot created a gaping hole in a fractured exterior wall before the second bullet penetrated through, obliterating the floor beneath and kicking up a cloud of dust on the lower level, with splinters and debris bursting forth from the windows. In an instant, an extraordinarily agile figure emerged from the cloud of smoke, landing and immediately springing forth like a cheetah towards another potential hiding place. Heiya watched in astonishment as the silhouette leaped forth, exclaiming, "Well done. You forced him out. Go." Heiya was the first to dash out of the building, hastily advancing towards Shunbei. Chapter 70. The advantage is mine. You all must embrace death. Once Shunbei was compelled to reveal himself, Heiya's desire for brutal slaughter ignited, and he beckoned Xian to charge outside. As soon as Shunbei appeared, surrounded by the throng, there would be no escape but through death. Xian sprinted even faster, the already dilapidated street cracking beneath his feet like a spider's web with each step. At that moment, within Heiya's line of sight, a dark spot suddenly emerged from the building where Shunbei had vanished. What could it be? Confusion clouded Heiya's mind as he observed the shape resembling a bullet, causing the air to ripple as it flew. Was it truly a bullet? Heiya was nearly bewildered. How could there be a bullet without the accompanying sound of gunfire? Xian, be cautious, Heiya urgently warned, momentarily dismissing the perplexity of how an ordinary man like Shunbei could fire a silent projectile. Although Xian's defenses had reached a third tier, a sniper's bullet, while not fatal, could still inflict injury. At that moment, Xian regarded Heiya's warning with disdain. What harm could a sniper bullet possibly pose? It would merely result in injury at worst. In the wilderness, injuries were as commonplace as the air they breathed. Yet, Xian's animosity towards Shunbei was palpable, overflowing with a desire to capture him alive and subject him to the most horrifying tortures imaginable. Thus, in an instant, Xian opted to evade. His movements were swift. He suddenly lunged to the side and rolled, positioning himself beside a building where he could take refuge from the line of fire. Just then, another bullet silently sliced through the air, precisely striking the very spot where Xian had aimed to land. In an instant, a splatter of crimson erupted from Shirshin, propelling his body into the air. He somersaulted several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Upon landing, he exhibited no signs of life, for a significant portion of his torso had been obliterated. Remarkably, Shirshin's demise was so abrupt that he did not emit a single cry of anguish. His death was strikingly swift and without hesitation. All of this transpired within the span of mere breaths. A third-tier ability user had perished. Heiyu gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, an icy chill enveloping him from head to toe, momentarily forgetting that he was amidst a life-and-death confrontation. He understood all too well that Shunbei's cunning surpassed his wildest imaginings. Shunbei had first fired a bullet to provoke Shirshin into evasion, only to unleash the true lethal strike with the second shot. Such calculation and guile were terrifying, akin to the workings of a computer. How could he have penetrated Shirshin's defenses? At that moment, Heiyu could not fathom what kind of bullet Shunbei had employed. The power unleashed was far beyond the limits of conventional ammunition. Confusion, bewilderment, dread, and terror swirled through his mind, a cacophony of emotions. It was as if an ant, ordinarily overlooked, had somehow managed to slay an elephant right before his eyes. The impact of this was far more intense than a lion bringing down such a colossal creature. An ordinary man wielding a sniper rifle could not possibly achieve such a feat against a third-tier ability user. Abruptly, clarity washed over him, his visage turning cold and murderous, yet laced with an undercurrent of unease. Heiyu spotted the flickering muzzle flash across the ruins, but was still unable to pinpoint Shunbei's location. With a roar, he seized a discarded rifle from a fallen comrade. Aiming the weapon towards where Shunbei might be concealed, he unleashed a relentless barrage of gunfire. His finger pressed down hard on the trigger, and in that instant, the rifle erupted with a deafening roar, akin to thunder cleaving through silence. Flames belched from the muzzle. Tracer rounds soaring like an enraged swarm towards Shunbei's hiding place, tracing a searing and lethal trajectory. The surrounding dust was stirred into a frenzy by the ferocious gunfire, and the air became thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and scorched metal. Each gunshot was accompanied by the shattering of debris, every impact carving new wounds into the rubble. As the bullets ceased, Heiyu crouched low amidst the crumbling ruins, using the remnants of buildings and obstacles as cover. He dashed towards Shunbei's sniping position. With a distance of 1,500 meters to traverse, he would require nearly a minute to close the gap. However, once within 500 meters, he was confident he could suppress Shunbei's firepower. Thus, he still had to cross 1,000 meters with death shadowing his every step. Heiyu propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, employing an array of unorthodox tactical maneuvers to shorten the distance to Shunbei. Meanwhile, Shunbei continued to fire, bullets whistling past Heiyu. But instead of feeling relieved at the errant trajectories, Heiyu's heart sank deeper with each passing moment. The anguished cries resonated incessantly behind him, revealing that Shunbei's true target was not him, but rather his comrades still concealed within the rubble. The walls and ceilings offered no sanctuary against Shunbei's bullets. His shooting technique was impeccable, dispatching each target with a single, decisive shot, the frequency and speed of his transitions defying any conventions of sniping that he was familiar with. Blacktooth was once again astonished by the unimaginable power of Shunbei's bullets. Their penetrating force was surreal, as if the walls were mere paper. It was maddening and sent chills down one's spine. As Blacktooth advanced within 800 meters of Shunbei, only 2 cowards who had fled to the basement remained. All of the rest had perished under Shunbei's gunfire. Blacktooth observed that Shunbei's armor had transformed into a dusty hue, reminiscent of a camouflage battle uniform. A chameleon-like armor? Blacktooth's gaze flickered momentarily. The rifle he wielded, distinctly different from antiquated firearms, alongside the alloy magazine hanging at his side, set him apart from any other sniper. The denizens of the wasteland possessed a rudimentary yet effective understanding of power. In their eyes, patched clothing, lustrous metallic objects, and oddly shaped firearms symbolized insurmountable strength. Undoubtedly, the most potent representation of power lay in various combat vehicles. Shunbei's vehicle had long been abandoned in the wilderness, yet his equipment was sufficient to showcase his might. His features remained largely obscured beneath a mask, yet his calm, icy gaze shone with profound intensity in Blacktooth's eyes. Shunbei knelt partially, brandishing the rugged and straightforward Barrett sniper rifle, no longer concealing his form, and before Blacktooth's very eyes, he pulled the trigger. The flash of the shot was blinding. Suddenly, a particularly piercing scream erupted from the ruins. It was the heart-wrenching cry of a teammate attempting to flank Shunbei. Having rushed out from the basement, Blacktooth turned in horror, witnessing a gaping hole blown into the exterior wall of the building. The young man sprawled on the ground, wailing, his entire backside drenched in blood. Shunbei swiftly redirected his gun towards Blacktooth, forcing him into a series of evasive maneuvers until he finally found refuge behind a massive boulder. "Young man, you are opposing shelter number 12. Blacktooth bellowed from his cover, filled with fury over the loss of nearly all his subordinates in the previous skirmish. Only one remained, an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Shunbei's bullets and marksmanship were so domineering that he felt utterly powerless. At that moment, he even began to suspect that Shunbei was merely feigning weakness to deceive him. "Do you truly represent shelter number 12? Shunbei's voice was laced with a cold, barely concealed disdain. Simultaneously, the muzzle of his gun subtly shifted, scanning the boulder. Unfortunately, the rock was too thick for the bullets to penetrate. If Blacktooth dared to show his face, it would be a single shot to the head. Of course, if Blacktooth remained hidden for too long, Shunbei would not hesitate to employ grade 5 ammunition. "Listen to me. Our leader, Chi Yunlai, is highly interested in you. Perhaps we should discuss this matter." With a resounding bang, Shunbei fired a shot, the bullet shattering against the colossal rock, sending fragments flying. This was Shunbei's response. Discussion? There was none to be had. A person's residual value had been entirely drained, and being on enemy territory, the only outcome was a grim fate. Yet, Blacktooth seemed unwilling to concede, continuously bellowing from behind the boulder, occasionally brandishing a twig to provoke Shunbei. This was not mere idle time wasting. Rather, it was a diversion allowing another teammate to stealthily approach Shunbei. As Blacktooth attempted to persuade Shunbei to abandon resistance and make his way to shelter No. 12, Shunbei was simultaneously baiting his opponent to emerge from behind the boulder. Both parties were steeped in caution. Blacktooth feared Shinbei's uncanny marksmanship, while Shinbei sought to avoid close combat. Thus far, Blacktooth had not revealed any supernatural abilities. Without knowledge of the opponent's hidden cards, the looming threat of the enormous sword above remained. In the midst of their stalemate, an enemy, almost feline in their stealth, crept up behind Shinbei. It must be said that this ordinary individual's combat prowess was far superior to that of the average person. He crawled with his chest nearly pressed against the ground, each movement slow yet graceful, akin to a lizard lying in wait for its prey. It was evident that he had undergone rigorous training. As the enemy drew within a mere 10 meters of Shinbei, he inadvertently brushed against a nearly invisible tripwire. In an instant, the sound of a can rattling pierced the air, producing a jarring clatter. This was a rudimentary yet cleverly concealed alarm set by Shinbei. Reacting instantly, Shinbei spun around and fired a blind shot. Bang! The enemy, quick to respond, rolled to the side and dropped to the ground, narrowly evading the bullet. Just as he was about to retaliate, his hand halted mid-motion as a dull, glintless military knife pressed against his throat. Shinbei's right hand gradually rose, compelling the enemy to tilt his head back and rise onto his toes. The slight sting against his skin indicated the knife's sharpness, instilling a fear that paralyzed any impulse to resist, forcing him to comply with Shinbei's upward motion. Under the looming threat of death, his throat quivered violently. Despite the cold, beads of sweat began to form. Suddenly, Shinbei flicked the knife upward, the blade gliding against the enemy's throat, effortlessly shearing away facial stubble and leaving behind a smooth patch of skin. In a mere second, the enemy was drenched in perspiration, catching a fleeting glimpse of the knife's shine before feeling the chilling sensation on his neck, followed by the sight of crimson blood spraying forth. Simultaneously, his body temperature plummeted, as though something within him had been mercilessly stripped away. Just as he was about to scream, Shinbei's left fist struck with lightning speed, landing squarely on his nose. The tall and robust man unexpectedly flew backward like a weightless puppet, crashing heavily against the wall of a shed, creating a large hole and tumbling headlong inside. He effortlessly dealt with the ambusher. Just as Shinbei was about to continue his confrontation with Blacktooth, a resounding crash echoed through the air. A wall was shattered by sheer force, and the figure of Blacktooth barreled forward like a speeding train, accompanied by a terrifying, maniacal laughter. Dregs. Let us see how you escape now. Blacktooth charged with his formidable physique, displaying an extreme ferocity. As his arm wielded its power, the veins surged as if a vicious iron whip were descending with malevolence. Boom. Shinbei, caught off guard, was violently flung away by Blacktooth's arm, akin to a ragdoll cast aside. With a thunderous crash, he smashed through countless stones and rubble, becoming buried within. Even his sniper rifle slipped from his grasp, lost to the unknown. Thud, thud. The energy within Blacktooth surged violently, sending shockwaves through his internal organs, grinding against his muscle fascia. An icy, lethal aura rapidly permeated the void, as if it could freeze one's very blood. A sinister smirk curled at the corner of Blacktooth's mouth, revealing a predatory delight. After all, he is just an ordinary man, utterly incapable of withstanding such a blow. He scoffed. I still need to dig you out to bring you back. After losing so many, I must provide an explanation to the leader. Just as he believed that Shinbei was assuredly defeated beneath his onslaught, a stone rolled away from the pile, clearly indicating the presence of a force pushing upward from within the debris. Soon, a multitude of stones began to tumble down. Blacktooth squinted at the chaotic mound of rubble, reminiscent of an ancient grave, sensing an eerie premonition that a demon was about to emerge. Still alive? Blacktooth was taken aback. He had thought that even with armor, Shinbei would surely be crushed or left incapacitated, completely devoid of any power to resist. Yet, the situation had once again surpassed his expectations. Is the armor's defense truly so advanced? Blacktooth's gaze shifted, turbulent thoughts surging within him, prompting a suspicion that even he found difficult to believe. In the next moment, with a resounding crash, Shinbei's arm forcefully emerged from beneath the heavy rubble. The arm was clad in dark iron armor, shimmering faintly as if pulsating with a mysterious and sinister vitality. The joints of the armor emitted a deep, powerful grinding sound, akin to an ancient demon breaking free from its chains. Following this, more debris scattered in all directions. Shinbei's body began to slowly wriggle out from the pile of stones, each piece of armor on his shoulders, chest, and waist defying the immense pressure with unwavering resilience. His form gradually pushed through the shattered rocks, as if the gates of hell had opened, and a demon was emerging from the earth. Finally, when Shinbei completely extricated himself from the rubble, he stood atop the ruins, bathed in the blood-red glow of the setting sun. As if he were the very support of this realm, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze clear and serene as it met Blacktooth's. You are fierce, but still lacking. A cold, malevolent light flickered in Blacktooth's eyes. He suddenly burst into wild laughter, his mirth unexpected, filled with surprise and delight. Excellent. You are the most cunning and tenacious ordinary person I have ever encountered. I have experienced countless individuals, some cowardly, some resilient, others compromising, and a few self-important. Yet, never has an ordinary person made me feel so thoroughly challenged. To label you merely as ordinary would be a grave underestimation. In my estimation, you surpass even those with extraordinary abilities. The cold and fierce glint in Blacktooth's eyes seemed to crystallize into something tangible. I thrive on novelty and challenge. In the next moment, Blacktooth raised his hand, and a wave of energy radiated throughout the arena. This was one of his extraordinary abilities, Field Lock. In close-quarters combat, he could create a force field centered around himself, enhancing his attack speed and defense while diminishing his opponent's speed and accuracy, thereby rendering them helpless against his onslaught. For Shinbei, who was unarmed at that moment, this singular ability sufficed to present a formidable challenge. To Blacktooth, Shinbei's armored defense appeared commendable. But could he truly fight? Ultimately, he was merely a target. Blacktooth licked his lips, eager to discover which was superior, supernatural prowess or technological advancement. Shinbei's previously placid eyes now shimmered with intensity. Close combat. This was his first encounter of such nature. And he too was curious to determine if his past life's combat skills, augmented by his armor, could indeed vanquish an extraordinary being. He swiftly withdrew a mid-level crystal core and inserted it into the power module, extracting energy for later use. In the next breath, Blacktooth wasted no time. He stomped heavily, sending dirt flying, and leaped forward like an arrow released from its bow, reaching Shinbei in an instant. He unleashed a powerful punch, creating a vacuum in its wake. The air erupted, and a fierce gale surged toward Shinbei. You've never been hit, have you? Then brace yourself for the experience. Blacktooth's boisterous roar accompanied the thunderous rush of air, rolling toward him. Chapter 72, Collision of Life and Death. As Blacktooth charged, Shinbei barely had time to draw his revolver. In truth, his first instinct was not to fire. At such close range, the handgun posed little threat. Far less than at a distance of 10 meters. Shinbei did not stand his ground. Instead, he moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, twisting his body to evade. Suddenly darting to the side, with a powerful thrust from his foot-mounted propulsion system, he propelled himself sideways. By the time Blacktooth's strike missed, Shinbei had already leaped beyond 10 meters. He had also gripped the revolver firmly in his left hand. In the fleeting moment of landing, he pulled the trigger. The chamber of the revolver spun rapidly, and with a deep, resonant click, a bullet was ruthlessly thrust into the inky abyss of the barrel. A brilliant light flared from the muzzle, akin to a spark igniting oil, poised for action. The sparks generated from metal friction shimmered like stars in the night. Fleeting yet dazzling. As Shinbei's finger pressed down fully on the trigger, the bullet shot forth from the elongated barrel with remarkable speed. The muzzle expelled a searing flame and a billowing cloud of smoke. Bang! The bullet left a blazing trail, igniting sparks upon striking the ground. At that moment, Heiya had already vanished from his initial position, disappearing with such swiftness that Shinbei could only marvel. This was one of his extraordinary abilities, instant shadow evasion. In the instant an opponent launches an attack, he can momentarily enter a subspace state through perception and anticipation, allowing the enemy's assault to seemingly pass through the void, achieving an almost flawless dodge. Simultaneously, within this state, Heiya could swiftly reposition himself, circling around to the side or rear of his adversary to launch a counterattack. However, this extraordinary ability could only be activated once in a short span, and the distance covered was a mere 10 meters. Shinbei retreated a few more meters, a shadow streaking past him. Heiya was moving at high speed. The faint yet piercing whistle and the chilling breeze brushing past his face signified the terrifying lethality of his opponent. If even bullets must evade him. What kind of ability user are you? How utterly humiliating. Shinbei attempted to provoke Heiya's weakness with words. As Heiya dashed around Shinbei, he responded with a hearty laugh. Such base tricks should be kept to yourself. Your bullets are exceptional. Only a fool would not dodge them. Shinbei pouted, promptly maximizing the output of his power module and beginning to exert kinetic energy to the limit. He too commenced high-speed movement, frequently changing directions. Yet, in the face of Heiya's erratic motion, he found it impossible to aim accurately. As they raced, the wind became increasingly cold and harsh. The two engaged in a lightning-fast chase, darting from one building to another, even weaving through abandoned houses in a relentless pursuit. Amidst the chase and evasion, they continuously attacked one another. Shinbei was not merely dodging. He was simultaneously attempting to lock onto his opponent. His revolver was primed and ready, yet it remained unfired. Clearly, Heiya was wary of the revolver in Shinbei's grasp. The moment the gun sights were aligned on him, he would decisively abandon his assault and swiftly evade. leaving Shinbei with no time to shoot. Shinbei exhibited patience, as did Heiya, but their patience was rooted in a battle of attrition. Heiya's high-speed ability also demanded energy, and once his reserves were depleted, he would be as vulnerable as any ordinary person. However, Shinbei could not ascertain how long Heiya could maintain such a pursuit. Anxiousness crept into Shinbei's mind. His battle armor had already sustained damage from the relentless chase. If it were in peak condition, the number of crystal core sources he possessed would dictate how long he could endure against Heiya. No matter how abundant an ability user's energy, it could never exceed the limits of their crystal cores. Presently, the situation was decidedly unfavorable for Shinbei. He urgently needed to seize an opportunity to inflict a significant blow on Heiya. The chase had extended beyond half a minute, and in this close-range, high-speed combat, the disadvantages of a handgun became glaringly apparent. The brief moments required to aim, pull the trigger, and fire a bullet were ample time for Heiya to react. Shinbei grasped the revolver with his left hand, crouching low as he moved through the buildings like a specter, supported by the high-load capacity of his armor. Meanwhile, Heiya maintained an even lower posture, at times even using both hands and feet, resembling an exceedingly swift reptile. At that moment, Shinbei surveyed his surroundings, his mind racing, and suddenly leapt from the ground to land against the outer wall of a building, swiftly maneuvering around the corner. Heiya, akin to a cannonball, shot over from a rooftop several meters away, with a soft thud, firmly pressing against the building's wall. He positioned himself sideways and, like a gecko, scurried along the exterior at a speed surpassing Shinbei's, instantly reaching the corner of the building. However, Heiya seemed to have a moment of clarity, refraining from recklessly charging around the bend. Instead, he flipped his palm, launching a nearly invisible thin line that curved through the air, targeting the blind spot behind the corner. This seemingly insignificant line possessed tremendous power. It could effortlessly leave a cut deeper than 10 centimeters in a brickwood structure like this building. Before the line had fully tightened, he dashed around the corner, displaying great confidence in the potency of his weapon. Yet, his bravado met with the unfathomable muzzle of the revolver. Heiya let out a strange cry as the line trembled in the air, darting towards Shinbei's arm, while his body simultaneously recoiled backward. This was indeed the optimal reaction in the situation, balancing offense and defense. Clearly, Heiya understood the revolver's might and realized that the brick wall would offer no protection against the bullet's onslaught. Retreating back around the corner was not a wise choice. As for the line he had launched, he did not expect it to make contact with Shinbei's body. To his astonishment, the line pierced effortlessly through Shinbei's armored arm, embedding itself deep into the wall. However, he could not rejoice, for Shinbei's arm remained steadfast, firmly clutching the revolver. The aim unwaveringly directed at the retreating Heiya, and Shinbei's right hand had already seized the line that had penetrated his left arm. With a resounding bang, the revolver roared once more. Heiya, having already propelled himself to the ground at lightning speed, veered sideways as the bullet missed its mark. Relieved, he thought he had narrowly escaped. Yet, in that fleeting moment of relief, an immense force tugged at his arm. Heiya looked up abruptly to see Shinbei yanking the line back with tremendous force. In the next instant, before Heiya could sever the line, he was yanked upward as if drawn by a magnet. At that moment, Shinbei leaped down, his right fist coiled tight, accompanied by a thunderous roar that resonated like a mighty bell. It's over. As Heiya soared upward, an intense brilliance erupted in his eyes. He clenched his right hand into a fist, enveloped in a layer of raging energy, crimson and dazzling. This was his most formidable attack, the pulsating impact, a unique ability that unleashes a formidable force through rapid vibrations of one's own energy, creating a high-density wave that strikes the enemy's interior, inflicting irreparable internal injuries and resulting in immediate death. Simultaneously, the entire spine of the Black Fang trembles violently, akin to a dragon poised to ascend to the heavens, evoking an explosive sense of shock, even through clothing. This is your demise. To abandon your firearm and engage me in combat. What a fool you are. Nonetheless, your death is well-deserved. The Black Fang's countenance is fierce, his eyes glinting with a murderous rage that seems to solidify, ready to burst forth. In his view, Shinbei is simply courting death. No longer relying on the speed advantage provided by his armor or the threat of his firearm, he leaps down, attempting to deliver a descending blow. How absurd. In an instant, Shinbei descends from the sky. The Black Fang charges toward him. In midair, their fists are poised to collide. Yet, just as they are about to clash like comets striking the earth, Shinbei's right fist suddenly blazes with light, resembling the roar of thunder. A dazzling current erupts from the palm of his armored hand, a wild and fierce torrent of energy, akin to a long-sleeping dragon awakening, breaking free in an instant. This current illuminates the surroundings, flashing with arcs of blue and white electricity, weaving a brilliant and perilous web of light, resembling countless agile serpents dancing in the air. The crackling of electricity resonates, sharp and invigorating. The Black Fong merely glimpses it, and his scalp erupts with shock. His mind feels as though it has been brutally struck by a heavy battering ram, plunging into an instant void. The ferocity of the current is overwhelming. As if a spherical lightning bolt rises from Shunbei's hand. What on earth? The Black Fong clearly sees the blinding current, yet suddenly, darkness envelopes him. In the midst of the Black Fong's utter bewilderment, their fists collide midair. Although taken aback, he is utterly convinced that the current emanating from Shunbei's hand is not a manifestation of a supernatural ability, but rather an electric attack facilitated by his armor. While somewhat terrifying, the Black Fong remains unconcerned. How powerful can a mere electric current be? At worst, it might cause a shock, a mere tickle. And surely, Shunbei cannot withstand the force of his punch. In the next moment, as their fists connect, the current erupts like a raging storm of lightning. The blinding blue light illuminating the air. Each pulse of electricity leaps wildly, expanding and exploding, sending sparks flying, crackling like thousands of arrows piercing the tranquil night sky, leaving trails of swift light in their wake. Simultaneously, the red energy on the Black Fong's fist releases its own energy, producing a thunderous roar that reverberates through the air, igniting a blazing fireball. The once calm air is violently torn apart, powerful gusts swirling wildly, a wave of intense heat rising, accompanied by a deafening explosion, sending clouds of dust soaring like an overwhelming sandstorm, blooming forth with a vivid scarlet flame. A series of violent explosions reverberated through the air, a cacophony born from the relentless compression of pure power and speed. Time appeared to stand still. Within the hollow sockets of the black tooth, countless currents danced like serpents, entwining about him. In this suffocating moment, he felt as if he had touched the cold, merciless fingertips of death itself. The electricity surged through the air, penetrating his unguarded body with a force akin to thunder, transforming the scene into a nightmarish symphony of terror, interwoven with visual and auditory chaos. In an instant, brilliant arcs of electricity erupted, casting a bizarre, yet resplendent blue-white glow that twisted, leaped, and spread like a frenzied, insatiable serpent of light, ensnaring Black Tooth. Its brilliance pierced even the darkest corners of the void. The surrounding air seemed to sizzle, scorched by the intense energy, accompanied by a pungent aroma of charred matter and smoke. Black Tooth's body convulsed violently under the onslaught of electricity, his muscles spasming grotesquely under the immense pressure. The surface of his skin cracked and charred, crimson blood oozing forth. His expression contorted in agony and terror, his pupils dilated in fear, reflecting an unspeakable horror within. It was as if his body had become a transient conductor for lightning, each pulse testing the limits of life, each tremor a wail at the precipice of existence. Black Tooth could scarcely fathom the ferocity of the current unleashed by Shunbei. It was akin to a 1,000 kilovolt power grid. How could this be? How could such a diminutive piece of armor generate such a violent surge of energy? It was no different from a miniature power station. He could no longer afford to remain in a stalemate. He risked being electrocuted or stunned. To collapse in the ruins of the city would be a cruel jest, as he could easily fall prey to the lurking beasts. A chill of dread washed over him, his heart gripped tightly as an unprecedented, unparalleled danger loomed. In that moment, he bore the excruciating pain of the current crawling through his brain. His face was a mask of crimson, twisted in a ghastly visage, his teeth bared, muscles taut and gleaming with explosive power. With a defiant roar, he bellowed, "Die!" Boom. Black Tooth summoned every ounce of his strength, his scarlet fists radiating brilliance, distorting the thin air around him in an instant. Waves of crimson shockwaves formed sharply, reminiscent of a bomb's detonation. The blood-red shockwave surged outward, silently severing all that lay in its path. Soon, the entire alley was enveloped in a crimson shadow, and the earthen structures on either side collapsed as if made of mere tofu. Shunbei was also caught in the wake of Black Tooth's strike, hurled uncontrollably into the air, tracing a parabolic arc before crashing heavily to the ground. Creaking, Shunbei slowly rose from the earth, the joints of his armor producing harsh grinding sounds. Gently caressing his battle armor, Shunbei couldn't help but smile. Indeed, the upgraded armor had withstood his most formidable strike. While supernatural abilities are impressive, technology surpasses them. He strode toward the fallen figure of Heiya, who lay convulsing on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Picking up his revolver with casual ease, Shunbei moved with a leisurely grace, as if strolling through the void. His gaze sweeping across the scene with a mixture of nostalgia and reflection. Some await death, others flee from it, while you pursue it. At that moment, Heiya opened his bloodshot eyes, bulging grotesquely. His charred face shed layers of burnt, decaying skin, revealing flesh that appeared almost cooked. Veins pulsed violently as he stared at Shunbei with a look of horror and disbelief. Who are you? Why is this happening? Shinbei raised a hand, silencing him with a soft shoo. This holds no significance for you. He lifted the gun once more and spoke with an air of indifference. Life and death are destined. Wealth and nobility are in the hands of fate. This is merely a stroke of misfortune. Look at the chaos now. Everyone shall be buried together. What a pity. Do you feel regret? Give me a reason not to kill you. Under Shinbei's unwavering gaze, Heiya, with a reluctant yet pitiful smile, replied, Heh, can saving a bullet be a reason? Shinbei, who had initially felt the urge to kill, found himself momentarily taken aback by Heiya's words. He stared at the grotesque smile, chuckling lightly. Do you consider yourself humorous? I do not need your single bullet. Heiya's eyes twitched violently, betraying the tumult of emotions within. In a tone tinged with desperation, he pleaded, I regret it, truly. I was wrong. Please spare my life. We can coexist peacefully. In Heiya's mind, if only Shinbei could show a hint of mercy, he would crawl back to safety and live on. As for future matters, they could be addressed later. After all, it was all Shinbei's fault. Had he not provoked the dark forces, none of this would have occurred. Thus, Heiya believed that if he submitted, Shinbei would surely refrain from pulling the trigger. However, Shinbei shook his head, his eyes filled with an inscrutable cruelty. No, you do not realize your error. You understand only that you are about to die. In an instant, Heiya's emotions erupted, resentment, fury, and terror all coalescing. How dare you? You stand against shelter number 12. May hell have no refuge. Bang, the gunshot reverberated, echoing through the ruins of the city. Before long, Shinbei emerged from the desolate urban landscape, now burdened with over 30 intermediate crystal cores, spoils of war he had scavenged. He continued westward, maintaining a pace of 10 kilometers per hour, aware that overexerting his armor could lead to its complete destruction, rendering even basic movement a challenge. Beneath his feet lay a silent carpet woven from endless yellow sands and rusted mechanical remnants of a once flourishing civilization now eroded by time, leaving only shattered skeletons to tell the tale of a distant epic's desperate flight. The sky loomed with a dull, oppressive leaden gray. Thick clouds seemingly weighed down by the world's grievances. A sparse drizzle began to fall. The rainwater is potable, yet it may lead to gastrointestinal infections. The only safe water source in this world lies within the vast, purified reservoir of Titan's immense stomach. Shinbei did not seek shelter from the rain. He trudged along alone, bearing his weapon, each step a battle against the elements. After approximately 5 hours, he lifted his gaze, shielding his eyes with his palm, and caught sight of a vehicle that had collided with a large tree in the distance. He had found it, the vehicle he had used during his escape, bearing the lifeless body of his critical target, a juvenile black bat. The possibility of acquiring a motorhome license plate now rested with Rock. Upon inspecting the vehicle, he discovered the engine was intact, yet it refused to start. Crawling beneath the chassis, he noted a gaping hole where a wire had been completely severed, broken into several segments, leaving no chance for reconnection. Shinbei snapped a slender branch, soaked it in a puddle for a moment, and fashioned it as a makeshift connection for the wire. With a roar, the engine sprang to life. A clever trick, indeed. With a swift turn of the steering wheel, he set forth, the black bat's corpse in tow, speeding through the desolate wilderness. After an hour or so, Shinbei returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36. To his astonishment, he observed Titan moving its colossal form, now turning and crawling in a northerly direction. Is it heading north? Chapter 74. Acquiring the motorhome license plate after narrowly escaping death twice, Shinbei finally returned to the vicinity of Shelter 36, his spoils, the corpse of the black bat, secured. At that moment, Titan was veering, having initially moved eastward but now beginning to tilt northward. Should Titan continue its advance into the north, it would enter the frigid territories of the Northlands, a dire omen for Shelter 36. The entire shelter was in a frenzy, with numerous individuals departing like ants into the wilderness, gathering wood and branches to stockpile for warmth. None could ascertain whether Titan would enter the Northlands or when it might emerge again, making the procurement of firewood the shelter's most crucial necessity. As Shinbei appeared in the garage to return the off-road vehicle, the busy residents wore expressions of disbelief and shock. They stared at him, as if encountering a ghost, exclaiming in astonishment, "His Shinbei? No way, he is still alive? Am I seeing things? How can this be? This is the first time I've heard of an ordinary person escaping from the sinister beings." In an instant, wherever Shinbei went, ripples of astonishment followed. Yet, he remained oblivious to their reactions. While those with abilities could indeed outrun the sinister beings, ordinary individuals had their own means of survival. Regardless of the color of the cat, surviving was what mattered most. Shinbei first dragged the black bat's corpse to the logistics department, delivering his mission target to receive a storage receipt. Generally, for collection-type missions, materials were first delivered to the logistics department before rewards were settled at the mission office, maximizing the prevention of corruption. After all, The shelter was not a communal space. It was the private property of General Yu Wuchang. Before anyone could defeat General Yu Wuchang, all were merely appendages of the sanctuary. Every petty theft was, in essence, a slice taken from Yu Wuchang's flesh. Back at the task office, Rock abruptly awakened from his slumber. He feigned rubbing his eyes, as if questioning the reality of seeing Shunbei. For a fleeting moment, he was taken aback. But then he burst into laughter, increasingly deranged. Rock clapped his hands together, the sound echoing. Excellent, excellent. I knew the goddess of fortune would favor you. Shunbei slammed the inventory list onto the table. I am the goddess of fortune myself. Oh, Rock chuckled, playfully slapping Shunbei's shoulder with a lewd grin. When did you undergo a transformation? With our relationship, you wouldn't mind if I indulged a bit, would you? The jest fell flat, devoid of humor, akin to the outcry that all evil progeny would meet their demise. Rock scrutinized Shunbei, then seized the inventory list again, clicking his tongue in disbelief. It's truly astonishing. You were once just an ordinary person trailing behind others, and now you've grown to a point I cannot fathom. Shunbei replied, growth is inevitable, or perhaps a touch of miracles is required. This transcends mere miracles. Rock waved the inventory list dismissively. You are the one creating miracles. Setting aside everything else, when confronted by the evil progeny, did fear not creep into your mind? Fear can strip one of the courage to resist and plunge one into a frenzied despair. Those who succumb to the former weakness have long since become the refuse of vultures and scavengers. Leaning back in his chair, Shunbei spoke with a calm demeanor. Rock, stroking his chin, nodded in understanding. Rock had little interest in how Shunbei survived the onslaught of the evil progeny. He simply knew he could now shed the title of Godfather. He glanced outside, observing the hurried residents busy stockpiling timber. Lowering his voice to divert the topic, he inquired, tell me the truth about In Hu and the others. Rock's implication was clear. Shunbei had returned with the corpse of the task target. Yet In Hu and his companions were conspicuously absent, suggesting some discord during the ambush against the Black Bat. Shunbei, however, appeared unperturbed and bewildered. I don't know. In Hu told me to keep watch outside, and when I went in to find them, they were gone. I tried searching, but found no one. Do you think Yu Wuchang would believe that? Rock paused, letting out a sigh. Shunbei suddenly realized, hastily adding, my statement has flaws. I indeed found no living souls. But there were corpses, and the ground was riddled with craters. Craters? Rock tilted his head, intrigued. Bomb craters? Shunbei nodded. Rock appeared bewildered. In the ambush against the Black Bat, the presence of superhumans rendered the need for bomb assistance unnecessary. How could craters possibly exist? Did another sanctuary launch a surprise attack? Rock ventured. Shunbei held a degree of admiration for Rock's imaginative conjectures. As for Shunbei, he was untroubled by any potential investigation from Yu Wuchang. Such inquiries would be futile. At the scene, aside from In Hu, nearly everyone else had been struck down by the Black Bat in a single blow. Su Li and In Hu met their demise from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. However, Shunbei did not forget to leave them with a parting gift, a cluster bomb that obliterated their remains, rendering any signs of bullet wounds completely undetectable. Moreover, he meticulously collected every spent shell casing from the ground, making it exceedingly challenging for General Yu Wuchang to find any incriminating evidence against him. After all, how could one suspect him of slaying his comrades simply because he survived while others perished? Such doubts would surely deter anyone from undertaking future missions. At this moment, Locke was mentally reconstructing the details, ensuring that every aspect of the operation was accounted for, so that when it came time to report, General, you would find no fault. As for why only Shunbei had returned alive, Locke was well aware of the reasons. Only the victors are deemed worthy of breath and a beating heart. Yet, he harbored profound doubts. Could Shunbei have truly vanquished the ability users solely with the firearms at his disposal? This notion was somewhat incredulous and unfathomable. Did he truly regard the ability users as mere targets? Locke chose not to dwell on it, for such contemplation would only squander his mental faculties. Nevertheless, Locke earnestly advised, Shunbei, you must always remember that you are but an ordinary person. Perhaps you can maneuver around the current ability users. But should you encounter one like the Blue Demoness, maintain your reverence and bow your head. There is no shame in that. Shunbei smirked slightly. Let us find a way to account for the mission rewards. I propose that if this research institute achieves a breakthrough, Locke continued, disregarding Shunbei's interjection, you could attempt a second awakening and become an ability user. Shunbei's expression shifted, finding some merit in Locke's suggestion. However, he was unwilling to gamble with his life. One chance for awakening, and the other for a fatal explosion. The risk was far too great. He had no room for negotiation. Here, take this high-grade crystal core, Locke said, tossing the mission reward into Shunbei's hands. Shunbei clicked his tongue in surprise. So soon? No need to account for it. Locke shrugged. Had even one person returned alive, you would have received no rewards. Now that everyone else is dead, despite your voluntary participation, the rewards must fall to you. Shinbei grinned. The logic is impeccable. Locke waved dismissively. Take your little K with you. What's wrong? Locke's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. He had the audacity to act behind my back. Shinbei widened his eyes slightly. Had little K stolen something? He even cleaned my room. Damn it. I abhor a sterile and orderly space. Such a home lacks any warmth. Locke nearly bellowed. Do you understand? It lacks warmth. Shinbei slowly rose, taking a deep breath as he patted Locke on the shoulder. It seems you need a woman, specifically one who can bear my children. Locke paused, momentarily taken aback. When he looked up again, Shinbei had already exited the mission center. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag and spat. Children? Huh. Why subject future generations to this damned exodus? Shinbei left the mission center and made his way to the administrative hub, the central department of the shelter. Regardless of whether one possesses extraordinary abilities or is an ordinary individual, any matter can be addressed here. This encompasses the payment of various fees, immigration affairs, policy issuance, and more. The administrative center is constructed from repurposed metal sheets, prefabricated concrete components, and reclaimed timber, showcasing a rugged industrial aesthetic. Simultaneously, the windows are designed as small yet robust bulletproof glass or iron-barred enclosures. At this center, Shinbei pays for a high-grade crystal core, thereby acquiring a permit for a mobile home. With this permit in hand, he can construct a mobile home to be attached to the Titan, escaping along with the sanctuary. Upon departing the administrative center, he arrives at the research institute. At this juncture, Chenanji has already assembled the templates for the wheels and mobile home, which lie stacked aside, gathering dust. After paying another fee, Shinbei theoretically possesses his own mobile home. All that remains is assembly. It seems he will require the assistance of several hands. Chenanji appears behind Shinbei, clad in a multifunctional work uniform and wearing goggles. Blood, dark and pungent, drips from the rubber gloves on his hands. Shinbei looks on in astonishment. Blood? Chapter 75. Constructing the mobile home, and unpleasant news. Shinbei stares incredulously at Chenanji's hands. If he is not mistaken, it appears to be the blood of a black bat. Chenanji shakes his hands. Blood? Haven't you seen it before? Shinbei shrugs. I thought you were solely focused on research and manufacturing. Chenanji responds with a hint of disdain. Combat personnel require specialization, while we researchers must be versatile. Otherwise, how could we justify our wages? Any progress? Shinbei inquires. Hard to say, Chenanji replies as he cleans his gloves. The information we have is incomplete. We still need to investigate how Shelter Number 1 developed the awakening agent. However, I have a nagging feeling that it may not be as straightforward as it seems. I believe you can justify your wages, Shinbei states tersely. This remark, upon reaching Chenanji's ears, resonates with an undertone of ridicule, as if Shinbei deems their efforts futile. Yet, Chenanji does not take offense. One must acknowledge their limitations. I was contemplating whether, should our research yield no results, we might suggest General Yu Wuchang to dig a little deeper into the foundations. Shinbei's eye twitches. That seems excessive and could easily ignite a war between the sanctuaries. Chenanji's expression darkens, a cold smile forming. War is what drives progress. It is the impetus of this world. There is a certain truth in his words. Shinbei rubs his nose. Let us return to discussing my mobile home. Chenanji gestures towards the housing construction module. Articulating clearly, the so-called mobile home is supported by 4 movable wheels, achieving a perfect amalgamation of habitation and mobility. Should you choose to invest in additional crystal core, you may select superior materials for the module, endowing it with excellent insulation, waterproofing, and durability. The interior is filled with high-efficiency insulation material, while the exterior is coated with a UV-resistant, weatherproof composite plastic layer. The modules interconnect through precision docking structures, ensuring a seamless seal while allowing for rapid assembly and disassembly. Unfortunately, you have opted for the most economical option, which possesses but a single function, to shield against wind and rain. Shinbei interjects, that is sufficient. Chenanji spread his hands and continued. The housing section comprises wall modules, glass window modules, roof modules, and essential living facility modules. The glass window modules ensure stability when windows are in motion or under wind pressure. The roof modules are designed with streamlined contours, secured with waterproof buckles between modules to prevent leakage during rainy or snowy weather. The essential living facility modules consist of simple beds and chairs, while cabinets are not included and require additional payment. Shinbei expressed indifference, noting that he could gradually add them later. Next, Chenanji explained the installation method. It is not particularly difficult. One simply needs to remember the general sequence. As if stacking blocks, it can be accomplished with ease. Moments later, Chenanji had to attend to laboratory duties, leaving Shinbei to transport materials from the upper level to the lower one. Regarding Chenanji's suggestion to hire help, it was certainly not feasible. The assembly of any module relies on experience points. Missing even one task would mean lacking an experience point upon completing the construction of the RV, which would hinder future upgrades. Furthermore, Shinbei did not even call upon Rock or Xiao Kei for assistance. He preferred to do it himself and reap the rewards of his labor. In the past, every time a new RV was built in the shelter, it would attract numerous onlookers. On the lower level of the shelter, only two events brought joy to the residents: the arrival of a new RV, signifying the growth of the shelter and an increase in its population, and the birth of a newborn. However, due to recent Titan maneuvers, which might lead to the harsh winter of the north, everyone was preoccupied with stockpiling timber. And there were few spectators for Shinbei's RV construction. They merely glanced from a distance before returning to their own tasks. The sun cast its light through the desolate horizon onto this barren land. Shinbei commenced the first step of assembling the house. He needed to lower the wheels and attach them to the public iron chain. The position of Shinbei's RV was quite far back, extending over 5 kilometers. He jumped to the ground, gripping the iron chain with one hand and the wheel with the other, exerting considerable effort before successfully hanging the RV's base onto the Titan. The moment it was secured, a notification flashed in Shinbei's peripheral vision. House construction, experience points 1. The experience points were stable. Next, he proceeded to construct the house on the RV chassis, adhering to the sequence of building from bottom to top and from outside to inside. He ensured that the connections between each module were tight and free of cracks to prevent structural looseness caused by violent jolts. Typically, RVs are constructed from wood and can employ various fastening methods, such as nails and rivets, while modular construction relies solely on slots. If the slots are not perfectly aligned, the structure may disintegrate during future excursions into the ruins. This is why the personnel at the shelter are generally averse to modular construction. However, for Shinbei, this posed no issue at all. Shinbei began to securely install the chassis components onto the wheels. Every screw and panel was meticulously fastened, ensuring the overall stability and durability of the structure. Soon, the wall modules were seamlessly fitted together, forming a closed and cozy space. Large window modules made of transparent plastic were embedded within, allowing precious natural light to flood the interior. The internal wiring has been meticulously embedded. And although the electricity costs for the shelter are exorbitant, the Research Institute has also provided this option in the design of the dwelling. For Shinbei, this is all part of the experiential learning. House construction, experience 1. House construction, experience 1. 3 hours later, a rugged and primitive caravan was completed. Shinbei meticulously inspected every detail, nodding in satisfaction only after confirming that no modules were overlooked. The interior space is modest, spanning just over 100 square meters. Divided into 2 rooms, a living area, and a kitchen. A bathroom is unnecessary. The wilderness beyond the shelter serves as a natural lavatory. Shinbei stepped out to purchase 2 blankets. Thus, a minimalist home was completed. Sitting cross-legged inside the caravan, he lit a cigarette. A home that traverses the seas cannot compare to one that is bare and desolate. Shinbei chuckled at himself as he gazed at the caravan. He then focused intently on it, and information regarding the caravan materialized. Superficial caravan LV1, 200-200. This caravan exists merely in a literal sense, covering an area of 113 square meters. The construction materials are subpar, with stability that raises concerns. It is akin to a tent, providing only minimal protection from wind and rain. However, the exhaust vent is poorly designed, which may lead to water ingress. It is as oppressive as a steam room in high temperatures and as frigid as an ice cave in low temperatures, lacking any defensive features or comfort. Tread lightly, lest it collapse, Shinbei remarked. This evaluation seems a bit excessive. It's quite decent for a caravan, so why such a disparaging description? He sniffed. That's rather exaggerated. It's hard to imagine how terrifying it would be if this caravan eventually upgrades into a massive mobile fortress. For now, he decided not to dwell on it. With a thought, he commanded, upgrade. An unseen aura radiated from the caravan. Superficial caravan LV2, 0500. This caravan exists merely in a literal sense, covering an area of 113 square meters. The angle of the exhaust vent design has improved, preventing rainwater ingress. The door lock has been upgraded, enhancing security. The connections between construction modules have been reinforced, improving stability. And the materials used in the building modules have been upgraded, resulting in a slight increase in durability and defensive capabilities. After reviewing the information, Shinbei took a deep breath. Indeed, the upgrade was impressive. Although he had chosen the most basic building materials, the upgrade allowed it to achieve the defensive standards of alloy steel. Meanwhile, the exterior remained unchanged, while the interior underwent a remarkable transformation. Exhilarating. Shinbei rose, caressing the caravan, sensing that this vehicle might be the most significant element after the potential for concentrated firepower. Surely, it would yield surprises in the end, he mused to himself. Subsequently, Shinbei began tidying the room. After a brief bout of dusting, he abruptly ceased, exclaiming, "Cleaning the room doesn't even grant experience points. How am I supposed to continue upgrading?" He stroked his chin, momentarily puzzled. There must be a way forward when the time comes. I shan't worry about it now. Just then, the door creaked open as Rock entered, accompanied by Little K. Casting a glance around, Rock expressed some mild reproach, saying, "Why didn't you inform me? I could have lent a hand." Shinbei seized a broom and handed it to him, remarking, "It's not too late now." Rock tossed the broom to Little K and playfully tapped him on the back of the head, instructing, "Get to cleaning." Little K, aware that this was their new home, eagerly set to work. Meanwhile, Shinbei removed his battle armor and hung it on the wall, beginning to inspect and meticulously record the parts that required replacement in preparation for procurement. As Shinbei was about to leave, he cautioned, "If anyone breaks in, shoot him on sight." Rock shot him an incredulous glare, retorting, "This is a sanctuary. Who would dare commit murder? At worst, it would be petty theft, and a warning would suffice." Shinbei shrugged, and the two proceeded towards the Titan's core. Rock cleared his throat and, lowering his voice, said, "I have two pieces of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" Shinbei responded with bewilderment, "Is it my imagination? Or should there not be one good and one bad piece of news?" Chapter 76, Radio Communication Meeting, a heated exchange in the upper echelons of the sanctuary. A car passed by rows of dilapidated factories and billowing smokestacks before coming to a halt in front of a tidy estate surrounded by a wall, featuring a villa within. The villa, spacious and immaculate, exuded an air of grandeur that starkly contrasted the shabby low-rise buildings characteristic of the old industrial era. Besides its opulence, the estate was patrolled by armed guards, and as the convoy arrived at the gates, a cadre of butlers and servants awaited respectfully, bowing low as they greeted, "Welcome back, General." Inside the vehicle, the previously drowsy henchman had awakened, gazing at the impressive estate with envy and longing, in stark contrast to the emaciated, ragged populace below. The servants within General Yu Wuchang's estate appeared well-fed and neatly attired, highlighting an almost surreal disparity in living conditions. Upon disembarking, General Yu Wuchang was approached by someone who promptly took his cloak. A butler stepped forward, bowing slightly, and reported, "General, Yin Hu, Su Li, and Fei Shu have perished." A subtle twitch in Yu Wuchang's temple betrayed his inner turmoil, yet his outward demeanor remained affable, betraying none of his feelings. "Life and death are ever-changing," he mused, reflecting on his personal mantra. Everything is impermanent, destined to become a part of the chaotic world of survival. Despite a twinge of sorrow, he quickly moved on, inquiring, "How did the mission fare?" As long as the task was accomplished and the awakening serum developed, combat-oriented extraordinary beings like Yin who could still be cultivated. The Research Institute might need to excavate the walls of Shelter Number 1. Although no conclusions or plans had yet been established, this was merely a preliminary notice. The butler paused before continuing. "As for the corpse of the Black Bat, it was brought back by Shinbei, and he is the sole survivor." "Shinbei?" Yu Wuchang exclaimed in astonishment. "That fellow survived an encounter with the aberration?" "Truly remarkable," the butler replied. Yu Wuchang paid little heed, seemingly lost in thought. A sniper is both perilous and secure, merely fortunate. How did Rock report? The message conveyed by Rock indicated that Yin Hu and others had encountered shelling. "Shelling?" Yu Wuchang paused. "They did not carry artillery, did they?" The steward shook his head. Yu Wuchang's expression darkened. "Send someone to investigate the scene, focusing on the shell casings, and ascertain which shelter dared to overstep." The steward nodded in response, then added, "General, the radio communication conference is about to commence." The radio communication conference serves as a means of contact in today's world of survival. Under ideal conditions, utilizing high-powered transmitters, efficient antennas, and suitable frequencies, in an unobstructed environment, radio waves can theoretically traverse thousands, even tens of thousands of kilometers. However, in the realm of survival, particularly with terrestrial communication, due to various complex factors, the effective range typically spans from tens to several thousand kilometers. At designated times, each shelter must establish contact to confirm mutual existence. Over time, it has devolved into a venue for shelter leaders to hurl insults across the void. Yu Wuchang's perpetually furrowed brow relaxed slightly, tedious. With that, he stepped into the estate. He entered a study, lifting a tarpaulin. An antiquated radio, weathered by time, stood quietly on a dilapidated workbench. Its casing no longer bore the sleek, mirror-like black of its heyday, but was instead cloaked in layers of thick dust and rust. Resembling a mottled camouflage, the once smooth edges had become rough and uneven, marred by dents and wear. Though the knobs and buttons showed significant signs of deterioration, their original functionalities were still discernible. Exposed wires connected by oxidized joints displayed patches of verdigris. Yet this aged radio continued to operate with tenacity, each turn of a knob, Each adjustment of frequency, it still emitted electromagnetic signals, piercing the silence of the survival world, searching for a possible response from afar. Soon, a massive antenna was erected within the estate. The radio was powered on. The staff began to operate the equipment. The static of electric current quickly morphed into human howls. This is Shelter 25. You little brats, are you still alive? Haha. This is Shelter 8. Under the Spider Queen, I command you to be silent. All right. This is Shelter 12. Leader Chien Lai is seeking a human, male, name unknown, height 180 centimeters. Features, clad in red combat armor. Any shelter harboring this individual will be considered an enemy of Shelter 12. This is Shelter 36. General Yu Wuchang solemnly warns all shelters. A cowardly ambush and shelling of our personnel will exact a bloody price. This is Shelter 20, searching for our personnel, chasing horse. Features, chasing horse has withered hands. Gon Mo has entirely white pupils. This is Shelter 22. The leader sends greetings to Shelter 20, including your entire family of females. On the 20th, our team encountered personnel from your side, who were already deceased. To reiterate, they are indeed deceased. The entire radio communication devolved into a war of words once again. Tensions between the shelters have always been rife, a reality accepted by their respective leaders. It is only when the Spider Queen of Shelter number 8 speaks that silence falls upon the gathering. Her voice resonates through the radio, though slightly distorted by the static. It remains cold yet imbued with an air of aloofness and mystery, exuding a beauty that seems to transcend the mundane, akin to a crystal-clear spring on a snow-capped mountain. Anyone who hears her voice can envision her unparalleled beauty. However, as one yearns to possess this divine melody, they find it both desirable yet unattainable. Accompanied by the specter of death. Then there is Yu Wuchang from Shelter number 36. Upon being summoned, he promptly grabbed the intercom and responded, "Present." Next was Chi Yunlai from Shelter number 12. He hastily replied, "I'm here." The Spider Queen continued, "Both of you have reported an aberrant entity, the chaotic end of evil. According to your descriptions, does this entity bear wounds?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunlai immediately deduced the origin of the armored figure. Suppressing his rage, he replied, "According to our personnel's accounts, that is indeed the case." Yu Wuchang affirmed, "Yes, there is indeed an incurable wound at the heart." The Spider Queen paused momentarily and then inquired about the direction of its last disappearance. Yu Wuchang remained silent, utterly unaware of where Shun Bei had directed the aberrant entity. Yet, Chi Yunlai was aware. When the aberrant entity appeared, it was not far from Shelter number 12. He could still see it transforming into a dark spot, advancing northward. He reported this situation. After receiving the information, the Spider Queen fell silent once more, her tone calm. "Then I shall take action." To the other leaders. It was clear that the Spider Queen of the 15th rank was preparing to pursue the chaotic end of evil. Chi Yunlai trembled slightly. "Spider Queen, do you truly believe you can slay it?" The Spider Queen decisively replied, "Unless it is unscathed, it is utterly impossible. Injury is the prerequisite." "Then how does the aberrant entity sustain injuries?" She sighed. "That is a power we can only gaze upon, derived from the depths of space. Now, you may continue your discussion." After the Spider Queen disconnected, the radio erupted into a cacophony of voices, fervently deliberating the nature of the power from deep space. For those not part of the Bloody Council, comprehending this terminology proved somewhat arduous, or rather, it was a thought they dared not entertain. In that moment, many leaders gazed up at the sky, filled with confusion. Just then, Chi Yunlai erupted. "Damn you, Yu Wuchang." He explicitly named and cursed him. Yu Wuchang, feeling utterly baffled and displeased, took to the intercom to retort, "Chi Yunlai, you are being excessively reckless. This is draining your very life. Your men have slaughtered an entire squad of mine. Who is truly being reckless here? Skillless and subject to the whims of fate." Despite Yu Wuchang's discontent, he was still unsure of the unfolding circumstances. Upon reflection, the individual clad in crimson battle armor, as indicated by Chi Yunlai, is most likely Shin Bei. Only Shin Bei is connected to the chaotic entity of the evil seed's demise. Regardless of the identity, once one enters the wilderness, they must confront death at any moment. If one perishes, they deserve it. Simply reincarnate. Thus, Yu Wuchang naturally does not indulge the other's foul habits. However, what Chi Yunlai desires is not compensation, but rather the battle armor that Shun Bei possesses. In Chi Yunlai's view, Yu Wuchang likely does not comprehend the armor's true value. The two exchanged insults from afar amidst discussions among other leaders. Ultimately, the first shelter declared, "Any attempts to undermine will face catastrophic repercussions." Yu Wuchang scoffed. Shutting off the intercom, he stroked his chin, waved his hand, and instructed the steward, "Go, summon Rock. Our estimation regarding Shun Bei has certainly been flawed." An hour later, Rock emerged from the estate. Upon descending, he encountered Shin Bei. "There are two pieces of unfortunate news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Chapter 77. I may expose myself, but I will not perish the first piece of bad news. Rock's expression grew somber as he continued. The Titans may be advancing into the frigid north. Shinbei was not particularly surprised by this revelation. Thus far, the Titans have been gradually shifting course towards the north, a fact perceptible to anyone. The entire shelter is currently busy gathering timber. They possess some experience in preparation. It's nothing, Shinbei replied nonchalantly. The second piece of news. Rock fixed his gaze on Shinbei. Taking a deep breath. I have just returned from Yu Wuchang's estate. The leaders of various shelters convened via radio. And Chi Yinlai from the 12th shelter has set his sights on you. This news caused Shinbei's attention to sharpen abruptly. How is this possible? Initially, Blacktooth's team had been entirely eliminated by his hand. He had not disclosed his shelter's origin. How did Chi Yinlai pinpoint him so accurately? After much contemplation, Shinbei conceived an exceedingly absurd possibility. That is, the Evil Seed's chaotic entity. As long as shelters 36 and 12 exchanged information regarding the Evil Seed's movements, it would be simple for Chi Yinlai to deduce that he hails from shelter 36. Rock continued. According to Yu Wuchang, you single-handedly annihilated an entire team from the 12th shelter? At this point, incredulity was etched across Rock's face. It is hard to fathom that Shinbei, an ordinary individual, could achieve such a feat. Even an extraordinary ability user would find it exceedingly taxing and time-consuming to hunt down and eradicate an entire team. Yet Shinbei not only escaped from the Evil Seed, but also effortlessly dispatched a whole team. This is utterly bizarre. Who exactly is the Evil Seed? Initially, Rock was skeptical of this information, even arguing with Yu Wuchang, firmly asserting that it must be the 12th shelter casting aspersions. However, the steward alongside confirmed the communication within the radio, making it an undeniable truth. At this moment, Shinbei hesitated not for long. After weighing his options, he responded with a tone of unwavering conviction. It matters not. We are quite distant from shelter number 12. Moreover, the Titans are also set to enter the northern realm. And for the time being, they cannot lay a finger on me. Is this truly your doing? Did you eliminate those with abilities, shot by shot? Rock inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. Shinbei wore a smirk, exuding a rather mischievous demeanor, and replied leisurely, it is simply that they are devoid of fear. Is it not rather commonplace for bullets to fell those with abilities? Rock displayed a look of relief, relaxation, and a hint of admiration. It seems, as Yu Wuchang suggested, they have indeed underestimated your combat prowess. This is both a blessing and a curse. How so? Shinbei asked. In the future, when you undertake missions, the difficulty will undoubtedly escalate. Shinbei shrugged. Risks are proportionate to rewards. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Rock exclaimed, what a profound saying. As long as you possess awareness of your own strength, nay, your weaponry, then you shall be fine. High-level ability users are not intimidated by conventional firearms. You must maintain a baseline in your mind, retreat decisively, and do not hesitate. This advice warrants a drink on my behalf, Rock added. Not necessary. I am quite occupied these days. Oh, what is it? Rock glanced around, ensuring their privacy, and lowered his voice. Two matters. Yu Wuchang may be establishing a biological research institute, organizing a team to recruit individuals from shelter number 1. Shinbei had heard whispers of this from Chunin. He inquired cautiously, isn't that bound to incite conflict? Indeed. Hence Yu Wuchang has requested my assistance in determining which personnel to gather. Rest assured, I will not expose you to this peril. Shinbei merely nodded. Rock continued. The other matter pertains to the fact that before we enter the harsh winter of the northern realm, other shelters will dispatch multiple teams to assemble here. Really? Shinbei exclaimed, surprised. For shelters, transactions with other shelters occur outside the Titan's reach, in the wilderness. Only a handful may briefly enter to rest, such as Chasing Horse and Ganemo. The idea of large, organized teams being allowed into the shelter was tantamount to delivering the enemy's dagger directly to their heart. Should trouble arise from those of other shelters, it would be uncontainable. What could this possibly entail? Shinbei questioned, his face filled with curiosity. Rock's expression turned cold and menacing as he articulated slowly. The harsh winter of the northern realm is not devoid of activity. On the contrary, many wander within that territory. And highly classified information lies hidden amidst the ruins. Several shelters are preparing to collaborate on a mission to explore this. Shinbei's curiosity was piqued. Classified information? Pray, elaborate. Rock stretched lazily and waved his hand dismissively. Such details cannot be divulged. Your current task is merely to gather timber. With that dilapidated trailer of yours, I'm not demeaning it. But it is of little use. Once you enter the northern realm's winter, it will merely serve as a mobile refrigerator. Watching Rock's departing figure, Shinbei curled his lip. From Rock's discourse, Shinbei gleaned several crucial pieces of information. Chi Yinlai had set his sights on him. A potential conflict regarding recruitment among shelters was on the horizon. one that had previously claimed numerous lives, and finally, there was a collaborative mission among shelters, the purpose of which remained shrouded in mystery. None of these tasks fall within Shinbei's purview. Currently, his mission revolves around upgrading the RV in preparation for the impending harsh winter in the north. Additionally, he intends to seize the opportunity to journey south and retrieve the bag sought after by chasing Horse and Gon Mo from the subway tunnel. After Rock's departure, Shinbei visited the Research Institute to order some replacement parts for his damaged battle armor. Subsequently, he made his way to the weapons shop, which had recently updated its inventory. The first item to catch Shinbei's eye was a rugged, large-caliber sniper rifle, entirely cloaked in black, with a barrel measuring just over a meter. Its dark, angular design exuded an ominous and ferocious aura. Noticing Shinbei's rapt attention, the shopkeeper removed the rifle with a standard salesman-esque smile. His calloused fingers glided over the weapon as he introduced it. This is our new product, the Reaper Series RS-107, a semi-automatic sniper rifle designed to fire 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing rounds. It features a 5-round magazine, a dual-chamber recoil compensator, a detachable spiked bipod, and a standard Type 3 accessory rail, equipped with the latest optical range-finding sight developed by our Research Institute. Shinbei furrowed his brow. Could you simplify that? The shopkeeper shot him a disdainful glance. The design philosophy of this weapon is to combat armored tanks, missile launchers, and even low-flying fighter jets. It can effortlessly penetrate 50mm special steel plates within a range of 2,000 meters. Many shelters are now researching Gene soldiers to challenge the so-called fourth-tier superpowers. Wait a moment, Shinbei exclaimed in astonishment. Tanks? Fighter jets? Gene soldiers? He was utterly bewildered. These new terms felt both familiar and foreign. The shopkeeper tilted his head. Are you all right? You don't recognize a tank? Well, it's true that they rarely appear, but we have several in our shelter, gathering dust in the garage. Their firepower certainly pales in comparison to cluster fire discs. As for fighter jets, I mean helicopters, they consume too much core energy, and with the beasts roaming freely, they are seldom seen. We refer to Gene soldiers as such. The official term is Second Awakening. Shinbei responded with a realization. Thinking that the Research Institute had concocted some novel technology, only to discover it was merely the old methods of a bygone era, now utilized by the shopkeeper for comparison. The shopkeeper scoffed. This gun will send those arrogant youngsters soaring. In this era, the importance of a good gun surpasses even your ego. I'm speaking of firearms. I recommend you upgrade to a sniper rifle. Your current weapon is utterly inadequate. Neither its intangibility nor its power can compare to the Reaper series. Shinbei retorted. My ego disagrees. The shopkeeper shrugged as Shinbei focused intently on the rifle. Information flickered at the corner of his vision. Reaper RS-107 Anti-Material Sniper Rifle LV-1. 010. Range. 2,000 meters, capable of firing various ammunition types, including grenades and armor-piercing rounds. Possesses immense lethality. Shinbei found the weapon lacking in appeal. Although its initial damage exceeded that of a Barrett, he recognized that the Barrett's caliber was beyond that of this sniper rifle. Nevertheless, he inquired, how much does it cost? The benchmark model, devoid of any additional accessories, is equipped with 80 intermediate crystal core sources. The ammunition is priced separately. Shinbei's eyes glimmered with curiosity. May I inquire if this contraption is capable of eliminating evil entities? The weapon shop proprietor cast a sidelong glance at Shinbei. It is wise to refrain from making such jesting remarks again. Shinbei chuckled heartily, crossing his arms. You are the one who flirted with me first by presenting such an exorbitantly priced item. The RS-107 is the epitome of the Reaper series, boasting an impressive range, high precision, formidable power, and a diverse array of ammunition types. Its performance is deemed flawless across all dimensions. Should you be willing to compromise on the firearm specifications, I can recommend alternatives. After pondering for a moment, Shinbei realized he held no particular desire for the RS-107 sniper rifle, as the reason was straightforward. It was burdened with an excess of attachments. The more intricate the firearm, the more demanding its environmental conditions become. Otherwise, why would the AK series reign supreme as the people's weapon during the times of survival? Its durability is unmatched. Subsequently, Shinbei's gaze roamed across the wrought iron rack, and a fleeting glance caught his attention, ultimately leading his eyes to fixate on another firearm. He pointed with his hand. How much for this gun? Chapter 78. Newly added weapon. What Shinbei referred to as an exceptionally peculiar firearm, measuring merely over 20 centimeters in length. It showcases a mesmerizing interplay of brass and silver, with a muzzle diameter exceeding 15 centimeters, comparable to a large apple. This renders the entire gun top-heavy and oddly shaped, reminiscent of the early German hand cannons from Earth. Notably, this weapon bore stains and evident wear, standing out among the other firearms as particularly shabby and unappealing. The weapon shop owner appeared to stifle a laugh, tilting his head. It seems quite fitting for you. Shotgun LV-1. 010. the proprietor's whimsical creation, of which only this singular piece exists. Abandoned due to its utter lack of accuracy, excessive recoil, laughable range, and an overwhelming burden on the muzzle. It would be rendered inoperable after only a few uses. Given its age, it has already suffered damage. Even in its prime, it bore a significant risk of catastrophic failure. The magazine accommodates 3 rounds, and upon pulling the trigger, all bullets are discharged simultaneously. Shinbei had long ceased to pursue precision in firearms, instead favoring sheer, unadulterated destructive power. For long-range engagements, he relied on sniper rifles. For close quarters, revolvers sufficed. Yet, he found himself lacking a weapon for mid-range combat. Moreover, it was a shotgun, the very embodiment of what the average person considers a blunderbuss. Shotguns are designed to fire a cluster of pellets, boasting immense firepower, high first-shot accuracy, and excellent responsiveness. They are primarily utilized in ambushes and close-quarters battles within complex terrains such as jungles and urban environments, effectively neutralizing nearby targets. Typically, shotguns feature a wide bore, large caliber, and lack rifling. Their ammunition consists of numerous small pellets, producing a thunderous sound upon discharge. When striking a nearby target, the pellets create a honeycomb pattern, capable of inflicting widespread damage upon adversaries. This is the massive lethality Shinbei has perpetually sought. Of course, cluster munitions can achieve similar results. However, the area of effect of cluster bombs is excessively vast. As a bomb descends, it may very well affect the user themselves. However, the shotgun's fan-shaped spread effectively compensates for this drawback. Yet, do not blame me for not warning you. This weapon is defective and cannot fire bullets. The proprietor of the weapon shop kindly cautioned. In his view, he preferred to recommend the Reaper series sniper rifles. After all, they could yield a substantial profit. Shinbei picked up the oddly shaped hand cannon and, without lifting his gaze, inquired, "Defective, you say? I suppose I shall treat it as a collectible. Name your price. If you desire this contraption, 10 mid-tier crystal cores will suffice. That is quite steep. I shall even throw in 100 rounds of ammunition." Without a moment's hesitation, Shinbei tossed out 10 crystal cores. Leaving aside other considerations, although this shotgun was in a damaged state, it could be repaired through upgrades. The free shotgun ammunition alone was worth it. It is important to note that shotgun shells differ significantly from rifle cartridges. The standard types of shotgun shells consist of birdshot, buckshot, and slugs. The structure includes a primer, shell casing, wad, and projectile, with the wad serving to separate the projectile from the gunpowder within the shell casing. In contrast, a handgun bullet lacks such a separator. Thus, the manufacturing process for shotguns is comparatively more intricate than that of other ammunition. A broken gun paired with ammunition offers exceptional value. While the shopkeeper rummaged for shells, Shinbei swiftly disassembled the shotgun. The smoothbore barrel, action, firing mechanism, magazine, sighting device, as well as the stock and grip were all laid bare. Notably, this shotgun featured a revolving magazine rather than a pump-action one. Nevertheless, what mattered was its ability to fire. He commenced the reassembly. Experience 1. Moments later, Shinbei had successfully reassembled the shotgun. Shotgun LV1. 1010 upgrade. Compared to its initial state, the weapon appeared largely unchanged. Only some aging components seemed polished and refined with the addition of upgrades. Shotgun LV2. 050. This is a shotgun of average performance, capable of firing a capacity of 5 rounds. Upon pulling the trigger, all rounds are discharged simultaneously, sufficient to inflict lethal damage on standard armor. After the upgrade, the magazine capacity increased, as did its power, posing a lethal threat to ordinary armor. This was a significant enhancement for a weapon designed for crowd control. Delighted. In future encounters when surrounded by numerous foes, where a sniper rifle could not be deployed and the revolver's single-shot disadvantage was apparent, this shotgun would enable him to swiftly dispatch a multitude of enemies. The thought alone was exhilarating. Shinbei caressed the gun's body, growing increasingly pleased. Power 1. He stored away the ammunition gifted by the shopkeeper and purchased a modest quantity of sniper and revolver ammunition. Although Shinbei could produce his own bullets, the cost was prohibitively high. He had previously calculated that producing a single round would require nearly 1 mid-tier crystal core. Recently, however, bullet prices had fluctuated, with 5 rounds requiring merely 1 crystal core. Whether it be the elemental essence or the crystalline powder, one must exercise restraint in their usage. For dealing with ordinary foes, it is unwarranted to expend costly ammunition. Departing from the weapons shop, he returned to the lower levels. Upon his arrival, an unexpected notification caught Shinbei's eye. RV experience points 2. He uttered a perplexed hum. Experience points for the RV? After a moment's contemplation, he realized that he had done nothing. Only Xiao Ke had been tidying up the room, which could not account for any increase in experience. After some reflection, he glanced at the time and suddenly understood. The experience points accumulate automatically by the hour. Indeed, Shinbei's heart soared with joy. This RV that levels up while one simply rests is truly remarkable. It is far simpler than upgrading battle armor, which necessitates wearing it to gain experience. Sleeping at night is exceedingly uncomfortable, yet the RV is splendid. Every hour, experience points are automatically added. How extravagant. Shinbei laughed heartily. Next, he traversed the wooden plank pathway to a second-hand shop, where he procured a fireplace to serve as a source of warmth. He transported it back to the RV. Xiaokei was still engaged in cleaning, seemingly unaware of where he had sourced the salvaged vehicle parts to craft furniture. With old maps serving as wallpaper, the bed was fashioned from repurposed car seats, and the table and chairs were constructed from iron pipes and wooden boards. Simple storage shelves adorned the walls, holding tools, canned food, and water supplies, alongside a hodgepodge of other items filling the otherwise vacant room. Shinbei couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. The aesthetic sensibilities of humanity in this world are quite peculiar. After installing the fireplace, Shinbei began to repair the battle armor. The toolbox lay open, revealing an array of high-strength wrenches and screwdrivers, arc welders, laser welding guns, and solder. A question arose in his mind. Would this activity yield experience points? If it did, it could be a valuable exploit for Shinbei. However, the reality proved otherwise. After laboring for half an hour and replacing all the components, he did not gain a single experience point. It seems I was overthinking it. Once he completed the armor repairs, he stretched and initiated a self-diagnostic. Soon, the self-check was complete, confirming that all components and pipelines were in optimal working condition. Shinbei focused intently on the battle armor, and a notification appeared. Power Armor LV5, 10,023-10,000. There was little to articulate. During the time since returning from the wilderness, the rental property had been consumed. He had undertaken missions, fled from the malevolent entities, and decimated the Black Fong squad. 5 or 6 days had swiftly passed. The experience points accrued over a day amounted to a full 440. With over 5,000 experience points remaining from his last upgrade, he could once again ascend and level up. A day without leveling feels utterly uncomfortable. Power Armor LV6, 2330-000. This power armor allows the wearer to contend with psychics, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities, enabling it to withstand a full-force strike from a 4th-tier strength-type psychic. A new magnification module has been added. It can enlarge the view of objects 5 kilometers away. A new adhesion module allows for vertical climbing on walls and glass surfaces. Shinbei inhaled sharply. Since ascending to level 5, the newly acquired capabilities of this battle armor have become increasingly extraordinary. The night vision, the ability to unleash electric currents, resistance to magnetic fields, and endurance against extreme temperatures, alongside the amplification system, are all noteworthy. Just yesterday, I yearned for an enhanced field of vision, and now it has manifested. Truly, my wishes have been granted. Another remarkable ability allows one to defy gravity while climbing, proving invaluable in critical moments. Power level 1. As night fell, Shinbei languidly reclined in his room. Xiaokei, curled up, savored barbecued meat strips slowly. Shinbei rose, recollecting the leather bag mentioned by Gonimo. It was time to retrieve it and investigate the secrets it might hold. He lit a cigarette, his visage obscured by curling smoke. Xiaokei, Shinbei called. Xiaokei set aside the meat strip, straightened up, and turned to face him. I will be heading out tomorrow. Please gather some timber on your own to prepare for the impending harsh winter in the north. Xiaokei obediently nodded. For Shinbei, at Xiaokei's tender age, he would still be attending school on Earth. Yet, in this world of survival, the harsh reality prevails. Work knows no gender or age, and death spares no one. Practicality does not fill empty stomachs. Chapter 79. Progressing through the crevices, Shinbei remained enveloped in slumber. The sounds of footsteps reverberated along the wooden passage. Glancing outside, he noted the horizon subtly brightening with the faintest blush of dawn, heralding another morning's arrival. The sun had yet to fully liberate itself from the horizon's grasp, yet its burgeoning energy seeped through the gaps in the clouds, casting a weak, yet resolute beam of light. Outside, people commenced their daily toil anew, primarily tasked with gathering timber, both for personal use and for sale to the upper echelons of society. At any moment, societal hierarchies remained evident. Some toiled tirelessly, their bellies unfilled, while others indulged in abundant feasts. Xiaokei rose early. By the time Shinbei exited his room, Xiaokei had already joined the main group departing the shelter. Shinbei, however, was unhurried. He consumed some meat strips and dehydrated fruits, supplemented by a rather unpalatable energy paste reminiscent of a cloth soaked in vegetable juice. Donned in his powered battle armor, a revolver secured at his right hip and a dagger at his left, he slung a sniper rifle over his back and clutched a shotgun as he stepped outside. Whether the door was locked mattered little. One must guard against the unscrupulous, not the honorable. In this world of survival, gentlemen were a rare breed, long extinguished. There was no education to cultivate such individuals, Each day was a struggle for existence. Shinbei's mobile home was situated at the rear of Titan. After a few steps, the desolate landscape unfolded before him, retreating slowly. He calculated the distance. The site where he had discarded the leather bag was 50 kilometers from Titan. As Titan constantly shifted, the distance had increased by approximately 30 kilometers, bringing the total to around 80 kilometers. He would likely reach the subway's fissure by nightfall. Shinbei leaped from the shelter, his feet meeting the ground firmly, steadying his form as he moved away from Titan. After advancing approximately 10 kilometers, the presence of the inhabitants of shelter number 36 could still be observed, laboriously transporting timber. Whether adult or child, all bore the burden of withered branches upon their backs. However, after another 20 kilometers of travel, Shinbei found himself devoid of any signs of human activity. Only the vast, desolate wilderness remained, accompanied by the ever-looming threat of ferocious beasts. The faint yet steady sound of mechanical operations emanated from within his battle armor as Shinbei quickened his pace. He chose to circumvent the beasts whenever possible, and if avoidance proved impossible, he would eliminate them from a distance. As nightfall approached, Shinbei found himself a mere 2 kilometers from the location of the discarded backpack. Throughout this journey, he had encountered no human beings, only the predators of the wild. After traversing another 2 kilometers, he would fulfill his mission and unveil the secrets of the backpack. Yet, he halted, hesitating at the summit of a mountain, where the brisk night wind carried with it the faint scent of blood. Shinbei was acutely aware that he had not observed any peculiar signs. The night wind was cold, imbued with the familiar chill of the wilderness, devoid of any trace of blood. It was a primal instinct warning him of danger, a visceral sensation urging caution. Straining his gaze into the depths of the night, Shinbei found that even with the night vision capabilities granted by his armor, his field of vision was severely limited compared to daylight. Peering into the darkness, he discerned nothing amiss. He utilized the zoom feature of his armor's visor, sweeping the shadowy mountains once more. However, despite cycling through all available modes, he remained unable to identify the source of his unease. Doubts crept into his mind, as he pondered if he was merely overreacting, conjuring specters from shadows. After all, it was not inconceivable that Shelter No. 12 had taken an interest in him and dispatched personnel to monitor his movements. Yet, no anomalies presented themselves within his line of sight. Everything appeared eerily tranquil. Just as Shinbei began to question his instincts, a sudden flash of red light erupted from the distant mountains. This was followed by the anguished scream of a human in their final moments, culminating in the sound of a dull gunshot. A sniper. Shinbei spun around, his pupils constricting sharply. Were 2 factions engaged in combat nearby? His brow furrowed deeper. Throughout his journey, he had encountered no hostilities, yet here, near the location of the backpack, conflict erupted. What an extraordinary coincidence. Soon, bursts of red light ignited from various locations, accompanied by intertwined screams and gunfire. There was more than one sniper, and bullets whizzed perilously close, with one nearly striking Shinbei. He crouched at the mountaintop, observing the flickering points of gunfire. To his dismay, the crossfire between the 2 factions was precisely aligned with the path he must traverse, seemingly converging towards the direction of the subway fissure. Were their objectives aligned with his? Shinbei's thoughts became muddled. He recalled that this nearly buried, fragmented urban ruin held little of value worth scavenging. If anything of worth existed, it was merely the backpack. Yet the location of this bag remained a mystery even to the elusive Ma and Gon Mo. How could these unidentified armed factions have gleaned such information? Shinbei took a deep breath, unshouldered his rifle, and plunged into the vastness of the night. In the darkness, a fleeting glimmer of silver light flickered, only to be swallowed by the engulfing blackness once more. Shinbei cast aside the intricate complexities of his circumstances, no longer pondering the presence of these 2 groups, and concentrated on his silent, swift movements through the shadows. Strangely, a sense of exhilaration welled within him. He relished this moment, navigating the darkness, traversing the wilderness, and engaging in solitary combat. A few years prior, he had served as a special forces operative, later becoming a mercenary. This shift in identity did nothing to alter the reality of bullets and bloodshed. This was the world he knew intimately. Shinbei darted towards the position of the sniper nearest to the first flicker of flame, seamlessly merging with the darkness, as if he could sense the very pulse of the earth and the world itself. As he approached within 1,000 meters of the well-concealed sniper, the latter remained oblivious to Shinbei's presence. Simultaneously, Shinbei picked up the sounds of their shouts through the amplification system. After eavesdropping for a moment, his brow furrowed deeply. The 2 factions were indeed composed of combatants from Shelter 20 and Shelter 22. The defector researcher had originated from Shelter 22, while Ma and Gon Mo hailed from Shelter 20. Shinbei was certain that these individuals were in pursuit of the bag. Yet, an even greater mystery lingered. How had they discovered its location? A tracking transmitter, Shinbei considered as a possibility. His curiosity regarding the contents of the bag's compartment intensified. The incident surrounding the defector researcher remained unresolved. This only confirmed Ganmo's assertions. The items within that bag were of immeasurable value. In order to reclaim his possessions, he would have to fight his way through. At that moment, Shinbei halted behind a rock, propping his rifle and aiming at a mound of earth halfway up a distant hill. The sniper lay concealed behind the mound, still searching for the positions of other enemies. Other snipers were either retreating or repositioning, but this one, the first to fire, had not shifted his ground. A rookie, Shinbei muttered, uttering a disdainful remark typical of a seasoned veteran. Those who had repeatedly faced the battlefield and survived often spoke in crude, biting terms. Yet their words were sometimes piercingly insightful. To become an accomplished sniper, mere marksmanship was a relatively insignificant aspect. To dance in the shadows as Shinbei did required far more than that. Bang! The instant the shot rang out, Shinbei was already in motion. The distant mound was utterly obliterated. Even the sturdiest of earth could not withstand the power of the Barrett rifle in Shinbei's hands. Along with the debris, chunks of flesh and a severed lower leg were propelled into the air. Shinbei's shot had struck the sniper in the lower body, but it had not delivered a fatal blow. He was not incapable, but rather wished to transform the dying sniper into a distraction, a target to draw attention. Like igniting a lantern in the darkness, no matter how focused one's will may be, one inevitably casts a glance at such a light. The sniper writhed in agony, his cries echoing through the night. With a single shot, Shinbei had severed his legs at the roots, inflicting a pain beyond human endurance. Though the injury was fatal, death would not come swiftly, and thus the beacon in the night was destined to flicker for some time yet. On the battlefield where life and death clashed, Shinbei's heart turned as cold as stone, his methods as swift and merciless as a shadowy flame, unyielding and ruthless in his resolve. As the sniper's screams reached distant ears, two of his comrades halted, turning to investigate. It was in this fleeting moment of movement and stillness that Shinbei, concealed in the darkness, pinpointed their locations. In the wilderness, only a sniper could contend with another sniper. This statement held a measure of truth. Silently, Shinbei approached one of the snipers, the distance of over 1,000 meters traversed in mere minutes. The chaos of battle intensified with his entry. Chapter 80. Equals in adversity, Shinbei commenced the meticulous elimination of foes along his chosen path. One such adversary hailed from Shelter 20, who quickly sought a new vantage point to lie in wait. The snipers from Shelter 20 were well-trained and coordinated. Some advanced while others established ambush positions. Approximately 10 minutes passed as they moved forward in search of the next location, under the cover of night and mountains. This was indeed a sound tactic, if only Shinbei were not also a master of sniping. The sniper soon identified a new target, steadying his aim on the opponent through the crosshairs. Unbeknownst to him, his adversary from Shelter 22 lay prone, futilely searching for the enemy. The sniper's breath was calm and steady. Just as he prepared to pull the trigger, a hand suddenly clamped over his mouth and nose, yanking his head upwards before twisting forcefully. A faint crack echoed as his cervical vertebrae snapped, and he crumpled lifelessly. Wishing you joy in your pursuits with chasing Magon Mo, Shinbei knelt beside the sniper's corpse, waiting a brief moment to confirm his demise before stealthily advancing towards another targeted sniper. In the blink of an eye, Shinbei had silently dispatched 4 snipers from Shelter 20, each meeting their end with a swift twist of the neck from behind. In the enveloping darkness, Shinbei rediscovered the thrill he cherished. His movements became increasingly fluid, swift, and light, as if the night breeze itself cradled his form. It had been some time since he had witnessed snipers from Shelter 20 in action. On one hand, half of Shelter 22's personnel had already perished, while on the other, many snipers from Shelter 20 had also fallen to Shinbei's hand. At that moment, a flash of red light flickered across the distant mountains, followed by a chilling scream that pierced the night, a final cry before death. Shinbei assessed the distance and direction, then raised his sniper rifle, locking onto the enemy sniper who was shifting positions. Based on Shinbei's judgment, the adversary from Shelter number 22 aimed to assassinate him, but missed, inadvertently eliminating the foe from Shelter number 20, a stroke of sheer luck. Shinbei steadied his sniper rifle, its dark, polished surface reflecting the purity of the moonlight and the faint glimmer of the stars. The precise crosshairs of the scope firmly fixed on the distant target. In an instant, a dull yet reverberating gunshot shattered the tranquility of the night. The bullet streaked through the air like a meteor, propelled with the force of thunder, leaving a blazing trail and a deafening echo in its wake. The enemy sniper suddenly jerked, his head exploding in a gruesome display, along with a significant portion of his shoulder disintegrating. After firing a shot, Shinbei did not linger to inspect his handiwork, but began to swiftly maneuver to the side. Time was of the essence. He needed to reach the subway tunnel and retrieve his bag. Concealing his sniper rifle, he moved rapidly under the cover of darkness. the rugged terrain providing him with ample concealment. Within 2 minutes, he had snapped the necks of 2 more enemies. As Shunbei drew within 800 meters of the subway fissure, he cast his gaze toward a hill a kilometer away, sensing the presence of a sniper, or perhaps an anomalous entity, aiming at him. Boom from atop the distant hill, amidst the blackness. The muzzle of a gun glimmered with a deep and haunting blue light. A resplendent blue energy bullet erupted from the barrel, streaking through the night sky like a meteor, carrying with it a horrific power rivaling that of artillery, hurtling straight towards Shunbei's position. The blue energy bullet raced at a velocity beyond the capacity of the naked eye to capture, tearing through the air and creating a subtle yet thunderous sonic boom. Suddenly, the foot thrusters beneath Shunbei erupted, propelling him sideways with the force of a particle impact, allowing him to narrowly evade the devastating energy torrent. Although he successfully dodged the direct hit, the powerful shockwave released by the bullet rapidly expanded like ripples, engulfing everything in its vicinity. Despite not being struck directly, Shunbei could not entirely escape the aftermath of the rampant energy. His body trembled slightly as the gravel beneath his feet scattered explosively, causing him to stagger. As if buffeted by an unseen tidal wave, he rolled forward several times. Then, using both hands and feet, he scuttled irregularly like a spider, yet with remarkable speed. In just a few turns, he had covered dozens of meters. Shunbei accelerated, like a night wolf, darting through the shadows with the wind at his back. His speed intensified, and just as he approached the pinnacle of his armored velocity, he suddenly shivered, as if doused with a bucket of icy water. Shunbei's body arched, and then sprang back, coming to an abrupt halt. Just less than a meter in front of him, a vast cloud of dust erupted, with gravel striking his face and shoulders, sending sharp jolts of pain coursing through him. This was the formidable energy projectile of a marksman specializing in shooting abilities. Had it not been for Shunbei's sudden vigilance, he might have been struck. Without hesitation, Shunbei glanced in the direction from which the bullet had come, catching a fleeting glimpse of a blue glimmer. Instinctively, he leaped to the right, rolling upon landing and then dashing away like a bolt of lightning. However, while still airborne, Shunbei felt a violent jolt coursing through his body as if struck by a high-voltage current, crashing heavily onto the ground. Behind him, another plume of soil erupted. The visual panel of his battle armor instantly displayed a myriad of data, and Shunbei quickly realized that yet another bullet had narrowly grazed him, shattering the armor on the outer side of his left arm and tearing away a significant portion of flesh. If not for the armor's protection, that shot could have obliterated half of his torso. Fortunately, the remaining muscle fibers still allowed for movement in his left arm. Crouching low, Shunbei aimed at the direction of the incoming bullets. Yet, to his surprise, the area was devoid of any presence. Furrowing his brow, he swiftly maneuvered behind a large boulder, lying flat against the ground, constantly adjusting the color of his armor to blend in seamlessly with his surroundings, much like a chameleon. At that moment, Shunbei understood that the marksman was intent on thwarting his advance. In this short span of less than 800 meters, a reckless charge could easily result in a fatal shot, shattering his armor and potentially fracturing his spine. That would spell disaster. After a moment of contemplation, as he cautiously peered over the ridge to search for the marksman's whereabouts, another bullet whizzed perilously close to his head. The helmet of his battle armor shattered once more, and a few singed strands of hair drifted down before his eyes. He caught sight of the sniper's position, yet it was too late to retaliate. Shunbei swiftly retreated against the slope and then veered to the side. Indeed, just 2 seconds later, a geyser of earth erupted from where he had just been, as the sniper's bullet pierced through the soil, soaring into the vast night sky. This shot had leveraged the power of the sniper round to penetrate the soil atop the ridge. Had Shunbei remained in place, that bullet would have struck him squarely in the chest. This was the second time he had brushed with death. Lying on the reverse slope of the hill, Shunbei's muscles quivered slightly, his body succumbing to fear. He fought against this terror, striving to think clearly. The sniper's rifle was already wrapped with camouflage strips made of composite materials, and his own movements were erratic. Under the cover of night, whether in low light or infrared mode, it would be nearly impossible to detect Shunbei's whereabouts. How had he been discovered? How could he pinpoint his adversary? He hastily activated the cooling mechanism of his armor, lowering his body temperature to match the surrounding environment. If the enemy was persistently tracking him, it was likely through a similar thermal imaging ability or a life detection power. This was the first time Shunbei had encountered such an adversary. Throughout his past experiences, he had faced many formidable foes. He had never encountered someone capable of so thoroughly suppressing Shunbei in the wilderness and in sniping. Traditional sniping and counter-sniping tactics seemed utterly ineffective against this opponent. This adversary possessed exceptional physical abilities, remarkable stealth skills, and ample patience. At the moment he fired, Shunbei could still lock onto him, even if just for a fleeting instant. Shunbei resolved to play a cunning game. He had scarcely emerged from the ridge when the opposing gun turned towards him, aiming directly at his position. 3 consecutive shots rang out. One forced Shinbei back, while the other 2 whizzed past mere meters away from either side. A slight reveal on Shinbei's part could have resulted in a direct hit. Fortunately, Shinbei merely retreated. Next, he directly connected wirelessly to the stealthy cluster fire disc waiting invisibly in the night sky. Explosions are the true art form. Shinbei borrowed a famous line from someone else. Chapter 81. Increasing confusion. Obstacles are ever present. In this moment, Shinbei had to concede. In previous battles, he had always sailed smoothly, but now, under the cover of darkness, that marksmanship specialized ability user had indeed taught him a lesson. Beneath the overwhelming strength and skill, Shinbei found himself unable to lift his head. He narrowly escaped death several times, his battle armor riddled with gunfire. As the enemy played ruthlessly, Shinbei had no choice but to deploy his ultimate weapon for a cunning counterattack. If he did not resolve his predicament soon, not only would he fail to retrieve his belongings, but he would also be gradually overwhelmed by the enemy. Shinbei's wireless connection remained in a stealth mode, safeguarding him with the cluster fire disc. Even in the darkness, the stealthy cluster fire disc was difficult to detect. The barrel rotated slightly, aiming at the distant hill. At that moment, the marksmanship specialized ability user seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head and casting a puzzled glance at the night sky. Suddenly, he squeezed the trigger, hastily firing a shot at Shinbei, and leaped forward, sprinting towards the hillside with nearly equal speed to Shinbei. Bang! With unwavering focus on his enemy, Shinbei finally fired back with his first shot. The sniper abruptly halted his advance, veering sideways and executing a fish leap over 20 meters. Shinbei's retaliatory shot missed its mark. However, the enemy was not evading Shinbei's fire. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the direction he had originally charged, shaking the ground beneath Shinbei, even from a kilometer away. With just one shell, the explosion's force enveloped the entire hilltop. The shockwave sent enemies tumbling to the ground from dozens of meters away. Predictably, this specialized marksman possessed a battlefield awareness ability. Although the shell did not land precisely on the enemy, it obscured the entire hilltop in smoke and dust. What kind of scene would 10 consecutive shells of firepower create? The extraordinary individual had scarcely risen from the ground when 2 silent projectiles fell almost simultaneously. One landed even closer than the first, and he was violently propelled into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, soaring dozens of meters before being cast downwards towards the hillside like a ragged sack. Crashing heavily to the earth, the adversary lay supine, gazing up at the night sky, struggling to catch his breath. It was truly astonishing that he had survived such bombardment and a fall of that magnitude, considering the explosive power and speed he had exhibited while evading the artillery fire. Shinbei had no doubt about the remarkable resilience of his physical capabilities. The enemy's left arm had vanished, and the lower parts of his legs had been obliterated, a vacant look beginning to cloud his eyes. Their gazes met across the void, conveying a silent message of shock. Shinbei slowly lowered his poised sniper rifle, his brow furrowing even deeper. This marksman was anything but ordinary. The earth continued to tremble as heavy artillery relentlessly pounded the hilltop, hurling tons of soil into the sky. In this moment, the might of steel and flame was epitomized to its fullest extent. Within a minute, 10 rounds of heavy artillery fire had been unleashed. Yet in that fleeting moment, both the inhabitants of shelter number 20 and shelter number 22 were gripped by sheer terror at the sudden explosions. Feeling as though time had stretched infinitely, voices rang out in the darkness. What on earth? Who planted the mines? From above, the shells are raining down from the sky. How is that possible? Why didn't we hear the cannon fire? Damn it. Stay alert and take cover. Even Shinbei, witnessing the artillery's aftermath that had sheared off more than a meter of the hillside, was rendered speechless. At that moment, he began to charge in the opposite direction, heading straight for the still-breathing marksman. To Shinbei, this individual's sniping skills were on par with his own, likely a leader among them. Yet, curiously, he was the only extraordinary being to appear on this battlefield, which was evidently illogical. Shinbei sought to extract information, to discern how many extraordinary individuals were engaged in the conflict and where they had vanished to. With this knowledge, he could gain control over the situation. Moreover, it was evident that the adversaries were relatively affluent. The crystal source core was the foundation for Shinbei's equipment upgrades. Another significant point was that the enemy had been ruthlessly bombarded by concentrated fire, leaving them in tatters and covered in grime. Yet, Shinbei noted the absence of blood splatter, peculiar indeed. At this juncture, Shinbei moved like a shadow through the boundless darkness of night. The sparse moonlight glimmered upon his gleaming armor, casting a mysterious and austere silhouette. He held his breath, still as water, yet swift as thunder. Each step upon the dry leaves or shattered stones was utterly silent. The lightweight design of his armor rendered his movements more agile, fluid as a cat. Yet his strength was akin to a tiger descending the mountain. Meanwhile, Both sides continued to exchange gunfire. Amidst the hail of bullets, Shunbei's figure, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, pierced through the night, launching a surprise attack with unpredictable speed and angles. Upon approaching the specialized shooting ability user, Shunbei grasped him and dragged him into a shell crater. Above the crater, bullets whizzed back and forth, yet for Shunbei, it was a momentary sanctuary. He lifted his mask, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes that gazed intently at the ability user. In an instant, his pupils dilated slightly, and a flicker of shock crossed his face. The individual before him was an elderly man with a hooked nose, gaunt and adorned with bony earrings. Despite his body being ravaged and dismembered by explosions, his twisted visage betrayed no signs of pain. His left arm and knees were entirely mechanical, devoid of flesh. A cyborg? Simultaneously, blood blisters began to emerge from the corners of his mouth. Intriguingly, these blisters were bright red at first, but gradually shifted to a bluish-green hue, with newly formed blisters exhibiting the same coloration. Shunbei, keenly observant, furrowed his brow, his gaze flickering with curiosity. What on earth was this? A sharp pain pierced his mind as he struggled to recall such biomechanical technology existing in this world. You should retire. Shunbei, suppressing his intrigue, lit a cigarette, took a drag, and placed it in the elder's mouth. The adversary inhaled deeply, adopting a seemingly relaxed demeanor. Smoke is the finest anesthetic. Do you feel pain? Yes. That jest is hardly amusing. Shunbei pointed at the elder's severed limbs, his tone feigning jest, yet his eyes remained earnest. Enlighten me. I have never witnessed such a mechanical transformation before. I had only read about silent projectiles in books, believing them to be a mere joke, yet today, I have borne witness. However, I do not recall anyone like you within the entirety of the organization. Shunbei encountered a new term, the organization. Lowering his body, he gradually rose, observing the calming black ripples before him. Speak to me about the organization. The old man gazed up at the night sky, fervor sparkling in his eyes. That is power from the depths of space. It is the only means to escape this desolate world. You ignorant fools cannot comprehend that the debts incurred can never be repaid. I am not interested in such musings. Shunbei drew a revolver, pressing it against the elder's head. What exactly is the organization? The old man slowly turned his head, his eyes veiled with a thin layer of dust, his gaze reminiscent of a black and white television. You must be an escapee. Otherwise, you could not possess his power. The organization will capture you to complete what is lacking. Enough of your drivel. I will end you. Shunbei found the old man's ramblings nonsensical, desperate for core information rather than cryptic riddles. Tell me, how many ability users are there on both sides, and where are they located? Shunbei ceased to dwell on the organization, shifting his focus to the most crucial information. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the old man's body temperature suddenly surged. Shunbei instinctively stepped back. The sniper let out a piercing scream as azure flames erupted from his mouth, followed by flames bursting forth from his nose and ears, wherever blood touched. Flames began to blaze fiercely. You shall inevitably be captured. The entire congregation will bring an end to you, this fugitive, as your destined fate calls forth the formidable powers of the abyss. The old man's words came in intermittent bursts, his body engulfed in an intense blaze, reduced to char in a mere minute. His garments and equipment were consumed by the flames, and if there were any control chips embedded within his body, they would surely have been incinerated as well. Shunbei was taken aback, astonished that his blood could transform into such ferocious fuel. Was this sniper truly human? His mind was increasingly in disarray. What began as a quest for understanding had devolved into bizarre and perplexing information. Shunbei shook his head. There seemed to be no shortage of lunatics in this world. For now, he would treat the ramblings of a madman as mere folly. The immediate task was to retrieve his bag. As for the nature of this congregation, he would inquire further with Rock later. He then collected the old man's charred remains and the core crystal from the mechanical wreckage, rising to depart. He made his way directly to the subway fissure. Chapter 82. Encounter in the subway. Beneath the subway fissure, in an underground passage as intricate as a spider's web and teeming with countless lethal creatures, Song Yu and Wang Yi leaned against a makeshift shelter, taking short breaths to regain their strength. Song Yu's pink shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a glimpse of a Yasha tattoo. He was of modest height, with sharp, cropped hair and an air of menace in his eyes. Wang Yi, clad in a misaligned military uniform, had his collar haphazardly tucked. With bandages wrapped around his neck, the last button of his uniform was undone, causing the hem to protrude unattractively. His demeanor and attire conveyed an air of dishevelment. Taking a deep breath, Song Yu reached out to turn over a corpse, his teammate, a third-tier ability user. A gaping wound marred the location of the heart. Having fled to this place, his fate was sealed. He was beyond salvation. Song Yu intended to search for cigarettes, his craving gnawing at him, manifesting an indescribable anxiety and restlessness in his gaze. Every nerve in his being screamed for nicotine. Unfortunately, This teammate abstained from smoking and drinking, resembling the Puritans of a bygone era. Even Wang Yi, who reveled in the torment of others by roasting them slowly, deriving peculiar pleasure from their screams, abstained from all substances that could provoke. Were it not for Wang Yi's unabashed and unrestrained desire when gazing at women, Song Yu might have believed he had no interest in them whatsoever. Song Yu abandoned his futile search, yet his fingers involuntarily rubbed together, mimicking the motion of holding a cigarette and lighting it, as if an unseen force compelled him. Ultimately, he found himself clutching a crumpled piece of clothing from his fallen comrade. Casting a glance at Wang Yi, who was clutching a tan leather bag, Song Yu was urged, "Otherwise, how will we know the distance to the enemies behind us at Shelter 22? Song Yu clicked his tongue in annoyance. "Can you even discern distance by sound?" "Anyone can determine location by sound," Wang Yi replied with a brazen smirk. With a sigh, Song Yu felt a surge of frustration. How had he ended up with a teammate so oblivious to reason? In the vast emptiness of the subway tunnel, the sound of gunfire could reverberate far and wide, creating a cacophony of echoes that rendered it impossible to gauge the enemy's distance, only serving to reveal one's own position. Song Yu felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he had no choice but to comply. After all, Wang Yi was a fourth-tier ability user and the commander of the operation at Shelter 20. With a forceful flick, Song Yu released the garment, which soared through the air in a graceful and powerful arc, resembling a phantom imbued with life, darting deep into the tunnel. Illuminated by the faint glow of bioluminescent mushrooms, the clothing danced in the air, each fold undulating with such vivid realism, akin to a figure lunging forward with resolute determination. In the next moment, a sharp metallic grinding sound pierced the air. This was the sound of the heavy, high-velocity Gatling gun's rotating barrels. Instantly, gunfire erupted, bullets pouring forth like a torrential downpour, the heated belt of ammunition spewing from the Gatling's muzzle, forming a writhing fire dragon in an instant. The bullets streaked across the night sky like meteors, each one leaving behind a dazzling trail. Each discharge was accompanied by waves of scalding air that churned the surrounding atmosphere as if it were boiling water. These trajectories wove together in the dimly lit subway tunnel, crafting an impenetrable web of light aimed directly at the swirling garment suspended in the air. In a heartbeat, the clothing thrown by Song Yu was shredded to pieces, akin to scattered embers, powerless to descend. Song Yu's lips twitched as he turned to Wang Yi, inquiring about the distance. 300 meters, Wang Yi replied with unwavering certainty. "I estimate that those above cannot provide support. We shall charge forward 100 meters. Then you will lag behind, drawing them into pursuit down the left tunnel while I escape with the bag through the right tunnel." Upon issuing this command, Song Yu unfurled a map, revealing a convoluted maze of tunnel routes. His finger traced toward the left side, his expression darkening, contorting with a hint of palpable dread. "The left fork 100 meters ahead leads to a dead end. What about your resolve?" Wang Yi questioned coldly. "Would you be pleased if we both perished here?" Song Yu's jaw clenched, a barely perceptible glint of malice flickering in his eyes. He folded the map and nodded. "Very well." Wang Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Both were fourth-tier ability users. Should they turn against one another, the consequences would be dire and unpredictable. Fortunately, Song Yu adhered to the command, executing it with caution. "I will count down from 3 to 1. Then we charge," Wang Yi commanded, leaning against the wall. Song Yu, shrouded in shadow, offered no response, standing still as a statue. On the ground, the skirmish continued. Personnel from both shelters were attempting to prevent the other from entering the subway fissure. Yet, beneath the cloak of night, a faint silhouette moved with remarkable agility, crawling close to the ground like a wildcat, leaping into the subway crevice, vanishing into the darkness of the passageway. After Shunbei flipped in, he did not land. In an instant, he activated the exosuit's climbing mode, utilizing the powerful magnetic adhesion device to gracefully and precisely hang upside down on the rough, uneven concrete structure of the ceiling. The intricate network of corroded pipes above was exposed, with bare wires dangling like withered tendrils. Occasionally, a gust of wind swept through the tunnel, stirring echoes that reverberated, hollow and distant. Shinbei turned his head, surveying the surroundings. Under infrared vision, the dark passage revealed a clear view. Scanning the ground, he discovered, as anticipated, that the bag was indeed missing. He was late, but Shinbei understood that he was merely delayed, not entirely out of the race. If either party had secured the bag, the battlefield above would have long since concluded. The absence of a retreat order for those above indicated that the bag remained within the subway tunnel. As long as he could trace their path, he could catch up and seize the opportunity to reclaim the bag. The term steal held no derogatory connotation in his mind. Shinbei was acutely aware of his own capabilities. As a fourth-tier ability user, he could adapt and evade with ease. Against higher-tier users, cunning was his only recourse, as recklessness would lead to folly. At that moment, the sound of rapid gunfire echoed from the left tunnel. A faint glimmer sparked within Shunbei's pupils, and like a gecko, he swiftly ascended along the tunnel's ceiling, each movement imbued with rhythmic power and precise control. His agile arms and leg joints flowed seamlessly, regulated by the exosuit's intelligence system, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly as if walking on solid ground. Junctions whisked by as he traversed upside down, undeterred by his unconventional posture. The subway tunnel resembled a time-worn crypt, nestled deep underground, with tracks blanketed in thick moss and debris accumulated over the years. The once pristine, white ceramic tile walls had lost their luster, now dull and lifeless, with faded remnants of vintage advertisements faintly visible, like fossils left by the passage of time. In a fleeting moment, 3 figures appeared within Shunbei's infrared vision. They formed an interlocking cover formation, cautiously advancing deeper into the subway tunnel. Leading the trio was an ability user wielding a high-speed Gatling gun. This man sported a ring of steel-like, bristly facial hair, giving his head an oversized appearance. His hair and beard a shade of gray, though his face suggested he was in his early 30s. Following closely behind him was a slender youth with a shoulder bag, his slightly tousled bangs obscuring his eyes, strikingly handsome. Bringing up the rear was a girl clad in ripped jeans and a black t-shirt emblazoned with a nuclear explosion mushroom motif. Her short hair was highlighted in a pale yellow, and silver earrings dangled prominently from her ears. Shunbei concealed himself 200 meters behind the trio, peering intently. He noted that the tunnel ahead twisted, partially obstructing his view of what lay deeper within. Yet, Shunbei was certain that the one who had truly taken the bag was not far beyond the 3 individuals. To pursue one's ambitions, one must inevitably traverse the heads of others. This, without question, is a perilous endeavor. Although the battle armor is of superior quality, its modules operate in seamless synchrony, rendering it nearly silent. However, the ceiling of the subway tunnel is not particularly sturdy. During the process of grasping and moving, dust and small stones occasionally cascade down, easily alerting the trio below. The 3 fourth-stage individuals murmur to themselves. Engaging them in close quarters offers only a path to demise. Shunbei's advantage lies in his ability to eliminate targets from a distance, bolstered by the kinetic energy provided by his armor. With this thought in mind, Shunbei releases his grip on the ceiling and gradually descends, aligning his body vertically with his legs firmly grasping for stability. In his hands, a Barrett sniper rifle, untouched by industrial refinement, raw and rugged, materializes. Its barrel, as thick as a forsaken chimney, extends outward with an astonishing length and caliber. Instead of being adorned with a precision scope, it features exposed mechanical sights, simplistic yet functional. Even the most basic suppressor or tactical rail has been ruthlessly discarded, leaving only the fundamental structure and purpose. To Shunbei, while the power of the extraordinary is undeniably significant, precision is equally vital for survival. Suspended upside down, his head directed toward the ground, he aligns the crosshairs with the bald head of a burly man in the group below. The trigger, embodying the purest aesthetic of force, emits a crisp mechanical click at the tip of his finger. May the depths of hell offer no refuge.